Some cities hide their monsters in the shadows. New York gave one of them a designer suit, a perfect smile and a business card stained with blood. Before we step any further into this world, you should know this story contains intense psychological themes, graphic violence, disturbing behavior, strong language, sexual content, drug use, and deeply unsettling moments. American Psycho was never meant to be comfortable. If you are under 18 or if dark and mature material is something you'd rather avoid, this is the moment to turn back. When the novel was released in 1991, Bret Easton Ellis wasn't simply writing horror. He was dissecting the hollow obsession with status, beauty, money, and excess that consumed the late 1980s, a glittering world where people slowly stopped seeing each other as human. And somewhere inside that emptiness, Patrick Bateman was born. The book shocked readers around the world, selling millions of copies while becoming one of the most controversial modern novels ever published. Years later, the 2000 film adaptation starring Christian Bale transformed the character into a cultural icon of psychological horror. Ellis had already earned recognition through novels like Less Than Zero and The Rules of Attraction, but this story pushed his name into literary history in a way few books ever do, unsettling, divisive, and impossible to ignore. Tonight, you're not hearing a word-for-word reading. This is a cinematic third-person retelling created to immerse you in the atmosphere, the paranoia, and the fractured reality behind the story. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. And as everything begins to unravel, you'll uncover disturbing facts behind the novel's creation, hidden meanings buried beneath its violence, and the strange behind-the-scenes story of how the adaptation nearly fell apart before cameras ever rolled. So take a breath and pay attention to the details. The story begins. Traffic drags the cab through lower Manhattan, and from the back seat Timothy Price catches red graffiti scrawled across a bank, a warning about abandoning hope. Before he can dwell on it, a bus pulls up, blocking the view with a Les Miserables ad. He doesn't care. He offers the driver $5 to turn up Be My Baby on Win. The driver, a black non-American, does. Price talks about himself, how resourceful, creative, young, unscrupulous, highly motivated, highly skilled he is. Society cannot afford to lose him, he insists. He stares through the dirty window, spots the word fear sprayed on a McDonald's, then argues that nobody cares about their work. Everyone hates their job, including himself and his friend. He asks what he's supposed to do, return to L.A. No, he didn't transfer from UCLA to Stanford to tolerate this. He wonders if he's alone in thinking they aren't making enough money. Another bus appears, another Les Miserables poster, this one with Dyke scrawled over a character's face. Price blurts that he has a co-op here, a place in the Hamptons. His companion points out, it's his parents. Price says he's buying it from them, then snaps distractedly at the driver to turn the radio up again. The driver says it won't go higher. Price ignores him and complains that he could stay in the city if cabs had better sound systems, mentioning specific blop punk models. His voice softens briefly over how hip they are. He removes his expensive Walkman from around his neck, still complaining, hating to complain, but hating the trash, the garbage, the disease, the filth of the city. He opens his new Toomey calfskin attaché case, places the Walkman inside next to a folding portable phone, and pulls out the newspaper. Flipping excitedly through one issue, he rattles off a litany of strangled models, babies thrown from rooftops, kids killed in the subway, a communist rally, a mafia boss killed, Nazis, baseball players with AIDS, more mafia, gridlock, the homeless, maniacs, faggots dying in the streets, surrogate mothers, a soap opera cancelled, kids who tortured and burned animals at a zoo, more Nazis. The punchline, he says, is that it's all here, nowhere else, just this city. He stops, takes a breath, eyes fixed on a beggar at a corner. That's the 24th one he has seen today. He has kept count. Then, without looking over, he asks why the other man isn't wearing the worsted navy blazer with gray pants. Price himself wears an expensive silk suit, designer shirt, silk tie, Italian leather wingtips. His attention drops to the newspaper. A story about two people who disappeared from a yacht party, only clues being blood residue and smashed champagne glasses. Foul play suspected, possibly a machete. No bodies, no suspects. Price has been talking since lunch during squash, over drinks at Harry's, where he went on about the Fisher account. He exclaims about diseases, a theory that if AIDS is sexually transmissible, then anything is Alzheimer's, muscular dystrophy, hemophilia, leukemia, anorexia, diabetes, cancer, multiple sclerosis, cystic fibrosis, cerebral palsy, dyslexia. You could get dyslexia from sex. His companion doubts dyslexia is a virus. Price dismisses this. Who knows? Prove it. Outside, pigeons fight over hot dog scraps. Transvestites watch. A police car cruises the wrong way down a one-way street. In another cab, a man who looks like Louis Carruthers waves at Timothy. Timothy doesn't wave back. The man realizes his mistake and returns to his newspaper. A homeless bag lady cracks a whip at pigeons, ignoring her. The police car disappears into an underground lot. Price resumes just when you accept the insanity. When your body tunes into it, some crazy homeless nigger actually wants to be on these streets, and the mayor won't listen to her. Let the bitch freeze to death. Then you're back to confusion. He counts 25 beggars now. He guesses who will be at Evelyn's Ashley. Courtney, Muldwin, Marina, Charles, maybe one of Evelyn's artiste friends from the East Village who ask for dry white Chardonnay. He slaps his forehead, muttering that he's leaving, dumping Meredith. She dares him to like her and has the personality of a game show host. He counts 26, 27. He told her he was sensitive, freaked out by the Challenger accident. What more does she want? He's ethical, tolerant, extremely satisfied with his life, optimistic about the future, and all he gets from her is shit. 28, 29, a cluster of bums. Then, exhausted, he asks if the other man read about the game show host who killed 2 teenage boys. Depraved faggot, he says. Droll. He waits for a reaction. None comes. Suddenly, Upper West Side, Price tells the driver to stop on a corner. When the driver offers to go around, Price tells him not to bother, then mutters a barely audible insult. 2 cabs behind them honk and move on. Price asks if they should bring flowers for Evelyn, then decides no. The other man is sleeping with her, so why bring flowers? He warns the driver to have change for a 50, squints at the meter, curses steroids, apologizes for being tense. His companion says he thought Price was off them. Price explains he was getting acne from UVA baths, switched to a tanning salon and fixed it. He describes how ripped his stomach is the definition, completely buffed out. He stiffs the driver on the tip. The driver is thankful anyway. Price winks and says goodbye with a mock ethnic slur. Stepping out, he spots another beggar bingo, 30 in a filthy green jumpsuit. Jokingly, Price holds the cab door open for him. The bum, confused and mumbling, holds out an empty styrofoam cup. Price snickers that the man probably doesn't want the cab, then asks if he takes American Express. His companion asks. The bum nods yes and shuffles away. Cold for April. Price walks briskly toward Evelyn's brownstone, whistling a tune from Fiddler on the Roof, swinging his attaché case. A figure with slicked back hair and horn-rimmed glasses approaches in the distance, wearing an expensive suit, carrying the same Toomey case. Price wonders aloud if it's Victor Powell. The man passes under a street lamp, a troubled look curling his lips into a slight smile. He glances at Price as if acquainted, then realizes he isn't. Price realizes it's not Powell. The man moves on. Price mutters thank God as he nears Evelyn's. His companion says it looked a lot like him. Price remarks that Powell and dinner at Evelyn's go together like paisley and plaid, then rethinks White Sox with gray trousers. A slow dissolve. Price bounds up the brownstone steps, grumbling about forgetting to return rented tapes. He rings the bell. Next door, a woman with high heels and a striking figure leaves without locking up. Price watches her go, then hears footsteps inside and turns, straightening his tie. Courtney opens the door in a cream silk blouse, rust tweed skirt, and designer pumps. The focal character Patrick Bateman shivers and hands over his black wool overcoat. Courtney air kisses his right cheek, then repeats the exact movements with Price, taking his coat. The new Talking Heads CD plays softly inside. Courtney asks if they're late, smiling naughtily. Price mutters something about an inept Haitian cabbie, asks whether they have reservations and hopes it's not pastels at 9. Courtney smiles, hangs both coats, announces they're eating in sushi. Tim moves past her toward the kitchen, calling out for Evelyn in a sing-song voice, saying they need to talk. Bateman tells Courtney she looks very pretty, that her face has a youthful glow. Courtney responds without sarcasm that he knows how to charm ladies, then flirtatiously asks if she should tell Evelyn. Bateman says no, but bets she'd like to. Courtney takes his hands off her waist, places them on her shoulders, and steers him down the hall, explaining they need to save Evelyn. She's been rearranging sushi for an hour, trying to spell Bateman's initials, but the tuna looks too pale, and she doesn't have enough yellowtail to finish the letter, so she might spell Tim's initials instead. She asks if he minds, only a bit worried. Bateman says he's terribly jealous and better talk to Evelyn. In the kitchen, Evelyn stands by a blonde wood counter, wearing the same blouse, skirt, and pumps as Courtney. Her long blonde hair is pinned back severely. She doesn't look up from the stainless steel platter where she's artfully arranged sushi, apologizing she wanted to go to a new Salvadorian bistro but couldn't get reservations. Price groans audibly. Evelyn tells him not to groan, picks up a piece of yellowtail, places it near the top to form a capital T, steps back, and says she's unsure. Tim mutters about keeping a specific vodka brand in the place, complaining she never has it. Evelyn asks if he can't handle Absolute, then asks Courtney whether the California roll should circle the rim. Price sighs and asks Bateman what he'll drink. Bateman says Janby rocks, suddenly noticing Meredith wasn't invited. Evelyn gasps that it's a mess, swears she'll cry. Bateman tells her soothingly the sushi looks marvelous. She wails that it's a mess. He insists it looks marvelous, picks up a piece of fluke, pops it in his mouth, groans with inward pleasure, hugs her from behind with his mouth still full, and manages to say delicious. She slaps him playfully, pleased. Air kisses his cheek, turns back to Courtney. Price hands Bateman a drink, walks toward the living room while trying to remove something invisible from his blazer, and asks Evelyn for a lint brush. Bateman would rather watch baseball, go to the gym, or try that Salvadorian restaurant than have dinner here, but one good thing it's close to his place. Courtney asks about soy sauce temperature ice in one dish. Evelyn places ginger strips next to a porcelain dish of soy sauce, says it's not okay, asks Patrick to get the Kirin from the refrigerator, then throws the ginger down in frustration, saying, forget it. She'll do it. Bateman moves toward the refrigerator anyway. Price re-enters darkly, demands to know who is in the living room. Evelyn feigns ignorance. Courtney warns that Evelyn should have told them. Bateman asks, suddenly scared, if it's Victor Powell. Evelyn says no, an artist friend named Stash and his girlfriend Vanden. Price asks to guess the East Village. Evelyn flirts that Vanden goes to Camden and Stash lives in Soho. Bateman moves out of the kitchen, past the set dining table with lit beeswax candles into the living room. You can't tell what Stash is wearing all black. Vanden has green streaks in her hair, stares at a heavy metal video on MTV, smokes a cigarette. Bateman coughs. Vanden looks over warily, probably drugged. Stash doesn't move. Bateman introduces himself, offers his hand, notices his reflection in a mirror, and smiles at how good he looks. Vanden takes his hand, says nothing. Stash starts smelling his fingers. Smash cut. Bateman is back in the kitchen. Price is seething. Get her out of there. She's doped up watching MTV, and he wants to watch the McNeil-Lehrer report. Evelyn opens large bottles of imported beer, absently mentions they have to eat soon or be poisoned. Bateman reports the green streak in her hair and that she's smoking. Tim calls Bateman a doofus. Bateman asks what. Tim repeats it. Evelyn says to leave Patrick alone. He's the boy next door, not a doofus. Bateman moves to the bar to make another drink. Tim smirks, nods, then hostilely asks Evelyn again about a lint brush. Evelyn finishes opening the beers, tells Courtney to fetch Stash and Vanden, murmurs they have to eat now or be poisoned. Courtney says if she can tear them away from the latest Megadeth video before exiting. Evelyn says she has to talk to someone pointing at Tim, not Bateman. Tim glares fiercely. Bateman says nothing, stares at Tim's drink. Evelyn asks Bateman to be a Han and place the sushi on the table. Tempura is in the microwave. Sake is almost done boiling. Her voice trails off as she leads Price out. Bateman wonders where Evelyn got such fresh sushi: tuna, yellowtail, mackerel, shrimp, eel, bonito with wasabi piles, and ginger clumps placed strategically. He likes the idea that he doesn't know, will never ask, and that the sushi will sit on the glass table like some mysterious apparition from the Orient. As he sets the platter down, he catches his reflection on the table's surface. His skin seems darker from candlelight, and he notices how good last Wednesday's haircut from Gio's looks. He makes himself another drink. He worries about the sodium level in the soy sauce. 4 of them sit around the table waiting for Evelyn and Timothy to return from getting a lint brush. Bateman sits at the head, taking large swallows of JUB. Vanden sits at the other end reading an East Village rag with a glaring headline about downtown's death. Stash has pushed a chopstick into a lone piece of yellowtail on his plate. It stands straight up like an impaled insect. He occasionally moves the sushi around but never looks up. Courtney sits next to Bateman sipping plum wine from a champagne glass. Evelyn and Timothy return maybe 20 minutes later. Evelyn looks only slightly flushed. Tim glares at Bateman as he takes the seat next to him, a fresh drink in hand, and leans over about to say or admit something when Evelyn interrupts not there. Boy, girl, she whispers, gesturing to the empty chair next to Vanden. Timothy shifts his glare to her, and hesitantly takes that seat. Vanden yawns and turns a page. Evelyn smiles, pleased with the meal, tells everyone to dig in, then notices the impaled sushi on Stash's plate. He's now bent low over it, whispering, but she smiles bravely and chirps about plum wine. No one says anything until Courtney, staring at Stash's plate, lifts her glass uncertainly, tries to smile, and says it's delicious. Stash doesn't speak. He looks nothing like the other men. Hair not slicked back, no suspenders or horn-rimmed glasses, black, ill-fitting clothes, no urge to light a cigar. Probably unable to get a table at certain restaurants, his net worth negligible. Still, his behavior lacks warrant. He sits hypnotized by the glistening piece of sushi. Just as the table is about to ignore him and start eating, he sits up, points an accusing finger at his plate, and announces that it moved. Timothy glares with such total contempt that Bateman can't fully equal it but comes close. Vanden seems amused. So does Courtney, whom Bateman is beginning to think finds this man attractive. But he supposes, if he were dating Louise Carruthers, he might too. Evelyn laughs good-naturedly, calls Stash a riot, then worriedly asks about tempura. Bateman says he'll have some, lifts a piece of eggplant off the platter, though he won't eat it because it's fried. The table begins serving themselves, successfully ignoring Stash. Bateman stares at Courtney as she chews and swallows. Evelyn attempts conversation after a long silence, mentioning that Vanden goes to Camden. Timothy asks icily where that is. Vanden answers without looking up from her paper, Vermont. Bateman looks at Stash to see if he's pleased by the casually blatant lie, but Stash acts as if he weren't listening, as if in some other room or a punk rock club in the bowels of the city. The rest of the table does too, which bothers Bateman since he's fairly sure they all know Camden is in New Hampshire. Vanden sighs and asks where everyone went. Evelyn says Le Rose, then business school in Switzerland. Courtney says she also survived business school in Switzerland, Geneva, while Evelyn was in Lausanne. Vanden tosses her newspaper next to Timothy and smirks in a wan, bitchy way. Bateman is a little pissed that Evelyn doesn't throw the condescension back at her, but the Janby has relieved his stress to the point he doesn't care enough to say anything. Evelyn probably thinks Vanden is sweet, lost, confused, an artist. Price isn't eating, neither is Evelyn. Bateman suspects cocaine but doubts it. Timothy takes a large gulp from his drink, holds up the newspaper, chuckles to himself, reads the headline aloud, then dismisses it with a contemptuous phrase. Bateman automatically expects Stash to look up, but Stash still stares at the lone piece of sushi, smiling and nodding. Vanden says that affects them, as if insulted. Timothy warns her, repeating her words mockingly, then asks about massacres in Sri Lanka. Doesn't that affect them too? Vanden shrugs. Says that's a cool club in the village. Yes, that affects him too. Suddenly Stash speaks without looking up, sounding pissed. But even in low the club is called the Tonka, not Sri Lanka, not Sri Lanka. Got it? Vanden looks down and meekly acknowledges. Timothy goads her about Sikhs killing tons of Israelis. Doesn't that affect them? Evelyn cheerfully cuts in, offering Kapamaki roll. Bateman says there are more important problems than Sri Lanka foreign policy matters, but more pressing problems at hand. Price asks what, still not looking away from Vanden, and wonders why there's an ice cube in his soy sauce. Bateman hesitates, then lists end apartheid, slow the nuclear arms race, stop terrorism and world hunger, ensure strong national defense, prevent communism in Central America, work for Middle East peace, prevent U.S. military involvement overseas, ensure America is a respected world power, domestic problems to better long-term care for the elderly, cure for AIDS, clean up toxic waste and pollution, improve education, strengthen laws against crime and illegal drugs, affordable college education for the middle class, protect Social Security, conserve natural resources, reduce PAC influence. The table stares uncomfortably, even Stash. But Bateman continues: hold down inflation, reduce the deficit, provide training and jobs for the unemployed, protect American jobs from unfair foreign imports, make America the leader in new technology, promote economic growth and business expansion, hold the line against federal income taxes, hold down interest rates while promoting opportunities for small businesses and controlling mergers and corporate takeovers. Price nearly spits up his drink. Bateman tries to make eye contact with each of them, especially Vanden, who, if she got rid of the green streak and the leather and got some color, maybe joined an aerobics class, slipped on a Laura Ashley blouse, might be pretty. But why does she sleep with Stash? He's lumpy and pale with a bad cropped haircut, and at least 10 pounds overweight, no muscle tone beneath the black t-shirt. Bateman continues: stop welfare abuse, provide food and shelter for the homeless, oppose racial discrimination, promote civil rights and equal rights for women, but change abortion laws to protect the right to life, yet maintain women's freedom of choice, control illegal immigrants, encourage a return to traditional moral values, curb graphic sex and violence in media, promote general social concern and less materialism in young people. He finishes his drink. The table sits in total silence. Courtney smiles, seems pleased. Timothy shakes his head in bemused disbelief. Evelyn, mystified, stands unsteadily and asks if anyone wants dessert. She lists sorbet flavors in a day's kiwi, carambola, cherimoya, cactus fruit, and Japanese pear. Everyone stays silent. Tim looks quickly at Bateman. Bateman glances at Courtney, back at Tim, then at Evelyn. Evelyn meets his glance, then worriedly looks at Tim. Bateman looks at Tim again, then Courtney, then Tim again, who answers slowly, unsurely cactus pear. Evelyn corrects cactus fruit. Bateman looks suspiciously at Courtney. After she says cherimoya, Bateman says kiwi. Vanden also says kiwi. Vanden also says kiwi. Stash says quietly, enunciating each syllable, chocolate chip. Worry flickers across Evelyn's face, instantly replaced by a smiling, good-natured mask. She tells Stash she doesn't have chocolate chip, repeats the exotic flavors she does have. Stash waves her off and tells her to surprise her. Evelyn asks Courtney to help. Courtney gets up, her shoes clicking away into the kitchen. Evelyn calls out no cigars. Price says he wouldn't dream of it, putting a cigar back into his pocket. Stash still stares at the sushi with an intensity that troubles Bateman, who asks, hoping his sarcasm lands, whether it moved again. Bandon has made a smiley face out of California roll discs on her plate and holds it up for Stash's inspection. Stash grunts that it's cool. Evelyn returns with sorbet and margarita glasses and an unopened bottle of Glenfiddich, which remains unopened while they eat. Courtney leaves early to meet Lewis at a company party. Stash and Bandon depart soon after to go score something somewhere in Soho. Bateman is the only one who saw Stash take the piece of sushi from his plate and slip it into his olive green leather bomber jacket pocket. When he mentions this to Evelyn while she loads the dishwasher, she gives him a look so hateful that it seems doubtful they will have sex later, but he sticks around anyway. So does Price, now lying on an antique carpet, drinking espresso from a fine cup on the floor of Evelyn's room. Bateman lies on Evelyn's bed holding a tapestry pillow, nursing a cranberry and Absolute. Evelyn sits at her dressing table brushing her hair, a silk robe draped over a very nice body, gazing at her reflection. Bateman asks if he was the only one who grasped that Stash assumed his piece of sushi was a pet. Tim tiredly asks Evelyn to stop inviting her artiste friends over. He's sick of being the only one at dinner who hasn't talked to an extraterrestrial. Evelyn says it was only that once. Price mutters that it was at Odeon no less. Bateman vaguely wonders why he wasn't invited to Odeon for the artist's dinner. Had Evelyn picked up the tab? Probably. He suddenly pictures a smiling, secretly morose Evelyn sitting at a whole table of Stash's friends, all of them constructing little log cabins with their French fries, or pretending their grilled salmon was alive, moving the piece of fish around the table. The fish conversing about the art scene in new galleries, maybe even trying to fit the fish into the log cabin made of fries. Evelyn says if Price remembers well enough, she hadn't seen one either. Price guffaws and says no, but Bateman is her boyfriend, so that counted. Bateman tosses the pillow at Price. Price catches it and throws it back. Evelyn rubs cream into her face and tells someone to leave Patrick alone. He's the boy next door. He asks if he's an extraterrestrial. Bateman sighs, wondering if he should even dignify that with an answer. She pouts at her mirror reflection, telling him she knows he's not. He mutters relief to himself. Price continues about Stash being at Odeon that night, looking at Bateman to check if he's listening. Evelyn says no, he wasn't. Price insists yes, but his name wasn't Stash. Then it was Horseshoe, or Magnet, or Lego, something equally adult. He forgets. Evelyn tiredly asks what he's going on about, says she's not even listening. She wets a cotton ball and wipes it across her forehead. Price sits up with effort, says they were at Odeon, and he distinctly remembers Stash ordering the tuna cappuccino. Evelyn corrects Carpaccio. Price repeats cappuccino, says he ordered it, until she corrected him. Evelyn says Price didn't even recognize Stash earlier tonight. Price turns to Bateman, insisting he does remember him. Evelyn described him as the good-natured bodybuilder, introduced him that way. He swears. Evelyn tells him to shut up, annoyed, but smiles flirtatiously at him in the mirror. Price says he doubts Stash makes the society pages of W, which he thought was her criterion for choosing friends. He stares back, grinning in his wolfish, lewd way. Bateman concentrates on his drink. It looks like a glass full of thin, watery blood with ice and a lemon wedge. Bateman asks what's going on with Courtney and Louise, hoping to break their gaze. Evelyn moans, turns back to the mirror, starts to say the dreadful thing about Courtney isn't that she doesn't like Louise anymore. Price interrupts, guessing they canceled her charge at Bergdorf's. Bateman laughs. They high-five. Evelyn continues, also amused. Courtney is really in love with a real estate broker, a little twerp at the Feathered Nest. Tim inspects his manicure and asks what a Vandin is. Evelyn whines, tells him not to bring this up, starts brushing her hair. Price says Vandin is a cross between the Limited and used Benetton. Bateman smiles, trying to integrate himself, says used Fiorucci. Tim says he guesses, his eyes zoning in on Evelyn. She tells him to lay off. She's a Camden girl. What does he expect? Timothy moans. He's so sick of hearing Camden girl problems, college kids. He asks if it matters, if it's sad. Bateman says yeah, it matters, sad. Price says smugly that Bateman agrees with him. Evelyn wipes off whatever she rubbed on, says, Patrick is not a cynic, he's the boy next door. Bateman whispers to himself that no, he's not. He's a fucking evil psychopath. Evelyn sighs that Vanden isn't the brightest girl in the world. Price cries out, understatement of the century, but Stash isn't the brightest either. Perfect couple. Did they meet on Love Connection? Evelyn tells him to leave them alone, says Stash is talented and they're underestimating Vanden. Price turns to Bateman, says this is a girl who went at high noon because she thought it was a movie about marijuana farmers. Bateman says it just hit him. Have they deciphered what Stash does for a living? He assumes Stash has a last name but doesn't want to know. Evelyn defends Stash as perfectly decent and nice. Timothy wails that the man asked for chocolate chip sorbet for Christ's sake. Evelyn ignores this, pulls off her earrings, says tersely that Stash is a sculptor. Timothy calls bullshit. He remembers talking to him at Odeon when Stash ordered the tuna cappuccino, and he's sure if left unattended Stash would have ordered salmon olé. Stash told him he did parties, which technically makes him a caterer. Price cries out a caterer, not a fucking sculptor. Evelyn rubs more cream into her face and tells him to calm down. Timothy says that's like saying she's a poet. Evelyn starts to say she's been known to. Tim blurts out she's a fucking word processor. He walks over to her and bows next to her, checking his reflection. Evelyn thoughtfully asks if Tim has been gaining weight. She studies his head in the mirror, says his face looks rounder. In retaliation, Timothy smells Evelyn's neck and asks what that fascinating odor is. She says obsession, flirtatiously pushes him away, tells Patrick to get his friend away from her. Timothy sniffs loudly, says it's not obsession with mock horror. He declares it's QT Instatan. Evelyn pauses, considers her options. She inspects Price's head again, asks if he's losing his hair. Tim tells her not to change the subject, but then, genuinely worried, asks if it's too much gel. He runs a hand over it. Evelyn says maybe, tells him to make himself useful and sit down. Tim says at least it's not green, and he hasn't tried to cut it with a butter knife, referring to Vanden's dye job and Stash's cheap bad haircut. Evelyn asks again, more seriously, if he's gaining weight. Tim, offended, says no. Evelyn insists his face looks rounder, less chiseled. He doesn't believe this. He looks deep into the mirror. She continues brushing her hair, strokes less definite because she's looking at him. He notices, smells her neck again, and Bateman thinks he licks it quickly and grins. Tim asks if that's QT. Come on, she can tell him. He smells it. Evelyn says no, unsmiling, says he uses that. Tim says, as a matter of fact, he doesn't. He goes to a tanning salon. He's honest about that. He says she's using QT. She lamely says he's projecting. He repeats, he goes to a tanning salon, expensive, but then blanches, says still. QT? She says how brave to admit he goes to a tanning salon. He chuckles and says QT. Evelyn says she doesn't know what he's talking about, resumes brushing her hair, tells Patrick to escort his friend out. Now, Price is on his knees, smelling and sniffing at Evelyn's bare legs. She's laughing. Bateman tenses up. She moans loudly for him to get out. He laughs, on his knees with his head in her lap, telling her she looks orange. She says she is not, her voice a low, prolonged growl of pain and ecstasy, calls him a jerk. Bateman lies on the bed watching the two of them. Timothy is in her lap trying to push his head under her robe. Evelyn's head is thrown back with pleasure, playfully pushing him away, hitting him only lightly with her brush. Bateman is fairly sure Timothy and Evelyn are having an affair. Timothy is the only interesting person he knows. Finally, she says he should go, panting, having stopped struggling. He looks up with a toothy smile and says anything the lady requests. She thanks him in a voice that sounds to Bateman tinged with disappointment. He stands, asks about dinner tomorrow. She says she'll have to ask her boyfriend, smiling at Bateman in the mirror. Tim whispers into her ear, asks if she'll wear that sexy black Anne Klein dress, adds that Bateman's not welcome. Bateman laughs good-naturedly while getting up from the bed, escorting him out. Price calls out for his espresso. Evelyn laughs, then claps as if delighted by his reluctance to leave. Bateman pushes him roughly out of the bedroom, saying it's beddy-bye time. Price still manages to blow her a kiss before Bateman gets him out and away. He is completely silent as Bateman walks him out of the brownstone. After Price leaves, Bateman pours himself a brandy from a checkered Italian tumbler. He returns to the bedroom and finds Evelyn lying in bed watching the Home Shopping Club. He lies down next to her and loosens his Armani tie. Without looking at her, he finally asks why she doesn't just go for Price. She shuts her eyes and repeats the name with a tone that makes Bateman think she has had sex with him. He says Price is rich. She says everybody's rich. He says Price is good-looking. She says everybody's good-looking. He says Price has a great body. She says everybody has a great body now. Bateman places the tumbler on the nightstand and rolls on top of her. As he kisses and licks her neck, she stares passionlessly at the television and lowers the volume. He pulls up his shirt and places her hand on his torso, wanting her to feel how rock-hard his stomach is. He flexes the muscles, grateful for the light so she can see how bronzed and defined his abdomen has become. She tells him clearly that Stash tested positive for the AIDS virus. She pauses, something on the screen catching her interest. The volume goes slightly up, then down. She adds that she thinks Stash will probably sleep with Vanden tonight. Bateman says good, biting lightly at her neck, one hand on a firm, cold breast. She calls him evil, slightly excited, running her hands along his broad, hard shoulder. He sighs and says no, just her fiancé. After attempting sex for about 15 minutes, he decides not to continue trying. She tells him he can always be in better shape. He reaches for the brandy and finishes it. Evelyn is addicted to an antidepressant. He lies beside her watching the Home Shopping Club glass dolls, embroidered throw pillows, football-shaped lamps, faux gems with the sound off. Evelyn starts drifting. After a long time, she asks if he's using minoxidil. He says, no, why should he? She murmurs that his hairline looks like it's receding. He finds himself saying it's not. It's hard to tell. His hair is very thick. He really doubts it. Bateman walks back to his place and says goodnight to a doorman he doesn't recognize. He could be anybody. He dissolves into his living room high above the city. The tokens sing "The Lion Sleeps Tonight" from the glow of his Wurlitzer jukebox in the corner. He masturbates, thinking first of Evelyn, then Courtney, then Vanden, then Evelyn again, but right before a weak orgasm, about a near-naked model in a halter top from a Calvin Klein advertisement. In the early light of a May dawn, this is what his living room looks like, an original 6-by-4-foot portrait of a naked woman on a chaise, watching MTV against a Martian landscape, framed in black aluminum steel, hangs above the marble and granite gas log fireplace. The painting overlooks a long white down-filled sofa, and a 30-inch digital TV with a 4-corner video stand, picture-in-picture, freeze-frame, built-in MTS, and a 5-watt amp. A super-high band beta VCR with editing function sits in a glass case beneath. A hurricane halogen lamp occupies each corner. Thin white Venetian blinds cover all 8 floor-to-ceiling windows. A glass-top coffee table with oak legs holds Steuben glass animals positioned around expensive crystal ashtrays, though he doesn't smoke. Next to the Wurlitzer jukebox stands a black ebony Baldwin concert grand piano. A polished white oak floor runs throughout. On the other side of the room, next to a desk and magazine rack, is a complete Sansui stereo system with 6-foot Duntech Sovereign speakers in Brazilian rosewood. A down-filled futon on an oak wood frame sits in the center of the bedroom. Against the wall is a 31-inch Panasonic with stereo sound, a Toshiba VCR beneath in a glass case. Bateman isn't sure if the Sony digital alarm clock is correct, so he sits up, checks the time flashing on the VCR, then picks up the Ettore Sotsas push-button phone and dials the time number. A cream leather, steel, and wood chair by Eric Marcus occupies one corner, a molded plywood chair the other. A black dotted beige and white mod sienna carpet covers most of the floor. One wall is hidden by 4 chests of immense bleached mahogany drawers. In bed, he wears Ralph Lauren silk pajamas. When he gets up, he slips on a paisley ancient madder robe and walks to the bathroom. He urinates while trying to make out his puffy reflection in the glass encasing a baseball poster above the toilet. After changing into Ralph Lauren monogrammed boxer shorts and a Fair Isle sweater and sliding into silk polka dot slippers, he ties a plastic ice pack around his face and begins the morning stretching exercises. Afterwards, he stands in front of a chrome and acrylic washmobile bathroom sink with soap dish, cup holder, and towel bar railings, and stares at his reflection with the ice pack still on. He pours plaques into a stainless steel tumbler and swishes for 30 seconds. He squeezes Rembrandt onto a faux tortoiseshell toothbrush and starts brushing, too hungover to floss properly. But maybe he flossed before bed last night. He rinses with Listerine. He inspects his hands and uses a nail brush. He removes the ice pack and uses a deep pore cleanser lotion, then an herb mint facial mask left on for 10 minutes while he checks his toenails. He uses the Pro Bright tooth polisher, then the Interplaque 4,200 revolutions per minute reversing direction 46 times per second, larger tufts cleaning between teeth while short ones scrub surfaces. He rinses again with Cepacol. He washes the facial mask off with a spearmint face scrub. The shower has a universal all-directional head that adjusts within a 30-inch vertical range, made from Australian gold black brass with white enamel finish. In the shower, he uses a water-activated gel cleanser, then a honey almond body scrub, and on the face, an exfoliating gel scrub. Vidal Sassoon shampoo gets rid of dried perspiration, salts, oils, pollutants, and dirt that flatten hair and make him look older. The conditioner uses silicone technology to avoid weighing hair down. On weekends or before a date, he prefers Grune Natural Revitalizing Shampoo, Conditioner, and Nutrient Complex containing D-panthenol, polysorbate 80, and natural herbs. Over the weekend he plans to go to Bloomingdale's or Bergdorf's and, on Evelyn's advice, pick up a Foltine supplement for thinning hair with complex carbohydrates, plus the Vivigen Hair Enrichment Treatment, a new Redken product. Louise Carruthers recommended the Aramis Nutriplex system to help increase circulation. Once out of the shower and towel dry, he puts the Ralph Lauren boxers back on. Before applying mousse or razor shaving cream, he presses a hot towel against his face for 2 minutes to soften abrasive beard hair. He slathers on Clinique moisturizer and lets it soak. You can rinse it off or keep it on and apply shaving cream over it, preferably with a brush, which softens the beard as it lifts whiskers, making removal easier. It also prevents evaporation and reduces friction between skin and blade. Always wet the razor with warm water before shaving, and shave in the direction the beard grows, pressing gently. Leave sideburns and chin for last, since those whiskers are tougher. Rinse the razor and shake off excess water before starting. Afterwards, splash cool water to remove any trace of lather. Use an aftershave lotion with little or no alcohol. Never use cologne on the face. The high alcohol content dries it out and makes you look older. Use an alcohol-free antibacterial toner with a water-moistened cotton ball to normalize the skin. Applying a moisturizer is the final step. Splash on water before applying an emollient lotion to soften the skin and seal moisture. Next, apply gel appesantant, an excellent soothing skin lotion. If the face seems dry and flaky, making it look dull and older, use a clarifying lotion that removes flakes and uncovers fine skin. It can also make a tan look darker. Then apply an anti-aging eye balm, followed by a final moisturizing protective lotion. A scalp programming lotion is used after he towels his hair dry. He lightly blow dries to give it body and control without stickiness, adds more lotion, shapes with a Kent Natural bristle brush, and finally slicks it back with a wide tooth comb. He pulls the Fair Isle sweater back on, re-slips his feet into the polka dot silk slippers, heads into the living room, and puts the new Talking Heads in the CD player. It starts to digitally skip, so he takes it out and puts in a CD laser lens cleaner. The laser lens is sensitive dust, dirt, smoke, Pollutants or moisture can interfere. A dirty lens causes false starts, inaudible passages, digital skipping, speed changes, and distortion. The lens cleaner has a brush that automatically aligns with the lens and spins to remove residue. When Bateman puts the talking head CD back in, it plays smoothly. He retrieves the copy of USA Today, lying in front of his door in the hallway, and brings it into the kitchen. He takes 2 Advil, a multivitamin, and a potassium tablet, washing them down with a large bottle of Evian water. The elderly Chinese maid forgot to turn the dishwasher on when she left yesterday. He pours grapefruit lemon juice into a Baccarat Saint-Remy wine glass. He checks the neon clock over the refrigerator to make sure he has enough time for an unhurried breakfast. Standing at the kitchen island, he eats kiwi fruit and a sliced Japanese apple pear $4 each at Christie's out of West German aluminum storage boxes. He takes a bran muffin, a decaffeinated herbal tea bag, and a box of oat bran cereal from one of the large glass front cabinets that make up most of an entire wall, complete with stainless steel shelves and sandblasted wire glass, framed in metallic dark gray blue. He eats half the bran muffin after microwaving it and lightly covering it with apple butter. A bowl of oat bran cereal with wheat germ and soy milk follows another bottle of Evian water and a small cup of decaf tea after that. Next to the Panasonic bread baker and Sultan pop-up coffee maker is the Cremina Sterling Silver Espresso Maker oddly still warm from Hamacher Schlemmer. The thermal insulated stainless steel espresso cup, saucer, and spoon sit by the sink, stained in the sharp Carousel 2 microwave oven with revolving turntable, which he uses to heat the other half of the bran muffin. Next to the Sultan toaster, Cuisinart food processor, Acme juicerator, and Cordially Yours liqueur maker stands the heavy-gauge stainless steel 2 1/2 quart tea kettle, which whistles tea for 2 when boiling. He uses it to make another small cup of decaffeinated apple cinnamon tea. For a long time he stares at the black Udecker handy knife lying on the counter next to the sink, plugged in a slicer, peeler with several attachments, a serrated blade, a scalloped blade, and a rechargeable handle. The suit he wears today is from Alan Flusser, an 80s drape suit, an updated version of the 30s style. The favored version has extended natural shoulders, a full chest, and a bladed back. The soft rolled lapels are about 4 inches wide, the peak finishing 3/4 of the way across the shoulders. Properly used on double-breasted suits, peaked lapels are considered more elegant than notched. Low-slung pockets have a flap double besom design above the flap, a slit trimmed on either side with a flat narrow strip of cloth. 4 buttons form a low-slung square above it, where the lapels cross. 2 more buttons. The trousers are deeply pleated and cut full to continue the flow of the wide jacket. An extended waist is cut slightly higher in the front. Tabs make the suspenders fit well at the center back. The tie is a dotted silk design by Valentino Couture. The shoes are crocodile loafers by a Testoni. While dressing, he keeps the TV on the Patty Winters show. Today's guests are women with multiple personalities. A nondescript overweight older woman is on screen, and Patty asks whether it's schizophrenia or what the deal is. The woman says no, multiple personalities are not schizophrenics. They are not dangerous. Patty asks who she was last month. The woman says last month it seemed to be mostly Polly. The camera cuts to a worried housewife in the audience, then back. Patty asks who she is now. The woman, tiredly, as if sick of answering this question, as if no one believes her, says this month she's lamb chop, mostly lamb chop. A long pause. The camera cuts to a close-up of a stunned housewife shaking her head, another whispering to her. Bateman grabs his raincoat from the entranceway closet and finds a Burberry scarf and matching coat with a whale embroidered on it. Something a little kid might wear, covered in what looks like dried chocolate syrup, crisscrossed over the front, darkening the lapels. He takes the elevator downstairs, rewinding his Rolex by gently shaking his wrist. He says good morning to the doorman, steps outside, and hails a cab heading downtown toward Wall Street. Price and Bateman walk down Hanover Street in the darkest moments of twilight, moving silently toward Harry's. Timothy hasn't spoken since leaving the office. He doesn't comment on the ugly bum crouched beneath a dumpster, though he does manage a grim wolf whistle toward a woman with a striking figure heading toward Water Street. Price seems nervous and edgy. Bateman has no desire to ask what's wrong. Price wears a linen suit by Canali Milano, a cotton shirt by Ike Behar, a silk tie by Bill Blass, and cap-toed leather lace-ups from Brooks Brothers. Bateman wears a lightweight linen suit with pleated trousers, a cotton shirt, a dotted silk tie all by Valentino Couture, and perforated cap-toe leather shoes by Alan Edmonds. Inside Harry's, they spot David Van Patten and Craig McDermott at a front table. Van Patten wears a double-breasted wool and silk sport coat, buttonfly wool and silk trousers with inverted pleats by Mario Valentino, a Gitman Brothers cotton shirt, a polka-dot silk tie by Bill Blass, and Brooks Brothers leather shoes. McDermott wears a woven linen suit with pleated trousers, a button-down cotton and linen shirt by Basile, a silk tie by Joseph Aboud, and ostrich loafers from Susan Bennis Warren Edwards. The two are hunched over the table, writing on napkins, a scotch and a martini in front of them. They wave Bateman and Price over. Price throws his Toomey case on an empty chair and heads to the bar. Bateman calls out for a Jan-B on the rocks, then sits down. McDermott asks, in a voice suggesting not his first martini, whether it's proper to wear tasseled loafers with a business suit. Van Patten moans not to ask Bateman. McDermott tells Van Patten to shut up. Bateman spots Luis Carruthers standing at the bar next to Price, who ignores him utterly. Carruthers is not dressed well, a four-button double-breasted wool suit, probably chaps, a striped cotton shirt and silk bow tie, plus horn-rimmed glasses by Oliver Peoples. Van Patten explains they're sending questions to GQ to see who gets into the QUA column first. He demands an answer about tasseled loafers. Bateman measures his words. The tasseled loafer is traditionally a casual shoe, but it's become acceptable because it's so popular, as long as it's black or cordovan. Van Patten asks about brown. Bateman thinks, then says too sporty for a business suit. Price arrives, hands Bateman his drink, sits down, and asks what they're talking about. Van Patten poses a two-parter, are rounded collars too dressy or too casual, and which tie knot looks best with them. Price, distracted and tense but enunciating clearly, says it's a versatile look that works with suits and sport coats. Starched for dressy occasions, collar pin for formal wear. With a blazer, the collar should look soft, worn pinned or unpinned, since it's a traditional preppy look, best balanced by a relatively small fore and hand knot. He sips his martini and asks for the next question. McDermott, impressed, says to buy the man a drink. Van Patten tells Price he's priceless. Bateman asks where they're having dinner. Van Patten pulls out the Zagat guide. Price dryly responds with enthusiasm. Bateman asks what they want to eat. Price says something blonde with big tits. McDermott suggests the Salvadorian Bistro. Van Patten says they're stopping by Tunnel afterward, so somewhere near there. McDermott starts to tell a story about picking up a Vassar chick at Tunnel last week. Van Patten groans he was there, doesn't need to hear it again. McDermott says he never told what happened afterward. Bateman asks when they were there and why he wasn't invited. He's told he was on that cruise thing. McDermott continues hot number with big tits and great legs, a little hard body on spring break. He bought her champagne. Curse. She was practically giving him oral attention in the chandelier room, so he took her back to his place. Bateman interrupts to ask where Pamela was during this. Craig responds harshly, says he wants a blowjob, wants a chick who'll let him. Van Patten covers his ears, says he doesn't want to hear this, that McDermott will say something disgusting. McDermott sneers that Van Patten is a prude, says they're not going to invest in a co-op or jet to St. Bart's. He just wants some chick whose face he can sit on for 30 or 40 minutes. Bateman throws his swizzle stick at him. McDermott leans in closer to the table. The Vassar girl had enough champagne to get a rhino tipsy. Someone asks if she let him have sex without a condom. McDermott rolls his eyes. She's a Vassar girl, not from Queens. Price taps Bateman's shoulder, confused by what that means. McDermott continues. She would only give him manual stimulation, and she kept her glove on. He sits back smugly. The table takes this in solemnly. No one makes fun of his statement or his inability to react more aggressively. No one says anything, but they're all thinking the same thought: never pick up a Vassar girl. Van Patten says what McDermott needs is a chick from Camden. Bateman says sarcastically, some chick who thinks it's okay to have sex with her brother. Price points out they think AIDS is a new band from England. Van Patten asks where dinner is, where the fuck they're going. Van Patten shakes his head, saying it's funny that girls think guys are concerned with diseases and stuff. McDermott announces he's not going to wear a fucking condom. Van Patten says he read a Xeroxed article putting their chances of catching anything at an extremely low decimal percentage, no matter what kind of woman they end up with. Someone adds that guys just cannot get it well. Not white guys. Price is still shocked about the glove, asking why McDermott didn't just masturbate instead. Van Patten quotes Faulkner: the dick also rises. Price asks where Van Patten went to college. Bateman announces that someone approaches the biggest weasel at Drexel: Burnham Lambert. Price guesses Connolly. Bateman shakes Preston's hand. Preston apologizes about not making dinner, mentions commitments. Price gives Bateman an accusatory look and mouths whether Preston was invited. Bateman shrugs and finishes his drink. McDermott asks what Preston did last night, complimenting his clothes. Van Patten corrects who did he do. Preston says it was respectable dinner at the Russian tea room with Alexandra and her parents. She calls her father Billy. He's exhausted, only had one drink. He takes off his Oliver Peoples glasses, yawns, wipes them with an Armani handkerchief, and suspects their weird Orthodox waiter dropped acid in the borscht. Price asks what he's doing instead, clearly uninterested. Preston says he has to return videos, then Vietnamese, a musical on Broadway, something British. Van Patten asks if Preston has a GQ question. Yes, when wearing a tuxedo, how do you keep the front of the shirt from riding up? Van Patten and McDermott sit silently before Craig, concerned, says that's a good one. Price offers a question about whether blowing his friends' heads off with a magnum is a felony, misdemeanor, or act of God. McDermott says not GQ material, try Soldier of Fortune. Van Patten says, or Vanity Fair. Price stares at the bar and asks if that's Reed Robison, then adds advice about a tab with a buttonhole sewn into the shirt front attached to trousers, ensuring the stiff pleated front doesn't extend below the waistband. Then he asks if that jerk is Reed Robison. Stunned, Preston slowly turns, still on his haunches, puts his glasses back on, squints, and says it's Nigel Morrison. Price exclaims one of those young British faggots serving internships somewhere. Bateman asks how he knows Morrison is a faggot. Price shrugs. They're all faggots. The British. Van Patten grins and asks how Price would know. Price says he saw Morrison fuck Bateman up the ass in the men's room at Morgan Stanley. Bateman sighs and asks Preston where Morrison is interning. Preston forgets maybe Lazard. McDermott presses first Boston? Goldman? Preston isn't sure. Maybe Drexel. Says Morrison is just an assistant corporate finance analyst with an ugly black-toothed girlfriend in some dinky place doing leveraged buyouts. Bateman's patience is at an all-time low. Where are they eating? They need a reservation. He's not standing at some fucking bar. Preston asks himself, what Morrison is wearing, is that really a Glen plaid suit with a checkered shirt? Price says that's not Morrison. Preston asks who it is. That's Paul Owen, Price says. Bateman disagrees. Paul Owen is on the other side of the bar. Owen stands at the bar in a double-breasted wool suit. Someone mentions he's handling the Fisher account. Someone else murmurs lucky bastard. Preston says lucky Jew bastard. Bateman asks what that has to do with anything. Preston suddenly gets animated. He's seen the bastard in his office on the phone with CEOs, spinning a menorah, brought a Hanukkah bush into the office last December. Bateman calmly corrects you. Spin a dreidel, not a menorah. Preston asks if Bateman wants him to go ask Freddie to fry up some potato pancakes, some latkes. Bateman says just cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. Price leans forward to pat Bateman on the back. The voice of reason. The boy next door. Bateman says ironically a boy next door who, according to Price, let a British corporate finance analyst sodomize him. Price says he said Bateman was the voice of reason, not that he wasn't a homosexual. Preston adds, or redundant. Bateman stares directly at Price and suggests he ask Meredith if he's a homosexual, if she'll take the time to pull his dick out of her mouth. Price explains unfazed that Meredith's a fag hag, that's why he's dumping her. Preston rubs his hands together, says he has a joke. Price calls Preston a joke, says he wasn't invited to dinner, then adds a barb about his jacket non-matching but complimentary. Preston laughs, calls Price a bastard, says he's so mean it hurts. He starts a joke about JFK and Pearl Bailey meeting at a party, going back to the Oval Office to have sex, then JFK going to sleep. He pauses, forgets what happens next, muddles through timing about waking up after 30 or 60 minutes, with Pearl Bailey keeping one hand on his cock and the other on his balls. He notices Van Patten doodling and asks if he's listening. Van Patten, irritated, says he's listening, and to finish it, Preston falters again. Long silence. He looks at Bateman. Bateman says not to look at him. It's not his joke. Preston says his mind's a blank. McDermott asks if that's the punchline. Preston struggles, hand over his eyes. Can't believe he forgot. Price sighs and calls Preston one unfunny bastard. McDermott asks if my mind's a blank is the joke he doesn't get it. Preston suddenly remembers because the last time he fucked a nigger, she stole his wallet. He starts chuckling. After a short silence, the table cracks up too except for Bateman. Preston says proudly that's the punchline, relieved. Van Patten gives him a high five. Even Price laughs. Bateman says that's awful. Preston asks why it's funny. It's humor. McDermott tells Bateman to cheer up. Price says Bateman's dating someone from the ACLU and asks what bothers him about the joke. Bateman says it's not funny, it's racist. Preston calls Bateman a morose bastard and suggests he stop reading Ted Bundy biographies. He stands, checks his Rolex, says he's off. We'll see them tomorrow. Van Patten makes a Batman reference. Before leaving, Preston repeats the punchline. Bateman says he gets it, pushing him away. Preston tells them to remember that few things perform in life as well as a Ken would, then exits. Van Patten does a Flintstones impression. McDermott asks if anyone knew cavemen got more fiber than they do. Bateman is on the verge of tears by the time they arrive at Pastel's positive. They won't get seated, but the table is good, and relief washes over him in an awesome wave. McDermott knows the maitre d', and though they made reservations from a cab only minutes ago, they're immediately led past the overcrowded bar into the pink, brightly lit main dining room and seated at an excellent booth for 4 up front. It's really impossible to get a reservation at Pastel's, and Bateman thinks even Price is impressed by, maybe envious of, McDermott's prowess. After they piled into a cab on Water Street, they realized no one had made reservations anywhere. While debating a new Californian Sicilian bistro, Bateman's panic so great he almost ripped the Zagat in two. A consensus emerged. Price had the only dissenting voice, but finally shrugged and said he didn't give a shit. They used his portaphone to make the reservation. He slipped his Walkman on and turned the volume so loud Vivaldi was audible, even with windows halfway open and uptown traffic blasting in. Van Patten and McDermott made rude jokes about the size of Tim's dick, and Bateman did too. Outside Pastel's, Tim grabbed the napkin with Van Patten's final version of his carefully phrased GQ question and tossed it at a bum huddling outside, feebly holding up a sign about being hungry and homeless. Things seem to be going smoothly. The maitre d' sends over 4 complimentary Bellinis, but they order drinks anyway. The Ronettes are playing. Their waitress is attractive, and even Price seems relaxed, though he hates the place. 4 women sit at the table opposite theirs, all great-looking. The sound system with the restaurant's high ceiling is so loud they have to practically scream their order. The waitress, wearing an expensive suit and velvet ankle boots, Bateman is fairly sure, flirting with him, laughs sexily when he orders monkfish and squid ceviche as an appetizer, gives him such a steamy stare when he orders gravlax pot pie with green tomatillo sauce that he has to look back at his Bellini with a concerned, deadly serious expression so as not to let her think he's too interested. Price orders tapas, then venison with yogurt sauce and fiddlehead ferns with mango slices. McDermott orders sashimi with goat cheese, then smoked duck with endive and maple syrup. Van Patten has scallop sausage and grilled salmon with raspberry vinegar and guacamole. The air conditioning is on full blast, and Bateman begins to feel bad. He's not wearing the new Versace pullover he bought last week. It would look good with his suit. Price tells the busboy to get rid of the Bellinis. Van Patten tells him to cool out. He'll drink them. Price explains they're Euro trash. Bateman offers his to Van Patten. McDermott holds the busboy back, keeping his two. Price asks if McDermott is trying to entice the Armenian chick by the bar. Van Patten suddenly cranes his neck, interested. Price tells them to take them all, practically seething. The busboy humbly removes the glasses. McDermott whines about who made Price boss. Van Patten whistles, "Look who just came in." Price sighs, hoping it's not Preston. Van Patten says ominously no, he hasn't spotted them yet. Bateman, suddenly scared, asks if it's Victor Powell or Paul Owen. Van Patten hints about someone 24 worth a repulsive amount of dough, a veritable shitload, grinning and flashing a toothy smile because he's obviously been spotted. Bateman cranes his neck but can't figure out who it is. Price says it's Scott Montgomery. Van Patten teases maybe. Price calls him that dwarf. Van Patten says Price is priceless. Price says to watch him act thrilled as he can get meeting someone from Georgia. McDermott says Montgomery is dressed to impress. Price says he's depressed, meaning impressed. Bateman spots him and comments on elegant navies. Van Patten whispers subtle plaids. Price says lots of beige. Bateman braces himself. Here he comes. Scott Montgomery walks over in a double-breasted navy blazer, with mock tortoiseshell buttons, a pre-washed wrinkled cotton-striped dress shirt with red accent stitching, a fireworks print silk tie, and plum-washed wool trousers with quadruple pleats and slashed pockets. He holds a glass of champagne and hands it to the girl with him, a definite model type, thin high heels. She's wearing a wool crepe skirt and a wool and cashmere velour jacket with matching coat, all by a designer. High-heeled shoes, sunglasses, a pressed leather bag from Hermes. Montgomery speaks in a thick Georgia twang, greeting them as fellas, introducing Nicky, mispronouncing their names, noting Bateman's nice tan. He shakes only Timothy's hand, takes the champagne glass back. Nicky smiles politely like a robot, probably doesn't speak English. Price asks how things have been, staring at Nicky with unusual kindness. Montgomery notes they got the primo table, jokes about the check. Price, still staring at Nicky, asks about squash. Montgomery says to call him, hands a card, mentions Tyson. Price pockets it, suggests Thursday. Montgomery says he can't, going to Dallas tomorrow, already moving away. Snapping for Nicky says next week. Nicky smiles at Bateman, then looks at the floor as if it held some clue as to why she's stuck with Montgomery. Bateman idly wonders if she's older than him, and then if she's flirting. Price says later. Montgomery is already halfway across the room, Nicky slinking behind him. Bateman was wrong. She does have an ass. McDermott whistles, shaking his head at $800 million. But Bateman asks about college. Price hints it's a joke. Bateman guesses Rollins. McDermott says Hampton, Sydney. Van Patten concludes, he's a parasite, a loser, a weasel. McDermott repeats he's worth $800 million. Price says to go over and give the dwarf head. Will that shut him up? How impressed can he get? Bateman mentions nice babe. McDermott agrees that girl is hot. Price nods grudgingly. Van Patten says distressed that he knows that chick. They all moan bullshit. Bateman guesses Van Patten picked her up at Tunnel. No, Van Patten says. Then after sipping his drink, she's a model anorexic, alcoholic, uptight bitch, totally French. Bateman says what a joke he is, unsure if he's lying. Van Patten challenges him to bet. McDermott shrugs he'd fuck her. Van Patten explains. She drinks a liter of Stoli a day, then throws it up and re-drinks it. Total alky. Price murmurs total cheap alky. McDermott says bravely he doesn't care she is beautiful. He wants to fuck her, wants to marry her, wants her to have his children. Van Patten practically gags. Asks who wants to marry a chick who'll give birth to a jug of vodka and cranberry juice. Bateman says he has a point. Price sneers that Van Patten also wants to shack up with the Armenian chick at the bar, What'll she give birth to? A bottle of Corbel and a pint of peach juice? McDermott asks, exasperated. What Armenian chick? Craning his neck. Van Patten sighs and tells them all to fuck off. The maitre d' stops to say hello to McDermott, notices they don't have their complimentary Bellinis, and runs off before any of them can stop him. Bateman isn't sure how McDermott knows him so well, maybe through a woman, and it slightly pisses him off. He decides to even the score a little by showing everyone his new business card. He pulls it out of his gazelle skin wallet and slaps it on the table, waiting for reactions. Price asks what that is. A gram? Not apathetically. Bateman tries to act casual about his new card but smiles proudly and asks what they think. McDermott lifts it, fingers it, genuinely impressed, and hands it to Van Patten. Bateman mentions he picked them up from the printers yesterday. Van Patten studies it closely, compliments the coloring. Bateman points out that it's bone, and the lettering is something called Cillian Rail. McDermott repeats the name. Bateman says it's not bad. Van Patten, a jealous bastard, says guardedly that it's very cool, but that's nothing. He pulls out his wallet and slaps a card next to an ashtray. They all lean over to inspect David's card. Price quietly says it's really nice. A brief spasm of jealousy courses through Bateman when he notices the elegance of the color and the classy type. He clenches his fist as Van Patten smugly identifies eggshell with Romalian type, then turns to Bateman and asks what he thinks. Bateman croaks that it's nice, manages to nod as the busboy brings 4 fresh Bellinis. Price holds the card up to the light, ignoring the new drinks, and says, "This is really super. How did a nitwit like Van Patten get so tasteful?" Bateman looks at Van Patten's card, then at his own, and cannot believe Price actually likes Van Patten's better. Dizzy. He sips his drink and takes a deep breath. Price says, "They ain't seen nothing yet." He pulls his out of an inside coat pocket and slowly, grammatically turns it over. Even Bateman has to admit it's magnificent. Suddenly the restaurant seems far away, hushed, a meaningless hum compared to this card. Price's words raised lettering, pale nimbus white. Van Patten exclaims he's never seen. Bateman admits it's nice, very nice, but says wait, let's see Montgomery's. Price pulls it out, acting nonchalant, but Bateman doesn't see how he can ignore its subtle off-white coloring, its tasteful thickness. Bateman is unexpectedly depressed that he started this. McDermott says to order a pizza. Doesn't anyone want to split a red snapper pizza? He rubs his hands eagerly. Bateman picks up Montgomery's card and actually fingers it for the sensation. Price's tone suggests he realizes Bateman is jealous. He asks if it's nice. Bateman says yeah offhandedly, gives the card back like he doesn't give a shit, but finds it hard to swallow. McDermott reminds him about the red snapper pizza, says he's fucking starving. Bateman murmurs no pizza, relieved when Montgomery's card is placed away back in Timothy's pocket. McDermott whines, says let's order it. Van Patten tells him to shut up but to call the hard-body waitress over, not theirs, but call her anyway. Van Patten insists, says ask her for water, or a Corona. Bateman asks why her, to no one in particular. His card lies on the table, ignored next to an orchid. Gently he picks it up and slips it back into his wallet. Van Patten says she looks exactly like a girl who works in the Georgette Klinger section of Bloomingdale's. McDermott gets testy, asks if anyone wants the pizza or not. Bateman asks Van Patten how he would know. Van Patten answers that he buys Kate's perfume there. Price's gestures gather the table's attention. He asks if he forgot to tell everyone that Montgomery's a dwarf. Bateman asks who's Kate. Price explains she's the chick Van Patten is having an affair with. Bateman asks what happened to Miss Kittredge. Price smiles and asks about Amanda. Van Patten tells them to lighten up Fidelity. Right. Bateman asks if he's not afraid of diseases. Van Patten's voice rises, says they agreed they can't get it, then calls him a shithead and tells him to shut up. 4 more Bellinis arrive, 8 now on the table. Price moans, tries to grab at the busboy. McDermott has found a mantra for the evening red snapper pizza. Price drones that they'll soon become targets for horny Iranian chicks. Van Patten mentions the 000% whatever. McDermott slams his hand on the table, rocks it, and yells that nobody is listening to him. Bateman is still tranced out on Montgomery's card. The classy coloring, thickness, lettering, print, and suddenly raises a fist, as if to strike out at Craig, and screams that no one wants the fucking red snapper pizza. A pizza should be yeasty and slightly bready with a cheesy crust. The crusts here are too fucking thin because the shithead chef overbakes everything. The pizza is dried out and brittle. Red-faced, he slams his Bellini down. When he looks up, their appetizers have arrived. A hard-body waitress stands looking down at him with a strange, glazed expression. He wipes a hand over his face, smiling genially up at her. She looks at him, as if he were some kind of monster actually scared. He glances over at Price for guidance, and Price mouths, "Cigars, cigars," and pats his coat pocket. McDermott quietly says he doesn't think they're brittle. Bateman ignores McDermott, takes the waitress's arm, and pulls her toward him. She flinches, but he smiles, and she lets him pull her closer. He explains that they're all going to eat a nice big meal here. Van Patten looks at his plate and says, "This isn't what he ordered. He wanted muscle sausage." Bateman shoots him a glance, tells him to shut up, then calmly turns to the waitress, grinning like a handsome idiot. He says they are good customers, will probably order fine brandy or cognac, and want to relax and bask in the atmosphere. He pulls out his gazelle-skin wallet, says they would like to enjoy fine Cuban cigars afterward, and don't want to be bothered by loutish and inconsiderate patrons or tourists who will inevitably complain about their innocuous little habit. He presses what he hopes is $50 into her small-boned hand, says if she could make sure they aren't bothered while they do, they would gratefully appreciate it. He rubs her hand, closing it into a fist over the bill. "If anyone complains, kick them out." She nods mutely and backs away with a dazed, confused look. Price adds, smiling, that if another round of Bellinis comes within a 20-foot radius of this table, they are going to set the maitre d' on fire, so warn him. After a long silence as they contemplate their appetizers, Van Patten speaks up. He calls Bateman pure prep perfection. Bateman forks a piece of monkfish, pushes it into golden caviar, then places the fork back down. Price spots another waitress approaching with 4 champagne flutes of pale pink liquid and says this is getting ridiculous. She sets them down at the table next to them for the 4 babes. Van Patten ignores his scallop sausage, says she is hot. McDermott agrees definitely a hard body. Price sniffs that he's not impressed. Look at her knees. They check her out, and though her knees do support long tan legs, Bateman can't help noticing that one knee is bigger than the other, the left knobbier, almost imperceptibly thicker. This unnoticeable flaw now seems overwhelming, and they all lose interest. Van Patten looks at his appetizer stunned, then tells McDermott that isn't what he ordered either. That's sushi, not sashimi. McDermott sighs that you don't come here for the food anyway. Some guy who looks exactly like Christopher Lauder comes over, pats Bateman on the shoulder, says nice tan, and walks into the men's room. Price mimics him. Bateman says he hopes he's not blushing. Van Patten asks where Bateman goes for a tan. McDermott seems genuinely intrigued. Bateman says Rita's Lips a tanning salon like everyone else irritably. Van Patten pauses for maximum impact and says he has a tanning bed at home, then takes a large bite of his scallop sausage. Bateman says, "Oh, bullshit," cringing. McDermott confirms, mouth full, that he's seen it. Bateman says that's fucking outrageous. Price asks why the hell it's fucking outrageous. Van Patten asks if Bateman knows how expensive a tanning salon membership is for a year. Bateman mutters that he's crazy. The group sits at the table when Van Patten draws attention to Bateman's indignant expression. A busboy sweeps in unbidden, clearing their mostly untouched appetizers. Only McDermott objects with a confused laugh that fades when no one joins in. Price tiredly explains the removal as a simple consequence of portion sizes so meager the staff assumes they're finished. Bateman tells Van Patten he finds the tanning bed story absurd, though inwardly he admits the idea has a certain hip luxury to it, except his apartment lacks the space, and besides, tanning isn't the only thing one could do with such a machine. Around him, McDermott asks Price about Paul Owen's dining companions. Price identifies one as some weasel from Kicker Peabody who knew McCoy, then dismisses McDermott's speculation about Spencer Wynn with a sharp retort about freebasing. Bateman glances at Owen's booth. 3 other men, one resembling Jeff Duvall in suspenders and horn rims, all drinking champagne, and idly wonders how Owen landed the Fisher account. The food arrives almost immediately after the appetizers vanish. McDermott loosens his suspenders. Price calls him a slob. Bateman feels paralyzed, but forces himself to look away from Owen, down at his plate a yellow hexagon of pot pie ringed by salmon strips and artful squiggles of pea-green tomatillo sauce. Then his gaze drifts to the waiting crowd, who look hostile and possibly drunk on free Bellinis, tired of waiting for bad tables near the open kitchen despite reservations. Van Patten breaks the silence by slamming down his fork and pushing back his chair. Bateman looks up, fork poised, but his hand won't move, as if it respects the plate's arrangement too much to disrupt it. He sighs, sets the fork down, hopeless. Van Patten announces he has to go tape a movie for Mandy. Price calls him an idiot and suggests having her do it. Van Patten explains she's in Boston seeing her dentist. Bateman's voice wavers as he asks what Van Patten plans to do, call HBO? No, Van Patten says. He has a touch-tone phone rigged to a Videonics programmer from Hamacher Schlemmer, then walks away pulling up his suspenders. Bateman mutters a flat, "How hip?" McDermott shouts after him asking about dessert. Van Patten shouts back for something chocolate and flourless. Bateman asks if Van Patten has stopped working out. He looks puffy. Price agrees, it seems that way. Bateman wonders if Van Patten still has a vertical club membership. Price doesn't know, pushing his plate away and signaling a waitress for another Finlandia on the rocks. A different hard-body waitress approaches carefully, offering a complimentary bottle of non-vintage Perrier Jouet from Scott Montgomery. Price hisses about the weasel and non-vintage, puts thumbs up across the room, then admits the guy is so short he might have just signaled Conrad instead. Bateman asks where Conrad is, thinking he should say hello. Price reminds him Conrad was the one who called Bateman Hamilton. Bateman insists that wasn't Conrad, that guy had a better haircut. Price isn't really listening, he's just staring at the waitress's cleavage as she leans down for the cork. Silence settles while she pours. After she leaves, McDermott asks if they like the food. Bateman says the pot pie was fine, but had too much tomatillo sauce. McDermott nods, saying that's what he's heard. Van Patten returns, muttering about the lack of a good bathroom for cocaine. McDermott suggests dessert. Price will only agree to Bellini sorbet. Van Patten asks for the check instead. Bateman announces it's time to go bird dogging. The hard body brings the bill, $475, far less than expected. They split it, but Bateman needs cash, so he charges it to his Platinum Amex and collects their contributions, mostly fresh 50s. McDermott demands $10 back because his scallop sausage appetizer was only $16. Montgomery's champagne bottle remains on the table, untouched. Outside Pastels, a different homeless man sits with an illegible sign, gently asking for change, then more hopefully for food. Bateman observes the guy needs a facial badly. Price cackles for McDermott to throw him his tie. Bateman asks what that would get the bum. Van Patten laughs appetizers at jams, then gives Bateman a high five. McDermott inspects his tie, clearly offended. Price hails a cab, adding "and a beverage" to the joke. McDermott tells the driver they're off to Tunnel. Price mocks his unenthusiastic delivery. McDermott fires back, calling Price a burned-out decadent faggot as he gets in ahead of Bateman. Price asks the cabbie if anyone knows cavemen got more fiber than modern people do. McDermott says he heard that too. Bateman asks Van Patten if he saw the comp champagne from Montgomery. Van Patten guesses Perrier Jouet. Price confirms non-vintage. Van Patten agrees fucking weasel. Outside Tunnel, nearly every man wears a tuxedo, except a middle-aged homeless bum by a dumpster near the ropes, holding out a styrofoam cup and begging. Price leads the group up to the ropes and signals a doorman. Van Patten waves a crisp dollar bill in front of the bum's face, which briefly lights up and pockets the bill as they're whisked inside, handed drink tickets, and 2 VIP basement passes. 2 more doormen in long wool coats and ponytails, probably German, vaguely hassle them about not wearing tuxedos. Price handles it suavely, likely with a tip. Bateman stays uninvolved, back-turned, trying to overhear McDermott complain to Van Patten about Bateman's craziness for criticizing Pastel's pizzas, but Belinda Carlisle's cover of I Feel Free drowns it out. He has a serrated knife in his Valentino jacket pocket and feels a temptation to gut McDermott right there, slice his face, sever his spine, but Price waves them in, and the urge to kill is replaced by a strange anticipation for a good time champagne, flirting with hard bodies, finding cocaine, maybe dancing to oldies or that new Janet Jackson song he likes. The front hallway is quieter as they head toward the actual entrance. They pass 3 hard bodies in designer clothes, Oscar de la Renta, Steven Sprouse, Barneys with Andra Gabrielle, who are definitely paying attention. The 4 men turn their heads except for Price, who ignores them and says something rude. McDermott whines for Price to lighten up, insisting the girls were very hot. Price sneers that they'd be attractive only if you speak Farsi, handing McDermott drink tickets like a pacifier. Van Patten says they didn't look Spanish to him. McDermott warns Price he'll have to change his attitude to get laid. Price mocks McDermott's credibility after a recent handjob score. McDermott says Price's outlook sucks. Price challenges whether he acts this way around them when he actually wants sex. Both McDermott and Van Patten say yes. Bateman chimes in that it's possible to act differently from how one feels to get sex, adding a dry hope he isn't causing McDermott to re-lose his innocence. He walks faster to keep up with Price. McDermott catches up, insisting that still doesn't explain why Price acts like such a major asshole. Price snorts that when he tells these girls his annual income, his behavior couldn't matter less. Van Patten asks how exactly one drops that income tidbit into conversation, whether Price says here's a Corona, by the way, I make 180,000, what's your sign? Price corrects him 190, then admits that yes, he does exactly that, because subtlety isn't what these girls are after. McDermott, bowing slightly as he walks, mocks him as the knowledgeable one. Van Patten laughs and trades a high five with Price. Bateman laughs too, suggesting McDermott wouldn't ask if he already understood. Price flatly explains that these girls want a hard body who can take them to Le Cirque twice a week, get them into Nell's regularly, or maybe a close personal acquaintance of Donald Trump. They hand tickets to an okay-looking girl in a wool Melton duffel coat and Hermes scarf. As she lets them in, Price winks. McDermott voices his worry about disease just walking into the place. He can feel how skanky the women are. Van Patten starts patiently restating his statistical facts, but INXS's long version of New Sensation luckily drowns him out. The music is deafening, conversation possible only by screaming. The packed club is almost no real light except flashes off the dance floor. Everyone wears tuxedos and drinks champagne. Price shoves the 2 VIP basement passes at McDermott and Van Patten, who eagerly wave them at the guard at the top of the stairs. A man in a double-breasted wool tuxedo, Cerruti wing collar shirt, and Martin Dingman checked silk bow tie. Bateman shouts to Price why they didn't use the passes themselves. Price grabs him by the collar and screams back that they need Bolivian marching powder. Bateman follows as Price rushes through the narrow corridor parallel to the dance floor, into the bar, then into the chandelier room, jammed with guys from Drexel, Lehman, Kidder Peabody, First Boston, Morgan Stanley, Rothschild, Goldman, even Citibank, all in tuxedos with champagne flutes. New Sensation segues into The Devil Inside as if it were the same song. Price spots Ted Madison leaning against the rear railing double-breasted tux, Paul Smith wing collar shirt, rainbow bow tie and cummerbund, Trianon diamond studs, Ferragamo patent pumps, antique Hamilton watch from Saks. Past Madison, disappearing into darkness, twin train tracks lit in garish preppy greens and pinks. Price stops, staring past Madison, who smiles knowingly, gazing longingly at the tracks, as if they suggest freedom, an escape he's been searching for. Bateman shouts that there's Teddy, breaking Price's trance. Price shakes his head. refocuses, and shouts decisively that it's not Madison but Turnbull. The guy Bateman mistook for Madison turns his back. Then behind Price, Ebersol wraps an arm around Timothy's neck in a laughing fake strangle. Price pushes the arm away, shakes Ebersol's hand and says, "Hey, Madison," because Madison, whom Bateman thought was Ebersol, wears a splendid double-breasted white linen hacket jacket from Bergdorf Goodman, holding an unlit cigar and a half-full champagne glass. Madison shouts that it's very good to see Mr. Price. Price shouts back that they need his services. Madison asks if they're looking for trouble. Price shouts something more immediate. Madison coolly nods at Bateman, shouting what sounds like "Bateman" and then "nice tan." A guy behind Madison who resembles Ted Dreyer wears a double-breasted shawl-collared tuxedo, cotton shirt, and silk tartan bow tie likely polo by Ralph Lauren. Madison stands around nodding to people in the crush. Finally, Price loses his cool, shouting that they need drugs. Madison shouts for patience. He'll talk to Ricardo but still just stands there nodding. Price screams about wanting them now. Madison shouts back asking why Price isn't wearing a tux. Desperate, Price asks Bateman how much they want. Bateman shouts that a gram is fine. He has to be at the office early. Price asks if he has cash. Bateman nods and hands over 40. Price shouts a gram to Ted. Madison introduces a friend as "you." Price presses cash into Madison's hand, confused by the name. Madison shouts a name Bateman can't hear, then corrects it to Hugh. Price says "Great to meet Hugh," tapping his gold Rolex. Madison shouts he'll be right back, tells them to keep his friend company and use their drink tickets, then disappears along with "you, Hugh," who into the crowd. Bateman follows Price to the railings. He wants to light his cigar but has no matches yet, just holding it. Catching the aroma alongside the knowledge that drugs are coming comforts him. He takes 2 drink tickets from Price and tries to get a Finlandia on the rocks, but the hard body behind the bar bitchily informs him they don't have it. She has such a rad body that he'll leave a big tip anyway. He settles on an Absolute for Price and orders Janby on the rocks for himself. He almost jokes by bringing Tim a Bellini, but Price seems too edgy tonight. So Bateman wades back through the crowd, hands over the Absolute, which Price downs in one gulp, then grimaces accusatorily. Bateman shrugs helplessly. Price resumes staring at the train tracks as if possessed. Very few women are in tunnel tonight. Bateman shouts that he's going out with Courtney tomorrow night. Price sarcastically shouts back, "Great," still staring at the tracks. Bateman defends the choice. Carruthers is out of town. Price bitterly shouts that Bateman might as well hire an escort service because she'll cost a lot more to get laid. Bateman screams no way. Price shouts that he puts up with the same thing Meredith expects to be paid. They all do. Bateman takes a large gulp of scotch and calls Price priceless. Price points behind him and asks where those tracks go as laser lights start flashing. After a long time, Bateman doesn't know how long he admits he doesn't know. Bateman grows bored watching Price, who neither moves nor speaks. Price only turns from the tracks to look for Madison or Ricardo. No women anywhere, just an army of Wall Street professionals in tuxedos. The one female spotted dances alone in a corner to a song Bateman thinks is called "Love Triangle," wearing a sequined tank top by Ronaldus Shawmask. He tries to concentrate on her, but an edgy pure coke state sets in. He starts chewing nervously on a drink ticket. Some Wall Street guy who looks like Boris Cunningham blocks his view. He's about to head to the bar when Madison returns after 20 minutes, sniffing loudly with a plastered, jittery grin, shaking hands with a sweaty, stern-looking Price. Price moves away so quickly that when Ted tries to slap his back in a friendly way, he just hits air. Bateman follows Price back past the bar and dance floor, past the basement, upstairs past the strange long line for the women's room. Strange because there seem to be no women tonight, and then they're in the empty men's room. They slip into a stall together, and Price bolts the door. Shaking, Price hands Bateman the small envelope and tells him to open it. Bateman carefully unfolds the edges of the tiny white package, exposing the supposed gram. It looks like less to the dim fluorescent light. Price whispers gently that it's not a hell of a lot, leaning forward to inspect it. Bateman suggests, maybe it's just the light. Price gapes at the coke and asks what Ricardo's problem is. Bateman shushes him, pulling out his Platinum American Express card, and says, "Let's just do it." Price asks if Ricardo is selling by the milligram, then sticks his own Platinum card into the powder and brings it up to his nose. He stands silent for a moment, then gasps in a low, throaty voice, "Oh my God." Bateman asks what Price chokes out, that it's a fucking milligram of sweet and low. Bateman tries some and reaches the same conclusion. It's definitely weak, but he feels if they do enough of it they'll be okay. But Price is furious, red-faced, and sweating, screaming at Bateman as if buying the gram from Madison was Bateman's fault. Price slowly says he wants to get high off this, not sprinkle it on his all-bran. A prissy voice from the next stall suggests putting it in café au lait instead. Price stares at Bateman, eyes widening in disbelief, then flies into a rage, whirling and pounding his fist against the stall wall. Bateman tells him to calm down and suggests they do it anyway. Price turns back to Bateman, running a hand over his slicked back hair, and seems to relent to guesses Bateman is right, then raises his voice to add that this is only if the faggot in the next stall approves. They wait. The voice from the next stall finally lisps that it's okay with him. Price roars for him to fuck himself. The voice mimics the phrase back. Price screams the same insult again, trying to scramble over the aluminum divider, but Bateman pulls him down with one hand. The toilet flushes in the next stall. The unidentified person, obviously unnerved, scrambles out. Price leans against the stall door, staring at Bateman in a hopeless way, rubbing a trembling hand over his still crimson face, eyes shut tight, lips white, a slight residue of cocaine under one nostril. Then quietly, without opening his eyes, he says, "Okay, let's do it." Bateman approves the spirit. They take turns digging their cards into the envelope, pressing fingers into what the cards can't get, snorting or licking the tips, then rubbing into their gums. Bateman isn't anywhere near high, but another Janby might trick his body into some kind of rush no matter how weak. Stepping out, they wash their hands, inspect their reflections in the mirror, and once satisfied, head back to the chandelier room. Bateman begins to wish he'd checked his Armani overcoat, but despite what Price says, he feels kind of high. Minutes later, as he waits at the bar trying to get a hard body's attention, it starts not to matter. He has to lay a 20 on the counter to get her attention even though he has plenty of drink tickets left. It works. Taking advantage of the tickets, he orders 2 double Stolas on the rocks. She pours them in front of him. Feeling good, he shouts asking if she goes to NYU. She shakes her head, unsmiling. Hunter? Another shake. Columbia? Though that's a joke. She continues concentrating on the Stoli bottle. He decides not to continue, slaps the drink tickets on the bar as she places the 2 glasses in front of him. But she shakes her head and shouts that it's after 11. Those aren't good anymore. It's a cash bar. That'll be $25. Without complaining, playing it totally cool, he pulls out his gazelle skin wallet and hands her a 50, which she eyes, he swears, contemptuously. Sighing, she turns to the cash register and finds his change. Staring at her quite clearly but muffled by "Pump up the volume" and the crowd, he calls her a fucking ugly bitch he wants to stab to death and play around with her blood, but he's smiling. He leaves the cunt no tip and finds Price, who stands morosely by the railings again, hands gripping the steel bars. Paul Owen, handling the Fisher account, wearing a 6-button double-breasted wool tuxedo, stands next to Price screaming something about running 500 iterations of discounted cash flow minus on an ICM PC, and taking a company cab to Smith & Wollensky. Bateman hands the drink to Price while nodding at Paul. Price says nothing, not even thanks. He just holds the drink and mournfully stares at the tracks, then squints, bends his head to the glass. When the strobes start flashing, he stands up straight and murmurs something to himself. Bateman asks if he isn't high. Owen shouts, asking how Bateman is. Bateman shouts back that he's very happy. The music is one long, unending song overlapping with other separate songs, connected only by a dull, thumping beat, obliterating all conversation which, while talking to a weasel like Owen, is perfectly fine with Bateman. More girls seem to be in the chandelier room now, and he tries to make eye contact with one, a model type with big tits. Price nudges him, and Bateman leans in to ask if they should perhaps get another gram. Owen shouts from behind, asking why Bateman isn't wearing a tuxedo. Price shouts that he's leaving, getting out. Bateman, confused, asks leaving what? Price shouts, this, referring to Bateman thinks is double stoli. Bateman tells him not to, that he'll drink it. Price screams for Bateman to listen, he's leaving. Bateman, truly confused, asks where to, offering to find Ricardo. Price screams that he is leaving. Bateman starts laughing, not knowing what he means, and asks where he's going to go. Price shouts, away! Bateman shouts back, I guess merchant banking? No. Price screams, he's serious, calling Bateman a dumb son of a bitch. Leaving. Disappearing. Bateman, still laughing, still confused, still shouting, guesses Morgan Stanley or rehab. Price looks away, doesn't answer, just keeps staring past the railings, trying to find where the tracks end, what lies behind the blackness. Price is becoming a drag, but Owen seems worse, and Bateman has already accidentally made eye contact with the weasel. Owen shouts to tell him don't worry, be happy. Bateman asks Owen if he's still handling the Fisher account. What else can he say? Owen asks what, then points at some guy in a Pierre Cardin tuxedo standing beneath a chandelier, holding champagne, inspecting his nails, and asks if that's Conrad. Owen pulls out a cigar and asks for a light. Bored, Bateman heads to the bar without excusing himself, to ask the hard body he wants to cut up for some matches. The chandelier room is packed. Everyone looks familiar. Everyone looks the same. Cigar smoke hangs heavy, floating in mid-air. The music in XIII is louder than ever, but building toward what? He touches his brow by mistake, and his fingers come back wet. At the bar he picks up matches. On his way back through the crowd he bumps into McDermott and Van Patten, who start begging for more drink tickets. He hands them the rest, knowing they're no longer valid, but they're crushed together, and the tickets don't offer enough incentive to trek to the bar. Van Patten warns of skanky chicks, beware, no hard bodies. McDermott shouts the basement sucks. They ask if he found drugs they saw Ricardo. Bateman shouts no negative. Madison couldn't find any. A guy behind him shouts for service. Bateman shouts, it's useless. He can't hear anything. Van Patten shouts back that he can't hear anything either. Suddenly, McDermott grabs Bateman's arm and asks what the fuck Price is doing. As in a movie, Bateman turns with difficulty, standing on his toes to see Price perched on the rails, trying to balance. Someone has handed him a champagne glass, drunk or wired. He holds both arms out and closes his eyes, as if blessing the crowd. Behind him the strobe flashes off and on, the smoke machine going crazy, gray mist billowing up and enveloping him. He's shouting something, but Bateman can't hear what the room is jammed to overcapacity. The sound level an ear-splitting combination of Eddie Murphy's Party All the Time and the constant din of businessmen. Bateman pushes forward, eyes glued on Price, managing to pass Madison, Hugh, Turnbull, Cunningham, and a few others. But the crowd is too densely packed. It's futile to keep trying. Only a few faces are fixated on Tim, still balancing on the railing, eyes half closed, shouting. Embarrassed, Bateman is suddenly glad he's stuck in the crowd, unable to reach him, to save him from almost certain humiliation. During a perfectly timed bite of silence, Bateman hears Price shout, "Goodbye!" And then, the crowd finally paying attention, "Fuckheads!" Gracefully Price twists his body, hops over the railing, leaps onto the tracks, and starts running, the champagne flute bobbing out to his side. He stumbles once, twice, the strobe flashing in what looks like slow motion, but regains composure before disappearing into blackness. A security guard sits idly by the railing as Price recedes into the tunnel, just shaking his head. Bateman thinks. Bateman yells for Price to come back, but the crowd is actually applauding the performance. He yells once more over the clapping, but Price is gone, and it's doubtful that if he did hear, he would do anything about it. Madison stands nearby, sticking out his hand as if to congratulate Bateman, saying that guy's a riot. McDermott appears behind Bateman, pulling at his shoulder, worried, asking if Price knows about a VIP room, that they don't. Outside tunnel now, Bateman is high but really tired, his mouth tasting surprisingly like NutraSweet, even after 2 more Stolas and half a JVP 1230. They watch limousines try to make left turns onto the West Side Highway. The 3 of them, Van Patten, McDermott, and Bateman, discuss the possibilities of finding a new club called Nikenna. Bateman isn't really high, just sort of drunk. He asks them about lunch tomorrow, yawning. McDermott can't haircut at the Pierre. Bateman suggests breakfast. Van Patten can't Gio's manicure. Bateman inspects a hand and says that reminds him he needs one too. McDermott asks about dinner. Bateman says he's got a date shit. McDermott asks Van Patten. No can do sunmakers, then private workout. In the elevator, Frederick Dibble tells Bateman about a gossip column item concerning Ivana Trump, then raves about a new Italian Thai place on the Upper East Side he tried last night with Emily Hamilton, especially a great fusilli shiitake dish. Bateman takes out a gold cross pen to write the restaurant's name in his address book. He admires Dibble's expensive haircut while Dibble hums along to the muzak, a version of what might be Sympathy for the Devil playing throughout the building's elevators. Bateman is about to ask if Dibble watched that morning's Patty Winters show on autism, but Dibble gets off on a lower floor, repeats the restaurant name. Ty Dialano says, "See you, Marcus," and steps out. The doors close. Bateman wears a Hugo Boss mini houndstooth wool suit with pleated trousers, a matching silk tie, a Joseph Abboud cotton broadcloth shirt, and Brooks Brothers shoes. He flossed too hard that morning and can still taste coppery swallowed blood at the back of his throat. Listerine afterward left his mouth feeling on fire. But he manages a smile to no one as he steps out of the elevator, brushing past a hungover Wittenborn, swinging his new black leather Bottega Veneta attaché case. His secretary, Jean, who is in love with him, and whom he will probably end up marrying, sits at her desk. To get his attention as usual, she wears something improbably expensive and completely inappropriate. A Chanel cashmere cardigan, crew neck and scarf, faux pearl earrings, and wool crepe pants from Barney's. Bateman pulls his Walkman from around his neck as he approaches. She looks up and smiles shyly, asking if he's late. He plays a cool aerobics class and asks for messages. Ricky Hendricks has to cancel today without saying what or why. Bateman explains he occasionally boxes with Ricky at the Harvard Club. Also, Spencer wants to meet for a drink at Flutie's Pier 17 after 6. Bateman walks into his office and tells her to cancel it. She follows, amused, asking what she should say. He tells her to just say no. He hangs his Armani overcoat on the Alex Loeb coat rack from Bloomingdale's. She repeats, "Just say no?" He asks if she saw the Patty Winters show on autism. "No," she says, smiling as if charmed by his addiction to the show. He picks up the Wall Street Journal, but the front page is an ink-stained, senseless blur. He thinks he was hallucinating while watching the show. He can't be sure, he doesn't remember. He puts the journal down, picks up the Financial Times, and admits he really doesn't know. She waits for instructions. He sighs, sits at the Palazzetti glass top desk with its halogen lamps already burning, and tells her he needs reservations for 3 at Camel's at 12:30, and if not there, try crayons. She says yes, sir, in a jokey tone, and turns to leave. He remembers something and adds reservations for 2 at Arcadia at 8 tonight. She turns, face falling slightly but still smiling, asking if it's something romantic. No, silly. He tells her to forget it. He'll make them. She offers to do it. He waves her off and asks her to be a doll and just get him a Perrier. She says he looks nice today before leaving. She's right, but Bateman says nothing, just stares across the office at the George Stubbs painting, wondering if he should move it. Maybe it's too close to the Iowa stereo system components, all in twilight blue to match the office. The Stubbs should probably go over the life-size Doberman in the corner, $700 at Beauty and the Beast in Trump Tower. Or maybe over the Pacrizini antique table next to the Doberman. He gets up, moves some expensive 1940s sporting magazines, lifts the Stubbs off the wall, balances it on the table, then sits back down, fiddling with pencils kept in a vintage German beer stein from Mantiques. The Stubbs looks good in either place. A reproduction Black Forest umbrella stands $675 at Hubert Desforges, sits in another corner. He notices it has no umbrellas. He puts a Paul Butterfield tape in the cassette player, flips through last week's Sports Illustrated, but can't concentrate. He keeps thinking about Van Patten's tanning bed. He buzzes Jean and asks her to keep her eyes open for a tanning bed. She asks incredulously what he means. He casually repeats a tanning bed, for a tan. She hesitantly agrees. He also remembers to remind him to return the videotapes he rented last night. She flirtatiously asks about that Perrier. Yes, he says, and then asks if she thinks he's crazy for wanting a tanning bed. A pause. She admits it is a little unusual, choosing her words carefully. But no, of course not. How else is he going to keep up that devilishly handsome skin tone? He calls her a good girl before hanging up. He has a great secretary. She comes in 5 minutes later with a Perrier, a line wedge, and the ransom file which she didn't need to bring. He's vaguely touched by her almost total devotion. She announces a table at Camel's at 12:30, non-smoking. He tells her not to wear that outfit again, thanks her for the file. She stalls, pretending not to hear, then asks what he said. He repeats himself calmly, grinning. Do not wear that outfit again. Wear a dress, a skirt, or something. She looks down at herself, smiles like a cretin, and humbly says he doesn't like it. He sips his Perrier and tells her she's prettier than that. She says thanks sarcastically, but he bets tomorrow she'll be wearing a dress. Her desk phone rings. He says he's not here. She turns to leave. He adds that he likes high heels. She shakes her head good-naturedly and exits, shutting the door. He takes out a Panasonic pocket watch with a 3-inch color TV and AM/FM radio, hoping to find Jeopardy before turning to his computer terminal. Exclusive, his private health club sits 4 blocks from his apartment on the Upper West Side. In 2 years, it has been remodeled 3 times. It carries the latest weight machines and a vast array of free weights, which he also likes. 10 tennis and racquetball courts, aerobics classes, 4 dance studios, 2 pools, life cycles, a gravitron, rowing machines, treadmills, cross-country skiing machines, one-on-one training, cardiovascular evaluations, personalized programs, massage, sauna, steam rooms, a sun deck, tanning booths, a cafe with a juice bar, all designed by J.J. Vogel, who also designed the new Norman Prager Club and Petty's. Membership runs $5,000 annually. It was cool that morning, but seems warmer after he leaves the office. He wears a 6-button double-breasted chalk-striped Ralph Lauren suit with a spread-collar pencil-striped Sea Island cotton French cuff shirt, also by Polo. In the air-conditioned locker room, he removes his clothes gratefully and slips into crow-black cotton and lycra shorts with a white waistband and side stripes, and a matching tank top, both by Wilkes, foldable so tightly he can carry them in his briefcase. He puts on his Walkman, a Stephen Bishop, Christopher Cross compilation tape made by Todd Hunter, checks himself in the mirror, and is dissatisfied. He goes back to his briefcase for mousse to slick his hair back, uses moisturizer, and dabs Clinique touch stick on a small blemish under his lower lip. Satisfied, he turns the Walkman up and leaves the locker room. Cheryl, a dumpy chick who is in love with him, sits at the front desk signing people in, reading a gossip column in the Post. She brightens when she sees him and says hello, but he moves past quickly, barely registering her presence because there's no line at the Stairmaster, usually a 20-minute wait. The Stairmaster works the body's largest muscle group and burns more calories per minute than almost any other aerobic activity except Nordic skiing. He should probably stretch first, but if he does, he'll have to wait in line already. Some faggot is behind him, probably checking out his back, ass, leg muscles. No hard bodies at the gym today, only faggots from the West Side, unemployed actors, waiters by night, and Maldwin Butner of Saks, whom Bateman went to Exeter with, over at the biceps curl machine. Butner wears knee-length nylon and lycra shorts with checkerboard inserts, a cotton and lycra tank top, and leather Reeboks. Bateman finishes 20 minutes on the Stairmaster, lets the over-muscled, bleached blonde, middle-aged faggot behind him use it, and starts stretching. While he stretches, that morning's Patty Winters show comes back to him. The topic was big breasts. A woman on it had a breast reduction because she thought her tits were too big. The dumb bitch. He immediately called McDermott, who was also watching, and they both ridiculed her through the rest of the segment. He does about 15 minutes of stretching before heading to the Nautilus machines. Bateman once had a personal trainer recommended by Lewis Carruthers, but the man made a pass at him last fall, so Bateman developed his own fitness program, blending aerobics and training. With weights, he alternates between free weights and machines using hydraulic, pneumatic, or electromechanical resistance. Most machines or efficient computerized keypads allow resistance adjustments without standing up. The positives include minimizing muscle soreness and reducing injury risk. But he also likes the versatility and freedom of free weights and the many lifting variations unavailable on machines. On leg machines he does 5 sets of 10 repetitions. For back, also 5 sets of 10. On the stomach crunch machine, he has progressed to 6 sets of 15, and on the biceps curl machine, 7 sets of 10. Before free weights, he spends 20 minutes on the exercise bike reading the new issue of Money magazine. At the free weights, he does 3 sets of 15 repetitions of leg extensions, leg curls, and leg presses. Then 3 sets of 20 of barbell curls, bent over lateral raises for rear deltoids, latissimus pull-downs, pulley rows, deadlifts, and bent-over barbell rows. For chest, 3 sets of 20 incline bench presses. For front deltoids, 3 sets of lateral raises and seated dumbbell presses. Finally, for triceps, 3 sets of 20 of cable pushdowns and close-grip bench presses. After more stretching to cool down, he takes a quick hot shower and heads to the video store, where he returns She Male Reformatory and Body Double, but re-rents Body Double to watch again tonight, even though he knows he won't have enough time to masturbate over the power drill murder scene, since he has a date with Courtney at 7:30 at Café Luxembourg. Heading home from exclusive after an intense shiatsu massage, he stops at a newsstand near his building, scanning the adults-only rack with his Walkman still on. Pachelbel's Canon soothes while he flips through harshly lit laminated photographs. He buys lesbian vibrator bitches and cunt on cunt, plus the current Sports Illustrated and new Esquire, even though he subscribes and both have already arrived in the mail. He waits until the stand is empty to purchase. The vendor says something while motioning toward his own nose as he hands over the magazines and change. Bateman lowers the volume, lifts one earphone, and asks what. The vendor touches his nose again and says, in a thick accent, something like, "Nosu's bleeding." Bateman puts down his Bottega Veneta briefcase, lifts a finger to his face. It comes away red, wet with blood. He reaches into his Hugo Boss overcoat for a polo handkerchief, wipes the blood away, nods thanks, slips his Wayfarer aviators back on, and leaves. Fucking Iranian. In his building's lobby, he stops at the front desk trying to get the attention of a black Hispanic doorman he doesn't recognize. The man is on the phone with his wife or his dealer or some crack addict, staring at Bateman as he nods, phone cradled in the premature folds of his neck. When it dawns on him that Bateman wants something, he sighs, rolls his eyes and tells whoever is on the line to hold on, then mumbles a demand to know what's needed. Bateman begins as gently and politely as possible, asking him to tell the superintendent about a crack in his ceiling, then stops. The doorman looks at him as if Bateman has overstepped some unspoken boundary. Bateman wonders what word confused him. Certainly not crack, so superintendent, ceiling, maybe even please. The doorman sighs thickly, slumped back, still staring, and repeats a garbled version of, "What do you mean?" Bateman looks down at the marble floor, sighs, and tells him to just tell the superintendent it's Bateman in 10I. When he looks back up, he's met with the expressionless mask of the doorman's heavy, stupid face. Bateman thinks I am a ghost to this man. I am something unreal, not quite tangible, yet still an obstacle. The doorman nods, gets back on the phone, resumes speaking in a dialect totally alien to him. Bateman collects his mail polo catalog, American Express bill, June Playboy, an invitation to an office party at a new club called Bedlam, then walks to the elevator. He inspects the Ralph Lauren brochure as he steps in, presses his floor button and then the closed door button, but someone gets in right before the door's shut. Instinctively, he turns to say hello. It's the actor Tom Cruise, who lives in the penthouse. As a courtesy, Bateman presses the PH button without being asked. Cruz nods thanks, and keeps his eyes fixed on the numbers lighting up above the door in rapid succession. He is much shorter in person, wearing the same pair of black Wayfarers Bateman has on, dressed in blue jeans, a white t-shirt, and Armani jacket. To break the uncomfortable silence, Bateman clears his throat, and says he thought Cruz was very fine in Bartender, that it was quite a good movie, and Top Gun too. Cruz looks away from the numbers and straight at him, and softly corrects the film was called Cocktail. Bateman, confused, says pardon. Cruz repeats Cocktail, not Bartender. A long pause follows. Just the sound of cables moving the elevator competing with the obvious heavy silence between them. Bateman says, "Oh yeah, right," as if the title just dawned on him. Cocktail. Right then chastises himself aloud. Great. Bateman, what are you thinking about? He shakes his head, as if to clear it, and, to patch things up, holds out his hand and introduces himself as Pat Bateman. Cruz shakes it tentatively. Bateman asks if he likes living in this building. Cruz waits a long time before answering. I guess. Bateman says it's great, isn't it? Cruz nods without looking at him. Bateman presses his floor button again, an almost involuntary reaction. They stand in silence. After a while, Bateman says, "So, Cocktail, that's the name." Cruz doesn't say anything, doesn't nod, but now looks at him strangely, lowers his sunglasses, and with a slight grimace points out that Bateman's nose is bleeding. Bateman stands rock still for a moment before understanding he has to do something. He pretends to be suitably embarrassed, quizzically touches his nose, then brings out his polo handkerchief already spotted brown and wipes the blood away from his nostrils, handling it sort of well. He laughs it off as the altitude, since they're up so high. Cruz nods, says nothing, looks up at the numbers. The elevator stops at Bateman's floor. When the doors open, Bateman tells Tom he's a big fan and it's really good to finally meet him. Cruz flashes that famous grin, says "Oh yeah right," and jabs the closed door button. The girl Bateman is going out with tonight, Patricia Worrell, blonde model, dropped out of Sweet Briar, after only one semester, has left 2 messages on the answering machine, letting him know how incredibly important it is that he call her. While loosening his Matisse-inspired blue silk Bill Robinson tie, he dials her number and walks across the apartment, cordless phone in hand, to flip on the air conditioning. She answers on the 3rd ring. He identifies himself. She says she's on the other line and asks to call him back. He starts to object, but she explains it's her health club screwing up her account. She'll call back in a sec. He agrees and hangs up. He goes into the bedroom and takes off what he was wearing today, a herringbone wool suit with pleated trousers by Giorgio Correggiari, a Ralph Lauren cotton Oxford shirt, a knit tie from Paul Stewart, and Cole Haan suede shoes. He slips on a pair of $60 Barney's boxer shorts and does some stretching exercises while holding the phone, waiting for Patricia to call back. After 10 minutes of stretching, the phone rings. He waits 6 rings to answer. She says it's her. He asks if she can hold. He's got another call. She says sure. He puts her on hold for 2 minutes, then gets back on the line, apologizing for the wait. Patricia says that's okay. Bateman suggests dinner stop by his place around 8. She slows down, saying that's what she wanted to talk about. He groans, anticipating trouble. She explains there's a concert at Radio City. He adamantly refuses no music. She adds that her ex-boyfriend, a keyboardist from Sarah Lawrence, is in the backup band, then stops, as if she's already decided to protest. Bateman tells her firmly no, thinking to himself, damn it, why this problem, why tonight? She whines that it'll be so much fun. He's fairly sure the odds of having sex with her are quite good, but not if they attend a concert where an ex-boyfriend there's no such thing with Patricia is in the backup band. He tells her he doesn't like concerts, walking into the kitchen and taking out a liter of Evian. He repeats that he doesn't like concerts or live music. She lamely insists this one isn't like the others and adds they have good seats. He says there's no need to argue if she wants to go. She strains for emotion, saying she thought they were going to be together, have dinner, be together, just the two of them. He acknowledges that, and says they should all be allowed to do exactly what they want. He wants her to do what she wants. She pauses, and tries a new angle, describing the music as beautiful, glorious, even if corny, insisting the band is one of the best, funny and wonderful, and she just wants him to see them so badly. She guarantees a great time with dripping earnestness. He tells her, "No, you go have a good time." She says she has 2 tickets. He repeats that he doesn't like concerts, live music. Bugs him. Her voice tinged with genuine disappointment. She says she'll feel bad that he's not there. He tells her to go and have a good time, unscrewing the Evian cap, timing his next move. He says not to worry, he'll just go to Dorsia alone then. It's okay. A very long pause follows, which he translates as her realizing he's calling her bluff about the concert. He takes a large gulp of Evian, waiting for her to tell him what time she'll be over. She asks suspiciously if he has reservations at Dorsia for them. Yes, he says 8:30. She emits a little laugh, falters, admits she's seen the band already and just wanted him to see them. He asks what she's doing if she's not coming. He has to call someone else, and asks for Emily Hamilton's number. She giggles nervously, telling him not to be rash, saying the band is playing 2 more nights, so she can see them tomorrow, and tells him to calm down. He says he's calm. She asks what time she should be over. He says, disgusted, 8. That's fine, she says, then in a seductive whisper confirms 8, lingering on the phone as if expecting congratulations for making the correct decision. He hardly has time for that, and hangs up abruptly. The instant he hangs up on Patricia, Bateman dashes across the room, grabs the Zagat guide, and flips to Dorsia. With trembling fingers he dials. Busy. Panicked, he puts the phone on constant redial. For 5 minutes, nothing but a busy signal. Finally a ring, and in the seconds before an answer he experiences a rare adrenaline rush. Someone at Dorsia answers, sex not easily identifiable, made androgynous by background noise, and tells him to hold. It sounds slightly less noisy than a packed football stadium. It takes every ounce of courage to stay on the line. He's on hold for 5 minutes, palms sweaty and sore from clenching the phone, part of him realizing the futility, another part hopeful, another fraction pissed that he didn't make reservations earlier, or get Jean too. The voice returns gruffly. Bateman clears his throat and asks, knowing it's a little late, if it's possible to reserve a table for 2 at 8:30 or 9. He asks with both eyes shut tight. A pause, the crowd, a surging, deafening mass, and with real hope coursing through him, he opens his eyes, imagining the maitre d' checking for a cancellation. Then the man starts giggling, low at first, building to a high-pitched crescendo of laughter abruptly cut off when he slams down the receiver. Stunned, feverish, feeling empty, Bateman contemplates his next move. The only sound is the dial tone buzzing. He gathers his bearings, counts to 6, reopens the Zagat, and steadily regains concentration against near overwhelming panic about securing an 8:30 reservation somewhere, if not as trendy as Dorsia, then at least in the next best league. He eventually gets a reservation at Barcadia for 2 at 9 only because of a cancellation. Patricia will probably be disappointed, but she might actually like Barcadia. The tables are well spaced, the lighting dim and flattering, the food Nouvelle Southwestern. And if she doesn't, what's the bitch going to do, sue him? He worked out heavily at the gym after leaving the office, but the tension has returned. So he does 90 abdominal crunches, 150 push-ups, then runs in place for 20 minutes while listening to the new Huey Lewis CD. He takes a hot shower and uses a new Caswell Massey facial scrub, Grune body wash, Lubriderm body moisturizer, and Neutrogena facial cream. He debates between 2 outfits, a wool crepe Bill Robinson suit from Saks with a Charivari cotton jacquard shirt and Armani tie, or a wool and cashmere Alexander Julian sport coat with blue plaid, matching cotton shirt and pleated wool trousers, and a Bill Blass polka dot silk tie. The Julian might be a little too worn for May, but if Patricia is wearing the Karl Lagerfeld suit he thinks she's going to wear, then the Julian would go well with hers. The shoes are a Pakistani crocodile loafers. A bottle of Scharfenberger is on ice in a Spiro-spun aluminum bowl inside a Christine Vanderhert etched glass champagne cooler on a Christoffel silver-plated bar tray. The Scharfenberger isn't bad, it's not crystal, but why waste crystal on this bimbo? She probably couldn't tell the difference anyway. He has a glass while waiting, occasionally rearranging the Steuben animals on the Turchin glass-top coffee table, or flipping through the last hardcover book he bought, something by Garrison Keillor. Patricia is late. Waiting on the couch, the Wurlitzer jukebox playing Cherish by the Lovin' Spoonful, Bateman concludes that Patricia is safe tonight. He is not going to unexpectedly pull a knife and use it on her just for the sake of doing so. He is not going to get pleasure watching her bleed from slits in her throat or from gouged out eyes. She's lucky. Even though there's no real reasoning behind the luck, it could be her wealth. Her family's wealth protects her tonight, or it could be simply his choice. Maybe the Scharfenberger has deadened his impulse, or maybe he doesn't want to ruin this particular Alexander Julian suit by having the bitch spray her blood all over it. Whatever happens, the useless fact remains: Patricia will stay alive. This victory requires no skill, no leaps of imagination, no ingenuity. This is simply how the world, his world, moves. She arrives 30 minutes late. He tells the doorman to let her up, even though he meets her outside his door while locking it. She isn't wearing the Karl Lagerfeld suit he expected, but she looks pretty decent anyway. A silk gazar blouse with rhinestone cuff links by Louis Dell'Olio, embroidered velvet pants from Saks, Wendy Gell for Anne Klein crystal earrings, and gold slingback pumps. He waits until they're in the cab heading midtown to tell her about not going to Dorsia, then apologizes profusely, mentioning something about disconnected phone lines, a fire, a vengeful maitre d'. She gasps when he drops the news, ignores the apologies, turns away to glare out the window. He tries to placate her by describing how trendy and luxurious Barcadia is, explaining its pasta with fennel and banana, its sorbets, but she only shakes her head. He's reduced to telling her, oh Christ, that Barcadia has gotten much more expensive even than Dorsia. She is relentless. Her eyes, he swears, intermittently tear. She doesn't say anything until they're seated at a mediocre table near the back of the main dining room, and that's only to order a Bellini. For dinner he orders shad roe ravioli with apple compote as an appetizer, and meatloaf with chèvre and quail stock sauce for an entree. She orders red snapper with violets and pine nuts, and for an appetizer a peanut butter soup with smoked duck and mashed squash, which sounds strange but is actually quite good. New York Magazine called it a playful but mysterious little dish, and he repeats this to Patricia. She lights a cigarette while ignoring his lit match, sulkily slumped, exhaling smoke directly into his face, occasionally shooting furious looks which he politely ignores, being the gentleman that he can be. Once their plates arrive, he just stares at his dinner: dark red triangles of meatloaf topped with pink-tinted chèvre, squiggles of thick tangent quail stock circling the beef, mango slices dotting the rim of the wide black plate for a long time, a little confused, before hesitantly picking up his fork. Dinner lasts only 90 minutes but feels like a week. Bateman has no desire to visit Tunnel afterward, yet it seems appropriate punishment for Patricia's behavior. The bill comes to $320 less than expected, and he puts it on his Platinum Amex. In the cab heading downtown, eyes locked on the meter, their driver tries to make conversation with Patricia, who completely ignores him while checking her makeup in a Gucci compact, adding lipstick to an already heavily colored mouth. Bateman remembers there was a baseball game on tonight that he forgot to videotape, so he won't be able to watch it when he gets home, but he bought 2 magazines after work and can spend an hour poring over those. He checks his Rolex and realizes that if they have 1 drink, maybe 2, he'll get home in time for late night with David Letterman. Though physically Patricia is appealing and he wouldn't mind having sex with her body, the idea of treating her gently, of being a kind date, of apologizing for not getting into Dorsia, even though Barcadia is twice as expensive for Christ's sake, rubs him the wrong way. The bitch is probably pissed they don't have a limo. The cab stops outside Tunnel. Bateman pays the fare, leaves a decent tip, and holds the door open for Patricia, who ignores his hand when he tries to help her step out. No one stands outside the ropes tonight. The only person on 24th Street is a bum by a dumpster, writhing in pain, moaning for change or food. They pass quickly by him, as one of the 3 doormen behind the ropes lets them in. Another pats Bateman on the back and asks how Mr. McCullough is. Bateman nods, opens the door for Patricia, and before following her in says he's fine and shakes the doorman's hand. Inside, after paying $50 for the 2 of them, Bateman heads immediately to the bar without really caring if Patricia follows. He orders a Jan-B on the rocks. She wants a Perrier with no lime and orders it herself. After he downs half the drink, leaning against the bar and checking out the hard-body waitress, something suddenly seems out of place. It's not the lighting or INXS singing New Sensation or the hard body behind the bar. When he slowly turns around to take in the rest of the club, he's confronted by space that is completely deserted. Patricia and himself are the only 2 customers in the entire club. New Sensation becomes The Devil Inside, and the music is full blast but feels less loud without a crowd reacting to it. The dance floor looks vast when empty. Bateman moves away from the bar and decides to check out the club's other areas, expecting Patricia to follow. But she doesn't. No one guards the stairs to the basement. As he steps down, the music from upstairs melds into Belinda Carlisle singing, "I Feel Free." The basement has one couple who look like Sam and Eileen Sanford, but it's darker down here, warmer, and he could be wrong. He moves past them as they stand by the bar drinking champagne and heads toward an extremely well-dressed Mexican-looking guy sitting on a couch, double-breasted wool jacket, and matching trousers by Mario Valentino, an Agnes B. cotton t-shirt, Susan Bennis Warren Edwards leather slip-ons with no socks. The guy is with a good-looking muscular Euro-trash chick, dirty blonde, big tits, tan, no makeup, smoking Merit ultralights, wearing a Patrick Kelly zebra print cotton gown, and silk and rhinestone high-heeled pumps. Bateman asks if his name is Ricardo. The guy nods. Bateman asks for a gram, says Madison sent him. He pulls out his wallet and hands over a 50 and 2 20s. Ricardo asks the Eurotrash chick for her purse. She hands him a velvet Ann Moore bag. Ricardo reaches in and hands Bateman a tiny folded envelope. Before Bateman leaves, the Eurotrash girl says she likes his gazelle skin wallet. He tells her he would like to tit-fuck her, and then maybe cut her arms off, but George Michael singing Faith is too loud, and she can't hear him. Back upstairs, Bateman finds Patricia where he left her, alone at the bar nursing a Perrier. She starts to say she just wants him to know she's something, but he cuts her off, shouting, "A bitch?" Then asks if she wants to do some coke. She's wildly confused but agrees. He takes her hand and leads her through the deserted club, up the stairs toward the restrooms. There's no reason they couldn't do it downstairs, but that seems tacky, so they do most of it in a men's room stall. Back outside, Bateman sits on a couch and smokes one of her cigarettes while she goes downstairs to get them drinks. She returns apologizing for her behavior earlier. She loved Barcadia. The food was outstanding. The mango sorbet divine. It's okay they didn't go to Dorsia. They can always go another night. She knows he probably tried to get them in, but Dorsia is just so hot right now. She really loved the food at Barcadia. How long has it been open? 3 or 4 months. She read a great review in New York, or maybe Gourmet. Anyway, does he want to come with her to this band tomorrow night? Or maybe they can go to Dorsia and then see Wallace's band. Or go to Dorsia after. Though maybe it's not even open that late. Patrick. She's serious. He should really see them. Avatar is such a great lead singer, and she once thought she was in love with him, actually in lust. Not love. She really liked Wallace then, but he was into investment banking. Couldn't handle the routine, broke down. It was the acid, not the cocaine, that did it. When that all fell apart, she knew it would be best to just hang out and not deal with. Bateman's mind drifts. J.U.B. in his right hand. Charivari. Shirt from Charivari. Fusilli. Jamie Gertz. He would like to fuck Jamie Gertz. Porsche 911. A Sharpay. He would like to own a Sharpay. He is 26 years old. He will be 27 next year. A Valium. No, 2 Valiums. Cellular phone. The Chinese dry cleaners he usually sends his bloody clothes to delivered back to him yesterday, a Soprani jacket, 2 white Brooks Brothers shirts, and an Agnes B tie still covered with flecks of someone's blood. He has a lunch appointment at noon in 40 minutes, and beforehand decides to stop by the cleaners to complain. In addition to the Soprani jacket, shirts, and tie, he brings along a bag of blood-stained sheets that also need cleaning. The Chinese dry cleaners is located 20 blocks up from his apartment on the west side, almost by Columbia. Since he's never actually been there before, the distance shocks him. Previously, his clothes were always picked up after a phone call from his apartment and delivered back within 24 hours. Because of this excursion, he has no time for a morning workout, since he overslept. Owing to a late-night pre-dawn coke binge with Charles Griffin and Hilton Ashbury that started innocently enough at a magazine party, none of them was invited to at MK, and ended at his automated teller sometime around 5. He's missed the Patty Winters show, which was actually a repeat of an interview with the president, so it doesn't really matter, he guesses. He's tense. His hair is slicked back, Wayfarer's on, his skull aches. He has an unlit cigar clenched between his teeth. He wears a black Armani suit, a white cotton Armani shirt, and a silk Armani tie. He looks sharp, but his stomach is doing flip-flops, his brain churning. On his way into the Chinese cleaners, he brushes past a crying bum, an old man, 40 or 50, fat and grizzled. Just as he's opening the door, he notices, to top it off, that the man is also blind. He steps on the bum's foot, which is actually a stump, causing him to drop his cup and scatter change all over the sidewalk. Bateman wonders if he did this on purpose or accidentally. For 10 minutes, he points out the stains to the tiny old Chinese woman who, he supposes, runs the cleaners. She brings her husband out from the back since Bateman can't understand a word she's saying, but the husband remains utterly mute and doesn't bother to translate. The old woman keeps jabbering in what he guesses is Chinese. Finally, Bateman has to interrupt, holding up a hand with a cigar in it, the Soprani jacket draped over his other arm, telling her she's not giving him valid reasons. The Chinese woman keeps squealing, grabbing at the jacket's sleeves with a tiny fist. He brushes her hand away, leans in, and speaks very slowly, asking what she's trying to say to him. She keeps yipping, wild-eyed. The husband holds the 2 blood-splattered sheets in front of him and stares at them dumbly. Bateman asks if she's trying to say, "Bleach." He then shakes his head in disbelief, saying, "Oh my God." She keeps pointing at the Soprani sleeves, and when she turns to the sheets behind her, the yipping rises another octave. Bateman talks over her, saying 2 things. 1, you can't bleach a Soprani out of the question. 2, louder, he can only get these sheets in Santa Fe. They're very expensive and he really needs them clean. But she's still talking. He nods, as if he understands her gibberish, then breaks into a smile and leans right into her face, telling her that if she doesn't shut her fucking mouth, he will kill her. And does she understand him? The Chinese woman's panic jabbering speeds up incoherently, her eyes wide. Her face, maybe because of the wrinkles, seems oddly expressionless. Bateman pathetically points at the stains again, then realizes this is useless and lowers his hand, straining to understand her. Casually, he cuts her off again, talking over her. He announces he has a very important lunch meeting at Hubert's in 30 minutes, then corrects to 20 minutes with Ronald Harrison, and he needs those sheets cleaned by this afternoon. But she's not listening. She keeps blabbering in the same spastic foreign tongue. Bateman has never firebombed anything and starts wondering how one goes about it. What materials are involved? Gasoline, matches, or lighter fluid? He snaps out of it, leans into her face in sing-song, and sincerely tells her he cannot understand her. Her mouth moves chaotically. She turns to her husband, who nods during a rare brief pause. Bateman laughs, appalled at how ridiculous this is, slaps a hand on the counter, looks around for someone else to talk to, but the shop is empty. He mutters that this is crazy, sighs, rubs his face, then abruptly stops laughing, suddenly furious. He snarls that she's a fool and he can't cope with this. She jabbers something back. He asks spitefully if she didn't hear him, then mocks her. "You want some ham?" She grabs at the soprani jacket's arm again. Her husband stands behind the counter, sullen and detached. Bateman bellows that she is a fool. She jabbers back, undaunted, pointing relentlessly at the stains on the sheets. He shouts, "Stupid bitchy!" red-faced, on the verge of tears, shaking as he yanks the jacket away and mutters, "Oh, Christ!" Behind him the door opens and a bell chimes. He composes himself, closes his eyes, breathes deeply, reminds himself about stopping at the tanning salon after lunch. Maybe Hermes, or a voice says, "Patrick." Jolted by the sound of a real voice, he turns. It's someone from his building, someone he's seen lingering in the lobby, staring admiringly at him whenever he runs into her. She's older than him, late 20s, okay looking, a little overweight, wearing a jogging suit, and she's beaming. Taking off her sunglasses, she offers a wide smile and says she thought it was him. Having no idea what her name is, Bateman sighs a muted hello, then mumbles something that resembles a woman's name, then just stares at her, stumped and drained, trying to control his viciousness while the Chinese woman still screeches behind him. He claps his hands together and says, "Well." She stands there confused, until nervously moving toward the counter, ticket in hand, remarking that coming all the way up here is ridiculous, but they really are the best. Bateman asks patiently, still smiling, why they can't get these stains out, then delicately proposes she talk to these people since he's not getting anywhere. She moves toward the sheet the old man holds up, murmurs, "Oh my," and tentatively touches it. The old lady starts jabbering again. Ignoring her, the girl asks what the stains are. Bateman looks over at the sheets, really quite a mess, and says it's cranberry juice, cranapple juice. She nods as if unsure, then timidly ventures that it doesn't look like cranberry or cranapple to her. He stares at the sheets for a long time before stammering that it's really Bosco, like a Dove bar, Hershey syrup. She nods with maybe a hint of skepticism, saying "oh my" again. He reaches over, yanks the sheet out of the old man's hand, folds it, lays it on the counter, then checks his Rolex and explains he's really late, a lunch appointment at Hubert's in 15 minutes. He moves toward the door. The Chinese woman starts yapping desperately, shaking a finger at him. He glares at her, forcing himself not to mimic the gestures. The girl from his building asks if Hubert's moved uptown. He pretends to spot an oncoming cab across the street through the glass door, and, faking gratitude, thanks her using the name Samantha. She corrects him. "It's Victoria." He asks if he didn't say that. "No," she says. "He said Samantha." He smiles, apologizes, says he's having problems. She suggests maybe they could have lunch one day next week. She's downtown near Wall Street quite often. He forces an apologetic grin, averts his gaze from her thighs, and says he's at work all the time. "What about a Saturday?" she asks, afraid of offending. He checks his Rolex again, asks if she means next Saturday, then lies that he can't matinee of Les Miserables. He runs a hand over his hair, mutters, "Oh, Christ," then forces himself to add that he'll call her. She smiles, relieved, and tells him to do that. He glares at the Chinese woman once more and rushes the hell out, dashing after a non-existent cab, then slows down a block or two past the cleaners. Suddenly, he finds himself eyeing a very pretty homeless girl sitting on the steps of a brownstone on Amsterdam, a styrofoam coffee cup resting on the step below her feet. As if guided by radar, he moves toward her, smiling, fishing for change. Her face seems too young and fresh and tan for a homeless person's. It makes her plight all the more heartbreaking. He examines her carefully in the seconds it takes to move from the sidewalk to the steps. She sits with her head bowed, staring dumbly into her empty lap. She looks up, unsmiling, after noticing him standing over her. His nastiness vanishes. Wanting to offer something kind, something simple, he leans in, eyes radiating sympathy into her blank, grave face, drops $1 into the cup, and says, "Good luck." Her expression changes. He notices the book Sartre in her lap, then the Columbia book bag by her side, and finally the tan-colored coffee in the cup with his dollar bill floating in it. Though this all happens in seconds, it plays out in slow motion. She looks at him, then at the cup, and shouts, asking what his goddamn problem is. Frozen, hunched over the cup, cringing, he stutters that he didn't know it was full. Shaken, he walks away, hails a taxi, and heading toward Hubert's, he hallucinates the buildings into mountains, into volcanoes, the streets become jungles, the sky freezes into a backdrop. Before stepping out of the cab, he has to cross his eyes to clear his vision. Lunch at Hubert's becomes a permanent hallucination in which he finds himself dreaming while still awake. At Harry's a little after 6, Todd Hamlin tells Reeves that he should match his socks with his trousers. Reeves asks, "Who says?" Hamlin patiently explains that if you wear gray trousers, you wear gray socks. It's as simple as that. Bateman interrupts. "What if the shoes are black?" Hamlin sips his martini and says that's okay, but then the belt has to match the shoes. Bateman asks if Hamlin is saying that with a gray suit you can wear either gray or black socks. Hamlin, confused, guesses yes, then asks if he said that Bateman disagrees about the belt. The shoes are so far away from the belt line, he thinks you should concentrate on a belt that coordinates with the trousers. Reeves says Bateman has a point. The three of them sit there, each dressed in expensive suits and accessories. That morning's Patty Winters show was about real-life Rambos. Reeves asks Hamlin about vests. Aren't they out? Hamlin says of course not. Bateman agrees. Vests have never been out of fashion. Hamlin asks how they should be worn. Reeves and Bateman start speaking simultaneously. Reeves yields. Bateman insists Reeves go ahead. Reeves insists Bateman take it. Bateman explains that vests should fit trimly around the body and cover the waistline, peaking just above the suit jacket's waist button. If too much of the vest appears, it gives the suit a tight, constricted look you don't want. Reeves, nearly mute and confused, says he knew that. Bateman stands, says he needs another Jan B, and takes orders. Reeves wants a beefeater on the rocks, with a twist. Hamlin wants a martini. Bateman walks to the bar. While waiting for Freddie to pour the drinks, he overhears a Greek guy from First Boston wearing a tacky houndstooth wool jacket, but a super-looking cashmere Paul Stewart tie that elevates the whole suit, telling another Greek about something from page 6 involving Sting at a club called Chernobyl, a Porsche 911, and Whitney. Back at the table, Reeves tells Hamlin how he taunts the homeless. He hands $1 as he approaches, then yanks it away and pockets it right when he passes them. Reeves insists it works. They're so shocked they shut up. Bateman sets the drinks down and says all you have to do is just say no. Hamlin smiles, asking if it works. Bateman admits only with pregnant homeless women. Reeves asks if Bateman has tried the just say no approach with a 7-foot gorilla on Chambers Street who has the crack pipe. Then Reeves asks if anyone has heard of a club called XIII. From his point of view, Bateman sees Paul Owen across the room with someone who looks a lot like Trent Moore or Roger Daley, and another guy who looks like Frederick Connell. Moore's grandfather owns the company he works at. Bateman asks who's sitting with Paul Owen. Is that Trent Moore? Reeves puts on his clear prescription glasses to check. Hamlin says no, it's Trent Moore. Paul Owen stops at their table on his way out, wearing Purcell sunglasses and carrying a Coach briefcase. He greets them as men and introduces the two with him, Trent Moore and someone named Paul Denton. Reeves, Hamlin, and Bateman shake hands without standing. George and Todd start talking to Trent, who's from Los Angeles and knows where XIII is located. Owen turns his attention to Bateman, making him slightly nervous. Owen asks how Bateman has been. Bateman says great, and asks about Owen. Owen says terrific, then asks how the Hawkins account is going. Bateman stalls, then says it's all right. Owen, vaguely concerned, finds that interesting and asks if it's not great. Bateman says, "Oh well, you know." Owen asks how Marcia is, still smiling, not really listening. Bateman, shaken, says he's lucky. Owen has mistaken Bateman for Marcus Halberstam, even though Marcus is dating Cecilia Wagner, but it doesn't really matter and seems a logical mistake. Marcus works at the same firm, does the same job, has the same penchant for Valentino suits and clear prescription glasses, and shares the same barber at the Pierre Hotel. It doesn't irk Bateman, but Paul Denton keeps staring at him, or trying not to, as if he knows something, as if he's not sure if he recognizes Bateman. This makes Bateman wonder if Denton was on that cruise one night last March. If so, Bateman thinks he should get Denton's telephone number, or better yet, his address. Bateman tells Owen they should have drinks. Owen agrees, and hands over his card. Bateman looks at it closely, relieved by its crudeness, before slipping it into his jacket. He pauses, then carefully asks if he should bring Marcia. Owen says that would be great, then asks if Bateman has been to that Salvadorian bistro on 83rd. They're eating there tonight. Bateman says he's heard it's quite good, smiling weakly and sipping his drink. Owen checks his Rolex and tells Trent and Denton they need to leave reservation in 15 minutes. Goodbyes are said. On their way out, they stop by another table. Before leaving, Denton looks back at Bateman one last time, seeming panicked, convinced of something by his presence as if he recognized him from somewhere. This in turn freaks Bateman out. Reeves says, "The Fisher account." Bateman says don't remind them. Hamlin calls Owen a lucky bastard. Reeves asks if anyone has seen Owen's girlfriend, Laurie Kennedy, a total hardbody. Bateman admits he knew her. Hamlin asks why he says it like that. Reeves casually says because Bateman dated her. Bateman asks how Reeves knew that. Reeves says girls dig Bateman, he's GQ. Bateman tries to downplay his looks by saying she has a lousy personality. Hamlin groans and asks what that means. Bateman insists she does. Hamlin says it's all looks. Laurie Kennedy is a babe. Don't pretend Bateman was interested for any other reason. Reeves says if they have a good personality then something is very wrong, then adds that if they have a good personality and are not great looking, who fucking cares? Bateman asks hypothetically, what if they have a good personality, knowing full well how asinine the question is? Hamlin says fine, hypothetically, even better, but Bateman smiles and says, he knows. He knows. They all say in unison that there are no girls with good personalities, laughing and exchanging high fives. Reeves defines a good personality. A chick with a little hard body who will satisfy all sexual demands without being too slutty, and who will essentially keep her dumb fucking mouth shut. Hamlin agrees, adding that the only girls with good personalities who are smart or funny or halfway intelligent or even talented are ugly chicks because they have to make up for how unattractive they are. Bateman starts his theory. Men are only here to procreate and carry on the species. The only way to do that is to get turned on by a little hard body, but sometimes money or fame. Hamlin interrupts, asking if Bateman is telling him he'd make it with Oprah Winfrey or go down on Nell Carter. Reeves asks who Nell Carter is. Bateman, confused, guesses she owns Nell's. Hamlin says the only reason chicks exist is to get them turned on. Survival of the species. It's as simple as that. After a deliberate pause, Bateman asks if they know what Ed Gein said about women. One of them asks if Gein is the maitre d' at Canal Bar. No. Bateman says serial killer from Wisconsin in the 50s. An interesting guy. Reeves tells Hamlin that Bateman reads biographies all the time. Ted Bundy, Son of Sam, Fatal Vision, Charlie Manson. Hamlin asks what Ed said. Bateman begins when Gein saw a pretty girl walking down the street. One part of him wanted to take her out and be real nice and sweet and treat her right. He finishes his Janby in one swallow. Hamlin tentatively asks what the other part thought. Bateman says what her head would look like on a stick. Hamlin and Reeves look at each other, then back at Bateman, before Bateman starts laughing. They uneasily join in. Bateman casually changes the subject to dinner. Hamlin suggests an Indian Californian place on the Upper West Side. Bateman says fine. Reeves says sounds good. Hamlin asks who will make the reservation. Monday evening. Courtney Lawrence extends what sounds like a vaguely sexual invitation to dinner, and Patrick Bateman accepts. The catch: they have to endure the company of two Camden graduates, Scott and Ann Smiley, at a new restaurant they selected on Columbus called Deck Chairs. Patrick had his secretary research the place so thoroughly that she handed him 3 alternate menus with recommended orders before he left the office. The cab ride uptown feels endless. Courtney fills the time with details about Scott and Anne. He works at advertising. She opens restaurants using her father's money, most recently 1968, on the Upper East Side. But Patrick finds this only marginally less tedious than hearing about Courtney's own day. A facial at Elizabeth Arden, buying kitchen utensils at Pottery Barn, then coming down to Harry's for drinks with Charles Murphy and Rusty Webster, where Courtney forgot the bag of utensils she'd stashed under their table. The only remotely interesting fact about the Smileys: they adopted a 13-year-old Korean boy the year after they married, renamed him Scott Jr., and shipped him off to Exeter, the same prep school Scott attended 4 years before Patrick arrived. In the cab, Patrick warns Courtney that they'd better have reservations. She replies slowly, asking him not to smoke a cigar. He spots a limousine stuck in the same gridlock and wonders aloud if it belongs to Donald Trump. She tells him to shut up, her voice thick and drugged. He mentions the Walkman in his Bottega Veneta briefcase, suggests she take more lithium or have a Diet Coke for the caffeine. Softly staring out the window, she says she just wants a child, 2 perfect children. Patrick sighs loudly enough for the Israeli driver to hear, asking if she's talking to him or the driver. She says nothing. This morning's Patty Winters show covered perfumes, lipsticks, and makeups. Louise Carruthers, Courtney's boyfriend, is out of town in Phoenix until late Thursday. Patrick notes her outfit: wool jacket, vest, jersey t-shirt, gabardine pants by Bill Blass, earrings by Gerard E. Yoska, Manolo Blahnik pumps. He himself wears custom tweed from Alan Flusser and a Paul Stewart tie. There was a 20-minute wait for the Stairmaster at his health club this morning. From the cab window he waves to a beggar at 49th and 8th, then gives him the finger. At deck chairs, the dinner conversation drifts Elmore Leonard's new book. Patrick hasn't read it. Restaurant critics he has, Les Miserables cast recordings, a new Salvadorian bistro, and which gossip columns are better written. Anne Smiley and Patrick share a mutual acquaintance, a waitress from Abatone's in Aspen, whom Patrick raped with a can of hairspray last Christmas during a ski trip. The restaurant is crowded and ear-splitting, the high ceilings ruining the acoustics. A new-age version of White Rabbit blasts from ceiling speakers. Patrick spots a man who looks like Forrest Atwater, slick blonde hair, fake redwood frame glasses, Armani suit with suspenders, sitting with Caroline Baker, a Drexel investment banker who looks unwell, too little makeup, the Ralph Lauren tweed too severe. They sit at a mediocre table near the bar. After they order, Anne leans close and tells Patrick the food is called California Classic Cuisine. Scott and Courtney discuss the Post's gossip column, so Patrick has to respond. He asks carefully how that compares to California cuisine or post-California cuisine. Anne says it sounds trendy, but there's a subtle world of difference. Patrick says he's heard of post-California cuisine, has even eaten it: no baby vegetables, scallops and burritos, wasabi crackers, and then asks if anyone has told her she looks like Garfield run over, skinned, thrown into an ugly Ferragamo sweater, and rushed to the vet. Anne seems impressed, complimenting Courtney on finding such a knowledgeable man, and laughs. Patrick laughs hesitantly. He orders radicchio with free-range squid. The Smileys order monkfish ragout with violets. Courtney nearly falls asleep trying to read the menu. Patrick grabs her shoulders to prop her up, and Anne orders for her Cajun popcorn, not on the menu, but the chef will make it specially. The Smileys insist everyone order blackened medium rare redfish, a deck chair's specialty. Patrick notes silently that it happens to be on one of the mock menus his secretary prepared. If it hadn't been, and if they'd still pushed him to order it, odds are good that after dinner around 2 a.m, after Letterman, he would break into their studio with an axe, chop them to pieces, make Anne watch Scott bleed to death from chest wounds, then find a way to Exeter and pour acid all over their son's face. Their waitress, a hard body in gold faux pearl lizard slingback pumps, takes orders. Patrick silently curses himself for forgetting to return his videotapes. Scott orders 2 large bottles of San Pellegrino, then tells Patrick the same line about California classic cuisine. Anne suggests Zeus Bar next week, wondering if they can get a table on Friday. Scott says maybe. Anne picks a violet off her plate, sniffs it, puts it on her tongue. A wait or not, the hard body comes for drink orders. Patrick orders JUB straight. Courtney orders champagne on the rocks with a twist. When Patrick irritably asks a twist of what melon, he guesses the waiter gives him an icy stare and says, "She means lemon." Courtney nods dreamily. Lost. Scott deliberates aloud over white wine, asking the table if he really wants Chardonnay with redfish. Anne cheerily tells him to go for it. He teases that he'll have Sauvignon Blanc, and shrieks his name in mock horror. He snickers, says just teasing, and orders the Acacia Chardonnay. She calls him a complete jerk and says he's funny. Scott confirms the Chardonnay to the waiter. Courtney pats his hand, saying, "That's nice." Anne says she'll have a Diet Coke. Scott asks if she's not drinking tonight. She smiles naughtily, says she's not in the mood. He offers Chardonnay or Sauvignon Blanc. She says she has an aerobics class at 9 and really shouldn't. Disappointed, Scott says he won't drink either. He has a class at 8 exclusive. Patrick asks if anyone wants to guess where he won't be at 8 tomorrow morning. Anne reaches out, squeezes Scott's hand, saying she knows how much he likes the Acacia. Scott says he'll stick to Pellegrino. Patrick taps his fingers loudly on the table, whispering shit to himself. Courtney's eyes are half closed. She breathes deeply. Anne finally says she'll be daring and have a Diet Coke with rum. Scott sighs. Beams, says good. Anne asks the waiter if it's caffeine-free. Patrick interrupts, saying she should have Diet Pepsi instead. It's fizzier, cleaner, mixes better with rum, and has lower sodium. Anne asks what he means, sounding genuinely curious. The waiter, Scott, Anne, and even Courtney all fix their stares on Patrick, as if he has just uttered something diabolical and apocalyptic, shattering a cherished myth, destroying a solemn oath. The restaurant seems to go almost hushed. Patrick recalls last night renting a movie called Inside Lydia's Ass, popping 2 Halcyon, sipping a Diet Pepsi, watching a tan-bleached blonde hardbody give head to a man with a huge cock, while another blonde knelt behind, ate Lydia's ass, sucked her cunt, then pushed a long grease-silver vibrator into Lydia's ass and fucked her with it, as Lydia continued eating pussy, until the man came all over Lydia's face while she sucked his balls, and Lydia bucked through an authentic-looking strong orgasm, and then the other girl crawled around to lick the cum off Lydia's face and made her suck the vibrator. Also, the new Stephen Bishop came out last Tuesday, and at Tower Records yesterday Patrick bought the CD, cassette, and album because he wanted all 3 formats. His voice trembling with emotion, Patrick says they should have whatever they want, but he recommends the Diet Pepsi. He looks down at his lap, at the blue cloth napkin with deck chairs sewn into the edge, and for a moment thinks he might cry. His chin trembles. He can't swallow. Courtney reaches over, gently stroking his Rolex, touching his wrist, telling him it's okay. A sharp pain near his liver overcomes the surge of emotion. He sits up, startled, confused. The waiter leaves. Anne asks if they've seen the recent Babydonica exhibit. Patrick feels calmer. They haven't seen the show, but Patrick doesn't want to be tacky by mentioning he owns one, so he lightly kicks Courtney under the table. She rises robotically from her lithium stupor and announces that Patrick owns an Onica. He really does. Patrick smiles, pleased, sips his Janby. Anne thinks that's fantastic. Scott asks if Onica isn't quite expensive. Patrick sips his drink, starts to say something, then says nothing. Courtney sighs, anticipating another kick, and flatly adds that Patrick's cost $20,000, picking at cornbread. Patrick gives her a sharp look, tries not to hiss, and corrects her. It was really 50. She slowly looks up from the mashed cornbread, and even through her lithium haze manages a stare so malicious it humbles him, but not enough to tell the truth. The Onica cost only $12,000. Her frightening gaze, though he might be overreacting, warns him clearly. Kick her again, and no pussy. He understands. Anne starts to say that seems low. Patrick holds his breath, face tight. She murmurs low. He exhales, gulps, says he got a fabulous deal. Scott asks suspiciously about $50,000. Patrick says Onaka's work has a wonderfully proportioned, purposefully mock superficial quality, trying to recall a line from New York Magazine. Anne asks if Louise owns one, tapping Courtney's arm. Courtney shakes her head, asks who owns what. Scott asks who Louis is, waving to have butter removed. Anne answers Courtney's boyfriend. Scott asks where he's at. Patrick quickly says Texas, then corrects to Phoenix. Scott says he meant what house. Anne says L.F. Rothschild, looking for confirmation. Patrick says no, Louise is at Pan DP. They work together sort of. Anne asks if Louise was dating Samantha Stevens. Courtney says no, that was just a photo someone took that ran in W. Patrick downs his drink as soon as it arrives, waves for another thinking Courtney is a babe but no sex is worth this dinner. Conversation shifts violently. While Patrick stares across the room at a great-looking blonde with big tits, tight dress, satin pumps with gold cones, Scott starts telling him about his new Iowa compact disc player. Anne prattles on to stoned, oblivious Courtney about low-sodium wheat rice cakes, fresh fruits, and new age music. Scott says the sound is fantastic. Patrick thinks the Iowa is okay, but Sansui is really top of the line. He should know, he owns one. Scott looks worried. Patrick asks if Iowa has digital remote control, computer controls. Scott says yes to both. Patrick asks if the system comes with a turntable that has a methacrylate and brass platter. Scott lies and says yes. Patrick asks if it has an Echophase T106 tuner. Scott says sure. Patrick tells him to think carefully. Scott says he thinks so, but his hand shakes reaching for cornbread. Patrick asks what kind of speakers. Scott says Duntech would too quickly. Patrick tells him he's got to have Infinity IRS V speakers. Scott interrupts, says he's never heard of V speakers. Patrick says if he doesn't have the Vs, he might as well listen to a goddamn Walkman. Scott asks about bass response. Patrick purrs an ultra-low 15 Hz. That shuts Scott up for a minute. Anne drones on about non-fat frozen yogurt and chow-chows. Patrick sits back, satisfied, but too quickly Scott regains composure, trying to act uncaring about his cheap stereo. Mentioning they bought the new Phil Collins today, Patrick should hear how great Groovy Kind of Love sounds on it. Patrick agrees. It's by far the best song Phil Collins has written. The plates of blackened redfish appear, looking bizarre. Courtney excuses herself to the ladies' room. After 30 minutes, she hasn't reappeared. Patrick wanders to the back of the restaurant and finds her asleep in the coat check room. Later, at her apartment, she lies naked on her back, her tan, aerobicized, muscular legs spread. Patrick kneels, giving her head while jerking himself off. She has already come twice since he started licking and sucking her pussy tight, hot, wet. He keeps it spread open, fingering it with one hand, keeping himself hard with the other. He lifts her ass, wanting to push his tongue into her, but she doesn't want that, so he raises his head, reaches to the Portian antique nightstand for the condom sitting in the ashtray from Palio next to the halogen tensor lamp and the Duoro pottery urn. He tears the package open with two shiny slick fingers and his teeth, slips it easily onto his cock. She moans that she wants him to fuck her, pulls her legs back, spreads her vagina wider, fingers herself, makes him suck her fingers. Her nails are long and red, the juice from her cunt, glistening in the streetlight through the Stuart Hall Venetian blinds, tastes pink and sweet. She rubs it over his mouth, lips, tongue before it cools. He moves on top of her, sliding his dick gracefully into her cunt, kissing her hard on the mouth, pushing with long, fast strokes. His cock, his hips move crazed with desirous momentum, his orgasm builds from the base of his balls, his asshole, coming up through his cock so stiff it aches. But then mid-kiss he lifts his head, leaving her tongue hanging out, her starting to lick her own red swollen lips. Still humping but lightly now, he realizes there is a problem, cannot think what. And then it hits him while staring at the half-empty Evian bottle on the nightstand. He gasps, pulls out. She moans, asking if he forgot something. Without answering, he gets up from the futon, stumbles into her bathroom, trying to pull off the condom. It gets stuck halfway. While easing it off, He trips over the Genald scale while also trying to flip the light switch, stubbing his big toe. Cursing, he manages to open the medicine cabinet. She calls from the bedroom, asking what he's doing. He calls back that he's looking for the water-soluble spermicidal lubricant. What does she think? Looking for an Advil? She cries out, horrified that he didn't have any on. He calls back, noticing a small razor nick above his lip, asking where it is. She calls out that she cannot hear him. Muttering that Luis has terrible taste in cologne, Patrick picks up a bottle of Paco Rabanne and sniffs it. In the bathroom, Patrick shouts back at Courtney's cry for clarification. He's asking about the water-soluble spermicidal lubricant. She calls out from the bedroom, asking what he means and whether he didn't have it with him. He screams the full name, then uses her Clinique cover-up on a razor nick while combing his hair. She thinks it's on the top shelf. Scanning the medicine cabinet, he glances at her tub, its plainness irritating him. He tells her she should get her act together, Marbleize, or add jacuzzi jets. He asks if she can hear him. After a long pause, she says yes. He finds the tube behind a massive jar of Xanax on the top shelf. Before he goes completely soft, he dabs a small amount inside the condom tip, smears it over the latex, and walks back to the bedroom. He jumps onto the futon. She snaps that it's not a trampoline. Ignoring her, he kneels over her body and slides inside. She pushes her hips up to meet him, licks her thumb, and rubs her clit. He watches his cock move in and out with long, fast strokes. She gasps for him to wait. He moans, puzzled but close. She gasps something about Luis being a despicable twit while trying to push him out. Patrick agrees, tonguing her ear, hating Luis too, and the disgust spurs him faster toward climax. She groans, calling him an idiot, and he realizes she actually asked whether it's a receptacle tip, not whether Luis is a despicable twit. She tells him to get off. He moans, asking is what a what. She groans for him to pull out, struggling. He says he's ignoring her, and moves his mouth down to her stiff nipples. She screams for him to pull out. He grunts, asking what she wants, slowing until he kneels over her half inside. She hunches back against the headboard. His dick slides out. He points and says it's a plain end, he thinks. She demands the light on. He groans that he's going home. She warns him to turn on the light. He flips the halogen tensor. He shows her the plain end, asking so what? She curtly tells him to take it off. He asks why. She explains, covering her breasts with the Hermes comforter, her voice rising. He has to leave half an inch at the tip to catch the force of the ejaculate. He threatens to leave but doesn't move, asking where her lithium is. She throws a pillow over her head, mumbles, and curls into a fetal position. He thinks she's starting to cry. He calmly asks again where her lithium is, insisting she must take some. She mumbles something indecipherable, shaking her head no beneath the pillow. He asks with forced politeness what she said, feebly jerking himself back to an erection. Sobs come from under the pillow, barely audible. He notes that her crying sounds clearer, but he still can't hear a word. He tries to grab the pillow, telling her to speak up. She mumbles again, still nonsense. He warns her, fury rising, if she just said her lithium is in a carton in the freezer next to the Frussenblage as a sorbet, he will kill her. He screams, asking if it really is a sorbet, then yanks the pillow off her head and slaps her hard across the face once. She screams back, asking if he thinks he's turning her on by having unsafe sex. He mutters that it isn't worth it, pulls the condom down so there is half an inch to spare, a little less, actually then slaps her again lightly, telling her the half inch is there to catch the force of the ejaculate. She's hysterical, racked with tears, choking that it's not a turn-on for her. She has a promotion coming, a trip to Barbados in August. She doesn't want Kaposi sarcoma to ruin it. She wails that she wants to wear a Norma Kamali bikini she just bought at Bergdorf's. Patrick grabs her head, forces her to look at the condom, asking if she's happy, calling her a dumb bitch. Without looking at his dick, she sobs for him to just get it over with and falls back. He roughly pushes back inside and brings himself to an orgasm so weak It's almost non-existent. His groan of disappointment is mistaken by Courtney as pleasure, momentarily spurring her to reach down and touch herself as she lies sobbing, but he starts going soft the moment he comes. He holds the base of the condom as he wilts out of her to keep her from freaking out. They lie on separate sides of the bed for perhaps 20 minutes, while Courtney whimpers about Lewis, antique cutting boards, and the sterling cheese grater and muffin tin she left at Harry's. Then she tries to give him head. He tells her he wants to fuck her again but doesn't want a condom because he can't feel anything. She calmly takes her mouth off his limp dick, glares at him, and says if he doesn't use one he won't feel anything anyway. Jean, his secretary who is in love with him, walks into his office without buzzing to announce an important company meeting at 11. Patrick sits at his glass-top desk in Ray-Bans, chewing Nuprin, hungover from a coke binge that started at Shout. With friends, moved to the Princeton Club, progressed to Barcadia, and ended at Nell's around 3:30. He'd remembered the meeting earlier while soaking in a bath after 4 hours of sweaty sleep, but forgot on the cab ride downtown. Jean wears a red stretch silk jacket, crocheted rayon ribbon skirt, red suede pumps with satin bows, and gold-plated earrings. She stands there with a file, oblivious to his pain. He pretends to ignore her for nearly a minute, then lowers his sunglasses and clears his throat, asking if there's something else. She smiles, calls him Mr. Grouchy today, and places the file timidly on his desk, standing there as if expecting him to entertain her. He hisses that yes, he is Mr. Grouchy today, grabs the file and shoves it in the drawer. She stares, crestfallen, then reports that Ted Madison and James Baker called, wanting to meet him at Flutie's at 6. He sighs, glaring, and asks what she should do. She laughs nervously, eyes wide, unsure. He stands to lead her out, asking, what does she say? After a frightened pause, she guesses just say no. He nods, repeats it, pushes her out, and slams the door. Before leaving for the meeting, he takes 2 Valium, washes them down with Perrier, uses a scruffing cleanser with pre-moistened cotton balls, then applies moisturizer. He wears a wool tweed suit, striped cotton shirt by Yves Saint Laurent, Armani silk tie, and new Ferragamo black cap-toed shoes. He flosses and brushes his teeth. When he blows his nose, thick bloody strings stain a $45 Hermès handkerchief that wasn't a gift. Still, he's been drinking nearly 20 liters of Evian daily, and tanning regularly. One night of binging hasn't affected his skin. His complexion remains excellent. 3 drops of Visine clear his eyes. An ice pack tightens the skin. He feels like shit but looks great. He's the first to the boardroom. Louise Carruthers follows like a puppy, taking the seat next to him, meaning Patrick is supposed to remove his Walkman. Louise wears a wool plaid sports jacket, wool slacks, Hugo Boss cotton shirt, and paisley tie slacks likely from Brooks Brothers. He starts rattling on about a restaurant in Phoenix, Profiteers, that Patrick actually wants to hear about but not from Louise, yet he's on 10 milligrams of Valium, so he can manage. This morning's Patty Winter show featured descendants of members of the Donner Party. Louis tells Patrick the clients were total hicks. They wanted to take him to a local production of Les Miserables, which he'd already seen in London. Patrick cuts him off, asking if he had trouble getting reservations at Profiteers. Louis says no, they ate late. Patrick asks what he ordered: poached oysters, latte, and walnut tart. Patrick murmurs that he hears the latte is good there. Louise adds that the client had boudin blanc, roasted chicken and cheesecake. Patrick, confused by the plain list, asks what sauce or fruits were on the chicken and what shapes it was cut into. Louise says none, it was just roasted. Patrick presses further about the cheesecake. What flavor? Was it heated, ricotta, or goat cheese? Were there flowers or cilantro? Louise says it was just regular, then notes that Patrick is sweating. Ignoring him, Patrick asks what the client's bimbo had. Louise reports country salad, scallops, and lemon tart. Patrick asks if the scallops were grilled, sashimi, ceviche, or gratinized. Louise says no, they were broiled. Silence fills the boardroom as Patrick contemplates this, then finally asks what broiled means. Luis admits he's not sure. He thinks it involves a pan. Patrick asks about wine and 85 Sauvignon Blanc. Jordan, 2 bottles. A rental car? A BMW. Little black Beamer. Patrick murmurs, hip, then drifts, remembering last night losing it completely in a stall at Nell's, mouth foaming, thinking only of insects, running at pigeons. He mentions that Phoenix is where Janet Leigh was from, recalls she got stabbed in the shower in a disappointing scene. The blood looked fake. Luis presses a handkerchief into Patrick's clenched fist. His fingers relax at the touch. Luis invites him to lunch next week at the Yale Club with someone named Dibble. Patrick says sure, then thinks about Courtney's legs wrapped around his face. He glances at Luis, and in one flashing moment, Luis's head looks like a talking vagina, scaring him badly. Mopping sweat from his brow, he tells Luis that's a nice suit, the farthest thing from his mind. Luis looks down, stunned, blushing, thanks him, and says Patrick looks great too, as usual. When Luis reaches out to touch Patrick's tie, Patrick catches his hand before it makes contact, telling him his compliment was sufficient. Reed Thompson enters in a wool-plaid 4-button double-breasted suit, striped cotton shirt, silk tie all Armani with slightly tacky blue interwoven socks, and black Ferragamo cap-toes identical to Patrick's. He carries the Wall Street Journal in one manicured fist and a Bill Kaiserman Balmacon overcoat across the other arm, nods, and sits across. Todd Broderick follows in a wool chalk-striped 6-button double-breasted polo suit, broadcloth shirt, silk tie, and an affected linen pocket square also by Polo. McDermott enters next with this week's New York Magazine and the Financial Times, wearing non-prescription Oliver Peoples glasses, a black and white wool houndstooth single-breasted suit with notched lapels, a striped cotton spread collar shirt, and a silk paisley tie, all John Rail. Patrick smiles and raises his eyebrows at McDermott, who sullenly takes the seat next to him, sighs, and reads in silence. No greeting. Patrick can tell McDermott is pissed off and suspects it has something to do with him. Sensing Luis is about to ask something, Patrick turns to McDermott with a smirk, asking what's wrong. Long line at the Stairmaster this morning. McDermott sniffs, asking who said anything's wrong, turning pages. Patrick leans in, reminding him he already apologized about yelling over the pizza at Pastel's the other night. McDermott tensely asks, who said it was about that? Patrick whispers that he thought they cleared this up, smiling over at Thompson, and says he's sorry he insulted the pizzas at Pastel's. Happy? McDermott asks again, who said? It's about that. Patrick whispers, asking what it is then. He notices movement behind him, counts to 3, and whirls around to catch Luis leaning in to eavesdrop. Luis sinks back into his chair, guilty. Patrick whispers to McDermott that this is ridiculous. He can't stay angry because Patrick thinks the pizza at Pastel's is crusty. McDermott shoots him a glance. The word he used was brittle. Patrick apologizes but says he's right. It is brittle, citing the Times Review. McDermott hands him a Xeroxed article, wanting to prove him wrong. Patrick unfolds it, an article on Donald Trump. McDermott grins. Patrick says apprehensively that it sure is, wondering why he never saw it. McDermott points an accusatory finger at a bottom paragraph highlighted in red. Where does Donald Trump think the best pizza in Manhattan is served? Patrick sighs, waving him off, saying the photo is lousy. McDermott says he circled it. Patrick pretends to read the fucking article but grows very angry, hands it back, and asks, thoroughly annoyed, what it means. What is McDermott trying to tell him? McDermott asks smugly what he thinks of the pizza at Pastel's now. Patrick chooses his words carefully, saying he has to go back and retaste it, speaking through gritted teeth, suggesting that last time it was. McDermott offers brittle. Patrick shrugs and says, yeah, brittle. McDermott smiles, triumphant. Patrick starts to say if the pizza at Pastel's is okay with Donnie, then sighing almost unintelligibly admits it's okay with him. McDermott cackles gleefully. Patrick warns he's not apologizing. McDermott says he already has. Paul Owen walks in wearing a cashmere one-button sports jacket, tropical wool flannel slacks, a Ronaldus Shamask button-down tab-collared shirt, and a tie that impresses Patrick. Blue, black, red and yellow bold stripes from Andrew Feza by Zanzara. Carruthers gets excited, leans into Patrick's chair, and asks if Patrick is hearing correctly whether Owen has a power jock strap to go along with that thing. Patrick doesn't answer. Carruthers retreats, opens a Sports Illustrated, and reads about Olympic divers. Owen walks by, greeting Halberstam. Patrick greets him back, admiring his slicked back hair with a part so even and sharp it devastates him. He makes a mental note to ask where Owen buys his hair products, guessing after mulling it over that the moose is 10x. Greg McBride walks in and stops by Patrick's chair, asking if he watched the Winters show this morning, calling it a total riot. They high-five before McBride sits between Dibble and Lloyd. Kevin Forrest walks in with Charles Murphy, saying his call waiting is busted, Felicia screwed it up. Patrick isn't paying attention to what they're wearing but finds himself staring at Murphy's vintage owl, cufflinks with blue crystal eyes. Patrick wanders through video visions near his Upper West Side apartment, sipping Diet Pepsi, Christopher cross-blasting from his Walkman. After the office he played racquetball with Montgomery, had a shiatsu massage, then met Jesse Lloyd, Jamie Conway, and Kevin Forrest for drinks at Rusty's. Tonight he wears a new Ungaro Obo Paris wool topcoat and carries a Bottega Veneta briefcase and a George's Gaspar umbrella. The store is more crowded than usual. Too many couples in line make renting pornography awkward. He already bumped into someone from First Boston, Robert Ailes, he thinks in the horror aisle. The man mumbled, "Hello, McDonald," while passing, holding a Friday the 13th sequel and an abortion documentary, his nicely manicured hands marred only by what looked like an imitation gold Rolex. With pornography out, Patrick browses light comedy, settles resentfully for a Woody Allen movie, but remains unsatisfied. He passes rock musical, finds nothing, then horror comedy nothing. A minor anxiety attack seizes him. Too many movies. He ducks behind a Dan Aykroyd cardboard display, takes 2 5-milligram Valiums, and washes them down with Diet Pepsi. Almost by rote, as if programmed, he reaches for body double rented 37 tons before and walks to the counter. He waits 20 minutes for a dumpy girl, 5 pounds overweight, dry frizzy hair, a baggy nondescript sweater, definitely not designer, probably hiding no tits. Nice eyes but so fucking what? When it's his turn, he hands her the empty boxes. She asks if this is it, taking his membership card. He wears Mario Valentino Persian black gloves. His annual membership costs $250. He asks if she has any Jamie Gertz movies, trying for eye contact. Distracted, she says what? He repeats any movies with Jamie Gertz. Who? She types into the computer and asks how many nights without looking at him. 3. He asks if she doesn't know who Jamie Gertz is. She doesn't think so, actually sighs. He says Jamie Gertz is an actress. She doesn't think she knows who he means, her tone suggesting harassment. But she works in a video store. Her bitchy behavior is completely reasonable, right? He imagines what he could do to her body with a hammer, the words he could carve with an ice pick. She hands the boxes to the guy behind her. Patrick pretends to ignore the guy's horrified reaction when he recognizes the body double box. The guy walks to a vault and back to get the tapes. Patrick says good-naturedly that she does know Jamie Gertz, those Diet Coke commercials. She says in a monotone that she really doesn't think so, typing the movie titles and his membership number. He says, almost gasping, that he likes the part in Body Double where the woman gets drilled by the power driller, the blood pouring from the ceiling. It feels very hot in the store. He murmurs, "Oh my God," places a gloved hand on the counter to stop it shaking, nods involuntarily, swallows, thinks he has to see her shoes, and tries as inconspicuously as possible to peer over the counter, but maddeningly, they're only sneakers. Cheap ones. Not K-Swiss, not Tretorn, not Adidas, not Reebok. She hands him the tapes without looking at him, refusing to recognize who he is, exhales, and motions for the next in line. On the way home he stops at D'Agostino's, buying 2 large Perriers, a 6-pack of Coke Classic Arugula, 5 medium kiwis, Tarragon balsamic vinegar, creme fraiche, microwave tapas, tofu, and a white chocolate candy bar from the checkout. Outside, he ignores the bum lounging below the Les Miserables poster with a sign about being hungry and jobless. Patrick pulls the tease the bum with a dollar trick and tells him to get a fucking shave. The bum's eyes tear. Then Patrick's eyes, radar-guided, lock onto a red Lamborghini Countach parked at the curb, gleaming under street lamps. He stops moving. The Valium kicks in, shockingly, unexpectedly. Everything else obliterates the crying bum. The crack kids rapping to a beatbox, the pigeons, the sirens, the taxis, a decent-looking girl in Betsy Johnson. All fades. In time-lapse photography but slow motion like a movie, the sun goes down, the city darkens. All he sees is the red Lamborghini. All he hears is his own steady panting. He stands drooling in front of the store, staring minutes later. He doesn't know how many. He leaves the office at 4:30, heads to XIII for an hour of free weights, then taxis across the park to Gio's in the Pierre Hotel for a facial, manicure, and pedicure if time permits. He lies on an elevated table in a private room, waiting for Helga, the skin technician. His Brooks Brothers shirt and Garrick Anderson suit hang in the closet. His Testoni loafers sit on the floor with $30 Barney socks balled inside $60 Comme des Garçons boxers are all he still wears. The smock he's supposed to have on lies crumpled near the shower stall. He wants Helga to check out his body, notice his chest, see how buff his abs have gotten, even though she's much older, 30 or 35, and he'd never fuck her. He sips a diet Pepsi brought by Mario the valet, with crushed ice on the side he asked for but doesn't want. He picks up today's Post from a Smithley Watson glass rack, scans the gossip columns, then catches a story about sightings of creatures part bird, part rodent pigeons with rat heads and tails found deep in Harlem and moving toward Midtown. A grainy photograph accompanies the article, but experts assure the Post this new breed is a hoax. As usual, this fails to soothe his fear. It fills in with nameless dread that someone wasted energy to think this up. Fake a half-ass photograph that looks like a Big Mac. Send it in. The Post deciding to run the story, meetings, debates, last-minute cancellations. Print the photo. Have someone write about it. Interview experts. Run it in today's edition to be discussed over hundreds of thousands of lunches. He closes the paper and lies back, exhausted. The door opens. A girl he hasn't seen before walks in. Through half-closed eyes she looks young, Italian, okay looking. She smiles, sits at his feet, begins the pedicure. She switches off the ceiling light except for halogen bulbs shining on his feet, hands, and face. The room darkens, making it impossible to tell what kind of body she has, only that she wears gray suede and black leather-buttoned Maud Friesen ankle boots. This morning's Patty Winter show was about UFOs that kill. Helga arrives. Helga asks how he is. He says very good, flexing his stomach and chest muscles, eyes closed to look casual, as if the muscles act on their own. But Helga drapes the smock across his heaving chest and buttons it, pretending to ignore the undulations beneath tan, clean skin. She notes he's back so soon. Confused, he says he was only here 2 days ago. She knows but stalls, washing her hands, then says, "Never mind." He asks Helga. She answers, "Yes, Mr. Bateman." Patrick asks Helga about a pair of gold-tasseled Bergdorf Goodman loafers he spotted outside the next room, waiting to be shined. Helga says they belong to Mr. Erlanger. Patrick asks if it's Erlanger from Lehman's. No, from Salomon Brothers. Patrick then asks Helga if he ever told her about his fantasy wearing a big yellow smiley face mask, putting on Bobby McFerrin's Don't Worry, Be Happy, taking a girl and a dog, a collie, a chow, a Shar-Pei. It doesn't matter, hooking up a transfusion pump and swapping their blood. While he speaks, the girl working on his feet hums a song from Les Miserables. Helga runs a moistened cotton ball across his nose, leaning close to inspect his pores. He laughs maniacally, then touches his chest, expecting a fast, impatient heartbeat, but feels nothing, not even a beat. Helga shushes him, runs a warm loofah over his face. She tells him to relax. He says he is relaxing. She croons about his nice complexion, asks his age. He says 26. She sighs that it's so clean, so smooth. Tells him to just relax. He drifts, eyes rolling back, the Muzak version of, "Don't worry, baby," drowning out bad thoughts. He thinks only positive things: dinner reservations, with Marcus Halberstam's girlfriend, mashed turnips at Union Square Cafe, skiing at Buttermilk Mountain, the new Huey Lewis CD, dress shirts by Ike Behar and Joseph Abboud, and Ralph Lauren, oiled hard bodies under video lights, truckloads of arugula and cilantro. His tangent line, the way his back muscles look under the bathroom lights at the right angle, Helga's hands caressing his face as she whispers how clean and smooth it is, the fact he doesn't live in a trailer park or bowl or attend hockey games or eat barbecued ribs, the look of the XIII building at midnight, only at midnight. Jeannie enters to start the manicure clipping, filing, smoothing edges with a sandpaper disc. Patrick warns her that next time he'd prefer them a bit longer. Silently, she soaks his nails in warm lanolin, dries his hands, uses cuticle moisturizer, removes cuticles, cleans under the nails with a cotton stick. A heat vibrator massages his hand and forearm. The nails are buffed with chamois and then lotion. Evelyn calls on the third line. Patrick is holding on the second line to learn from Bullock, the maitre d' at a new Davis Francois restaurant, whether there are cancellations for tonight so Courtney, holding on the first line, can join him for dinner. Hoping it's his dry cleaners, he picks up Evelyn's call instead. It's not fair to Courtney, he knows, but he takes it anyway. He tells Evelyn he's on the other line with his private trainer. He then tells Courtney he has to take Paul Owen's call and will see her at Turtles at 8. He cuts himself off from Bullock. Evelyn is staying at the Carlisle because the woman in the brownstone next to hers was found murdered last night, decapitated. She's shaken up, couldn't face the office, spent the afternoon calming herself with facials. She demands they have dinner tonight, then asks where he was last night before he can invent an excuse. He pauses and asks where she was. She says she was arguing with the concierge at the Carlisle, then demands again where he was. He asks why she was arguing with the concierge. She says his name declaratively. He says he's here after a minute. She says it doesn't matter. Her room phone had only one line, no call waiting, and asks where he was. Pleased with himself, he says he was fooling around renting videotapes. She whines that she wanted to come over. She was scared, still is, asks if he can't hear it in her voice. He says she sounds anything but. She insists she's terrified, shaking like a leaf, and tells him to ask her facialist. He says she couldn't have come over anyway. She whines, asking why not, then tells someone who just entered her suite to wheel something near the window and asks where the masseuse is. He yawns, stretches, and says because her neighbor's head was in his freezer. Then he asks about dinner, if she can hear him. At 8:30 they sit across from each other at Barcadia. Patrick notes Evelyn's outfit: Anne Klein rayon jacket, wool crepe skirt, Bonwitz silk blouse, James Robinson antique gold and agate earrings costing roughly $4,000. He wears a double-breasted Versace suit, silk woven striped shirt, patterned silk tie, leather slip-ons. He neither canceled the Turtles reservation nor told Courtney not to meet him there, so she'll probably show up around 8:15 confused, and if she hasn't taken Ellaville, furious. That fact not the crystal Evelyn orders and adds cassis to make him laugh out loud. He spent most of the afternoon buying early Christmas presents, large scissors at a drugstore near City Hall, a letter opener from Hamacher Schlemmer, a cheese knife from Bloomingdale's to go with the cheese board his secretary Jean left on his desk while he was in a meeting. This morning's Patty Winters show covered the possibility of nuclear war. Experts say odds are good. It will happen within the month. Evelyn's face looks chalky to him, her purple lipstick startling. He realizes she belatedly took Tim Price's advice to stop using tanning lotion. Instead of mentioning it, he asks about Tim's girlfriend Meredith, whom Evelyn despises for reasons never clear to him. Rumors about Patrick and Courtney have put Courtney on Evelyn's shit list too, for clearer reasons. When the apprehensive waitress tries to add blueberry cassis to his cristal at Evelyn's request, Patrick covers the flute and declines politely, suggesting maybe later in a separate glass. Evelyn giggles, calls him a party pooper, says he smells nice, asks if it's obsession. Grimly, He says it's Paul Sebastian. She smiles, downs her second glass, seems boisterous more than expected from someone whose neighbor's head was sliced off by an electric mini chainsaw while she was still conscious. Her eyes glitter in the candlelight, then revert to pallid gray. Patrick asks how Meredith is, masking his disinterest. Evelyn moans that Meredith is dating Richard Cunningham at First Boston. Patrick mentions Tim was going to break it off with her. Evelyn asks why they had that fabulous Hamptons place. Patrick recalls Tim saying he was sick to death of watching her do nothing but her nails all weekend. Evelyn asks, genuinely confused, if Meredith didn't have someone do them for her. Patrick says dryly that Tim said she had all the personality of a game show host. Evelyn smiles secretly, calling Tim a rascal. Idly, Patrick wonders if Evelyn would sleep with another woman if he brought one to her brownstone, and if they'd let him watch, position them under hot halogen lamps. Probably not. But what if he forced her at gunpoint? Threatened to cut them both up if they didn't comply? The thought doesn't seem unappealing. He can imagine the whole scenario clearly. He starts counting the banquets around the room, then the people sitting in them. Evelyn asks where Tim has been. Rumor says he's at Saks. Patrick says rumor is he's in rehab, distracted, adding that the champagne isn't cold enough. He asks if Tim doesn't send her postcards. She asks with trepidation if he's been sick. Patrick says yes, he thinks so. If you order Crystal, it should at least be cold. She asks if he thinks Tim might be sick. Patrick says yes. Tim is in a hospital in Arizona. He repeats the word Arizona. It has a mysterious tinge. Evelyn exclaims in genuine alarm and gulps down the remaining Cristal. Patrick shrugs slightly. She breathes in, puts her glass down, looks around the restaurant, leans in, and whispers whether he thinks it's AIDS. He says no, nothing like that, just general brain injuries, biting the tip off a breadstick. She sighs, relieved, and asks if it's warm in here. Patrick tells her all he can think about is a poster he saw in the subway before he killed those two black kids, a baby calf in a crate, head turned toward the camera, eyes wide from the flash. The first caption asked why the calf couldn't walk, answering that it only had 2 legs. Another poster with the same photo read, "Stay out of publishing." He pauses, still fingering the breadstick, and asks if any of this registers or if he'd get more response from an ice bucket. He stares straight at Evelyn, enunciating precisely, trying to explain himself. She opens her mouth, straining to say something interesting for the first time since he's known her. He pays very close attention. She asks if that is Ivana Trump, peering over his shoulder. He whirls around, asking where. She says in the booth near the front, second in from Brooke Astor. He squints, puts on his non-prescription Oliver Peoples glasses, and realizes Evelyn vision clouded by Cassie's. Riddled Crystal has mistaken Norris Powell for Ivana Trump and Steve Rubell for Brooke Astor. He almost explodes, moaning, crushed, disappointed, his adrenaline rush turning sour. He asks how she could mistake that wench for Ivana. She chirps an apology, calling it a girlish mistake. He hisses that it's infuriating, both eyes clenched tight. Their hard-body waitress in satin high-backed pumps sets down 2 new flutes for the second bottle Evelyn orders. She pouts at Patrick when he reaches for another breadstick. He pouts back, then presses his head into his palms again. The same happens when she brings their appetizers, dried peppers and spicy pumpkin soup for him, dried corn and jalapeno pudding for her. He's kept his hands over both ears trying to block out Evelyn's voice during the interim, but now he's hungry, so he tentatively removes his right hand. The wine seems deafening. A stream about tandoori chicken, foie gras, jazz, the Savoy shad roe, colors aloe, shell, citrus Morgan Stanley. He claps his hands back tighter. Hunger overtakes him again. Humming loudly, he reaches for the spoon, but Evelyn's voice hits a pitch that cannot be ignored. She says Gregory's graduating from St. Paul and attending Columbia in September, and she's at a total loss for a graduation present, asking for suggestions. Patrick sighs, half joking, suggesting a Les Miserables poster. She calls it perfect. After a sip of Cristal, she makes a face. He asks what. spitting a pumpkin seed that arches into the center of the ashtray instead of her dress. His original target. She says they need more Cassies and asks him to get the waitress. He says agreeably that of course they do, then adds that he has no idea who Gregory is, and does she know that? She puts down her spoon, looks into his eyes, says she really likes him and adores his sense of humor, squeezes his hand, laughs, ha ha ha. But seriously, she means it. Their appetizers are removed, entrees arrive. She takes her hand off his to make room. She ordered quail stuffed into blue corn tortillas with oysters and potato skins. He has free-range rabbit with Oregon morels and herb bed French fries. Evelyn keeps talking something about Deerfield, Harvard, Hotchkiss, Radcliffe, but Patrick isn't listening. Her dialogue overlaps itself. He can't concentrate because his rabbit has been cut to look like a star. Shoestring French fries surrounded chunky red salsa smeared across the 2-foot white porcelain plate gives the appearance of a sunset but looks to him like one big gunshot wound. Shaking his head slowly in disbelief, he presses a finger into the meat, leaving one indentation, then another, then looks for a napkin not his own to wipe his hand. Evelyn hasn't broken her monologue. Smiling seductively at her, he reaches under the table, grabs her thigh, and wipes his hand off. She smiles naughtily, still talking, sips more champagne. He studies her face, bored by how beautiful it is, flawless, and thinks how strange it is that she has pulled him through so much, always there when he needed her most. He looks back at the plate, thoroughly unhungry, picks up his fork, studies the plate hard for a minute or two, whimpers to himself, sighs, puts the fork down, and picks up his champagne glass instead. She continues listing prep schools: Groton, Lawrenceville, Milton, Exeter, Kent, St. Paul's, Hotchkiss, Andover. Choate then catches herself having already said Milton. Patrick announces that if he's not eating tonight, and he's not, he wants cocaine. But Evelyn is unstoppable, a machine. She sighs about Jane Simpson's beautiful wedding and the wild reception afterward at Club Chernobyl, covered by page 6 and WWD. Patrick says warily he heard there was a 2-drink minimum, signaling a busboy to remove his plate. She calls weddings romantic, mentions Jane had a diamond engagement ring, and says she won't settle for less. It has to be diamond. Her eyes glaze over as she recounts the wedding, a sit-down dinner for $750, followed by a 16-foot Ben & Jerry's ice cream cake. The gown was Ralph Lauren, white lace, low-cut, sleeveless. She sighs, asking what Patrick would wear. He says carefully he would demand to wear expensive Ray-Bans and would demand everyone wear Ray-Bans. She breathlessly says she'd want a Zydeco band, or mariachi, or reggae, something ethnic to shock Daddy. She can't decide. Bored and rushed, Patrick says he'd want to bring a Harrison AK-47 assault rifle with a 30-round magazine, so after blowing her fat mother's head off, he could use it on her fag brother. And though personally he doesn't like Soviet-designed weapons, the Harrison somehow reminds him of. He stops, confused, inspecting yesterday's manicure, looks back at Evelyn and says, "Stoli?" She continues, oblivious. Godiva truffles, oysters on the half-shell, marzipan, pink tents, hundreds of thousands of roses, photographers Annie Leibovitz, and someone to videotape it. He winks, saying she'd like an AR-15, the most expensive gun but worth every penny. She doesn't hear a word. Nothing registers. His essence eludes her. She stops her onslaught, breathes in, looks at him dewy-eyed, touches his hand and his Rolex, breathes in again expectantly, and says they should do it. He's trying to catch a glimpse of the hard-body waitress bending over for a drop napkin. Without looking at Evelyn, he asks, "Do what?" She says, "Get married. Have a wedding." He asks if her Kir is spiked. She says softly they should do it. He laughs, trying to fathom this reasoning, takes her champagne glass away, and sniffs the rim. She waits for his answer. He says he doesn't know. She asks, petulantly, "Why not?" demanding one good reason. He says because trying to fuck her is like trying to French kiss a very small and lively gerbil, then adds, "with braces," with a shrug. She asks what he's going to do, wait 3 years until he's 30? He glares, correcting her 4 years. She says 4 years, 3 years, 3 months. What's the difference? He'll still be an old man. She takes her hand away and says, he wouldn't say this if he'd been to Jane Simpson's wedding one look, and he'd want to marry her immediately. He says he was at Jane Simpson's wedding, seated next to Sioux Creek Gable. Believe him, he was there. She whines that he's impossible, a party pooper. Patrick wonders aloud if he was actually at Jane Simpson's wedding, or if MTV covered it instead. Evelyn sighs about the honeymoon, the Concorde to London, Claridge's, her hand clasped under her chin, eyes tearing. Ignoring her, Patrick pulls out a cigar and taps it against the table. Evelyn orders 3 sorbets, peanut, licorice, donut. He orders decaf espresso. She sulks. He lights a match. She warns him, staring at the flame, that he didn't ask permission. Trying to appease her, he asks if he told her he's wearing $60 boxer shorts. At a black tie party in the Puck building for a new computerized rowing machine, Patrick wanders the first-floor ballroom after playing squash with Frederick Dibble and having drinks at Harry's with friends before taking Kevin Wynn's rented limo uptown. He notes his own outfit in detail, including a Kilgore waistcoat, Saks bow tie, Baker Benj's patent slip-ons, antique diamond studs, a Luciano Soprani coat, an ostrich wallet with $400 cash, and a H. Stern gold watch instead of his Rolex. Bored, sipping bad champagne from plastic flutes and chewing kiwi slices with chèvre, he looks around to score cocaine. Instead of finding a dealer, he bumps into Courtney by the stairs. Wearing a silk body wrap with jeweled lace pants, she seems tense and warns him to stay away from Louis suspects something. A cover band plays lame Motown covers. Patrick asks what Louis suspects that 2 + 2 = 4. That she's secretly Nancy Reagan? She tells him not to have lunch with Louise at the Yale Club next week, smiling for a photographer whose flash blinds them. Patrick touches her neck, runs a finger up to her bottom lip, says she looks voluptuous. Still smiling, she waves to Louise, who dances clumsily with Jennifer Morgan in a cream Hugo Boss dinner jacket. Louise waves back. Patrick gives him thumbs up. Courtney sadly whispers to herself, "What a dork." Patrick announces he's leaving, suggests she go dance with the receptacle tip. She grips his arm, asking where he's going. He says he doesn't want another emotional outburst, and the canapes are shitty. She asks again for details. He asks why she's so concerned. She wants to know he's not going to Evelyn's. Is he? He lies. Says maybe. She begs him not to leave her there. He lies again. Says he has to return some videos, hands her his empty glass as another camera flashes, and walks away. The band plays Life in the Fast Lane. He starts looking for hard bodies. Someone who looks like Charles Simpson shakes his hand, shouts, "Hey, Williams," and tells him to meet a group with Alexandra Craig at Nell's around midnight. Patrick squeezes his shoulder, says he'll be there. Outside, smoking a cigar and contemplating the sky, he spots Reed Thompson emerging with his entourage, Janie Conway, Kevin Wynn, Marcus Halberstam, no women. Thompson invites him to dinner at a Salvadorian bistro. Patrick suspects they have drugs but has misgivings about spending the evening with them, especially since they have no reservations and aren't guaranteed a table. He waves them off, crosses Houston dodging limos, and starts moving uptown. On Broadway, he stops at an ATM and takes out another $100 just for the hell of it, feeling better with an even $500 in his wallet. He walks through the antique district below 14th Street. His watch is stopped. He guesses 10:30. Black guys offer crack or Palladium tickets. He passes a newsstand, dry cleaners, church, diner, empty streets, only occasional taxis toward Union Square. A couple of skinny men walk by while he checks his messages at a phone booth, staring at his reflection in an antique store window. One whistles at him, the other laughs a high, fey, horrible sound. A torn Les Miserables playbill tumbles down the cracked, urine-stained sidewalk. A street lamp burns out. Someone in a Jean-Paul Gaultier topcoat pisses in an alley. Steam rises from below the streets. Frozen garbage bags line the curbs. The pale, low moon hangs just above the Chrysler Building, An ambulance siren screams from the West Village, the wind carrying the echo until it fades. A black bum lies in the doorway of an abandoned antique store on 12th Street, on an open grate surrounded by garbage bags and a Grista D's shopping cart loaded with belongings, newspapers, bottles, cans. A hand-painted cardboard sign reads, "I am hungry and homeless. Please help me." A small, rail-thin mutt lies next to him, its makeshift leash tied to the cart's handle. Patrick doesn't notice the dog the first pass. Only after circling the block does he see it lying on newspapers, guarding the bum, a collar with an oversized nameplate gizmo. The dog looks up, wags its pathetic tail, licks hungrily at Patrick's gloved hand. The stench of cheap alcohol mixed with excrement hangs like a heavy invisible cloud. Patrick holds his breath. Until he adjusts, the bum wakes, yawns, exposing stained teeth between cracked purple lips. 40-ish, heavy set. He tries to sit up. Patrick makes out his features in the street lamp's glare, a few days' beard. Triple chin, a ruddy nose lined with thick brown veins. He wears a tacky lime green polyester pantsuit, with washed-out Sergio Valente jeans over it, a ripped orange and brown V-neck stained with what looks like burgundy wine. Very drunk, or crazy, or stupid. His eyes can't focus when Patrick stands over him, blocking the light. Patrick kneels, offers his hand, the one the dog licked, and introduces himself as Pat Bateman. The bum stares, panting, doesn't shake. Patrick asks gently if he wants money, food. The bum nods and starts to cry. Patrick pulls out a $10 bill, changes his mind, holds out a $5 instead, asking if that's what he needs. The bum nods again, looks away shamefully, nose running, and quietly says he's so hungry. Patrick agrees it's cold out too. The bum convulses, repeats that he's hungry, looks away embarrassed. Patrick asks why he doesn't get a job, holding the bill out of reach. If he's so hungry, why not get a job? The bum shivers, admits between sobs he lost his job. Patrick asks genuinely if he was drinking insider trading. Just joking. Was he drinking on the job? The bum hugs himself, chokes out that he was fired, laid off. Patrick nods, says that's too bad. The bum says he's so hungry again, crying hard, holding himself. The dog whimpers. Patrick asks why he doesn't get another job. The bum coughs, unable to finish the sentence. Patrick softly asks if he's not qualified for anything else. The bum whispers that he's hungry. Patrick says he knows, calls him a broken record, says he's trying to help his impatience rising. The bum repeats that he's hungry. Patrick asks if he thinks it's fair to take money from people who do have jobs. The bum's face crumples, he gasps, asking what he's going to do. Patrick asks his name. Al. He tells Al to speak up. Al says it louder. Patrick earnestly tells him to get a goddamn job. He has a negative attitude. That's what's stopping him. He needs to get his act together. Patrick will help. Al blubbers that. Patrick is kind. A kind man. Patrick shushes him, starts petting the dog. Al grabs for his wrist, says he doesn't know what to do. He's so cold. Patrick soothes him, stroking his face, asking if he knows how bad he smells the stench. My God. Al chokes, says he can't find a shelter. Patrick tells him he reeks of shit, still petting the dog whose eyes are wide, wet, grateful. He shouts at Al to look at him and stop crying like a faggot. His rage builds, subsides. He closes his eyes, squeezes the bridge of his nose, sighs. He apologizes. It's just that he doesn't have anything in common with Al. The man in the expensive jacket notices the bum isn't listening too deep in a drunken sobbing mess to form a single coherent word. He tucks the bill back into his Luciano Soprani pocket, stops stroking the dog, and reaches into the other pocket. The bum's crying cuts off instantly. He sits up, searching hopefully for the $5, or, more likely, his bottle of cheap wine. The man touches the bum's face again, gently, almost tenderly, then leans in to whisper a quiet question about whether the bum knows what a pathetic failure he really is. The bum nods, helpless, and the man pulls out a thin, serrated blade. Carefully not aiming to kill, he pushes half an inch into the bum's right eye, flicks the handle up, and pops the retina on the spot. The bum is too stunned to scream, mouth hanging open as a dirty mittened hand drifts toward his face. The man yanks the bum's pants down. In the sweep of taxi headlights, he sees flabby black thighs chafed from constant urination in the filthy pantsuit. The stench of feces rises fast. Breathing through his mouth, squatting low, he starts stabbing the bum's stomach lightly above the matted pubic hair. That jolts the bum into sobriety. He tries covering himself with his hands. The little dog yips furiously but doesn't attack. The man keeps stabbing between the bum's fingers into the backs of his hands. The burst eye hangs from its socket, sliding down the bum's cheek. Blinking only pushes more of the ruined contents out like a red veiny yolk. The man grips the bum's head, forces it back, pinches the other eye open, and pushes the knife tip into that socket first, breaking the protective film so blood fills the cavity, then slitting the eyeball sideways. Only when the man slits the bum's nose in two does the screaming finally start. But blood sprays lightly onto the man and the dog. The little animal blinks, trying to clear its vision. The man wipes the blade clean across the bum's face, splitting the cheek muscle. Still kneeling, he flicks a quarter into the bum's slick, bloody face, both sockets hollowed out, gore-filled, eye remnants oozing in thick strands over the screaming lips. He whispers a calm suggestion to buy some gum, adding a racial slur. Then he turns to the barking dog, stands, and stomps down on its front legs as it crouches to leap, shattering both bones. The dog falls on its side, squealing, front paws sticking up at an obscene angle. The man lingers, laughing at the scene. Spotting an approaching taxi, he walks slowly away. 2 blocks west, he feels euphoric, ravenous, pumped like after a workout, or that first line of cocaine, first puff of a fine cigar, first sip of Cristal. He needs food, but doesn't want Nels or Indochine. He decides on a place Al would go, the McDonald's in Union Square. He orders an extra thick vanilla milkshake, warning the cashier, who just shakes his head and works the machine. He takes it to a front table where Al would sit. His jacket sleeves are lightly speckled with blood. 2 Cat Club waitresses come in and sit across from him, smiling flirtatiously. He ignores them. An old, crazed, chain-smoking woman nods at no one. A police car passes. After 2 more shakes, his high fades. He grows bored and tired. The night feels anticlimactic. He curses himself for skipping that Salvadorian bistro with Reed Thompson and the guys. The 2 waitresses linger. He checks his watch. One of the Mexican counterworkers stares at the bloodstains on the Soprani jacket, as if about to comment, but a black guy who'd tried to sell him crack earlier comes in to order. The Mexican puts out his cigarette and gets back to work. He considers the album a new peak of professionalism in lyrical craft and songwriting. The lyrics of one track address abusive political authority over a groove, funkier and blacker than anything Prince, Michael Jackson, or any other recent black artist has achieved. Despite the danceability, a stripped-down urgency outdoes even the overrated Bruce Springsteen. As an observer of love's failings, this singer beats the boss again and again, reaching new emotional honesty on a song about commitment, while also showcasing a clownish, unpredictable side. That track stands as the most moving pop song of the 1980s about monogamy. Another song echoes a familiar riff, but is more spirited. The album peaks with a 2-part piece, the first part filled with sharp images of despair, paired with a second that fights back with hope. The lyrics are as positive and affirmative as anything in rock. He thinks Phil Collins' solo efforts are more commercial and thus narrower in satisfaction, especially the album No Jacket Required, and several hit singles, but he believes Collins works better within the group than as a solo artist. He stresses the word artist. That applies to all 3 members because Genesis remains the best, most exciting band out of England in the 1980s. Sitting in a new Tribeca restaurant with a former Exeter classmate who now works at the same firm, he notes they couldn't get into Subjects, so his companion suggested this place. His companion wears expensive designer clothes, a leather agenda, and envelopes sit on a 3rd chair at their good table by the window. He himself wears a wool suit, with overplaid, a broadcloth shirt, a silk tie, and a handkerchief from upscale makers. Muzak plays a show score lightly through the restaurant. His companion's girlfriend used to date someone else, and that fact, combined with TV monitors hanging from the ceilings showing chefs working in the kitchen, fills him with a nameless dread. His companion just returned from the islands with a deep, even tan, but so does he. After they order, he asks about the Bahamas. His companion launches into a promotional travel spiel. Without answering directly, summer travelers should look south for 5 smart reasons: weather, festivals, less crowding, price, unique cultures. The Caribbean has year-round warmth cooled by trade winds. It's often hotter up north. He recalls that morning's Patty Winters show. The topic was toddler murderers. Parents of murdered children sat in the studio audience, while a panel of psychiatrists and pediatricians tried futilely to help them cope. To his delight, what really cracked him up was 3 convicted toddler murderers on death row, now seeking parole via legal loopholes, probably getting it. But something distracted him while he watched the huge Sony TV over breakfast, a crack above his painting that he'd asked the super to fix. Leaving that morning, he stopped at the front desk to complain, but found a new doorman his age, but balding, homely, fat. Jelly donuts and hot chocolate lay on the desk beside a newspaper open to the comics. Struck by how infinitely better-looking, more successful, and richer he was than this poor bastard, he felt a passing rush of sympathy, smiled, nodded a curt good morning, and lodged no complaint. He now finds himself saying, "Oh, really?" loudly to his companion, completely uninterested. His companion continues listing Caribbean attractions, festivals, music, art, street fairs, sports, less crowding, better service, no lines. Most people go for the culture, food, history. On the way to Wall Street that morning, gridlock forced him out of the company car. Walking down 5th Avenue to find a subway, he passed what he thought was a Halloween parade, disorienting since this was May. Stopping at 16th Street, he saw it was something called a gay pride parade, turning his stomach. Homosexuals marched with pink triangles on pastel windbreakers, some holding hands, most singing off-key in unison. He stood watching with traumatized fascination, his mind reeling that a man could feel pride over sodomizing another man, when aging, over-muscled beach boys with walrus mustaches began tossing fey catcalls between song lines. He sprinted to 6th Avenue, decided to be late for the office, took a cab back to his apartment, put on a new suit, gave himself a pedicure, and tortured to death a small dog he'd bought earlier in the week from a pet store. His companion drones on about water sports, golf, tennis, nightlighting. He thinks silently, a crude dismissal. Appetizers arrive. He hopes his companion doesn't want to pay because he needs to show the dim-witted bastard that he owns a Platinum American Express card. For some reason he feels very sad listening, a lump forming in his throat, but he swallows, sips his beer, and the emotion passes. During a chewing pause, he asks about the food almost involuntarily, thinking about anything but. His companion launches into an answer about Caribbean cuisine mixing with European culture, restaurants owned by expatriates, then pauses to take a bite of brioche that looks like a sponge drenched in blood. He washes it down with beer. He asks about sightseeing, disinterested, concentrating on his blackened chilies and the artful plate arrangement. His companion explains, sightseeing is highlighted by European culture that established islands as fortresses in the 1700s, with spots where Columbus landed, and as the 300th anniversary of his first sailing approaches, though he gives the wrong year, there is heightened awareness of the history and culture integral to island life. He silently calls his companion an asshole, then nods along while his mind drifts paisley ties, plaid suits, aerobics, returning videotapes, errands at Zabars, beggars, white chocolate truffles. The sickening cologne his companion wears floats toward his face, mixing with the marmalade, cilantro, onions, and chilies. He repeats a vague acknowledgement. His companion keeps talking about active vacation options: mountain climbing, cave exploring, sailing, horseback riding, whitewater rafting, and casinos on many islands. Briefly, he imagines pulling out his knife, slicing his own wrist, and aiming the spurting vein at his companion's head or suit wondering if the man would keep talking. He considers getting up without excusing himself, cabbing to another restaurant in Soho or Uptown, having a drink, using the restroom, maybe calling his girlfriend, then coming back, and every molecule in his body tells him his companion would still be talking about his vacation, indeed, about the world's vacation in the Bahamas. The waiter removes half-eaten appetizers, brings fresh beers, free-range chicken with raspberry vinegar and guacamole, calf's liver with shad roe and leeks. He isn't sure who ordered what, but both plates look identical. He ends up with the free-range chicken and extra tomatillo sauce. His companion explains that visitors to the Caribbean don't need a passport, just proof of U.S. citizenship, and even better, language is no barrier. English is spoken everywhere, even on French or Spanish islands. Most islands are former British territories. He mentions offhand that his life is a living hell, moving leeks around on his porcelain triangular plate. He adds that there are many more people he wants to murder, emphasizing the last word while staring straight into his companion's face. His companion continues service, has improved to the islands as both major airlines have created hubs in San Juan with connecting flights. Additional airlines provide scheduled island hopping. Someone who might be Charles Fletcher walks over, pats him on the shoulder, says a casual greeting, mentions seeing him later, then meets up with an attractive blonde in a tight dress, not his secretary, not his wife, and they leave together in a black limousine. His companion keeps eating, cutting into square slices of calf's liver, still talking, while he grows increasingly mournful. His companion adds that vacationers who can't take a full week will find the Caribbean ideal for weekend escapes. One airline has created a weekender club with reduced prices. Everyone is uptight at the concert in New Jersey featuring an Irish band that was on a magazine cover last week. The front row tickets were originally for Japanese clients who canceled at the last minute, so a colleague dragged them all along. When he learned that a certain business associate was coming, he tried to call someone else's girlfriend, since that associate seems fairly sure he's a different person. She was flattered, but had a black tie event. She mentioned lunch next week. He said he'd call. He was supposed to have dinner with his girlfriend tonight, but the thought of sitting alone with her through a 2-hour meal fills him with nameless dread, so he reluctantly explained the schedule changes. She asked if someone else was coming when he said no. There was brief hesitation before she accepted. He canceled his dinner reservation and left the office early for a quick aerobics class before the concert. None of the women are excited about the band. Each has separately confided she doesn't want to be there. In the limousine heading to the venue, the colleague tries placating everyone by mentioning that a famous real estate developer is a big fan, then even more desperately that a Wall Street executive also buys their records. A bottle of champagne is opened, then another. The TV is tuned to a press conference, but static means no one pays attention except him. That morning's talk show was about shark attack victims. The associate has called him by the wrong name 4 times. His girlfriend has been called by the wrong name twice, much to his relief, but she doesn't notice because she's been glaring at the other woman the whole time. No one has corrected the associate, and it's unlikely anyone will. He has even used the wrong name himself a couple times, when sure his girlfriend wasn't listening. The colleague keeps telling him how nice he looks and complimenting his suit. He and his girlfriend are by far the best-dressed couple. He lists his own expensive layers from a designer. She wears a designer blouse, suede shoes, a stenciled calf skirt, suede belt, tights, Venetian glass earrings, and clasps a single white rose he bought at a Korean deli before the limousine picked him up. The colleague wears an all-Hermes outfit, which his girlfriend whispers is tacky. He silently agrees. The other woman wears an organdy top and velvet skirt with fishtail hem, designer earrings, gloves, Gucci shoes. The associate and his date are a bit overdressed. She wears sunglasses even though the limo windows are tinted, and it's dusk. She holds a small bouquet of daisies given by the colleague, which fail to make the other woman jealous, since she seems intent upon clawing his girlfriend's face open, which right now, though his girlfriend has the better-looking face, seems not a bad idea. He wouldn't mind watching. The other woman has a slightly better body. His girlfriend has nicer breasts. The concert has dragged on maybe 20 minutes. He hates live music, but everyone around him is standing, screams competing with the racket from towering speaker stacks. His only real pleasure is seeing a couple 10 rows behind them in shittier seats. The colleague changes seats with his girlfriend to discuss business, but he can't hear a word, so he changes seats with his girlfriend to talk to the other woman. He shouts that a certain person is a weasel who suspects nothing. She shouts that the bassist is wearing a particular designer. He shouts back that it's a different line. They argue about grays, tops, navies, winged lapels, subtle plaids, polka dots, and stripes. He's extremely irritated that she can't differentiate. He covers both ears and shouts there's a difference. He asks which one a certain band member is. She shouts that the drummer might be that person. She's not sure. She needs a cigarette, and asks where he was the other night, threatening to hit him if he says with his girlfriend. He screams that the drummer is not wearing anything by either designer. She shouts. She doesn't know which one the drummer is. He suggests she ask the associate's date. She reaches across the associate to tap that woman's leg and shouts the question. The woman shouts something back. Then she turns to him and shrugs, reporting that the woman said she can't believe she's in New Jersey. The colleague motions for her to change seats with him. She waves him off and grips his thigh, which he flexes rock hard. Her hand lingers admiringly. The colleague persists, and she gets up, screaming that they need drugs tonight. He nods. The lead singer screeches something. His girlfriend and the associate's date leave to buy cigarettes, use the ladies' room, find refreshments. The colleague sits next to him. The colleague screams that the girls are bored. He shouts that she wants them to find her cocaine tonight. The colleague looks sulky but says great. He asks if they have reservations anywhere. The colleague checks his watch and shouts Brussels, but it's doubtful they'll make it. He warns that if they don't make it, he's not going anywhere else. They can drop him at his apartment. The colleague shouts, they'll make it. He relents and suggests Japanese, mentioning a top sushi bar on the Upper West Side with a chef from another restaurant that got a great rating. The colleague screams that he hates Japanese people, using a slur. He screams back, asking what in hell he's talking about. The colleague screams that they save more than Americans, don't innovate much, but know how to take and steal innovations, improve on them, then ram them down American throats. He stares at his colleague, disbelieving, then looks at the stage, the guitarist running in circles, the lead singer with arms outstretched, then back at his colleague, whose face is still crimson with fury, wide-eyed, spittle on his lips, saying nothing. He asks, genuinely confused, what any of that has to do with the sushi bar, then tells him to wipe his mouth. His colleague screams back, that's why he hates Japanese food, sashimi, California roll, making a gagging motion. He starts to say the man's name but stops, studying his face closely, slightly freaked out, unable to remember what he wanted to say. His colleague leans in and asks what. He screams that he can't believe this shit, can't believe he didn't make reservations for later. They're going to have to wait. His colleague cups his ear and screams back that this is not a problem. He screams louder that they are going to have to wait. His colleague insists it's okay. The lead singer reaches out from the stage, hand outstretched. He waves him away, then tells his colleague he's wrong. It's not okay. He looks over at a business associate, who seems equally bored, hands clamped over both ears but still conferring with a woman about something. His colleague screams that they won't have to wait, promising. He screams back, promising nothing, calling him a geek, then asks if that associate is still handling a certain account. His colleague screams desperately that he doesn't want him to be mad. It'll be all right. He screams for him to forget it, and repeats the question. His colleague looks over at the associate, then back, says yeah, he guesses, then adds, he heard the associate's girlfriend has a sexually transmitted infection. He shouts that he's going to talk to him, getting up and taking the empty seat next to the associate. But when he sits down, something strange on the stage catches his eye. The lead singer has moved across the stage, following him to his seat, kneeling at the edge, staring into his eyes, wearing black jeans, sandals, a leather vest with no shirt beneath. His body is white, covered with sweat, not worked out enough, no muscle tone, definition covered by sparse chest hair. He has a cowboy hat and a ponytail, moaning some dirge about a hero being an insect. A faint but intense smirk spreads confidently across his face. His eyes blaze, the backdrop turns red, and suddenly, he feels a tremendous surge, a rush of knowledge. He can see into the singer's heart, his own beating faster, realizing he's receiving some kind of message. It hits him that they have something in common, a bond. An invisible cord seems to encircle him. The audience disappears. The music slows and softens. Only the singer remains on stage, the stadium deserted, the band fading away. The message, once vague, grows more powerful. The singer nods at him. He nods back. Everything gets clearer, his body alive and burning. A flash of white blinding light envelops him, and he hears, can actually feel, can make out the letters hovering above the singer's head in orange wavy letters. A declaration of being the devil and just like him. Then everyone audience, band reappears. The music slowly swells. The singer, sensing he's received the message he actually knows, the singer feels him reacting, turns away satisfied. He's left tingling, face flushed, an aching erection pulsing against his thigh, hands clenched in fists of tension. But suddenly, everything stops, as if a switch has been turned off. The backdrop flashes back to white. The singer is on the other side of the stage now, and every feeling vanishes. Now more than ever he needs to know about the account the associate is handling. That information seems vital, more pertinent than the bond with the singer, who is now dissolving and remote. He turns to the associate and shouts a greeting. The associate motions toward a group of stagehands at the far side of the front row, peering into the crowd, conferring, says they were pointing at the women in their group. He asks who they are, if they're from an investment firm. The associate shouts back that he thinks they're roadies who look for women to go backstage and have sex with the band. He shouts that he thought maybe they worked at a clothing store. The associate shouts, they're called trim coordinators. He asks how he knows that. The associate shouts, he has a cousin who manages a band. He says it's irritating that he knows this, then shouts asking if he's still handling the account. The associate shouts back, yeah, lucked out, calling him by the wrong name. He shouts back that he sure did, asking how he got it. The associate explains he had a different account, and things just fell into place, shrugging helplessly. He shouts, wow. The associate shouts back, yeah, then turns and shouts at two dumb-looking fat girls from New Jersey, passing an oversized joint between them, one wrapped in what might be the Irish flag, telling them to put their skunk weed away because it reeks. He shouts that he wants it, staring at the associate's perfect even part, even his scalp is tan. The associate shouts back, asking what marijuana. He shouts, no, nothing, then slumps back into his seat, staring emptily at the stage, biting his thumbnail and ruining yesterday's manicure. They leave after his girlfriend and the associate's date return. Later, in the limousine racing back toward Manhattan to make the reservation, another bottle of champagne opened. The TV still on the press conference. The women report that two bouncers accosted them near the ladies' room and demanded they come backstage. He explains who they were and what purpose they serve. His girlfriend gasps, asking if she's been trim coordinated. The associate comments that he bets the lead singer has a small dick because he's Irish. His colleague asks if they had an automated teller back there. His girlfriend shouts to the other woman asking if she heard they've been trim coordinated. He asks how his hair looks. The other woman asks his colleague for more champagne. It's mid-afternoon, and he finds himself standing at a phone booth somewhere downtown, sweaty, a pounding migraine thumping in his head, experiencing a major anxiety attack. He searches his pockets for Valium, Xanax, a leftover Halcyon anything, and finds only 3 faded painkillers in a designer pill box. He pops all 3 into his mouth and swallows them with a Diet Pepsi, unable to say where it came from. He's forgotten who he had lunch with earlier, and more important, where. He moans aloud that he can't remember. His clothes, linen and silk sport coat, cotton shirt, pleated linen khaki trousers, silk tie with insignia, leather belt, are drenched with sweat. He takes off the jacket and wipes his face with it. The phone keeps ringing, But he doesn't know who he's called. He just stands on the corner, sunglasses balanced on his forehead, at what feels like an odd, crooked angle. Then he hears a faint, familiar sound through the wires, his secretary's soft voice competing with gridlock on Broadway. He recalls that morning's talk show was about aspirin potentially saving lives. He cries out her name, then asks if she's there. She calls back, asking if it's him. He shouts he needs help. She says his name and then reports that someone called with a reservation at a restaurant at 8, and 2 other people want to meet him for drinks. She asks where he is. He sighs, wiping his nose, starts to say he's not to say. Interrupts another person called, correcting herself on the name, then confirming it. He moans, loosening his tie, the August sun beating down on him, and mutters an insulting question to her. She clarifies that the reservation is at a specific restaurant, not another. He cries out, asking what he's doing, then where he is. She asks what's wrong. He says he's not going to make it to the office that afternoon. She asks why, sounding depressed or simply confused. He screams at her to just say no. She asks if he's all right. He shouts at her to stop sounding so fucking sad. She apologizes, saying she meant to say just say no, but he hangs up on her and lunges away from the phone booth. The portable music player around his neck suddenly feels like a boulder strapped around his throat. The sounds blaring from it deeply irritate him. He has to throw the cheap player into the nearest trash can. He stumbles into the can and hangs onto its rim, breathing heavily, the cheap jacket tied around his waist, staring at the still functioning player. The sun melts the product in his hair, mingling with sweat pouring down his face. He can taste it when he licks his lips, and it starts tasting good. Suddenly ravenous, he runs his hand through his hair and licks greedily at the palm while moving up the street, ignoring old ladies passing out flyers, past jean stores with music blasting onto the streets, people's movements matching the beat of a pop song about life being a mystery and standing alone. Bike messengers whiz by, he scowls at them. But people pass, oblivious. No one paying attention, they don't even pretend not to. This fact sobers him long enough that he walks toward a nearby home goods store to buy a teapot. But just when he assumes his normalcy has returned and he's all straightened out, his stomach tightens, and the cramps are so intense that he hobbles into the nearest doorway and clutches his waist. The cramp doubles him over again, then fades just long enough for him to straighten up and rush into a hardware store. Inside, he buys a set of butcher knives, an axe, a bottle of hydrochloric acid, and then at a pet store down the block a habit rail and 2 white rats he plans to torture with the knives and acid. Later that afternoon, somewhere while shopping for candles or possibly a teapot, he leaves the package containing the rats at a pottery barn. Now he lunges up Lafayette, sweating, moaning, shoving people aside, foam pouring from his mouth, stomach contracting with horrendous cramps, possibly from steroids, but that seems doubtful. He calms himself enough to walk into a grocery store, rushes the aisles, and shoplifts a canned ham, hiding it under his jacket. Down the block, he tries to hide in a building lobby, breaking the tin open with his keys. The doorman seems to recognize him at first. Then after he starts stuffing handfuls of lukewarm pink meat into his mouth, getting it stuck beneath his nails, threatens to call the police. He flees, vomits up the ham outside, leans against a bus stop poster, and kisses the drawn face of a character, leaving brown streaks of bile across her soft features, and the word dyke scrawled beneath. Loosening his suspenders, ignoring beggars, who ignore him in turn, sweat-drenched and delirious. He finds himself back downtown in a record store. He composes himself, muttering repeatedly about needing to return his videotapes, buys 2 copies of his favorite CD, an Actors album, and then gets stuck in the revolving door for 5 full spins. He trips out onto the street, bumping into someone he half recognizes from finance, who greets him by the wrong name. He belches greenish bile into the man's face, eyes rolling back. The man, unfazed, suggests they'll meet later. He screeches and backs away into a Korean deli's fruit stand, collapsing stacks of apples, oranges, and lemons that roll into the street and get splattered by traffic. He apologizes deliriously, offers the screaming Korean his platinum Amex by accident, then a 20, which the man takes. but the Korean grabs his stained lapels. When he looks up into that round face, the Korean suddenly bursts into an old pop chorus. He pulls away, horrified, stumbling uptown toward home, but people and places keep interrupting. A drug dealer on 13th Street offers him crack. He blindly waves a 50, and the grateful dealer shakes his hand, pressing 5 vials into his palm. He eats them whole. The dealer stares, trying to mask disturbance with amusement. He grabs the dealer's neck and croaks out an opinion about luxury car engines. Then he moves to a phone booth, babbles gibberish at the operator until he spits out his credit card number and finds himself speaking to a spa's front office, canceling a massage appointment he never made. He composes himself by staring at his own loafers, kicking pigeons aside, and enters a shabby delicatessen on 2nd Avenue. Still confused and sweaty, he approaches a short, fat, old Jewish woman in hideous clothes, announces he has a reservation and that he knows a famous comedian. She sighs, says she can seat him without a reservation, and leads him toward a terrible table near the restrooms. He grabs the menu, rushes to a booth up front, and is appalled by the cheapness of the food. Sensing a waitress nearby, he orders a medium-rare cheeseburger without looking up. She says no cheese kosher. He doesn't understand and asks for a kosher burger with cheese instead. She repeats no cheese. He mutters an anti-Semitic question, then asks for cottage cheese. She says she'll get the manager. He demands a beverage, a vanilla milkshake. No milkshakes kosher. He slaps his platinum Amex on the greasy table. She says no milkshake. He roars for a vanilla malted instead, extra thick, spraying spit on the menu. She walks away. When he sees the manager approaching a bald carbon copy of the waitress, he screams a string of slurs and runs out onto the street. At a table elsewhere, someone asks the group about the rules for a sweater vest. Another asks what he means. The first says yes, asking for clarification. The question is whether it's strictly informal or can be worn with a suit. He finishes the sentence for the man, who smiles. He begins to cite a style authority, but the first man stops him, asking if that authority is with a particular investment bank. He says no, smiling. A third man asks, suspiciously, if that authority was a serial killer, moaning not another serial killer. He turns back and says no, but then adds that the accusation really pisses him off. The third man complains that he always brings up serial killers in a casual, educational way, naming several famous examples. One of the others asks about a name he doesn't recognize, noting it sounds exceptionally dangerous. He clarifies the correct name, teeth clenched, explaining that figure was part of a famous horror film, adding that he was exceptionally dangerous. The third man demands he go on about the style authority, sarcastically guessing what horrible things he did, skinning people alive, starving them, running them over, feeding them to dogs. He shakes his head, teasingly admits the authority did something far worse. The third man guesses taking them to a certain new restaurant. The other agrees that would do it, asking if he went, and if it was grubby. They trade complaints about meatloaf, tablecloths, squab, marlin chili, a quesadilla with papaya that was usually good but there was terrible, and how cheap the place was. He agrees with his companion about the restaurant being cheap, then clears his throat to interrupt their discussion of specific dishes. They urge him to continue talking about a certain style authority. He corrects the name, identifies the man as author of a guide to quality in menswear, and adds as an aside that no, he wasn't a serial killer in his spare time. His companion asks what that authority had to say, chewing on ice. He insults the companion, then states the theory one shouldn't feel restricted from wearing a sweater vest with a suit. He asks if the companion heard him called a clod. The companion says yeah. Another companion tentatively offers that the authority does point out a vest shouldn't overpower the suit. He's mildly irritated that this companion has done his homework, but asks for advice anyway. He calmly continues with discreet pinstripes. Wear a subdued blue or charcoal gray vest. A plaid suit calls for a bolder vest. The first companion adds that with a regular vest, the last button should be left undone. He glances sharply at him. The companion smiles, sips his drink, smacks his lips, satisfied. The second companion wants to know why. He says, "It's traditional," still glaring at the first, but also more comfortable. He hears the second companion ask whether wearing suspenders will help the vest sit better. He asks why, turning to face him. The second companion stumbles, looking for the right word about avoiding encumbrance. The first companion finishes the belt buckle. The second agrees. He starts to speak, but is interrupted again by the first companion, who recites that while the vest should match the suit's color and style, completely avoid matching the vest's pattern with socks or tie, smiling at both of them. He stammers angrily that he thought the companion hadn't read the book, had just said he couldn't tell the difference between the style author and a famous serial killer. The companion shrugs and says it came back to him. He turns back to the second companion, finding the first's one-upmanship totally cheap, and says wearing argyle socks with an argyle vest will look too studied. The second companion asks if he thinks so. He says, "You'll look like you consciously worked for the look," then, suddenly upset, turns back to the first and asks how in hell he got Featherhead from Leatherface. The first companion tells him to cheer up, slaps him on the back, massages his neck, asks what's the matter. "No shiatsu that morning," he says. Eyes shut tight, entire body wired and ticking, coiled up ready to spring, that if he keeps touching him like this, he'll draw back a stump. The first companion backs off in mock fear. The two of them giggle and give each other high fives, completely unaware that he cut his companion's hands off, and much more, with pleasure. The three of them are sitting in the dining room of a private club at lunch. He catalogues their expensive outfits. That morning's talk show was about Nazis. Inexplicably, he got a real charge out of watching it. Though not exactly charmed by their deeds, he didn't find them unsympathetic. Nor did most of the audience. One Nazi, in a rare display of humor, juggled grapefruits, and delighted, he sat up in bed and clapped. A colleague sits 5 tables away, dressed as if he'd had some kind of frog attack, wearing an unidentifiable suit from some French tailor. A bowler hat on the floor beneath his chair also seems to belong to him. The colleague smiles, but he pretends not to notice. He worked out for 2 hours that morning since the three of them have taken the rest of the afternoon off. They're all getting massages. They haven't ordered yet, haven't even seen menus. They've just been drinking. One companion originally wanted champagne, but another shook his head vehemently and said out, out. So they ordered drinks instead. He keeps watching the colleague, and whenever he looks over at their table, he tips his head back and laughs. Even if what his companions are saying isn't particularly funny, which is practically always. He's perfected his fake response to a degree where it's so natural sounding that no one notices. The colleague stands up, wipes his mouth with a napkin, glances over again, then exits the dining area, presumably heading to the men's room. One companion is saying there's a limit he doesn't want to spend the evening with the Cookie Monster. He asks, since he's still dating a certain woman, what's the difference? Naturally, the companion doesn't hear. The other companion says Ditzy is cute. Very cute. The first asks him for any style opinions on ditziness. He asks what? Getting up? They repeat ditzy as desirable. He says, pushing his chair in, that he just wants everyone to know he's pro-family and anti-drug, then excuses himself. As he walks away, one companion grabs a passing waiter and asks if the water is tap, stating he doesn't drink tap water, ordering bottled water instead. Would a certain woman like him less if the colleague was dead? This is the question he has to face as he makes his way slowly through the dining room, waving to acquaintances. Would she spend more time with him? The time she now spends with a colleague? If he was out of the picture, no longer an alternative, if he was perhaps dead? If the colleague were killed, would she be upset? Could he genuinely be of comfort without laughing in her face? His own spite giving everything away? Does the fact that she dates him behind the colleague's back excite her? His body? Or the size of his dick? Why does he want to please her? If she likes him only for his muscles, the heft of his cock, then she's a shallow bitch. But a physically superior, near-perfect-looking shallow bitch can override anything, except maybe bad breath or yellow teeth, either of which is a real deal-breaker. Would he ruin things by strangling the colleague? If he married his girlfriend, would she make him buy her designer gowns until they finalized their divorce? Have foreign forces and guerrillas found peace yet somewhere? Or would the world be a safer, kinder place if the colleague was hacked to bits? His world might, so why not? It's really even too late to be asking these questions, since now he's in the men's room, staring at himself in the mirror, tan and haircut perfect, checking out his teeth, which are completely straight and white and gleaming, winking at his reflection. He breathes in, slides on a pair of leather gloves, and makes his way toward the stall the colleague occupies. The men's room is deserted. All stalls are empty except the one at the end, the door not locked, left slightly ajar, the sound of the colleague whistling something from a musical getting almost oppressively louder as he approaches. He's standing in the stall back to him, wearing a cashmere blazer, pleated wool trousers, a cotton silk white shirt, urinating. He can tell the colleague senses movement because he stiffens noticeably, and the sound stops abruptly in midstream, in slow motion, his own heavy breathing blocking out all other sounds, vision blurring slightly. His hands move up over the collar of the cashmere blazer and shirt, circling his neck until thumbs meet at the nape and index fingers touch just above the Adam's apple. He starts to squeeze, tightening his grip, but loose enough to let the colleague turn around still in slow motion to face him, one hand over his sweater, the other reaching up. His eyelids flutter, then widen, which is exactly what he wants. He wants to see the colleague's face contort and turn purple, wants him to know who is killing him. He wants to be the last face, the last thing, the colleague sees before he dies, and wants to cry out that he's sleeping with a woman, wanting those to be the last words until gurglings and the crunching of his trachea drown everything out. The colleague stares at him. He tenses the muscles in his arms, preparing for a struggle that, disappointingly, never comes. Instead, the colleague looks down at his wrists, wavers as if undecided, then lowers his head and kisses his left wrist. When he looks back up, shyly, it's with an expression that's loving and only partly awkward. His right hand reaches up and tenderly touches the side of his face. He stands frozen, arms still stretched out, fingers still circled around the colleague's throat. The colleague whispers, almost reverently, using his first name, asking why here. His hand plays with his hair now. He looks over at the side of the stall, where someone has scratched a crude statement into the paint, and he's still paralyzed, gazing at the words confused, studying the frame surrounding them as if that contained an answer, a truth. He shakes his head to clear it and looks back at the colleague, who has a horrible love-struck grin plastered on his face. He tries to squeeze harder, face twisted with exertion, but he can't do it. His hands won't tighten, and his arms, still stretched out, look ludicrous and useless in their fixed position. The colleague says he's seen him looking, has noticed his hot body. He tries to kiss him on the lips, but he backs away into the stall door, accidentally closing it. He drops his hands from the colleague's neck. The colleague takes them and immediately places them back. He drops them once again and stands contemplating his next move, but he's immobile. The colleague tells him not to be shy. He takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, counts to 10, and opens them to make a helpless attempt to lift his arms back up to strangle the man, but they feel weighed down. Lifting them becomes impossible. The man sighs, rubbing his shoulders, trembling, confessing how long he's wanted this, recalling a Christmas party years ago, and a specific tie his would-be killer wore. For the first time he notices the man's pants are still unzipped. Calmly and without difficulty, he turns out of the stall and moves to a sink to wash his hands, though his gloves are still on and he doesn't want to remove them. The bathroom suddenly seems the coldest room in the universe. He shudders involuntarily. The man trails behind, touching his jacket, leaning next to him at the sink, whispering a declaration of desire in a low, effeminate tone. When he slowly turns to glare, his eye contact radiating revulsion, the man adds a single word, too. He storms out of the men's room, bumping into someone he half recognizes. He smiles at the maitre d', shakes his hand, then makes a run for the closing elevator but is too late. He cries out, pounding a fist against the doors, cursing. Composing himself, He notices the maitre d' conferring with a waiter, both looking his way questioningly. He straightens up, smiles shyly, and waves. The man strides over calmly, still grinning, flushed. He stands there and lets him approach. Finally he hisses a demand to know what it is. The man whispers back, bewildered, asking where he's going. Stumped, he looks around the crowded dining room, then back at the man's quivering, yearning face. He says he has to return some videotapes, jabbing at the elevator button. Then, his patience gone, starts to walk away and head back toward his table. The man calls his name. He whirls around and snaps back. The man mouths, "I'll call you," with an expression that assures him his secret is safe. He nearly gags, shaking visibly, sits back at his table, completely defeated, gloves still on, and gulps down the rest of a watery whiskey. As soon as he's seated, a companion asks about the right way to wear a tie bar or clasp. He answers not required, but adds to a clean appearance the accessory shouldn't dominate the tie. Choose a simple gold bar or small clip, and place it at the lower end at a downward 45-degree angle. His girlfriend calls, too intoxicated on medication to meet him for dinner at a new restaurant where his secretary made reservations. He's nonplussed. Despite excellent reviews, he doesn't complain or try to change her mind, since he has files to review and a taped talk show to watch 60 minutes about women who've had mastectomies, which he couldn't bear that morning, but after a day of office trouble, a tedious lunch, his cleaners unable to remove bloodstains from another jacket, overdue videotapes costing him a fortune, and a 20-minute wait for exercise machines, he's toughened and prepared. He does 2,000 abdominal crunches and 30 minutes of rope jumping in his living room, a jukebox blasting one song repeatedly, even though he worked out at the gym for nearly 2 hours. After this, he dresses to pick up groceries, designer jeans, a polo shirt, a sport coat, no tie, hair slicked back. Since it's drizzling, waterproof lace-ups, 3 knives and 2 guns carried in a luxury leather attaché case. Because it's cold, and he doesn't want to ruin his manicure, deerskin gloves. Finally, a belted black leather trench coat costing $4,000. Though it's only a short walk to the grocery, he puts on a CD Walkman with a long version of a rock song already in it. He grabs an expensive wood-handled umbrella off a newly installed rack and heads out. After the office, he worked out at the gym and once home made obscene phone calls to young women, the numbers coming from a register he stole when he broke into an administration office last Thursday night. He whispered that he was a corporate raider who orchestrates hostile takeovers, made sucking noises and pig-like grunts, then asked what they thought of that. Most of the time he could tell they were frightened, which pleased him greatly, and enabled him to maintain a strong erection for the duration of the calls, until one girl asked, unfazed, if that was her dad, and whatever enthusiasm he'd built up plummeted. Vaguely disappointed, he made a few more calls half-heartedly while opening today's mail, finally hanging up in mid-sentence when he came across a personalized reminder about a private sale at a boutique 2 weeks ago. Though he figures one of the doormen probably withheld the card to piss him off, that doesn't erase missing the fucking sale. Dwelling on this loss while wandering down Central Park West, it strikes him profoundly that the world is more often than not a bad and cruel place. Someone who looks almost exactly like an acquaintance passes beneath a street lamp and nods as he turns down the Walkman volume to hear a greeting with the wrong name. He catches a whiff of cologne, and still walking, looks back, wondering about the man's dating life, when he almost stumbles over a beggar sprawled in the doorway of an abandoned restaurant, black and out of her mind, repeating the same 2 phrases like a Buddhist chant. He tries to lecture her on the merits of getting a job somewhere, silently debating whether to open the briefcase and pull out a knife or gun. But she strikes him as too easy a target to be truly satisfying, so he tells her to go to hell, turns up the Walkman as the rock song continues, and moves on. He stops at an automated teller to take out $300 for no particular reason, all bills crisp and freshly printed. He delicately places them in his wallet so as not to wrinkle them. At Columbus Circle, a juggler in a trench cloak and top hat performs in front of a small, uninterested crowd. He smells prey, and the man seems worthy of his wrath, But he moves on in search of a less dorky target though. If he'd been a mime, odds are he'd already be dead. Faded posters of a famous real estate developer on a magazine cover, the windows of another abandoned restaurant, filling him with newfound confidence. He arrives at the grocery store, standing directly in front of it, gazing inside, and feels an almost overwhelming urge to walk in and browse each aisle, roaming through produce, inspecting colors of peppers, deciding what flavor of cookie to buy. But he's still longing for something deeper, something undefined to do beforehand. He starts to stalk the dark, cold streets off Central Park West and catches sight of his face reflected in the tinted windows of a limousine parked in front of a restaurant. His mouth is moving involuntarily, his tongue wetter than usual, his eyes blinking uncontrollably. In the street lamp's glare, his shadow is vividly cast on the wet pavement. He can see his gloved hands moving, alternately clutching into fists, fingers stretching and wriggling. He has to stop in the middle of the street to calm himself down, whisper soothing thoughts, anticipating the grocery store, a reservation at an exclusive restaurant, a new CD. It takes an awesome amount of strength to fight down the urge to start slapping himself in the face. Coming slowly up the street is an older gay man wearing a cashmere turtleneck, a wool ascot, and a felt hat, walking a brown and white Shar-Pei with its bunched-up face sniffing low to the ground. They get closer, passing beneath one street lamp, then another. He's composed himself sufficiently to slowly take off the Walkman and inconspicuously unlock the briefcase. He stands on the thin strip of sidewalk next to a white car. The man with the Shar-Pei is now within feet. He gets a good look. Late 50s, pudgy, obscenely healthy-looking pink skin, no wrinkles, topped off with a ridiculous mustache that accentuates feminine features. The man gives him the once-over with a quizzical smile. The Shar-Pei sniffs a tree, then a garbage bag. He smiles, leaning down, and offers a compliment about the dog. The Shar-Pei eyes him warily, then growls. The man scolds the dog, then looks back up at him, apologetic. He can sense the man is flattered not only that he noticed the dog but that he actually stopped to talk about it, and he swears the old bastard is positively flushed, creaming in his tacky loose corduroys from a popular designer. He tells the man it's okay, and pets the dog gently, laying the briefcase on the ground. He asks if it's a Shar-Pei. The man corrects his pronunciation with a lisp. He tries to repeat it the same way, still stroking the dog's neck and back. The man laughs flirtatiously and corrects him again, accent on the last syllable. He says whatever, standing up and grinning boyishly, calling it a beautiful animal. The man thanks him, then exasperated, says it costs a fortune. He asks why, leaning down again and stroking the dog, speaking to it. The man explains that the bags around its eyes have to be lifted surgically every 2 years, so they go all the way to Key West. The only vet he really trusts, and with a little snip and tuck, the dog can see splendidly again. He says the dog looks great. There's a pause while he watches the dog. The owner keeps eyeing him, then breaks the silence, saying he really hates to ask something. He urges him to go ahead. The man admits it's so silly, chuckling. He starts laughing, asking why. The man asks if he's a model, swearing he's seen him in a magazine or somewhere. He decides not to lie and says no, but he's flattered. The man says he looks just like a movie star, waves a limp wrist, then lisps to himself to stop embarrassing himself. He leans down as if picking up the briefcase, but because of the shadows, the man doesn't see him pull out the sharpest serrated knife. He asks what the man paid for the dog, naturally but deliberately, without even looking up to check for other pedestrians. In one swift movement, he picks the dog up by the neck with his left arm and pushes it back against a street lamp. The dog nips at him, trying to bite his gloves, jaws snapping, but his tight grip on its throat prevents barking. He can actually hear his hand crush its trachea. He pushes the serrated blade into its stomach and quickly slices open its hairless belly in a squirt of brown blood. The dog's legs kick and claw at him, blue and red intestines bulge out. He drops the dog onto the sidewalk. The man just stands there, still gripping the leash, in shock, staring in horror, repeating "Oh my God" as the Shar-Pei drags itself in a circle, tail wagging, squealing, licking and sniffing the pile of its own intestines spilled on the sidewalk. As the dog goes into its death throes still attached to the leash, he whirls around on its owner, pushes him back hard with a bloodied glove, and starts randomly stabbing him in the face and head. He finally slashes the man's throat open in 2 brief chopping motions. An arc of red-brown blood splatters a white BMW parked at the curb, setting off its car alarm, 4 fountain-like bursts coming from below the man's chin. The spray-like sound of the blood. The man falls to the sidewalk, shaking violently, blood still pumping. He wipes the knife clean on the front of the man's jacket, tosses it back in the briefcase, and begins to walk away. To make sure the old queer is really dead and not faking they sometimes do, he shoots him twice in the face with a silenced gun. Then he leaves, almost slipping in the puddle of blood by the man's head. He appears in front of the grocery store, sales clerks beckoning him to enter. He uses an expired coupon for oat bran cereal. The black girl at the checkout doesn't notice the expiration date has passed, even though it's the only thing he buys. He gets a small but incendiary thrill walking out, opening the box, stuffing handfuls of cereal into his mouth, trying to whistle a pop song at the same time. Then he opens his umbrella and runs down Broadway, then up, then down again, screaming, coat flying out behind him like a cape. An infuriating dinner at a restaurant with his vaguely ditched-out girlfriend, who keeps asking him questions that belong only in someone's nightmare. He utterly ignores her to no avail. While she's mid-sentence, he resorts to waving the waiter over and ordering the cold corn chowder lemon bisque, an arugula Caesar salad, and swordfish meatloaf with kiwi mustard, even though he already ordered this, and the waiter tells him so. He looks up without feigning surprise, smiles grimly, and admits he did. The Floridian cuisine looks impressive, but portions are small and costly, especially in a place with crayons on each table. She draws a print on her paper place that he draws the insides of someone's stomach and chest on his. When she, charmed, asks what it is, he tells her it's a watermelon. The bill comes to over $300, which he pays with his platinum card. She looks okay in designer clothes. He's wearing a tuxedo for no apparent reason. That morning's talk show was about a new sport called dwarf tossing. In a limousine dropping her off at a club where they're supposed to have drinks with friends, he tells her he needs to score some drugs and promises he'll be back before midnight. He adds casually to tell someone he says hi. She whines that he should just buy drugs downstairs. He whines back that he promised someone he'd stop by their place paranoia. She asks who's paranoid. She doesn't get it. He tells her the drugs downstairs are usually a notch below NutraSweet in potency. She warns him not to implicate her. He tells her to go inside and order him a beer. After a beat, she asks where he's really going, now suspicious. He says he's going to a particular person's place to buy coke. She says that person is a chef, not a drug dealer. He sighs, hands on her back, telling her not to have a hissy fit. She whines not to lie to her. He stares at her, dumbfounded, caught in the harsh lights outside the club, and finally admits meekly he's going to someone else's place to score. She mutters he's impossible, that there's something seriously wrong with him, and walks away. He calls out that he'll be back, slams the limo door, then cackles gleefully while relighting a cigar, muttering to himself not to bet on it. He tells the chauffeur to head to the meatpacking district near a bistro to look for prostitutes. After heavily scanning the area twice, he spent months prowling this section for the appropriate babe. He finds her on a corner. She's blonde, slim, young, trashy, but not an escort bimbo, and most important, she's white, a rarity in these parts. She wears tight cut-off shorts, a white t-shirt, a cheap leather jacket except for a bruise over her left knee. Her skin is pale all over, including her face, though her thickly lipstick mouth is pink. Behind her, in 4-foot-tall red block letters painted on the side of an abandoned brick warehouse, is the word meat. The way the letters are spaced awakens something in him. Above the building like a backdrop is a moonless sky. The limousine cruises alongside the girl. Through the tinted windows, closer up, she's paler. The blonde hair now seems bleached, and her facial features indicate someone even younger than he first imagined. Because she's the only white girl he's seen tonight in this section, She seems whether she is or not especially clean. She barely registers the limousine as it pulls up and stops, idling. Instead, she lingers casually, pretending to be unaware of what the limousine signifies. When the window opens, she smiles but looks away. The following exchange takes less than a minute. He says he hasn't seen her around here. She says he just hasn't been looking really cool. He asks if she'd like to see his apartment, flipping the light on inside so she can see his face, the tuxedo. She looks at the limousine, then at him, then back at the limo. He reaches into his wallet. She says she's not supposed to, looking off into darkness, but when her eyes fall back on him, she notices the $100 bill he's holding out. Without asking what he's doing, what he really wants, or if he's a cop, she takes the bill. He rephrases his question. Does she want to come up to his apartment or not? Grinning. She says again, she's not supposed to, but after another glance at the limo and the bill she's now putting into her hip pocket, and at a bum shuffling toward them, she manages to answer that she can make an exception. He asks if she takes American Express, switching the light off. She stares at him like he's crazy. He smiles pointlessly while holding the door open, tells her he's joking, and says, "Come on, get in." She nods to someone across the street. He guides her into the darkened limousine, slams the door, locks it. Back in his apartment, while the girl he doesn't know her real name, hasn't asked, but told her to respond only to Christy takes a bath, he dials an escort service and, using his gold American Express card, orders a blonde woman who services couples. He gives the address twice and stresses blonde. The guy on the other end assures him someone blonde will be at his door within the hour. After flossing and changing into silk boxer shorts and a cotton sleeveless t-shirt, he walks into the bathroom where the girl lies on her back in the tub, sipping white wine from a thin-stemmed glass. He sits on the tub's marble edge and pours herb-scented bath oil into the water while inspecting her body lying in the milky water. For a long time his mind races, flooded with impurities. Her head is within reach, his to crush. His urge to strike out, to insult and punish her, rises then subsides. Afterwards he points out that she's drinking a very fine Chardonnay. After a long pause, his hand squeezing a small childlike breast, he tells her he wants her to clean her vagina. She stares up with a 17-year-old's gaze, looks down at her body, shrugs mildly, places the glass on the tub's edge, and moves a hand down to the sparse blonde hair below her flat stomach, spreading her legs slightly. He says no from behind, on her knees. She shrugs again. He explains he wants to watch, adding that she has a very nice body, urging her on. She rolls over, kneeling on all fours, ass raised above the water. He moves to the other edge of the tub for a better view of her cunt, which she fingers with a soapy hand. He moves his hand above her moving wrist to her asshole, spreads it, and with a dab of bath oil fingers it lightly. It contracts. She sighs. He removes the finger, slides it into her cunt below, both their fingers moving in and out. She's wet inside. Using that wetness, he moves his index finger back up to her asshole and slides it in easily to the knuckle. She gasps twice and pushes herself back onto it while still fingering her cunt. This continues until the doorman announces that Sabrina has arrived. He tells the girl to get out of the tub, dry off, choose a robe but not the expensive one from the closet, and meet him and their guest in the living room for drinks. He moves to the kitchen and pours wine for Sabrina. Sabrina, however, is not blonde. After his initial shock subsides, he lets her in. Her hair is brownish blonde, not real blonde. Though this infuriates him, he doesn't say anything because she's also very pretty, not as young as the first girl, but not too used up either. She looks like she'll be worth whatever he's paying her by the hour. He calms down enough to become totally unangry when she takes off her coat and reveals a hard body in tight black peg pants, a flower print halter top, and black pointy-toed high heels. Relieved, he leads her into the living room, positions her on the white down-filled sofa, and brings her a glass of white wine and a coaster from a Hawaiian hotel without asking if she wants anything. A Broadway cast recording plays from the stereo. When the first girl comes in from the bathroom wearing a terry cloth robe, blonde hair slicked back, looking pale from the bath, He places her on the couch next to Sabrina. They nod. Hello, then takes a seat in a chrome and teakwood chair across from them. He decides it's probably best if they get to know each other before adjourning to the bedroom, so he breaks a long, not unpleasant silence by clearing his throat. He crosses his legs and asks if they don't want to know what he does. The two stare at him for a long time, fixed smiles locked on their faces, glancing at each other before the first girl shrugs and quietly answers no. Sabrina smiles, takes this as a cue, and agrees no, not really. He stares at them for a minute, recrosses his legs, sighs very irritated, and announces he works on Wall Street at a specific firm. A long pause. He asks if they've heard of it. Another long pause. Sabrina asks if it's connected to a shoe outlet. Isn't that a shoe store? He stares at her, hard. The first girl stands up, surprising him, moves to admire the stereo, compliments his place using the wrong name, and asks how much he paid for it while looking through his hundreds of compact discs alphabetically listed. He stands to pour himself more wine and tells her it's none of her business but certainly wasn't cheap. From the kitchen he notices Sabrina taking out cigarettes. He walks back into the living room, shaking his head before she can light one. No smoking, not in here. She smiles, pauses, and with a little nod slips the cigarette back. He carries a tray of chocolates and offers one to the first girl. She stares blankly, then politely shakes her head. He moves to Sabrina, who smiles and takes one. Then he notices her wine glass is still full. He tells her he doesn't want her to get drunk, but that's a very fine Chardonnay she's not drinking. He places the truffle tray on the coffee table and sits back in the armchair, motioning for the first girl to get back on the couch. They sit silently, listening to the CD. Sabrina chews the truffle thoughtfully and takes another. He breaks the silence again, asking if either has been abroad. He clarifies that he means to Europe. Both look at each other as if passing a secret signal. Then Sabrina shakes her head, followed by the first girl. After another long silence, he asks if either went to college, and if so, where. The response is a barely contained glare from each, so he decides to lead them into the bedroom. There he makes Sabrina dance a little before taking off her clothes in front of both while every halogen bulb burns. He has her put on a designer lace and charmeuse teddy. Then he takes off all his clothes except a pair of athletic sneakers. The first girl eventually takes off her robe and is naked except for a silk and latex scarf. He knots carefully around her neck and suede gloves bought on sale. Now the three are on the futon. The first girl is on all fours facing the headboard, ass raised high. He straddles her back as if riding a dog but backward, knees on the mattress, his dick half hard, facing Sabrina, who is staring into the first girl's spread open ass with a determined expression. Her smile seems tortured. She's wetting her own lips by fingering herself and tracing her glistening index finger across them like applying lip gloss. With both hands he keeps the first girl's ass and cunt spread open and urges Sabrina to move closer and sniff them. Sabrina is now face level. He motions for her to move even closer until she can smell his fingers, which he pushes into her mouth and which she sucks hungrily. With his other hand, he keeps massaging the first girl's tight, wet pussy. He tells Sabrina to smell it. She moves in until she's an inch away from the first girl's asshole. His dick is standing straight up now. He keeps jerking himself off to maintain it. He tells Sabrina to lick her cunt first. Sabrina spreads it open with her own fingers and starts lapping at it like a dog while massaging the clit, then moves up to the asshole and laps the same way. The first girl's moans are urgent and uncontrolled. She starts pushing her ass harder into Sabrina's face onto Sabrina's tongue, which Sabrina pushes slowly in and out. While watching, transfixed, he starts rubbing the first girl's clit quickly until she's humping onto Sabrina's face and shouts that she's coming, pulling on her own nipples through a long, sustained orgasm. Though she could be faking, he likes how it looks, so he doesn't slap her. Tired of balancing, he falls off and lies on his back, positioning Sabrina's face over his stiff, huge cock, guiding it into her mouth while jerking off as she sucks the head. He pulls the first girl toward him, and removing her gloves, starts kissing her hard on the mouth, licking inside, pushing his tongue against hers, past hers, as far down her throat as it will go. She fingers her cunt, so wet that her upper thighs look slathered with something slick. He pushes her down past his waist to help Sabrina suck him off. After they take turns licking the head and shaft, the first girl moves to his balls, which are aching and swollen as large as small plums, lapping at them before placing her mouth over the entire sack, alternately massaging and lightly sucking, separating them with her tongue. She moves her mouth back to the cock Sabrina is still sucking, and they start kissing each other hard on the mouth right above the head of his dick, drooling saliva onto it and jacking it off. The first girl keeps masturbating herself the entire time, working 3 fingers into her vagina, wetting her clit with her juices, moaning. This turns him on enough to grab her by the waist, swivel her around, and position her cunt over his face, which she gladly sits on. Clean and pink and wet and spread, her clit swollen and engorged, her cunt hangs over his head. He pushes his face into it, tonguing it, craving its flavor, while fingering her asshole. Sabrina is still working on his cock, jacking off the base while the rest fills her mouth. She moves on top of him, knees resting on either side of his chest. He tears off her teddy so her ass and cunt are facing the first girl, whose head he forces down and orders to lick them, suck that clit, and she does. He shifts his weight, aware of the awkwardness of the position, all 3 of them tangled this way for only 2 or 3 minutes, but in that short window, Sabrina reaches her climax against Christie's face, while Christie, grinding herself hard against his mouth, comes across his tongue and chin. He has to grip her thighs firmly, steadying her so her frantic humping doesn't break his nose. He hasn't finished yet himself, and Sabrina isn't doing anything special to his cock, so he pulls out of her mouth and guides her to sit on it. The slide is almost too easy, her cunt drenched with her own fluids and Christie's saliva, no friction at all. He grabs the scarf from around Christie's neck, withdraws from Sabrina, wipes them both clean, and then resumes fucking her while continuing to eat Christie. Within minutes he brings Christie to another climax. The 2 women face each other, Sabrina riding him, Christie on his face, and Sabrina leans in to suck and finger Christie's small, firm, full breasts. Then Christie starts kissing Sabrina hard on the mouth, deep and wet, as he keeps his mouth on her. His jaw and chin are slick with her juices, which dry briefly, then get replaced by fresh wetness. He pushes Sabrina off his cock and lays her on her back at the foot of the futon. Then he positions Christie over her in a 69, Christie's ass raised high. After slipping on a condom and using only a surprisingly small amount of Vaseline, he fingers her tight ass until it relaxes enough for him to ease his dick inside. Sabrina eats Christie's cunt from below, fingering it, sucking her swollen clit, sometimes holding his balls and squeezing lightly, teasing his asshole with a moistened finger. Christie leans into Sabrina's cunt, spreading her legs roughly as wide as possible, digging her tongue in but not for long. Another orgasm interrupts her. She lifts her head, her face slick with cunt juice, looking back at him, crying out that she's coming, begging to be eaten, and that spurs him to fuck her ass very hard while Sabrina keeps eating the cunt hanging over her face, now covered with Christie's juices. He pulls his cock out of Christie's ass and forces Sabrina to suck it before pushing it back into Christie's spread cunt. After a couple of minutes of fucking her there, he starts coming. At the same moment, Sabrina lifts her mouth off his balls, and just before he explodes into Christie's cunt, Sabrina spreads his ass cheeks and forces her tongue up into his asshole. The muscles spasm around her tongue, prolonging his orgasm. Sabrina pulls her tongue out and starts moaning that she's coming too, because after Christie finishes her own climax, she resumes eating Sabrina's cunt. He watches, hunched over Christie and panting, as Sabrina lifts her hips repeatedly into Christie's face. Finally, he has to lie back, spent but still hard, his cock glistening and aching from the force of his ejaculation. He closes his eyes, his knees weak and shaking. He wakes only when one of them accidentally touches his wrist. His eyes open, and he warns them not to touch the Rolex. He's kept it on the whole time. They lie quietly on either side of him, sometimes touching his chest, running their hands over his abdominal muscles. A half hour later, he's hard again. He stands, walks to the armoire, where next to the nail gun rests a sharpened coat hanger, a rusty butter knife, matches from the Gotham Bar and Grill, and a half-smoked cigar. Turning around naked, erection jutting out in front of him, he holds these items out and whispers hoarsely that they're not through yet. An hour later, he will impatiently lead them to the door, both dressed and sobbing, bleeding but well paid. Tomorrow Sabrina will have a limp. Christy will probably have a terrible black eye and deep scratches across her buttocks from the coat hanger. Blood-stained tissues lie crumpled by the bed alongside an empty carton of Italian seasoning salt from Dean and DeLuca. The colleagues he needs to buy presents for include a long list of names: Victor Powell, Paul Owen, David Van Patten, Craig McDermott, Louise Carruthers, and more than a dozen others. He could have sent his assistant Jean to make these purchases, but instead he asked her to sign, stamp, and mail 300 designer Christmas cards with a Mark Kostabi print, and then to find out as much as she could about the Fisher account that Paul Owen is handling. Now he moves down Madison Avenue after spending nearly an hour standing in a daze near the bottom of the staircase at the Ralph Lauren store on 72nd, staring at cashmere sweater vests, confused and hungry. When he finally got his bearings after failing to get the address of the blonde woman working behind the counter who was coming on to him, he left the store yelling a Christmas carol. Now he scowls at a bum huddled in a doorway clutching a sign about being hungry and homeless. He finds himself moving down Fifth towards Saks, trying to remember if he switched the tapes in his VCR, suddenly worried he might be taping a TV show over a porn tape. A Xanax fails to ward off the panic. Saks makes it worse. He runs through a mental catalog of possible gifts: pens, photo albums, bookends, lightweight luggage, electric shoe polishers, heated towel stands, silver-plated carafes, portable color TVs, birdhouses, candle holders, placemats, picnic hampers, ice buckets, linen napkins, umbrellas, sterling silver monogrammed golf tees, smoke trappers, desk lamps, perfume bottles, jewelry boxes, sweaters, magazine baskets, storage boxes, office tote bags, desk accessories, scarves, file holders, address, books, handbag agendas. His priorities before Christmas include getting an 8 o'clock reservation on a Friday night at Dorsia, with a woman named Courtney getting himself invited to the Trump Christmas party aboard their yacht, finding out as much as humanly possible about Paul Owen's mysterious Fisher account, sawing a woman's head off and Federal Expressing it to a man named Robin Barker at Solomon Brothers, and apologizing to a woman named Evelyn without making it look like an apology. This morning's Patty Winters show was about women who married homosexuals. He almost called Courtney to warn her as a joke, but decided against it, deriving satisfaction from imagining a co-worker proposing to her and their nightmarish honeymoon. Scowling at another beggar shivering in the misty drizzle at 57th and 5th, he walks up and squeezes the man's cheek affectionately, then laughs out loud, reciting a line about twinkling eyes and merry dimples. A Salvation Army choir harmonizes badly on Joy to the World. He waves to someone who looks exactly like an acquaintance, then ducks into Bergdorf's. Another mental list: paisley ties, crystal water pitchers, tumbler sets, office clocks that measure temperature and humidity and barometric pressure, electric address books, margarita glasses, valet stands, dessert plates, correspondence cards, mirrors, shower clocks, aprons, sweaters, gym bags, champagne bottles, porcelain catchy pots, monogrammed bath sheets, foreign currency calculators, silver-plated address books, fish paperweights, fine stationery, bottle openers, compact discs, customized, tennis balls, pedometers, coffee mugs. He checks his Rolex while buying scruffing lotion at the Clinique counter inside Bergdorf's, making sure he has enough time to shop before meeting someone for drinks at the Princeton Club at 7. He worked out for 2 hours that morning, and though he could have used that time for a massage, his muscles sore from his exhausting exercise regimen, or a facial, even though he had one yesterday, there are too many cocktail parties in the coming weeks that he has to attend, and his presence at them will crimp his shopping schedule, so it's best to shop now. He runs into a colleague from Pan PP outside FAO Schwartz. The colleague is wearing a specific Glen plaid worsted wool suit with notched lapels by Perry Ellis, a Gitman Brothers cotton broadcloth shirt, a Savoy silk tie, a Brill chronograph with a crocodile band, a Paul Smith cotton raincoat, and a Paul Stewart fur felt hat. After the colleague greets him, he inexplicably starts listing the names of all 8 reindeer alphabetically. When he finishes, the colleague smiles and mentions a Christmas party at a club on the 20th, asking if he'll be there. He smiles and assures the man he will. Then as he walks off, nodding to no one, he calls back an insult and starts screaming like a banshee, moving across 58th, banging his briefcase against a wall. Another choir on Lexington sings, "Hark the Herald Angels." He tap dances, moaning in front of them before moving like a zombie toward Bloomingdale's. He rushes to the first tie rack and murmurs to the young man working behind the counter that something is too fabulous, while fondling a silk ascot. The man flirts and asks if he's a model. He replies that he'll see the man in hell, and moves on. More gifts flash through his mind: vases, felt fedoras with feather headbands, alligator toiletry cases with gilt silver bottles and brushes, $200 shoehorns, candlesticks, pillow covers, gloves, slippers, powder puffs, hand-knitted cotton snowflake sweaters, leather skates, Porsche design ski goggles, antique apothecary bottles, diamond earrings, silk ties, boots, perfume bottles, vodka glasses, card cases, cameras, mahogany servers, scarves, aftershaves, photo albums, salt and pepper shakers, ceramic toaster cookie jars, backpacks, aluminum lunch pails, pillow covers. An existential chasm opens before him while browsing in Bloomingdale's. He first locates a phone and checks his messages. Then, near tears, after taking 3 Halkion, his body has mutated and adapted, so the drug no longer causes sleep, but just seems to ward off total madness. He heads toward the Clinique counter. With his Platinum American Express card, he buys 6 tubes of shaving cream while flirting nervously with the girls who work there. He decides this emptiness has some connection to the way he treated Evelyn at a bar the other night, though it could just as easily have something to do with the tracking device on his VCR. He makes a mental note to put in an appearance at Evelyn's Christmas party. He's even tempted to ask one of the Clinique girls to escort him, and also reminds himself to look through his VCR handbook to deal with the tracking device problem. He sees a 10-year-old girl standing by her mother, who is buying a scarf and some jewelry. His thought: not bad. He's wearing a cashmere topcoat, a double-breasted plaid wool and alpaca sport coat, pleated wool trousers, a patterned silk tie, all Valentino couture, and leather lace-ups by Alan Edmonds. The narrator locks onto Patrick Bateman as he sits across from Charles Murphy at Rusty's, using the drinks as armor before he has to show his face at Evelyn's Christmas party. Patrick's attention drifts over his own expensive suit, the 4-button double-breasted woolen silk, the Valentino shirt, the Armani tie, the Alan Edmonds slip-ons before cataloging Murphy's Courage's gabardine and Hugo Boss accessories. Murphy launches into a rant about the Japanese, his voice rising over his second absolute on the rocks as he lists their conquests. The Empire State Building, Nels. Something inside Patrick stirs, a switch thrown by the tirade. Leaving Rusty's, Patrick wanders the Upper West Side until he finds himself crouched in the doorway of a shuttered restaurant, once Carly Simon's, then a hot Jaya-Kale spot. A Japanese delivery boy pedals past. Patrick springs out, knocks the kid off his Schwinn, and drags him into the doorway. The bicycle tangles the boy's legs, a lucky break, because when Patrick slits his throat, the usual frantic kicking gets blocked by the Schwinn, though the kid still manages to lift it 5 or 6 times as he drowns in his own hot blood. Patrick opens the food cartons and dumps everything over the dying body. But instead of sushi or teriyaki, chicken with cashew nuts rains down on the gasping, bloodied face. Beef chow mein, shrimp fried rice, mushu pork splatter across the heaving chest. The irritation of this setback, killing the wrong kind of Asian, pushes Patrick to check the delivery address: Sally Rubenstein. With his Mont Blanc pen, he scrawls, "I'm gonna get you 2, bitch," on the back of the order slip, places it over the dead kid's face, and mumbles an apologetic, "Sorry." He recalls that morning's Patty Winters show about teenage girls trading sex for crack. 2 hours at the gym today, and he can now do 200 abdominal crunches in under 3 minutes. Near Evelyn's brownstone, Patrick hands a freezing homeless man one of the fortune cookies taken from the delivery boy. The man shoves it fortune and all into his mouth, and nods in thanks. Patrick mutters, "Fucking slob," loud enough to be heard. Turning the corner, he notices police lines still up around the brownstone where Evelyn's neighbor Victoria Bell was decapitated. 4 limousines wait out front, one still running. Inside, he's late. The living and dining rooms crowd with people he doesn't want to talk to. Blue spruces with white twinkling lights flank the fireplace. 60s Christmas songs from the Ronettes play on the CD player. A tuxedoed bartender pours champagne, eggnog, Manhattans, martinis, opens bottles of Calera Jensen Pinot Noir and Chapelet Chardonnay. 20-year-old ports line a makeshift bar between poinsettias. A long folding table with a red cloth buckles under roasted hazelnuts, lobster and oyster bisques, celery root soup with apples, beluga caviar on toast points, creamed onions, roast goose with chestnut stuffing, caviar puff pastry, vegetable tarts with tapenade, roast rack of veal with shallots and gnocchi gratin, vegetable strudel, Waldorf salad, scallops, bruschetta with mascarpone and white truffles, green chili soufflé, roast partridge with sage, potatoes, onion, cranberry sauce, mincemeat pies, chocolate truffles, lemon soufflé tarts, pecan tart tatin. Candles burn everywhere in sterling silver Tiffany holders. Patrick thinks he sees midgets in green and red elf suits with felt hats, carrying appetizer trays, but he cannot be sure he's not hallucinating. He pretends not to notice, and heads straight for the bar, gulping a glass of not-bad champagne, then moves to Donald Peterson, who like most men here has paper antlers tied to his head. Across the room, Maria and Darwin Hutton's 5-year-old daughter Cassandra wears a $700 velvet dress and petticoat by Nancy Halser. After a second champagne, Patrick switches to double absolute martinis. Once calmed, he scans the room again. The midgets are still there. He mutters to himself about too much red making him nervous. Peterson drunkenly calls him McCloy and asks what he says. Patrick snaps out of his trance to ask whether this is the British cast recording of Les Miserables. Peterson wishes him a holly jolly Christmas. Patrick, thoroughly annoyed, asks what the music is and tells Peterson to deck the halls. Peterson guesses Bill's Scepter or Skepter. Patrick bitterly wonders why Evelyn doesn't put on talking heads. Across the room, Courtney holds a champagne glass and ignores him completely. Peterson suggests Les Mis again. Patrick tests him American or British cast recording. Peterson says British, just as a dwarf hands them each a plate of Waldorf salad. Patrick stares at the dwarf waddling away and murmurs agreement. Evelyn rushes up in a sable jacket and Ralph Lauren velvet pants, holding mistletoe in one hand and a candy cane in the other. She shrieks a mistletoe alert, kisses Patrick's cheek dryly, and wishes him and Jimmy a Merry Christmas. Patrick can't push her away, martini in one hand, salad in the other. She says he's late. He barely protests. She sings songs that yes he is. He dismisses her, claiming he's been here the whole time and she just didn't see him. She calls him a scowling Grinch, then asks Peterson if he knew Patrick's the Grinch. Patrick sighs. Bah humbug, staring at Courtney. Peterson bellows that everyone knows McCloy's the Grinch. Evelyn asks in a baby voice what Mr. Grinch wants for Christmas and whether he's been a good boy. Patrick sighs out his list. Burberry raincoat, Ralph Lauren cashmere sweater, new Rolex, car stereo. Evelyn interrupts, confused he doesn't have a car. He wants one anyway. Sighs again. The Grinch wants a car stereo anyway. Evelyn nervously asks about the Waldorf salad. Patrick murmurs, "It's delicious," then spots someone and asks why she didn't tell him Lawrence Tish was invited. She turns, confused. Patrick asks why Lawrence Tish is passing canapes. She says that's not Tish, it's one of the Christmas elves. Patrick, you mean the midgets? She stresses they're elves, Santa's helpers, adorable. She names them Rudolph, Blitzen, Donner. Patrick closes his eyes, holds up the hand with salad, sweating with déjà vu. Has he met these elves somewhere? He tells her, those are reindeer names, not elves. Peterson reminds everyone Blitzen was the only Jewish one. Evelyn looks bewildered, asks if that's true. Peterson shrugs, then laughs. That reindeer, elves, Grinches, brokers. What's the difference, as long as the crystal flows? Evelyn asks Patrick hopefully if he doesn't think it's Christmassy. He tells her it's very Christmassy, and he's truthful, not lying. She pouts that Mr. Sourpuss was late and hasn't said a word about the salad. Patrick reminds her he could have attended other Christmas parties in this metropolis but chose hers. He didn't come up with a feasible answer why, but he's here, so she should be grateful. She asks, sarcastically, if this is her Christmas present. No. He gives her a noodle stuck on his shirt cuff. She dangles it to the candlelight, calls it gorgeous, asks to put it on now. He tells her to feed it to one of the hungry-looking elves, excuses himself for another drink. He hands Evelyn the salad plate, tweaks one of Peterson's antlers and heads to the bar humming Silent Night, vaguely depressed by what most women wear: cashmere sweaters, blazers, long wool skirts, corduroy dresses, turtlenecks. Cold weather, no hard bodies. Paul Owen stands near the bar with a champagne flute, studying an antique silver pocket watch. Patrick is about to walk over and mention the Fisher account when Humphrey Rhinebeck bumps into him while dodging an elf. Humphrey still wears a cashmere Chesterfield overcoat from Lord Retailer, a peak-lapelled double-breasted wool tuxedo, a Perry Ellis cotton shirt, a Hugo Boss bow tie, and paper antlers suggesting total unawareness. On autopilot, Humphrey says he brought a new herringbone tweed jacket to his tailor for alterations last week. Patrick shakes his hand and offers congratulations, calling it nifty. The man blushes, his gaze dropping to the floor as he voices his thanks. Then he presses forward with his concern. A retailer swapped out a garment's original label for his own, and the man wants to know if that's allowed. She answers while still weaving through the crowd, explaining that once the clothing is bought from the manufacturer, relabeling with the store's own tag is perfectly legal, just not with another retailer's brand. He persists, confused, trying to sip his martini and keep pace at the same time. She shouts back over her shoulder that fiber content, country of origin, and manufacturer registration numbers must stay intact. Label tampering is nearly invisible and almost never reported. Then she catches sight of Courtney kissing Paul Owen on the cheek, their hands already locked together. She freezes mid-step. Rhinebeck bumps into her from behind, but she barely registers it. She only notices Rhinebeck drifting away, waving at someone across the room. Rhinebeck calls out again, asking for the best solution. She answers without turning around, shop for familiar labels from known retailers, and then she tells Rhinebeck to remove the antlers from his head, because he looks ridiculous. She mutters an "excuse me" and walks off, not staying to watch Humphrey reach up and touch the headpiece in horrified realization. She exclaims Owen's name with forced cheer, extending one hand while snatching a martini off an elf's tray with the other. Owen shakes her hand and returns the greeting, asking how she's been a workaholic, he assumes. She says it's been a while, then adds a wink and repeats his word back as a question. Owen mentions they just got back from the Knickerbocker Club, greets someone named Kinsley who bumps into him, then tells her they're heading to Nell's. The limo is out front. She suggests lunch, already searching for a way to bring up the Fisher account without sounding desperate. Owen agrees enthusiastically and hints that maybe she could bring someone along. She guesses Cecilia. Owen confirms, repeating the name. She assures him Cecilia would adore it. Owen smiles and says, "Let's do it." She proposes Le Bernardin, then adds a pointed pause before suggesting seafood. Owen nods, noting the restaurant made Zagat's top 10 this year. She pauses again, staring at him, then asks more deliberately if they could have fish there. Owen says Meredith loves the sea urchins there. She asks, with a nod, whether Meredith really does. Owen calls out for Meredith to come over. She asks if Meredith is here. Owen says she's talking to Cecilia over there, then waves and calls again. She spins around, Meredith and Evelyn are making their way over. She whirls back to face Owen. Meredith approaches in an expensive beaded wool gabardine dress and bolero, diamond and gold earrings worth $13,000, and gloves, asking the two of them what they're discussing, whether they're making up Christmas lists. Owen answers the sea urchins at Le Bernardin. Meredith drapes an arm over her shoulder and confides that they're fabulous, a favorite topic. She coughs nervously and calls them delectable. Evelyn asks what everyone thinks of the Waldorf salad, whether they liked it. Owen admits he hasn't tried it yet but wants to know why Lawrence Tish is serving the eggnog. Evelyn whines, genuinely upset that it's not Lawrence Tish, it's a Christmas elf. She asks what Patrick told him. She says nothing, then calls out Cecilia's name. Evelyn adds that Patrick is the Grinch. At the sound of her own name, she starts rambling, desperate for Owen not to notice. She claims she told someone it was a mixture of the two, like a Christmas Tish. Then nervously, she snatches a parsley sprig off some pheasant pâté and holds it over Evelyn's head, shouting mistletoe alert. People duck around them. She kisses Evelyn on the lips while watching Owen and Meredith stare at her strangely. Out of the corner of her eye, she catches Courtney talking to Rhinebeck. Courtney's gaze is hateful, outraged. Evelyn starts to speak. She cuts her off, calling for Cecilia to come at once, pulling her arm. She excuses herself and Evelyn to Owen and Meredith, claiming they have to talk to an elf and get everything straightened out. Evelyn apologizes helplessly to the two of them as she's dragged away, asking Patrick what's going on. She maneuvers Evelyn into the kitchen. Evelyn asks what they're doing there. She grabs Evelyn's shoulders, faces her, and says they need to get out of here. Evelyn sighs that she can't just leave, asking if he isn't having a good time. He asks why she can't leave. It's not unreasonable, she's been here long enough. Evelyn reminds him it's her Christmas party, and the elves are about to sing O Tannenbaum. He pleads with her, on the verge of hysteria, panic that Paul Owen, or even worse Marcus Halberstam, might walk into the kitchen. He wants to take her away from all this. Evelyn asks from all what, then narrows her eyes and accuses him of not liking the Waldorf salad. He says he wants to take her away from this, gesturing spastically around the kitchen, away from sushi and elves and stuff. An elf walks in with a tray of dirty plates. Through the doorway he spots Paul Owen leaning into Meredith, who's shouting into his ear over the Christmas music. Owen scans the room, nodding. Courtney walks into view. He pulls Evelyn even closer. Evelyn says he's confusing her, and she doesn't appreciate it. He squeezes her roughly, pulling her toward the back door, begging her to be daring for once in her life. She stops, refusing to be pulled, then starts smiling, considering his offer but only slightly won over. He starts whining, asking her to let this be his Christmas present. She starts to say she already went to Brooks Brothers. He cuts her off, saying he wants this. In a last desperate move he smiles flirtatiously, kisses her lightly and calls her Mrs. Bateman. She melts with a sigh, but worries about cleanup. He assures her the midgets will do it. She says someone has to oversee it. He tells her to choose an elf, make one the elf overseer, but they have to go now. He pulls her toward the brownstone's back door, her shoes squeaking on the marble tile. Then they're outside, rushing down the alley. He stops and peers around the corner to check if anyone they know is leaving or entering. He spots a limousine he thinks is Owen's but doesn't want to make Evelyn suspicious, so he simply walks up to the closest one, opens the door and pushes her inside. She squeals, pleased, calling this naughty. He closes the door on her, walks around the car, and knocks on the driver's window. The driver rolls it down. He introduces himself as Pat Bateman, extending a hand. The driver just stares, an unlit cigar in his mouth, looking at his hand, then his face, then the top of his head. He repeats his name and asks, "What is it?" The driver keeps staring. He touches his hair tentatively to see if it's messed up, and to his shock and horror, he feels 2 pairs of paper antlers. 4 antlers on his fucking head. He mutters, "Oh, Jesus," tears them off, stares at them crumpled in his hands, then throws them on the ground and smooths his hair back. He reintroduces himself. The driver shrugs and says his name is Sid. He tells Sid that Mr. Owen said they could take this car. Sid asks who Mr. Owen is. He says, "Paul Owen, Sid's customer." Sid says no. This is Mr. Barker's limo, then adds a sarcastic comment about the antlers. He mutters shit and runs around to get Evelyn out before something bad happens, but it's too late. The second he opens the door, she sticks her head out, delighted, holding up a bottle of crystal in one hand and a gold box of truffles in the other. He yanks her out, mumbling under his breath that it's the wrong limo but to take the truffles. They head to the next limousine. He opens the door, guides her in, moves to the front and knocks. The driver unrolls the window. He looks exactly like the first one. He introduces himself as Pat Bateman, holding out his hand. The driver sarcastically says, "Hi, he's Donald Trump and his wife Ivana's in the back." He warns the driver to watch it, then explains that Mr. Owen said they could take his car, then catches himself and says his name is Marcus. The driver points out he just said his name was Pat. He stares directly at the driver and says sternly that he was wrong about his name being Pat. His name is Marcus Halberstam. The driver asks if he's sure about this arrangement. He insists that Mr. Owen said he could take the car for the night, then tells the driver to just get on with it. The driver, amused and toying with him, says he should probably talk to Mr. Owen first. He panics, tells him to wait, then calms down and insists it's fine, adding that Mr. Owen is in a very, very bad mood. The driver refuses without even looking up, calling it totally illegal and against company regulations. He barks back at the driver to forget company regulations. The driver repeats the phrase back with a smile. He says Mr. Owen says it's okay, maybe the driver isn't listening. The driver shakes his head, no can do. He stands up straight, runs a hand over his face, breathes in and leans back down. He points a thumb toward the brownstone and explains there are midgets in there about to sing "O Tannenbaum." He looks at the driver imploringly, begging for sympathy while also looking appropriately frightened. He asks if the driver knows how scary that is. Elves harmonizing, and tells him to think about it. The driver starts to call him Mr. He reminds the driver his name is Marcus. The driver says whatever, he's not going to break company rules. They both fall silent. He sighs, looks around, considers dragging Evelyn to the third limo or maybe back to Barker's, but no, he wants Owen's. The driver mutters to himself that if the midgets want to sing, let them sing. He curses, takes out his gazelle skin wallet and hands over $100 in 250s. The driver says 200. He mutters that this city sucks and hands the money over. The driver asks where he wants to go, takes the bills with a sigh and starts the limousine. He says Club Chernobyl and rushes to the back door. The driver shouts, "Yes, sir." He hops in and shuts the door just as the driver peels away. Evelyn sits next to him while he catches his breath and wipes cold sweat from his brow. When he looks over, she's on the verge of tears, lips trembling, silent for once. Alarmed, he asks what happened, what he did. The Waldorf salad was good. She sighs that it's lovely. She doesn't know what to say. He says he doesn't either. She presents him with a diamond necklace from Tiffany's Meredith's present from Owen and asks him to help put it on, telling him he's not the Grinch. He starts to say her name, then curses under his breath as she turns her back so he can clasp it. The limo lurches forward. She falls against him, laughing, kisses his cheek, says she loves it and must have truffle breath, then asks him to find champagne and pour a glass. He stares helplessly at the necklace and says, "That's not it." She asks what's not it, looking around for glasses. He repeats in monotone that it's not it. She smiles, thinking he has something else for her. He says no, he means. Playfully grabs at his coat pocket, asking what it is. He asks calmly, "What is what?" She says he's got something else, guessing a matching ring, bracelet, or brooch, then claps her hands and declares it's a matching brooch. He tries to push her away, holding one arm back, but her other hand snakes behind him and grabs something from his pocket, another fortune cookie he lifted from the dead Chinese boy. She stares at it, puzzled, then calls him romantic and, with less enthusiasm, original. He stares at the cookie too. It's got a lot of blood on it. He shrugs and says, as jovially as he can, that she knows him. She holds it up close, asking what the red stuff is. He peers as well, pretending to be intrigued, then grimaces and says it's sweet and sour sauce. She cracks it open excitedly, then studies the fortune, confused. He sighs, fooling with the radio, scanning the limo for Owen's briefcase, wondering where the champagne could be. The open box from Tiffany sits empty on the floor, suddenly and overwhelmingly depressing him. She reads the fortune aloud. The fresh grilled foie gras at Le Cirque is excellent, but the lobster salad is only so-so. He murmurs, "That's nice. Still looking for champagne glasses, tapes, anything." She hands him the fortune with a slight smile creeping across her face, asking what it could possibly mean. He takes it, reads it, looks at her, then back at the fortune, then out the tinted window at snow flurries swirling around lampposts and people waiting for buses and beggars staggering directionless. He says to himself that his luck could be worse. It really could. She throws her arms around his head, hugging him, gushing about lunch at Le Cirque, telling him he's the best and not the Grinch, asking if Thursday works, then correcting herself. She can't do Thursday. Herbal wrap. But how about Friday? And do they really want to go to Le Cirque? He pushes her off and knocks on the divider until the driver lowers it. He addresses the driver as Sid then Earl, saying, "This isn't the way to Chernobyl." The driver says yes it is, calling him Mr. Bateman, then correcting to Mr. Halberstam, asking if it's Avenue C. He supposes, staring out the window, that he doesn't recognize anything. Evelyn looks up from marveling at the necklace and asks what Avenue C is. C as in Cartier, she guesses. He assures her it's hip, totally hip. She asks if he's been there. He mutters millions of times. She whines that it's Christmas. He asks what the hell that means. She leans forward, balancing on his knees, calling to the limo driver to take them to the Rainbow Room. He pushes her back, leans forward and tells the driver to ignore her Chernobyl, ASAP, then presses the button to raise the divider. She whines again that it's Christmas. He stares at her and says she keeps saying that as if it means something. She whines again that it's Christmas. He says adamantly that he can't stand the Rainbow Room. She whines, asking why not. They have the best Waldorf salad in town, and she asks if he liked hers. He whispers, "Oh my God," and covers his face with both hands. She presses him, saying the only thing she really worried about was the salad and the chestnut stuffing, because the stuffing was gross. He interrupts, hands still covering his face, that he doesn't want to go to the Rainbow Room because he can't score drugs there. She looks him over disapprovingly and asks what kind of drugs. He sits up and glares at her. "Drugs, Evelyn. Cocaine. He wants to do cocaine tonight. Does she understand?" She shakes her head as if she's lost faith in him. He points out that she seems confused. She says she just doesn't want any part of it. He tells her she doesn't have to do any. Maybe she's not even invited. She says she doesn't understand why he has to ruin this time of year for her. He tells her to think of it as frost, Christmas frost, expensive Christmas frost. She brightens and says it's kind of exciting to slum, isn't it? He says $30 at the door apiece is not exactly slumming, then asks suspiciously why Donald Trump wasn't invited to her party. She moans, not Donald Trump again, asking if that's why he was acting like such a buffoon. This obsession has got to end. That's why he was acting like an ass. He says through clenched teeth that it was the Waldorf salad making him act like an ass. She throws her head back in despair. She knew it. She knew it. He screams that she didn't even make it. It was catered. She wails that she can't believe it. The limousine arrives at Club Chernobyl, where a crowd 10 deep waits in the snow outside the ropes. He and Evelyn get out. Using her as a blocker, much to her annoyance, he shoves through the crowd and spots someone who looks exactly like Jonathan Leatherdale about to be let in. He really shoves Evelyn, who still clutches her Christmas present, and calls out to the man. Suddenly the whole crowd starts shouting Jonathan's name. The man turns, calls out, "Hey Baxter," and winks, giving a thumbs up, but it's not meant for him. It's for someone else. He and Evelyn pretend they're with the man's party anyway. The doorman asks if they came in that limo, nodding toward the curb. They both nod eagerly. The doorman lifts the ropes and lets them in. Inside, he lays out $60 but gets no drink tickets. The club is predictably dark except for strobes. Even with those, all he can really see is dry ice from a fog machine and one hard body dancing to angexes, the music blasting at a pitch that vibrates through his body. He tells Evelyn to go to the bar and get 2 glasses of champagne. She shouts back, "Of course," and heads tentatively toward a thin white strip of neon that might mark where alcohol is served. Meanwhile, he scores a gram from someone who looks like Mike Donaldson. He spends 10 minutes debating whether to ditch Evelyn while checking out the hard body. She returns with 2 half-full flutes, indignant and sad-faced, shouting that it's Corbell and they should leave. He shakes his head no and shouts back that they should go to the restrooms. She follows. The one bathroom is unisex. 2 other couples are already there, one in the only stall. The other couple waits impatiently just like them. The girl wears a silk jersey halter, silk chiffon skirt, and silk slingbacks, all Ralph Lauren. Her boyfriend wears a suit tailored by some wop William Fioravanti, or Vincent Nicolosi, or Scali. Both hold champagne glasses is full. Hers empty. It's quiet, except for sniffling and muted laughter from the stall. The bathroom door is thick enough to block out everything except the deep thumping drumbeat. The guy taps his foot expectantly. The girl sighs and tosses her hair over her shoulder in jerky, enticing movements, then looks at Evelyn and him, and whispers something to her boyfriend. After she whispers again, the boyfriend nods and they leave. He whispers, "Thank God," fingering the gram in his pocket, then asks Evelyn why she's so quiet. She murmurs about the Waldorf salad. Damn it, not looking at him. The stall door clicks open. A young couple walks out, the guy in a double-breasted wool cavalry twill suit, cotton shirt, and silk tie by Givenchy, the girl in a silk taffeta dress with ostrich hem by Jeffrey Bean, vermeil, earrings by Stephen Dweck Moderne, and Chanel Gros Grain dance shoes. They discreetly wipe each other's noses, stare at themselves in the mirror, and start to leave. Just as he and Evelyn are about to enter the stall, the first couple rushes back in and tries to take it. He extends his arm, blocking the entrance, and tells them they left it's their turn. The guy says mildly that he doesn't think so. Evelyn whispers behind him to let them. He insists it's their turn. The guy says they were waiting first. He says he doesn't want to start a fight. The girlfriend says, bored but sneering, that he is starting one. Evelyn murmurs, "Oh my," behind him. The girl spits out that they should just do it here. He murmurs, "What a bitch," shaking his head. The guy relents, pointing out that while they argue, someone could be in there. He says yes, them. The girl puts her hands on her hips and says she can't believe who they're letting in now. He murmurs, disbelieving that she's a bitch and her attitude sucks. Evelyn gasps, squeezes his shoulder, says his name. The guy has already started snorting his coke from a brown vial, leaning against the door, inhaling and laughing after each hit. He tells the guy his girlfriend's a total bitch. Evelyn tells him to stop it. He points at her and repeats she's a bitch. Evelyn tells him to apologize. The guy goes into hysterics, head thrown back, sniffing loudly, then doubles over trying to breathe. Evelyn asks appalled why he's laughing. Defend her. The guy shrugs, both nostrils ringed with white powder, and admits he's right. The girl says near tears that she's leaving. She can't handle this, or him or them. She warned him at Bice. The guy tells her to go ahead, take a hike. He doesn't care. Evelyn asks him what he started, backing away, calling it unacceptable and the lighting too. She's leaving, but she stands there waiting. The girl says again, she's leaving, asking if he heard her. The guy stares at his nose in a mirror, waves her away, says forget it, take a hike. He announces he's using the stall and asks if anyone minds. Evelyn asks Daniel if he isn't going to defend his girlfriend. Daniel looks at her in the mirror, wiping his nose, sniffing again. He bought her dinner, introduced her to Richard Marx. What else does she want? The girl suggests beating the shit out of him, pointing at him. He shakes his head and murmurs about the things he could do to her with a coat hanger. The girl says goodbye, Daniel. She's out of here. Daniel holds up the vial and says good more for him. She screams from the door that her answering machine is on tonight and she's screening all calls. Evelyn, still composed and prim, says she'll be outside. He waits a moment, staring at her from inside the stall, then at the girl in the doorway and says, yeah, so. Evelyn tells him not to say something he'll regret. He tells her to just go, just leave, take the limo. She says his name again. He roars at her, to leave the Grinch, says leave. He slams the stall door and begins shoveling cocaine from the envelope into his nose using his Platinum American Express card. Between gasps, he hears Evelyn leave, sobbing to the girl that he made her walk out of her own Christmas party. Can the girl believe it? Her Christmas party? The girl sneers back a dismissal. He starts laughing raucously, banging his head against the stall wall. He hears the guy do a couple more hits and then leave. After finishing most of the gram, he peeks over the stall to see if Evelyn is still hanging around, pouting, chewing her lower lip sorrowfully, but she hasn't come back. An image flashes into his mind, Evelyn and that girlfriend on a bed somewhere, the girl spreading Evelyn's legs, Evelyn on all fours. The image makes him dizzy. He heads out of the restroom into the club, horny and desperate, lusting for contact. But later now, the crowd has changed. More punk rockers, black people, fewer Wall Street types, more bored rich girls from Avenue lounging around. The music has shifted too. Instead of Belinda Carlisle, some black man is rapping a song with a crude title. He sidles up to a couple of hard-body rich girls in skanky Betsy Johnson-type dresses, wired beyond belief. He opens with a line about the music being cool and whether he's seen them at Solomon Brothers. One of them sneers and tells him to go back to Wall Street. The one with the nose ring calls him a fucking yuppie. They say this even though his suit looks black in the club's darkness and his Paisley Armani silk tie is loosened. He grinds his teeth and insists he's not really a disgusting yuppie, swallowing rapidly, wired out of his head. Two black men sit with them at the table, both in faded jeans, t-shirts, and leather jackets, one in reflector sunglasses, the other with a shaved head. Both glare at him. He sticks out his hand at a crooked angle, trying to mimic a rapper, declaring he's fresh, the freshest, deaf, the defest. He takes a sip of champagne and repeats the word. To prove his point, he spots a black man with dreadlocks, walks up to him, and exclaims, "Rasta man," holding out his hand for a high five. The man just stands there. He tries again with less enthusiasm, then says they be jamming. The man brushes past him, shaking his head. He looks back at the girls. They shake their heads a warning not to return. He turns his gaze to a hard body dancing alone near a column, finishes his champagne, walks up to her, and asks for a phone number. She smiles. He exits. Midnight. He sits in a booth at Nell's with Craig McDermott and Alex Taylor, who has just passed out, and three models from Elite: Libby, Daisy, and Karen. It's nearing summer, mid-May, but the club is air-conditioned and cool. Light jazz drifts through the half-empty room. Ceiling fans whir. A crowd 20 deep waits outside in the rain, a surging mass. The three models all wear skimpy black wool knit dresses and drink champagne with cranberry juice and peach schnapps while smoking German cigarettes. Two wear Giorgio Armani sunglasses. Libby has jet lag. Of the three, Daisy is the only one he even remotely wants to fuck. He recalls the day's earlier events, a meeting with his lawyer about some bogus rape charges, an anxiety attack in Bean and DeLuca, which he worked off at XIII, then drinks with the models at the Trump Plaza, followed by a French movie he completely did not understand, but found fairly chic anyway, then dinner at a sushi restaurant called Vivid's near Lincoln Center, and a party at one of the model's ex-boyfriend's loft in Chelsea, where bad, fruity sangria was served. He remembers last night's dreams, lit like pornography, in which he fucked girls made of cardboard. This morning's Patty Winters show was about aerobic exercise. He wears a 2-button wool suit with pleated trousers by Luciano Soprani, a Brooks Brothers cotton shirt, and an Armani silk tie. McDermott wears a Lubiyam wool suit with an Ashear Brothers linen pocket square, a Ralph Lauren cotton shirt, and a Christian Dior silk tie. McDermott is about to toss a coin to see which of them goes downstairs to fetch the Bolivian marching powder. Neither wants to stay in the booth with the girls because, though they probably want to fuck them, they can't even talk to them, not even condescendingly. The girls simply have nothing to say, and though this shouldn't surprise them, it's still somewhat disorienting. Taylor sits upright, but his eyes are closed, mouth slightly open. Originally, they thought he was protesting the girls' lack of verbal skills by pretending to sleep, but it dawns on them that he might be authentically shit-faced. He's been near incoherent since the 3 sakes he downed at Vivid's. None of the girls pay attention, except maybe Libby since she sits next to him, but it's doubtful. He mutters under his breath for heads. McDermott flips the quarter, chanting for tails, then slaps his hand over the coin on his napkin. He hisses a prayer for heads. McDermott lifts his palm. It's tails. He stares at the quarter for a long time and asks for another try. McDermott tells him so long, glances at the girls, rolls his eyes, shakes his head curtly, and reminds he wants another martini absolute. Double, no olive. He calls after McDermott to hurry, then under his breath calls him a fucking moron. He turns back to the booth. Behind them, a table of Eurotrash hardbodies that suspiciously resemble Brazilian transvestites shriek in unison. He mentally reviews his upcoming schedule: Saturday night a Mets game with Jeff Harding and Leonard Davis, Sunday renting Rambo movies, Monday delivery of the new Life Cycle. He stares at the 3 models for an agonizing amount of minutes before saying anything, noticing that someone has ordered a plate of papaya slices and another of asparagus, both untouched. Daisy looks him over carefully, then blows smoke toward his head. It floats over his hair, missing his eyes, which are protected by the non-prescription redwood-framed Oliver Peoples glasses he's worn most of the night. Libby, the bimbo with jet lag, tries to figure out how to unfold her napkin. His frustration level is surprisingly low. Things could be worse. These could be English girls. They could be drinking tea. He claps his hands together, trying to seem alert, and comments that it was hot out today. No? Libby asks where Greg went. He tells her, Gorbachev is downstairs. McDermott is going to sign a peace treaty between the United States and Russia. He pauses to gauge her reaction, then adds that McDermott is the one behind Glasnost. Libby's voice is impossibly toneless as she agrees, but says McDermott told her he was in mergers and acquisitions. She mispronounces the word. He looks at Taylor, still sleeping, snaps one of his suspenders. No reaction, no movement, then turns back to Libby and asks if she's confused. She says no, not really. Karen suddenly says Gorbachev is not downstairs. Daisy smiles and asks if he's lying. He thinks to himself, then admits Karen is right. Gorbachev is not downstairs. He's at tunnel. He grabs at a passing hard-body waitress in a Bill Blass navy lace gown with a silk organza ruffle, orders a JUB on the rocks and a butcher knife or something sharp from the kitchen, then asks the girls if they want anything. None of them answer. The waitress stares at Taylor. He looks at Taylor, back at the waitress, then back at Taylor, and orders him grapefruit sorbet and a scotch. The waitress just keeps staring. He waves his hand in front of her face and repeats his JUB order, enunciating over the jazz band playing Take 5. She finally nods. He tells her to bring the girls whatever they were drinking. Ginger ale? Wine cooler? Libby corrects him, champagne with peach schnapps. He repeats the order to the waitress and asks if she caught that. The waitress nods, scribbles something, and leaves. He watches her ass as she walks away, then turns back to the three models, studying each one carefully for any sign of betrayal that would crack their robot act. But it's too dark in Nels, and his hope that they're faking is just wishful thinking. He claps his hands again, breathes in, and repeats that it was really hot out today. Libby sighs about needing a new fur, staring into her champagne. Daisy asks in the same toneless voice whether she means full length or ankle length. Karen suggests a stole. Libby thinks hard for a minute, then mentions a short cuddly wrap. Daisy asks if it's definitely mink. Libby confirms, "Oh yeah, mink." He whispers to Taylor to wake up. They're talking. He's got to see this. Karen keeps going, asking which kind. Daisy asks if some minks aren't too fluffy. Libby agrees some are too fluffy. Daisy murmurs that silver fox is very popular. Libby says beige tones are also increasingly popular. Someone asks which ones those are. Libby lists lynx, chinchilla, ermine, beaver. Taylor wakes up blinking, announcing he's here. He sighs and tells Taylor to go back to sleep. Taylor asks where McDermott is. He shrugs, wandering around downstairs looking for Coke. One of them repeats that silver fox is very popular, then adds raccoon, fitch, squirrel, muskrat, Mongolian lamb. Taylor asks if he's dreaming or actually hearing a real conversation. He winces, says it passes for one, and tells Taylor to listen because it's inspiring. At the sushi restaurant that night, McDermott had asked the girls if they knew any of the 9 planets. Libby and Karen guessed the moon. Daisy guessed comet. Dumbfounded, the 3 men assured her comet was a planet. Daisy explained slowly that it's easy to find a good fur now because more ready-to-wear designers have entered the field, and the range increases as each designer selects different pelts for individual character. Karen shivers, saying it's all so scary. Daisy tells her not to be intimidated, for it's only an accessory. Libby points out it's a luxurious accessory. He asks the table if anyone has played around with a Tech 9mm Uzi. He explains that model is useful because it has a threaded barrel for silencers and barrel extensions. He nods as he says this. Taylor looks at him blankly and says he's gradually uncovering startling information. Libby points out again about the luxurious accessory. The waitress returns with drinks and a bowl of grapefruit sorbet. Taylor blinks and says he didn't order it. He tells Taylor yes he did in his sleep, he ordered it. Taylor says no he didn't, unsure. He says he'll eat it, and taps his fingers loudly on the table, telling Taylor to just listen. Libby declares Karl Lagerfeld hands down. Karen asks why. Daisy lights a cigarette and says because he created the Fendi collection. Karen giggles about liking Mongolian lamb mixed with mole, or a black leather jacket lined with Persian lamb. Daisy asks what she thinks of Jeffrey Bean. Karen ponders and says the white satin collars are iffy. Libby says he does marvelous things with Tibetan lambs. Karen asks about Carolina Herrera. Daisy shakes her head, no, too fluffy. Libby agrees, too schoolgirl. Daisy says James Galanos has the most wonderful Russian lynx bellies. Libby adds Arnold Scassi the white ermine to die for. He smiles with a depraved grin and repeats to die for. Libby affirms it for the first time certain all night. He whines in a high faggy voice, flopping a limp wrist onto Taylor's shoulder, saying Taylor would look adorable in a Jeffrey Bean. But Taylor is sleeping again, so it doesn't matter. He removes his hand with a sigh. Karen peers at an aging gorilla in the next booth, with a gray crew cut and an 11-year-old on his lap, saying that's Miles. Libby turns around and says she thought he was filming that Vietnam movie in Philadelphia. Karen says no, the Philippines, not Philadelphia. Libby says, oh yeah, then asks if she's sure. Karen says, yeah, in fact it's over. In fact it's out. In fact it came out last year. Her tone completely undecided. The two of them look disinterestedly at the next booth, then turn back to their table. Their eyes fall on sleeping Taylor. Karen sighs and asks Libby if they should go say hello. Libby nods slowly. Her features quizzical in the candlelight, stands up, and excuses them. They leave. Daisy stays, sipping Karen's champagne. He imagines her naked, murdered, maggots burrowing in her stomach, her breasts blackened by cigarette burns, Libby eating the corpse out. He clears his throat and says again that it was really hot out today. Daisy agrees. He tells her to ask him a question, feeling spontaneous. She inhales, blows out smoke, and asks what he does. He asks what she thinks he does. She shrugs. A model? An actor? He says flattering, but no. She prompts him. He shrugs and says he's into murders and executions. Mostly it depends. Unfazed, she asks if he likes it. He says it depends, then asks why. She says most guys she knows in mergers and acquisitions don't really like it. He says, that's not what he said, adds a forced smile, finishes his drink, and tells her to forget it. She tells him to ask her a question. He starts to ask where she summers, then stops, stuck, and manages to get it out. She says Maine, then tells him to ask something else. He asks where she works out. She says private trainer, then asks about him. He says exclusive on the Upper West Side. She smiles, then notices someone behind him. Her expression doesn't change, her voice stays flat as she says it's Francesca. Oh my God, look! Francesca screeches Daisy's name in his, calling him a devil and a stud like Batman, asking what Daisy is doing with him. Francesca slides into the booth with a bored blonde girl he doesn't recognize. Francesca wears a velvet dress by Saint Laurent Rive Gauche. The other girl wears a wool dress by Jeffrey Bean. Both wear pearls. He says hello to Francesca. Francesca breathlessly shouts that Ben and Jerry are here. She loves Ben and Jerry, then rasps at a passing waitress for orange juice, cursing the help and saying, Nell has got to go. She mutters, scans the room, turns to Daisy, asks how her face is, then tells her not to sit like an idiot. Ben and Jerry are here. She winks lasciviously and wets her lips. Francesca writes for Vanity Fair. He starts to say something, then looks down at his sorbet, troubled. He says he already ordered this grapefruit sorbet. He points gloomily at the dish, confused. He doesn't want any ice cream. Francesca says, for Christ's sake, Jagger is here, Mick, Jerry. She talks to the booth but constantly scans the room. She spells yuppie to the blonde girl, then her eyes land on his sorbet. He pulls it toward himself protectively. He sings sort of, acknowledging he knows who Jagger is. Francesca tells Daisy she looks thin, and it makes her sick, then lightly slaps his hands covering the sorbet and pulls the dish toward her. She introduces Allison Poole, who is also too thin and makes her sick, then says this is Daisy Milton and Patrick. Allison glares at him and says, they've met. He holds out his hand and says, hi, Pat Bateman. Allison glares harder and repeats, they've met. He asks if they have. Francesca shrieks about his totally Roman profile and his lashes. Daisy smiles approvingly. He plays it cool, ignoring them. He recognizes Allison. He remembers doing her last spring while at the Kentucky Derby with Evelyn and her parents. The memory surfaces. She screamed when he tried to push his entire arm gloved and slathered with Vaseline, toothpaste, anything he could find up into her vagina. She had been drunk, wasted on coke. He had tied her up with wire, slapped duct tape over her mouth, her face, her breasts. Francesca has given him head before. He doesn't remember where or when, but she did, and liked it. He suddenly recalls painfully that he would have liked to see Allison bleed to death that afternoon, but something stopped him. She was so high, kept moaning, blood bubbling from her nose. She never wept. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe that saved her. He won a lot of money that weekend on a horse called Indecent Exposure. He smiles weakly, but regains his confidence. Allison would never have told anyone that story. Not a soul could have heard about that lovely, horrible afternoon. He grins at her in the darkness and says he remembers her. She was a real manhandler. She says nothing, just looks at him like he's the opposite of civilization. Francesca asks if Taylor is sleeping or dead while gobbling the rest of his sorbet, then exclaims about page 6. She was in it, so was Daisy and Taffy too. Allison gets up without looking at him, says she's going to find Skip downstairs and dance, and walks away. McDermott returns, gives Allison a once-over as she squeezes past, then takes the seat next to him. He asks if McDermott had any luck. McDermott says no dice, wipes his nose, lifts his drink to sniff it, takes a sip, lights one of Daisy's cigarettes, introduces himself to Francesca, then tells him not to look so astounded it happens. He stares at McDermott and asks if he's shitting him. McDermott says no luck. He pauses, looks down at his lap, sighs, and says he's pulled this act before he knows what McDermott is doing. McDermott sniffs again, points at some girl in a booth up front, says he fucked her. He's sweating profusely and reeks of cologne. He starts to say something, then notices Francesca eating his sorbet. He points this out. Francesca glares at him, tells him to lighten up, asks what he wants from her, an AIDS test. Then she points out a guy named Kraft, saying no loss. The guy sits near the stage, boyish face with slicked back hair, wearing a polka dot silk shirt and pleated trousers. Someone asks if they should tell her. Daisy says no. The girl with him looks like a real bitch. He leans toward McDermott and says he has drugs. He can see it in his eyes, not to mention the sniffing. McDermott wags his head, says negative, not tonight. Applause breaks out for the jazz band. The whole table claps, even Taylor, whom Francesca has inadvertently woken. He turns away from McDermott, heavily pissed, and brings his hands together like everyone else. Karen and Libby return to the table. Libby announces Karen has to go to Atlanta tomorrow for a Vogue shoot. They have to leave. Someone gets the check. McDermott puts it on his gold Amex card, which proves he's high on coke since he's a famous tightwad. Outside, it's muggy with a faint drizzle, almost a mist, lightning but no thunder. He trails McDermott, hoping to confront him, nearly bumping into someone in a wheelchair who he remembers rolling up to the ropes when they first arrived. The guy's still there, wheels moving up then back on the pavement, totally ignored by the doormen. He calls to McDermott, demanding his drugs. McDermott turns, breaks into a weird jig, twirls around, then stops and walks over to a black woman and child sitting in a deli doorway. She's begging for food, a cardboard sign at her feet. It's hard to tell if the child is really hers. The light outside makes everyone's skin look the same, washed out yellow. Libby stares, transfixed, asking if they know they need to stand closer to the ropes. Karen pulls her toward two taxis. He asks McDermott what the hell he's doing. McDermott's eyes are glazed. He waves a dollar bill in front of the woman's face. She starts sobbing, trying to grab it, but he doesn't give it to her. Instead, he ignites the bill with matches from Canal Bar and relights the half-smoked cigar between his teeth. He tells McDermott how gentrifying of him. Daisy leans against a white Mercedes. More lightning. An ambulance screams down the street. McDermott walks past Daisy, kisses her hand, and hops into the second cab. He's left standing in front of the crying black woman, Daisy staring. He mutters Jesus, then tries to hand the woman a book of matches from Lutus before realizing the mistake, then finds matches from Tavern on the Green, tosses them at the kid, and plucks the other matchbook from her dirty fingers. He mutters Jesus again and walks to Daisy. She says there are no more cabs. Another flash of lightning makes her jerk her head around. She whines about where the photographers are. He whistles for a taxi. Another lightning bolt rips across the sky. Daisy squeals, confused, moving her head in every direction, lowering her sunglasses, demanding to know where the photographer is. He shouts that it's lightning, not a photographer. She accuses him of lying. He said Gorbachev was downstairs. She doesn't believe him. She thinks the press is here. He spots a cab, whistles, but someone taps his shoulder. He turns. Bethany. A girl he dated at Harvard who dumped him stands before him in an embroidered sweater and viscose crepe trousers, holding an open white umbrella. The cab whizzes by. He says her name, stunned. She smiles and asks how he is. He stutters that he's fine after an awkward silence, then asks about her. She says really well. He asks if she was inside. She says yes, it's good to see him. He gulps and asks if she's living in Manhattan. She says yes, working at Millbank Tweed. He says great, then looks back at Daisy, suddenly angry, remembering the lunch in Cambridge where Bethany, her arm in a sling with a faint bruise above her cheek, ended it. Then just as suddenly, he thinks about his hair. He can feel the drizzle ruining it. He says he has to go. She asks if he's at PUP, then tells him he looks great. He backs away, spotting another cab. She calls out that they should have lunch. He says what could be more fun. The cab has noticed Daisy and stopped. She says she'll call him. He says whatever. A black man opens the cab door for Daisy. She steps in daintily. He holds the door for him too. He waves and nods to Bethany. The man asks for a tip. He growls, trying to check his hair in the mirror, and tells the man to get a real job, adding a racial slur. Then he slams the door himself and tells the driver to take them to the Upper West Side. Daisy asks if he didn't think it was interesting in the movie tonight how they were spies but weren't spies. He tells the driver to drop her off in Harlem. He's in his bathroom, shirtless in front of the mirror, debating whether to shower since his hair looks shitty from the rain. He smooths mousse into it, runs a comb through. Daisy sits in a brass and chrome chair by the futon, spooning ice cream into her mouth, wearing only a lace bra and garter belt. She calls out that her ex-boyfriend Fiddler, at the party earlier, couldn't understand what she was doing there with a yuppie. He's not really listening, but manages an, "Oh, really?" She laughs, and says Fiddler said he gave him bad vibes. He sighs, makes a muscle, and says that's too bad. She shrugs and offhandedly admits that Fiddler used to do a lot of cocaine and used to beat her up. He suddenly pays attention until she says that Fiddler never touched her face. He steps into the bedroom and begins undressing. A question lands from behind him. She wants to know if he thinks she's dumb, her tan, toned legs hooked over the chair's arm. He slips off his shoes, bends to collect them. She presses the point he thinks all models are dumb. He denies it, barely holding back a laugh. She insists she can tell. He starts to answer, then stalls. She grins, waiting. He delivers a flat, monotone compliment, calling her brilliant twice. She smiles serenely, licks a spoon, and tells him he has a tender quality. He thanks her, removes his pants, folds them neatly, hangs them. He mentions catching his maid stealing bran toast from his kitchen wastebasket. She asks why. He pauses, staring at her flat, defined stomach, then explains the maid said she was hungry. She sighs, licks the spoon again. Still in his undershorts and expensive socks, he asks about his hair. She shrugs it off. He sits, peels off the socks. He tells her. He beat up a girl panhandling on the street, young, scared, holding a sign about being lost in New York, having a child, needing money or a bus ticket to Iowa. He balls and unballs his socks. She stares blankly, asks what happened next. He stands, mutters that he beat the living shit out of her, then adds from the bathroom doorway that the girl had misspelled disabled. Not the reason, he says, but she was too ugly to rape. She sets the spoon beside the ice cream carton. He points, insists she put it inside the carton. She apologizes and does. She admires a vase while he puts on a condom. They have sex beneath him. She becomes only a shape despite all the lights on. Later, lying apart, he touches her shoulder and tells her she should go home. He says he might hurt her, that he can't control himself. She shrugs, agrees, starts dressing, says she didn't want to get too involved anyway. He tells her he thinks something bad is going to happen. She pulls on her underwear, checks her hair, nods, says she understands. After a long, hard silence, he asks if she doesn't want to get hurt. Buttoning her dress, she sighs, says that's why she's leaving. He admits he thinks he's losing it. Next morning he screens all calls, drinks decaf tea. He goes to the gym for 2 hours, eats half an endive salad at the health bar. He stops at Barney's, has a facial, plays squash at the Yale Club, then makes an 8 o'clock dinner reservation under a false name at Texarkana to meet Paul Owen. He picks the restaurant because people he knows won't be there, plus he wants chili-wrapped pork and Dixie beer. Outside, a homeless man jokes he's Bob Hope's younger brother, No Hope. He finds it funny, gives a quarter. He's 20 minutes late. From an open window he hears the last strains of a Beatles song. The bar is empty, only 4 or 5 tables occupied. Owen sits in a back booth, angrily grilling the waiter about why they're out of crawfish gumbo. The waiter, lisping an excuse, can't satisfy him. He sits down, orders a Jan B straight and a Dixie beer. The waiter smiles and bats his eyelashes. He nearly warns him off small talk. But Owen barks for a double absolute martini and the waiter leaves. Owen mocks the empty room. He tells Owen the mud soup and charcoal arugula are excellent. Owen grumbles that he's late. He shrugs, calls himself a child of divorce. He studies the menu, notes the pork loin with lime jello is gone. Owen is drunk, not the talkative tanned figure he expected. The other man's dourness dampens his own mood. He makes forced jokes about Ivana Trump. Dinner stays monotonous. Owen offers only useless stats on the Fisher account already in his files. He pretends it's enlightening, meanwhile admitting he's insane and likes to dissect girls. Every time he steers back to Fisher, Owen swerves to tanning salons, cigars, health clubs, jogging spots, guffawing. He drinks Southern beer, then switches to Diet Pepsi to stay slightly sober. He's about to invent a fake girlfriend with 2 vaginas when Owen interrupts, drunkenly admitting he feels mellow while squeezing lime onto the table. By dinner's end, Owen is so drunk that he makes him pay the $250 check, makes him admit he's a dumb son of a bitch, and gets him back to his apartment. Owen pours himself another drink, opening a hidden bottle with a silver opener. In the bathroom, he takes out the axe stashed in the shower, pops 2 Valium, washes them down with mouthwash. He puts on a cheap raincoat, moves toward Owen, who is bent over the stereo looking through his CDs. All lights on, blinds closed. Owen straightens, walks backward, sipping wine, takes in the apartment, then sits in a folding chair. Newspapers spread beneath the chair to protect the white-stained oak from blood. He moves in, one hand buttoning the raincoat, the other holding the axe. Owen Slur asks why the style sections are everywhere. Does he have a dog? He says no. He circles until he stands directly in front of Owen. Owen is too drunk to see the axe raised high or lowered to waist level, gripped like a baseball bat aimed at his head. Owen pauses, then starts to say he used to hate Iggy Pop but now likes him better because he's commercial. The blade connects with Owen's face mid-sentence, splitting his open mouth and silencing him instantly. His eyes flutter between consciousness and blankness, then his hands rise weakly toward the handle, but the shock has already drained him. For a moment there's no blood, only the rustle of newspapers beneath his thrashing feet. Then crimson seeps from his mouth's corners. When Bateman yanks the axe free and brings it down again, the face splits, further brownish sprays erupt, staining the raincoat. A hiss escapes the skull's broken seams, followed by a wet, blunt noise as brain tissue pushes through the wound. Owen crumples to the floor, one eye blinking erratically, his mouth a ruin of teeth and exposed bone, his tongue dangling by a shred. Bateman screams a single vicious insult at him, then waits beneath a ceiling crack, 5 minutes for death, another half hour for the bleeding to stop. In a cab across the park, Bateman realizes he's still wearing the bloody coat. At Owen's apartment, he uses the dead man's keys, then burns the coat in the fireplace with lighter fluid. The minimalist space registers only vaguely as he wipes the answering machine's message, Owen's cheerful listing of contact numbers over Vivaldi, and replaces it with his own voice, close enough to pass over the phone. He packs a suitcase with suits, shaver, watch, passport, and steals a CD player. Toiletries go into a bag. Back at his own place, rigor mortis has set in. Bateman wraps the body in towels, then a sleeping bag, drags it past the doorman. A brief run-in with acquaintances on the street ends quickly. He answers a rude question about dinner jackets, then hails a cab. At the abandoned Hell's Kitchen loft, he carries Owen up 4 flights, strips the corpse, lays it in a porcelain tub, and pours lime over it. Around 2 a.m., sleepless, he gets Evelyn on call waiting while listening to a phone sex line and watching a TV report on deformed people. She knows it's him, despite his attempted voicemail impersonation. He bangs the phone against the nightstand and mashes buttons, hoping for a dial tone. She complains about a missed dinner reservation. He says he had to return videos, then mentions running into Arthur and Kitty, describing Kitty's outfit. Evelyn giggles at his joke about Arthur wearing the same thing. He fakes a yawn and says she woke him. She pushes for dinner tomorrow, then a summer getaway. He brushes off both, claiming work, and offering only a vague maybe. Inside Paul Smith, Bateman chats with the Hamiltons and their toddler Glenn. He catalogs everyone's outfits by brand: Charles's linen suit, Nancy's Valentino skirt and silver earrings, his own Louis Boston wool suit, the baby's Armani overalls and tiny Mets cap. As the salesgirl rings up Charles's purchases, Bateman plays with Glenn, dangling his platinum card in front of her face, while cooing in a high baby voice. Yes, he's a total psychopathic murderer. Yes, he likes to kill people. Little sweetie pie, yes he does. Later at the office he played squash, had drinks, has an 8 o'clock dinner. This morning's Patty Winters was about concentration camp survivors. He shows Glenn a tiny pocket TV. Nancy asks about Shad Row somewhere. He murmurs, "It's terrific." Charles signs, then spots someone behind Bateman. Louise Carruthers arrives, kissing Nancy's cheek, shaking the baby's hand. Charles starts to introduce him, but Bateman cuts in. They've met. Bateman notes Louise's Ralph Lauren suit, slicked hair, redwood-framed glasses, his own R non-prescription. After shaking Louise's overly firm, sensuous grip, Bateman excuses himself to buy a tie, wiping his hand on an expensive towel. Louise follows, leaning close, whispering. Bateman says he's buying a tie for his repellent brother. Louise, anguished, wants to know why Bateman won't look at him. Bateman, eyes closed, fists clenched, begs to be left alone. Louise suggests a drink to talk about us. Bateman asks if he was followed. Louise scoffs. Then Louise says he loves him very much. Bateman moans, moves to the shoes, then back to the ties, grabbing one at random. He hands over his platinum card, tells the salesgirl about a homeless man outside. She should call the police, and points at Louise, saying he's not with him. Outside on 5th Avenue, Bateman tries to wave a cab. Louise grabs his sleeve. Bateman whirls, switchblade already open, jabbing it as a threat. People step around them. Louise backs off, hands up. Bateman hisses, holding the knife until a cab skids over. He backs inside, still hissing, then tells the driver to head to Pooncakes. All day he thinks about where he and his brother Sean will sit at the Quilted Giraffe. Their father's accountant and the estate trustee both suggested using Sean's birthday to find out what he's doing with his life. Ask a few pertinent questions. Both men know he despises Sean, and the feeling is mutual. The lure mentioned something bad has happened. On a conference call last week, Bateman asked what something bad meant: brewery closures? A phone sex line closing? No. Tell Sean their mother is worse. He mulled it. Sean might not care, then delicately mention her estate. He handed the Zagat to Jean and made her find the most expensive restaurant in Manhattan. Dorsia is impossible, pastels too, and he won't waste that energy on Sean anyway. That afternoon around 4, Bateman calls Sean at the Carlisle. MTV blares in the background. A shower runs. He says things are worse at Sandstone. Sean asks if their mother ate her pillow. Bateman says they should have dinner. Sean tells someone named Dominique to cool it, covers the phone, mutters something. Then he hangs up. Bateman decides to keep the tie he bought for Sean. The thought of the asshole hanging himself with it amuses him, and wears it to the quilted giraffe instead. He'll give Sean a useless combination watch, calculator, and databank. He laughs packing it, knowing Sean doesn't even have 50 acquaintances. This morning's Patty Winters was about salad bars. Sean calls at 5 from the racket club, telling Bateman to meet him at Dorsia tonight. He just reserved a table at 9. Bateman's mind is a mess. This morning's Patty Winters was about salad bars. Later, Dorsia, 9:30. Sean is 30 minutes late. The maitre d' refuses to seat Bateman until his brother arrives. His worst fear realized: a prime booth sits empty, waiting. His rage is barely controlled by a Xanax and an Absolute. In the men's room, he stares at a crack above the urinal, and thinks that if he could miniaturize and slip into it, no one would notice he was gone. No one would care. Some might even feel relief. The world is better with some people gone. The interconnectedness theory is a crock. One such person, his brother Sean, is sitting in the reserved booth when Bateman returns from checking messages. Evelyn's suicidal. Courtney wants a chow. Louise suggests dinner Thursday. Sean is chain-smoking. Bateman wishes he'd asked for non-smoking. Sean shakes hands with the maitre d' but doesn't introduce them. They nod. Sean has already ordered a bottle of Crystal, knowing Bateman is paying, and Bateman knows Sean doesn't even drink champagne. Sean, 23, went to Europe last fall or so, Charles Conroy said. Receipts from the Plaza Athende didn't match Sean's signature. No one knows how long he was there. He bummed around, re-enrolled at Camden for 3 weeks, now is in Manhattan before Palm Beach or New Orleans. Tonight he's moody and arrogant. Bateman notices Sean has started plucking his eyebrows. He no longer has only one. The urge to mention this is so strong that Bateman clenches his fist until he breaks the skin on his palm, and his biceps rips through his linen Armani shirt. Sean asks if he likes this place. Bateman jokes through clenched teeth that it's his favorite. Sean orders without looking at him. Lobster with caviar and peach ravioli, then blackened lobster with strawberry sauce, the 2 most expensive items. Bateman orders quail sashimi and baby soft-shell crabs. Champagne arrives in crystal tumblers. Sean notices Bateman staring disapprovingly and asks what. Bateman says nothing. Sean spaces out the words obnoxiously. Bateman points out the double lobster order. Sean shrugs, says the matchbooks are larger than the lobster anyway, he's not that hungry. Bateman presses. Sean says he'll fax an apology. Bateman tries the rock and roll line before Sean can. He wonders about embarrassing Sean with a birthday candle, but instead asks what he did today. Sean played squash, bought a tuxedo. Bateman relays that Nicholas Lee and Charles Conroy want to know if he's going to the Hamptons. Sean says not if he can help it. A near-perfect blonde with a Le Miserable playbill stops to say hello to Sean. Bateman would fuck her, but Sean ignores her flirtation and won't introduce him. She leaves smiling, says they'll be at Mortimer's. Sean nods, orders a scotch. Bateman asks who she was. Some babe from Stebbins, met playing pool. Bateman asks if she's a Duplanty. Sean doesn't know, maybe a friend of one. After dinner, the food's small but very good. Sean touches nothing. Bateman says he has to meet Andrea Rothmere at Nell's. Sean says Nell's isn't that hip anymore. Bateman falters, claims they're really going to Chernobyl, then Contra Club East. Sean yawns, calls it prehistory. Tense pause. Bateman asks where Sean goes. Immediate answer. Petty's. Bateman murmurs, having forgotten it's already open. Then he lies about a party at Donald Trump's. Sean sounds maybe hopeful. Bateman says Donald's a nice guy, he'll introduce them. Oh, right. Now Bateman does the math on the check. Pay it, cab home, almost midnight. Not enough time to return yesterday's tapes. If he doesn't stop home, he can just rent another. But his membership says only 3 at a time. Last night he took out 2, so he could rent 1 more. but he's also on the Gold Circle plan, spent $1,000 in 6 months, so he can rent as many as he wants. But if he still has 2 out Gold Circle or not, he might not be able to take any more if the others haven't been returned. He thinks he hears Sean mutter, "Damien. You're Damien." He asks what. Sean sighs. "Nice tan." Bateman, still confused about the video thing, thanks him. Sean stamps out his cigarette. They both know Sean could probably get them into Petty's, the new Norman Prager club, but Bateman won't ask and Sean won't offer. Bateman puts his platinum card over the check. Sean's eyes are on a hard body at the bar. When the waitress comes for the check, Bateman shakes her off at first, then waves her back and lets her take it. Bateman is meeting Bethany for lunch at a new Tribeca bistro. Despite 2 hours at the gym and office waits before noon, he's extremely nervous, unable to locate the cause beyond 2 possibilities. Fear of rejection, though she called him, wants to see him, wants to fuck him again, or the new Italian mousse he's wearing. It makes his hair look fuller, and smells good but feels sticky and uncomfortable. An easy thing to blame. To ensure conversation, he tried reading a trendy short story collection last night, but every story opened with the same line about a moon hitting an eye like a pizza pie. He had to put the book away and drink a Janbee followed by 2 Xanax to recover. To compensate, before sleep he wrote Bethany a poem, which took a long time surprising, since he used to write her long dark poems often at Harvard before they broke up. Walking into Vanity's only 15 minutes late, he passes a mirror and checks his reflection. The mousse looks good. This morning's Patty Winters asked whether Patrick Swayze has become cynical. Following the maitre d' in slow motion, he sees only the back of Bethany's neck, her brown hair pinned in a bun. When she turns to glance out the window, he catches part of her profile briefly. She looks just like a model. He catalogues her silk blouse, satin skirt, Paloma Picasso handbag. The couple at the next table is smoking. After leaning in to kiss her cheek, he coolly asks the maitre d' to reseat them in non-smoking, loud enough for the nicotine addicts to hear, and hopefully feel embarrassed. The maitre d' informs him there is no non-smoking section. Bateman stops tapping his foot, scans the restaurant, suddenly wishes he'd switched mousses. His hair feels different, its shape altered during the walk from bar to table. A wave of nausea washes over him, but since he's really dreaming all this, he confirms there's no non-smoking section. The young, faggy, actorish maitre d' apologizes. Bateman accepts this, presses a 20 into the man's uncertain fist and takes his seat. Bethany looks stunning. Everything is murky. He's on edge. She asks if he didn't smoke at Harvard. He says only cigars, but quit that a lie, breathing hard, squeezing his hands. She nods. He asks if she had trouble getting reservations, fucking shaking, putting his hands on the table, hoping they'll stop trembling. She says soothingly that no reservations are needed here, tells him to calm down. He looks like a wild man. He stumbles over words, then involuntarily asks how his hair is. She says it's fine. He tries to smile, but it's probably a grimace. She comments on his suit. Guesses Henry Stewart. Insulted, he corrects her Garrick Anderson. She asks if he's okay. He just twitched. He blurts that he's frazzled, just got back from Washington on the Trump shuttle, delightful service, and needs a drink. She studies him shrewdly, amused, possibly smug. He asks if she watched the Patty Winters show. She was jogging guesses it was about Michael J. Fox. He corrects her Patrick Swayze, a debate about whether he's gotten cynical. She asks what he thinks. He says, "It's an interesting question not explored fully after Dirty Dancing. He wouldn't think so, but Tiger Warsaw leaves him unsure." He almost forgot, reaches into his pocket, hands her a poem. He feels sick, broken, tortured, on the brink. She calls it sweet. He urges her to read it, says it's like haiku. She clears her throat and hesitantly reads aloud lines about a poor nigger on the wall, then fuck him, then black man is de debil. The couple at the next table turns to stare, the man aghast, the woman horrified. Bateman glares her down until she looks back at her salad. Bethany hands the paper back, says she can see his sense of social injustice is still intact. He pockets the poem, smiles, holding his body upright so she won't suspect him of cringing. The waiter arrives. Bateman asks what beers they serve. Heineken, Budweiser, Amstel Light. No Corona? No Kirin? No Grolsch? No Moretti? The waiter says no. Bateman sighs, calls it crazy, orders a Jan B, then changes to an Absolute Martini, then back to Jan B straight up. Bethany orders another San Pellegrino. Bateman quickly adds the same, his leg jerking uncontrollably under the table. The waiter asks if they'd like specials. Bateman spits out, "By all means," then smiles reassuringly at Bethany. The waiter starts listing appetizers. Bateman interrupts to correct his grammar. The restaurant has the sun-dried tomatoes and poblano chilies, not the waiter himself. Just to clarify. The waiter freezes, but Bethany rescues the moment by asking how the endive soup is served. The waiter stumbles through the answer. Cole then recites the entrees: monkfish with mango, red snapper sandwich with maple syrup and cotton. Bateman rubs his hands eagerly, mocking the word cotton. Bethany orders ceviche and endive salad. Bateman orders squid with pine nuts, requests goat cheese and salsa on the side, and glances to see if she flinches at his pronunciation. She notices the table shaking and asks about his leg. He blames the music, guessing it's Belinda Carlisle. She points out there's no singing. He insists it's one of her songs, "Heaven is a Place on Earth." She asks about concerts. He says he dislikes live music, then remembers seeing U2. When she asks how they were, he calls them Irish. She asks who else he likes. Stuck. He names the Kingsmen and Louis. She laughs, saying she doesn't remember him being so tan at Harvard. He worries about the moose, then asks her to squeeze his bicep. She says he was the George Hamilton of their class. He's pleased. Their San Pellegrino arrives. He asks where she works Millbank Tweed. He says law school paid off. She asks if he's still at P.E.P. He cuts her off before she can mention his family, then changes the subject to pancakes focaccia. She presses what's wrong. He hates work. She asks why he doesn't quit. He doesn't have to work. He stares at her and says he wants to fit in. She calls it sensible and practical. Lunch becomes a performance. He senses how much she wants him but holds back. She flirts. Other men notice her. He whispers, hears noises inside his head. He orders a Jan B, then cognac. She has sorbet. He holds her hand. Sun pours in. The restaurant empties. She orders Chardonnay, then the Czech. Their eyes lower in turn. She asks if he's seeing anyone. Caught off guard, he says his life is uncomplicated. She presses. Thinking of Evelyn. He murmurs yes. She asks who. He says a very large bottle of Desserelle, then rambles about whether anyone really sees anyone. She nods, calls it tangled logic. He asks if she's seeing anyone. She admits she has a boyfriend. He demands a name: Robert Hall. He asks if he's with Solomon Brothers. No, a chef and co-owner of a restaurant. Bateman demands which one, muttering about crossing it out of his zagat. She says, Dorsia. His brain explodes inwardly. Galaxies of white chef hats race across his vision. He chokes out why Robert Hall. She says it has to do with being 27. He points out half of Manhattan is 27, no excuse to marry him. She didn't say marry, but who knows, they might. He spits out terrific. She tells him time is running out. That biological clock won't stop ticking. It took only 2 glasses of Chardonnay to admit this, he thinks, disgusted. She wants children. He asks incredulously if she means with Robert Hall, suggesting she might as well do it with a wrestler. She asks why she senses hostility. He admits he is hostile. She says she thought he and Robert were friends. He doubts it, muttering Robert Hall repeatedly, trying to place him scholarship student, senior class president, weak chin. No, she says. The other Robert Hall. He closes his eyes, cringing. The one whose parents own half of Washington, captain of the crew team, 6 feet. Yes. He blurts out that Robert was a fag. She's offended. He insists, says he heard frat guys gang banged him at parties, then confesses with utter humiliation that Robert once offered him a blowjob in the library. She's disgusted, asks where the check is. He rambles about Baber the elephant in business school. She says Robert dropped out. He touches her hand, She flinches. He tries to smile, assures her Robert's not a fag, apologizes. Eventually she relents and smiles back. Under his breath, smiling a rictus, he says he'd like to slice open her beaver. The Chardonnay has mellowed her. She talks freely. He thinks about other things while she describes her recent past: air, water, sky, time, a moment when he wanted to show her everything beautiful. He has no patience for revelations. He recalls a Harvard freshman who told him life is full of endless possibilities. He chewed beer nuts through her wisdom, then watched a dart game. That winter her decapitated body floated in the Charles. Her head hung from a tree. His rages at Harvard were less violent than now. She says he's still the same. He tells her to say it's good. She asks if it was then. He says she only knew one facet: student. Lover? She asks. His eyes fall on her coldly. The waiter brings the check. He sighs that he'll pay. She insists, placing a platinum card on the tray. He watches, violent convulsions near. He mutters the women's movement. Wow. Outside, he throws up his lunch in the men's room. On the street, he puts on his Wayfarers, chews a mint, says he had to call his lawyer. She acts concerned. He says a friend is in prison. He's trying to remount his defense. Then he suggests she come up to his place. She laughs, asks if he's serious. He mentions a chilled bottle of wine. She says that line might have worked at Harvard, but they're older now. 100 degrees, sky yellow. He gives a beggar $1 to impress her. He asks again, almost whining. She says she can't. Her office's AC is broken, but she'd like to. He grabs her shoulders, squeezes. She weakly protests. He tries to entice her with a vintage silver tea set. She laughs, says she'll buy him a Dove bar instead. He's appalled at the fat and sodium. She says he doesn't need to worry. He walks in front of her to hide his aggression, suggests she come for a drink, then walk to Dorsia to meet Robert. She says he's begging. He says the tea set costs $3,500. She stops, brow damp with sweat, sighs, looks at her watch. He stretches out the word well. She says if she did, she'd need to make a phone call. He waves down a cab, says call from his place. In the taxi heading uptown, she repeats, she shouldn't have had that wine. She's tipsy, fanning herself with a playbill. They laugh for no reason. She leans in, then pulls back, asks if he has a doorman. He smiles, turned on by how unaware she is of the peril she's in. Inside his apartment, Bethany moves into the living room, approving the decor while he locks the door and bolts it shut. He pours Janby with shaking hands, foregoing ice. She runs a hand over the jukebox, then studies a painting above the fireplace, cocking her head and giggling. He downs his drink in one gulp, moves to an armoire, and pulls out a new nail gun. He slips on black leather gloves and checks that it's loaded. She asks, who hung the painting? It's upside down. He says he did. She laughs. Can't believe it's been that way. He turns, whispering that it's been a millennium, then asks what the fuck she's doing with Robert Hall. She turns in slow motion. He screams the question again once she sees the nail gun in gloved hands. She dashes for the door. The Chardonnay has dulled her reflexes, but his scotch has sharpened his crotty. He leaps in front of her, knocking her unconscious with 4 blows from the nail gun. He drags her onto a white sheet, stretches her arms out, places her hands palms up on wooden boards, and nails 3 fingers on each hand to the wood at random. She regains consciousness, screaming. He sprays mace into her eyes, mouth, nostrils, then drapes a camel hair coat over her head to muffle the screams. He keeps shooting nails into both hands until they're covered, twisted together, making it impossible for her to sit up. He removes her shoes, disappointed because she's kicking violently, leaving scuff marks. He shouts, "You bitch!" then drops to a raspy whisper, drooling the words "you fucking cunt" into her ear. He takes the coat off her face. She pleads through the agony, adrenaline overpowering the pain briefly, begging him to stop. The pain returns. She passes out, vomits while unconscious. He holds her head up so she doesn't choke, then maces her again. The fingers he hasn't nailed. He tries to bite off, nearly succeeding on her left thumb, chewing all the flesh off, exposing bone. He maces her once more needlessly, replaces the coat over her head, sets up a Sony Handycam on automatic. With scissors, he starts cutting off her dress, stabbing at her breasts occasionally, slicing off one nipple through the bra. She screams again when he rips the dress off, leaving her in a blood-darkened bra and urine-soaked panties. He leans over, shouting at her to keep screaming. He's opened all the windows and the terrace door. Only guttural animal noises come out now, interrupted by retching. He urges her to scream, brushes her hair back, tells her no one cares, no one will help. She loses consciousness, manages only a weak moan. He removes his gloves, forces her mouth open, cuts out her tongue with the scissors, pulls it out warm, bleeding, smaller than expected, throws it against the wall where it sticks for a moment before falling with a wet slap. He holds her head up so she won't choke on the blood gushing from her mouth. Then he fucks her in the mouth. After ejaculating, he maces her some more. Later, she briefly regains consciousness. He puts on a pork pie hat from his Harvard days, shouts at her to remember it. He triumphantly holds up a cigar. He still smokes cigars. He lights it with blood-stained fingers. Her pale, twitching face contracts with pain, her eyes dull with horror. He paces, yelling that the suit isn't Garrick Anderson, it's Armani, Giorgio Armani, and she thought it was Henry Stewart. He calls her a dumb bitch, slaps her, hisses it, but her face is so coated with mace she probably can't feel it. He maces her again, tries to fuck her mouth once more, can't come, so he stops. The next night, 3 of them, Craig McDermott, Courtney, and Bateman, are in a cab heading toward Nell's, talking about Evian water. Courtney, in an Armani mink, admits giggling that she uses Evian for ice cubes. They list bottled water brands. Courtney names several. McDermott adds Canadian Spring, Canadian Calm, Montclair, Vittel, Crodo, and Elan from Switzerland. Then it's Bateman's turn. Staring out the window, lost in thought, he lists Alpenwasser, Down Under, Shap from Lebanon, Quibble, and Cold Springs, correcting Courtney that she said Poland Spring, not that. He adds ominously that mineral water should always be bought in glass bottles, not plastic, because it oxidizes. You want it crisp with no aftertaste. McDermott admits he's right. Courtney, sitting between them, murmurs, she doesn't understand the differences between spring water and natural water. McDermott explains that natural water is from an underground source, mineral content unchanged, though possibly disinfected or filtered. The cab crawls through Manhattan, and he's not listening. Not to himself, not to the water debate bleeding on around him. His mind tunnels elsewhere, Bethany's body, whether to dump it tonight or wait. A hefty bag in the stairwell, the curb with the rest of the trash. Hell's Kitchen lime, a cigar, his Walkman, but no, he wants to keep the men's bodies separate from the women's. And there's Blood Hungry, that clown horror tape he rented. A midnight trip wouldn't leave enough time, so Bethany's bones, intestines, flesh, probably the incinerator down the hall. The night started at a Morgan Stanley party inside Gold Club, a new place near the seaport. He ran into Walter Rhodes there, a total Canadian from Exeter, who smelled of Xeris, same as McDermott. He told Walter he was trying to stay away from people, avoiding even speaking to them, then excused himself. Walter stammered an uncertain understanding. He's wearing a 6-button Valentino tuxedo. Louis Carruthers is in Atlanta. He did a line of coke with Herbert Gittes, then took a Halcyon to kill the edge, but it hasn't hit yet. Courtney seems drawn to McDermott. Her Chembank card failed at the ATM cocaine residue, probably, though she'd never admit it, and McDermott's worked, so she used his, meaning she wants to fuck McDermott. But it doesn't matter. They look pretty much the same anyway. This morning's Patty Winters show was about talking animals. An octopus in a makeshift aquarium, a microphone on its tentacle, kept asking for cheese, according to its trainer. He watched, vaguely transfixed, until he started to sob. The cab misses a light on 14th Street, limousines clogging the turn. He curses the driver. An old Motown song plays muted up front, blocked by the partition. He tries to slide it open. Locked. Courtney asks what kind of water to drink after exercising. He sighs an answer really cold, because it absorbs faster. He checks his Rolex. Evian, probably, not plastic. McDermott counters with Gatorade. He can't resist adding that water enters the bloodstream faster than any other liquid. Buddy! He checks his watch again. 1 JUB at Nell's, then home to watch Blood Hungry by 2. The cab edges toward the crowd outside the club. Limousines blare horns. His throat is parched from the coke. He swallows, trying to wet it. Posters for Crabtree Evelyn line boarded tenement windows. Spell, Mogul, Bateman. MOGULIS, ghosts, aliens. McDermott admits he doesn't like Evian. Too sweet. He looks so miserable that it moves him to agree. Glancing over, realizing McDermott will probably end up in bed with Courtney tonight, he feels an instant of pity. Yes, McDermott, Evian is too sweet. Earlier, Bethany's blood pooled so deep on the floor he watched his own reflection while reaching for a cordless phone, making a haircut appointment at Gio's. Courtney breaks the trance. She was afraid to try Pellegrino the first time, but once she did, it was fine. How courageous. He yawns again, then asks if anyone knows a device that simulates call waiting sound on a phone. Back at his place, he stands over Bethany's body, sipping a drink, studying her, both eyelids half open. Her lower teeth jut out because he bit her lips off. Earlier he sawed off her left arm that finally killed her. Now he picks up that arm by the protruding bone where her hand used to be, flesh and muscle still clinging, most of it hacked or gnawed off. He clenches it like a pipe and brings it down on her head. 5 or 6 blows smash her jaw open, 2 more cave her face in. He thinks of Whitney Houston. Her 1985 debut had 4 #1 hits, The Greatest Love of All, You Give Good Love, Saving All My Love for You. It won a Grammy, 2 American Music Awards. Rolling Stone and Billboard named her Best New Artist. The album is warm, complex, satisfying. Her voice defies belief. The cover photo, a gown by Giovanni de Mora, and the back a Kamali bathing suit signal. This isn't bland. The record is smooth but intense, jazz-based but versatile. You savor it. It opens with, You Give Good Love, and Thinking About You. Kashif producing warm jazz with a synthesized beat. The album kicks in with Someone For Me, Jermaine Jackson, where she sings longingly against a jazz disco background. Saving All My Love for You is the sexiest ballad, with Tom Scott's sax solo 60s girl group, echoes but more emotional. Nobody Loves Me Like You Do. Duet with Jermaine shows sophisticated lyrics. No paucity of decent writing here. How Will I Know, best dance song of the 1980s, is a joyous ode to a girl's nervousness about a guy's interest, with a great keyboard riff, produced by Narada Michael Walden. His favorite ballad, aside from The Greatest Love of All, is All at Once. A young woman realizing her lover is fading, gorgeous strings. The only near filler is Take Good Care of My Heart, another Jermaine duet, which strays from jazz into 80s dance music. The cab crawls toward Nell's. Patrick's mind drifts back to his apartment, to Bethany's body still waiting there. He sips a drink in memory, studying her ruined face, half-open eyes, lips bitten off, the left arm he'd sawed off earlier finally killing her. In his imagining, he picks up that severed arm by the bone and beats her head with it, smashing her jaw, caving in her face after only a few blows. Then a rush of information about Whitney Houston floods his thoughts. Her 1985 debut album, 4 #1 singles, a Grammy, 2 American Music Awards. Not a bland affair, but warm, complex, the voice defying belief. The cover photo in a Giovanni de Mora gown, the back in a Norma Kamali bathing suit, the songs You Give Good Love, Thinking About You, then Someone For Me with its jazz disco longing, Saving All My Love for You, with Tom Scott's sax solo, sexy and romantic. The duet with Jermaine Jackson, Nobody Loves Me Like You Do. How Will I Know, as the best dance song of the 80s, All at Once, with its gorgeous string arrangement, and finally, The Greatest Love of All, a powerful song about self-preservation and dignity, sung with a grandeur approaching the sublime, its message crossing all boundaries. Her second album, Whitney from 1987, also had 4 #1 singles, Not as serious, but no sophomore slump. I want to dance with somebody. Bouncy and danceable, just the lonely talking again, showing jazz influence and new maturity. Love will save the day. Ambitious, up-tempo, reflecting a grown-up's awareness. Didn't we almost have it all? Poetic, about a long-lost lover. So emotional, rock-influenced. Love is a contact sport. Big and bold, the album's centerpiece. Her voice like an instrument on You're Still My Man. Where do broken hearts go? A statement of lost innocence. And the duet with her mother Sissy. I know him so well, ending the album on a graceful note. She remains the most exciting and original black jazz voice of her generation. Monday night, 8 o'clock. Patrick sits in his office wearing Wayfarers, trying yesterday's Sunday crossword, listening to rap music to understand its popularity. A blonde he beat brutally at the Dakota had said rap was all she listened to, so he'd spent $90 at Tower Records. But the niggerish voices and ugly words leave him at a loss. Jean works at her desk, piled with documents. The day hasn't been bad. He worked out, a new restaurant opened. Evelyn left messages about being in Boston, and the Patty Winters show had 2 parts, an interview with Donald Trump, and a report on tortured women. He's supposed to have dinner with Madison Gray and David Campion, but when he learns Luis Carruthers will join them, he calls Campion and cancels, then stares out at the darkening sky. Jean peers in and knocks. He pretends not to notice, lonely but unwilling to show it. She places a file on his desk and asks if he's doing the crossword, dropping the G in a pathetic gesture of intimacy. He nods without looking up. She leans over his shoulder to help, gasping slightly when she sees he's filled every space with either meat or bone. She picks up the snap pencils and leaves, then returns when he calls. He asks her to dinner if she's not busy. She answers too quickly, then tries to slow down. He mentions tickets to a concert, Milli Vanilli. She corrects him, Milli Vanilli. He pauses, then says it doesn't matter, he doesn't have tickets anyway. He pulls out his Zagat guide and insists she choose anywhere. She hesitates, afraid of failing a test, then timidly offers Dorcia. His stomach drops. He repeats the name, dials with a trembling finger. The phone actually rings. The harassed maitre d' shouts that they're totally booked. Patrick forces cheerfulness, pretending the rejection is good news, but the maitre d' hangs up on him. Patrick hangs up with a forced smile, fighting for breath, every muscle tense. Jean stands confused in her Calvin Klein wool jersey and flannel dress, alligator belt, silver earrings, clear stockings. He walks to the coat rack and tells her she's dressed okay. She softly points out he didn't give a name. While putting on his Armani jacket and reknotting his silk tie, he insists they know him. At Dorcia, the maitre d' seats a couple, Kate Spencer and Jason Lauder. He's pretty sure while Patrick and Jean reach the podium. He leans over the reservation book, spots the only name for 2 at 9 without a line through it, Schrotz. His mind races. He tells Jean to go to the women's room. She asks why, confused. He hisses at her to just go, squeezing her arm, but she protests she doesn't need to. Too late. The maitre d' 50 ponytailed returns to the podium, takes a call, hangs up, then looks them over. Patrick clears his throat twice, makes lame eye contact. The maitre d' asks for the name with suspicion. A waiter asks about ice. The maitre d' yells at him, points toward the bar, then turns back. Patrick, genuinely frightened, gives the name Schrotz. Mr. and Mrs. Schrotz. His face ashen. He doesn't face Jean, sure she's bewildered. They're led to the Schrotz's table. Menus lie out. Patrick's so nervous the words look like hieroglyphics. A waiter takes their drink order, the same one who couldn't find ice. Patrick finds himself talking about protecting the ozone layer, telling knock-knock jokes, smiling from another country. Minutes pass. Then he notices a tall, handsome couple conferring with the maitre d', light-headed, stammering. He tells Jean something bad is happening. She looks up from her iceless drink, asks what's wrong. The maitre d' glares across the room as he leads the couple toward their table. The couple looks like a Ralph Lauren ad tuxedo, Jules, a totally fuckable babe. The maitre d' stands hands behind his back, unamused, and asks for Mr. and Mrs. Schrotz. Patrick plays it cool. The maitre d' just stares, his oily gray ponytail hanging like a malignancy. Patrick says he happens to know the chef. The maitre d' continues staring. Patrick asks if the chef is in Aspen. Nothing. He turns to Jean and says, "Let's go." She nods dumbly. Humiliated, he takes her hand. They brush past, make their way outside. He's utterly devastated, murmuring to himself that he should have known better. But Jean skips down the street laughing, pulling him along, telling him his sense of humor is so spontaneous. Shaken, walking stiffly, he ignores her and asks himself where to now. Answer Arcadia. In the near-empty Arcadia dining room, someone who might be Hamilton Conway mistakes Patrick for Ted Owen and asks about getting into petties. Patrick says he'll see what he can do. Jean sits across from him. He's ordered a Jan B. She sips white wine and talks about wanting to get into merchant banking. He thinks dare to dream. Frederick Dibble stops by, congratulates him on the Larson account, then calls him Saul. Patrick's in a daze. Jean talks about a new novel, its cover slathered with neon, its subject lofty suffering. He accidentally says she needs a tough skin to survive in this city. She seems embarrassed, takes another sip of wine. She says he seems distant. He says he's still his same kooky self. She smiles, relieved. He asks what she really wants to do with her life, tells her to summarize briefly, and adds not to say she enjoys working with children. She talks about travel, maybe going back to school, a lot of possibilities, but she's unsure. He says people need to realize their limitations, then asks if she has a boyfriend. She smiles shyly, says no, not really. He murmurs interesting and opens his menu. She asks if he's seeing anyone seriously. He evades by saying he wants a meaningful relationship with someone special, then asks what she'll order. She says mahi-mahi with ginger. He's having the pilot fish developing a taste for them. After a mediocre dinner, expensive Cabernet and creme brulee they share, he orders $50 port. She sips DAC, espresso, and asks where the restaurant got its name. He tells her honestly Arcadia, an ancient region in Greece, founded 370 BC, surrounded by mountains, chief city megalopolis, destroyed during the War of Independence. Pan was worshipped there originally. His revels were like Bacchus's. He frolicked with nymphs at night but also frightened travelers during the day, hence panic. He looks up from his port and smiles at her. She's silent for a long time, confused, unsure. Then she leans across the table and says, "That's so interesting." That's all she has to say. 11:34. Patrick and Jean stand on the sidewalk outside her Upper East Side apartment. Her doorman eyes them warily from the lobby, filling Patrick with a nameless dread. A curtain of stars humbles him, which he has a hard time tolerating. He says something about forms of anxiety. She shrugs and nods, her mind struggling to communicate with her mouth, searching for a rational analysis of who he is. An impossibility. There is no key. She thanks him for dinner. He admits the food was mediocre, but accepts the thanks anyway. She asks too casually if he wants to come up for a drink. Something stops him. The doorman, the lobby lighting, her lipstick plus pornography seems much less complicated than actual sex, and therefore, more pleasurable. He asks if she has any peyote. A joke, he says, then explains he wants to watch David Letterman and should go. She suggests he can watch it at her place. He asks if she has cable. Yes. He pretends to mull it over, then says he likes to watch it without cable. She gives a sad, perplexed glance. He rushes out an excuse. He has to return some videotapes. Now, almost midnight. He's detached. She says good night. What kind of books does Jean read? Titles race through his mind about making a man fall in love, keeping him, closing a deal, getting married within a year. In his overcoat pocket, he fingers the ostrich condom case from Luc Benoit. No. They shake hands awkwardly. She asks again if he really doesn't have cable. Then she embraces him, emanating an unfamiliar warmth. He's so used to imagining everything like a movie, the swelling orchestra, the panning camera, fireworks in slow motion, her lips parting in Dolby sound that he almost hears it. But his embrace is frozen. The havoc inside him subsides. She kisses his mouth, jarring him back to reality. He pushes her away lightly. She glances up fearfully. He says he's got to go. Doesn't want to miss stupid pet tricks. She composes herself, says bye. They separate. She calls out from the door, reminding him of a breakfast meeting with Frederick Bennett and Charles Rust at 21. He thanks her, says it slipped his mind completely. She waves, disappears into the lobby. On his way to Park Avenue for a cab, he passes an ugly homeless bum, a member of the genetic underclass, who softly pleads for change. Patrick notices the Barnes & Noble book bag next to him and smirks aloud, doubting the man reads. In the back of the cab heading across town, he imagines running through Central Park on a cool spring afternoon with Jean, laughing, holding hands, buying balloons, letting them go. May slides into June, into July, toward August. The heat has given him intense dreams about vivisection. Now he vegetates in his office with a sickening headache, a Kenny G CD playing in his Walkman, but bright mid-morning sunlight floods the room, piercing his skull, making his hangover throb. No workout this morning. The second light on his phone blinks, Jean buzzing him. He sighs, removes the Walkman, asks what it is in monotone. She nervously announces a Mr. Donald Kimball is here to see him. A detective. He pauses, staring out the window, then at his monitor, then at a headless woman he's been doodling on the back of this week's Sports Illustrated. He tears off the cover and crumples it. He starts to tell her to say he's at lunch, then stops. She whispers that Kimball probably knows he's here. It's 10:30. He sighs in a contained panic and tells her to send him in. He checks his hair in the Jody mirror, then picks up a cordless phone and pretends to talk with John Akers, enunciating clearly about wearing clothes in proportion to one's physique, bold striped shirts with solid colored suits, yarn count, tightly woven fabric, delicate knits. The door opens. He waves and the detective, surprisingly young, maybe Patrick's age, wearing a linen Armani suit slightly disheveled in a hip way, which worries him. He points to the chair, silently urging him to sit, continuing his fake conversation about tipping stylists, not tipping salon owners, $1 or $2 for the hair washer, depending on what she looks like, and what else she washes. He ends the call by saying T. Boone Pickens just walked in, just joking, then hangs up and uselessly stresses his normality with an apology. Kimball apologizes back, says he should have made an appointment, asks if that was anything important. Patrick says just mulling over business problems, exchanging rumors, spreading gossip. They laugh. The ice breaks. Kimball introduces himself, shakes Patrick's hand. He explains he was supposed to talk to Louis Carruthers, but Patrick is here instead. He knows how busy they can get. Patrick notices the 3 Sports Illustrated issues open on his desk and slips them into the drawer with the still-running Walkman. He asks the topic of discussion. Kimball says he's been hired by Meredith Powell to investigate the disappearance of Paul Owen. Patrick asks if he's with the FBI. No, just a private investigator. Nothing official, just basic questions about Paul Owen and about Patrick himself. Patrick suddenly offers coffee, then Perrier, San Pellegrino. Kimball declines each time. Patrick buzzes Jean to bring Mr. Kimball a bottle anyway. Kimball protests it's no problem. Patrick insists. Patrick gets the feeling Kimball is trying not to stare at him strangely. Kimball writes something, crosses it out. Jean enters with a San Pellegrino and a Steuben tumbler, casting Patrick a fretful glance. He scowls at her. Kimball smiles and nods at Jean. Patrick notices she's not wearing a bra. He watches her leave, then clasps his hands and asks again what the topic of discussion is. Kimball reminds him Paul Owen's disappearance. Patrick says he hasn't heard anything about it, then tries to laugh. Kimball politely explains the family wants it kept quiet. Patrick nods, asks about Lyme. Kimball declines, saying he just has preliminary questions for his files. Patrick tells him to shoot. His age 27, 28 in October. School Harvard, then Harvard Business School, address the American Gardens building. Kimball says it's nice, asks if Tom Cruise lives there. Patrick confirms, then suddenly squeezes his nose, eyes tearing. Kimball asks if he's okay. Patrick asks why he'd ask that. Kimball says he seems nervous. Patrick offers Nuprin from a drawer. Kimball declines, takes out Marlboros. Patrick calls it a bad habit. Kimball sheepishly apologizes, asks if Patrick would rather he not smoke. Patrick stares at the packet, then says it's okay. He buzzes Jean for an ashtray. She brings a Fortunoff crystal one. Kimball asks what Patrick can tell him about Paul Owen. Patrick coughs, swallows 2 Nuprin dry, says he didn't know him that well. Kimball presses. Patrick says he's at a loss. Owen was part of that Yale thing. Kimball asks what Yale thing means. Patrick pauses, having no idea, then offers that Owen was probably a closet homosexual who did a lot of cocaine. That Yale thing. The room seems cramped and sweltering, the air recycled. Kimball asks if there's anything else. Patrick says Owen led an orderly life, ate a balanced diet. Kimball asks what kind of man Owen was besides that information. Patrick thinks boasting, arrogant, cheerful dickhead who weaseled out of checks, whose penis had a name Michael. He stays calm and says he hopes he's not being cross-examined. Kimball asks if he feels that way. No, not really. Kimball writes something, then asks where Owen hung out. Patrick lists places: the Newport, Harry's, Fluties, Indochine, Nell's, the Cornell Club, the New York Yacht Club. Kimball asks if Owen had a yacht. No, Patrick says. He just hung out there. Kimball asks where Owen went to school. Patrick guesses Yale, then Columbia Business School, then St. Paul's. Kimball says that's not pertinent. Patrick says he just wants to help. Kimball asks for anything else. Patrick feebly announces they were both 7 in 1969. Kimball smiles, and says so was he. Patrick asks about witnesses or fingerprints. Kimball tiredly mentions a message on Owen's answering machine saying he went to London. Patrick suggests maybe he did. Kimball says his girlfriend doesn't think so. Patrick asks if anyone has seen him in London. Kimball admits as Stephen Hughes said he saw him at a restaurant, but Hughes mistook a Hubert Ainsworth for Paul. Patrick asks if Kimball remembers where Patrick was on the night of June 24th. Patrick says he was probably returning videotapes, then opens his datebook and lies about a date with a girl named Veronica. Kimball says that's not the information he's received. Patrick's thigh muscles tense. He asks what information Kimball has. Kimball flips through his pad. Patrick laughs nervously, says he could be wrong, his spine damp. Kimball asks when Patrick last saw Owen. Patrick improvises a new musical called Oh Africa, Brave Africa, a laugh riot dinner at Orso's, then an automated teller near Nell's. Kimball asks about the night Owen disappeared. Patrick says he's not really sure. Kimball says maybe Patrick has his dates mixed up. According to Owen's datebook, verified by his secretary, Owen had dinner that night with Marcus Halberstam. Kimball questioned Marcus, who denied it, though at first he couldn't be sure. Patrick repeats Marcus denied it. Patrick asks if Marcus has an alibi. Kimball says yes. Patrick presses, he's sure? Kimball checked it out. It's clean. Kimball laughs and asks where Patrick was. Patrick laughs too, then asks where Marcus was. Kimball looks him over, says Marcus wasn't with Paul Owen. Patrick asks who he was with. Kimball opens his book, gives a slightly hostile look, and lists names: Craig McDermott, Frederick Gibble, Harry Newman, George Butner, and Patrick. Patrick quickly claims they wanted Paul Owen to come, but he said he had plans. Then he lamely adds he had dinner with Victoria the following night. Kimball sighs, says he was just hired by Meredith. Patrick asks if Meredith Powell is dating Brock Thompson. Kimball shrugs. Doesn't know about that. All he knows is Paul Owen supposedly owes her a lot of money. Personally, Kimball thinks Owen went a little nutso. Split town, maybe did go to London. He's pretty sure Owen will turn up. Patrick nods slowly, looking suitably bewildered. Kimball asks seriously if Owen was involved in occultism or Satan worship. Patrick stammers. Kimball mentions a young stockbroker in New Jersey arrested for murdering a Chicano girl and performing voodoo with body parts. Patrick exclaims, "Yikes!" Kimball asks if Patrick has heard about it. Patrick asks if the guy denied it. Kimball nods. Patrick says it was an interesting case. Kimball adds that even though the guy says he's innocent, he thinks he's Inca, the bird god. They both laugh. Patrick says Paul wasn't into that balanced diet and the Yale thing. Kimball finishes the sentence tiredly. Patrick asks if Kimball has consulted a psychic. No. If Owen's apartment was burglarized, no toiletries, a suit, some luggage missing. That's it. Patrick asks if he suspects foul play. Kimball says he wouldn't be surprised if Owen is just hiding out. Patrick asks if anyone's dealing with the homicide squad yet. Not yet. Basically, no one has seen or heard anything. Patrick says that's so typical. Kimball agrees. It's strange one day someone's walking around, alive, and then nothing. Patrick sighs nothing. Kimball says people just disappear. Patrick checks his Rolex and says the earth opens up and swallows people. Kimball yawns eerie. Patrick nods ominous. Kimball sighs futile. Patrick says futility is hard to deal with. To break the silence, Patrick points to the art of the deal on his desk. Kimball hasn't read it. Patrick says it's very good. Kimball says he's taken up enough time. Patrick lies about a lunch meeting with Cliff Huxtable at the Four Seasons in 20 minutes. Kimball says that's a little far uptown, won't Patrick be late? Patrick says there's one down here. Kimball didn't know that. Patrick confirms it's very good. Kimball asks Patrick to call if any information occurs to him. Patrick solemnly says he's 100% with him. Kimball thanks him for his time. Patrick leads him out on wobbly legs, empty but sensing he's accomplished something. They talk a few more minutes about razor-burn bombs and Tattersall shirts. The lack of urgency is soothing. Kimball smiles, hands him a card, leaves. The door closing sounds like a billion insects screaming, bacon sizzling, a vast emptiness. After Kimball leaves the building, Patrick has Jean confirm with Tom at security. He calls someone recommended by his lawyer to check for wiretaps. After a Xanax, he meets his nutritionist at Cuisine de Soy in Tribeca. Sitting beneath a stuffed, shellacked dolphin arched over the tofu bar, he asks about the muffin lowdown without cringing. 2 hours later, back at the office, he learns none of his phones are tapped. Later that week, Friday night at Erase, he runs into Meredith Powell with Brock Thompson. They talk for 10 minutes about why neither is in the Hamptons, Brock glaring the whole time. Meredith doesn't mention Paul Owen once. Patrick endures an excruciatingly slow dinner with his date Jeanette at a flashy new restaurant. The meal drags, portions meager, agitation growing. Afterwards, he wants to bypass MK. Jeanette complains because she wants to dance. He's tired. At his apartment, he lies in bed too distracted for sex, so she leaves. After watching a tape of that morning's Patty Winters show about the best restaurants in the Middle East, he picks up his cordless phone and reluctantly calls Evelyn. Most of the summer passed in a stupor. Patrick sat in his office, in new restaurants, in his apartment watching videotapes, in the backs of cabs, in nightclubs, in movie theaters, at the Hell's Kitchen building. 4 major air disasters happened, most captured on videotape, the planes crashing in slow motion, endless shots of wreckage and bloody carnage, weeping rescue workers retrieving body parts. He started using Oscar de la Renta deodorant. It gave him a rash. A movie about a small talking bug grossed over $200 million. The pets did badly. Beggars and homeless multiplied in August, the unfortunate lining the streets. He found himself asking summer associates at dinners if anyone had seen the Toolbox Murders on HBO. Silent tables stared back. His Platinum American Express card snapped in half at one dinner, but he had enough cash in his gazelle-skin wallet. The Patty Winters shows were all repeats. Life remained a blank canvas. He felt lethal, on the verge of frenzy. His nightly bloodlust overflowed into his days. His mask of sanity was slipping. He needed a vacation. He needed the Hamptons. He suggested it to Evelyn. Like a spider, she accepted. They stayed at Tim Price's house in East Hampton, 4 stories, gable roofs, a galvanized steel staircase. The kitchen was 1,000 square feet of minimalist design. 9 bathrooms, 4 with trompe-l'oeil paintings, 5 with antique lead ram's heads spouting water from their mouths. antique marble sinks, tubs, showers, tiny marble mosaic floors, a television built into the wall above the master bathtub. Every room had a stereo, 12 Frank Lloyd Wright lamps, 14 Joseph Hefferman chairs, walls of videocassettes and CDs in glass cabinets, an Eric Schmidt chandelier, an atomic ironwork steel moose hat rack, Cindy Sherman photographs everywhere, an exercise room, 8 walk-in closets, 5 VCRs, a Noguchi table, a fax machine, a topiary tree, an Eric Fischl painting, a tennis court, 2 saunas, an indoor jacuzzi in a guest house by the Black Bottom Pool, stone columns in odd places. He tried to make things work. He and Evelyn rode bicycles, jogged, played tennis, talked about the south of France, Scotland, driving through Germany, went windsurfing, talked only of romantic things, the light on eastern Long Island, the October moonrise over Virginia hunt country. They took baths together in marble tubs, had breakfast in bed beneath cashmere blankets. He poured imported coffee into Hermes cups. He woke her with fresh flowers. He put notes in her Louis Vuitton bag before her weekly facials. He bought her a black chow puppy. She named it NutraSweet and fed it dietetic chocolate truffles. He read aloud from Dr. Zhivago and A Farewell to Arms. He rented 1930s comedies. Their favorite was Roman Holiday, watched twice. They listened to Frank Sinatra's 1950s period and Nat King Cole. He bought her expensive lingerie, which she sometimes wore. After skinny dipping at night, they made omelets, noodles with olive oil and truffles, soufflés with poached pears, grilled polenta, sorbet, risottos flavored with beets and lime. They drank lemonade, champagne, well-aged Chateau Margaux. But soon they stopped lifting weights together. Evelyn ate only the dietetic chocolate truffles NutraSweet hadn't eaten, complaining about weight she hadn't gained. Some nights Patrick roamed the beaches, digging up baby crabs and eating handfuls of sand under a clear sky, showing the entire solar system. He dragged a beach jellyfish back to the house and microwaved it before dawn while Evelyn slept what he didn't eat. He fed to the chow. He sipped bourbon, then champagne, from cactus-etched glasses, fantasizing about killing someone with a ski pole, staring at an antique weather vane, and wondering if he could stab anyone with it. He complained aloud that they should have made reservations at Dick Loudon's Stratford Inn instead. Evelyn started talking only about spas and cosmetic surgery, then hired a masseur, a scary faggot, who lived down the road with a book publisher, and who flirted openly with Patrick. Evelyn went back to the city 3 times that last week for a manicure, pedicure, facial for a training session at Stephanie Herman, to meet with her astrologer. He whispered, asking why she had to helicopter in. She shrieked back, asking if he wanted her to rent a Volvo. While she was gone, he vomited into terracotta jars or drove into town with a scary masseur to collect razor blades. At night, he placed a faux concrete sconce over Evelyn's head while she was knocked out on Halcyon. She didn't brush it off, and though he laughed as the sconce rose with her breathing, soon it made him sad, and he stopped. Everything failed to subdue him. Soon everything seemed dull. Another sunrise, the lives of heroes falling in love, war. The only thing that didn't bore him was how much money Tim Price made, and yet, in its obviousness, it did. There wasn't a clear emotion within him except greed and possibly total disgust. He had all the characteristics of a human being: flesh, blood, skin, hair, but his depersonalization had gone so deep that compassion had been eradicated, the victim of a slow, purposeful erasure. He was simply imitating reality, a rough resemblance of a human being, with only a dim corner of his mind functioning. Something horrible was happening, and he couldn't figure out why. The only thing that calmed him was the sound of ice dropped into a glass of Janbi. Eventually, he drowned the chow. Evelyn didn't miss it. She didn't even notice its absence. Not even when he threw it in the walk-in freezer wrapped in one of her Bergdorf Goodman sweaters. They had to leave the Hamptons because he found himself standing over their bed in the hours before dawn with an ice pick gripped in his fist, waiting for Evelyn to open her eyes. One morning over breakfast, he suggested they leave. She agreed. On the last Sunday before Labor Day, they returned to Manhattan by helicopter. Elizabeth walks into Patrick's apartment, kicking off her Maud Friesen pumps and flopping onto the couch. She comments on the dinner. The pinto beans with salmon and mint were good, but the meal was expensive, and only pseudo-nouvelle. Patrick asks if it was his imagination, or if there were goldfish on the tables. He undoes his suspenders, searches the fridge for Sauvignon Blanc, and says he thought the place was hip. Christy sits away from Elizabeth on the long sofa. Elizabeth calls out that Donald Trump eats there. Patrick stares blankly and asks if that's sarcastic. She moans aloud, "Duh, that makes Christy flinch." Patrick asks where Elizabeth works now, Polo Outlet or something. She cracks up, says she doesn't have to work, and adds that he of all people should know how that feels. She checks her lipstick in a Gucci compact. Changing the subject, Patrick asks who chose the restaurant. Elizabeth says Carson or maybe Robert, shrugs, then stares at Christy and asks if she went to Dalton. Christy shakes her head no. It's almost 3 a.m. Patrick grinds up ecstasy and watches it dissolve in the wine glass he plans to hand Elizabeth. This morning's Patty Winters show was about people weighing over 700 pounds. He finds 2 more tabs in the freezer. Elizabeth is a 20-year-old hardbody from an old Virginia banking family. Earlier that night, they had dinner with 2 of her friends, Robert Farrell and Carson Whittle. Robert wore a Belveste suit, Charvet French cuffs, a Hugo Boss tie, and Ray-Bans during the meal. Carson wore Yves Saint Laurent and Harry Winston pearls. They ate at Free Spin, then took a limo to Nell's. Patrick excused himself, assured an irate Elizabeth he'd be right back, and directed the chauffeur to the meatpacking district, where he picked up Christy. He made her wait in the locked limo while he re-entered Nell's for drinks with Elizabeth, Carson, and Robert. The place had no celebrities tonight. At 2:30, Elizabeth and Patrick split. She was so pissed about something in the latest bubble that she didn't question Christy's presence. In the ride back, Christy admitted she was still upset about the last time and had major reservations, but the money was too good to pass up. Patrick promised nothing like last time would be repeated. A few shots of vodka and over $1,600 relaxed her. He handed her $600 on a silver money clip. She mentioned she might need surgery or a lawyer, so he wrote a check to cash for $1,000 knowing it would never be cashed. Now, looking at Elizabeth, Patrick notices how well endowed she is and hopes that after the ecstasy hits, he can convince the 2 girls to have sex in front of him. Elizabeth asks Christy if she's met someone named Spicy or been to El Bar. Christy shakes her head. Patrick hands Elizabeth the ecstasy-laden wine. Elizabeth downs it, grimacing, then pours another glass. Patrick dissolves 2 more tabs in the bottle. Christy sips her untainted wine cautiously and asks Elizabeth where she met Patrick. Elizabeth moans theatrically and says she met him at the Kentucky Derby in '87 when he was hanging out with that bimbo Allison something Stool. Patrick corrects her Allison Poole. Elizabeth calls her a hot number with sarcasm. Patrick takes offense. Elizabeth tells Christy that if you had an American Express card, Allison would give you a blowjob. Patrick bellows bullshit to stop Christy from responding. Elizabeth asks Christy what she does. Long silence. Patrick says Christy is his cousin. Elizabeth says, skeptically. Another silence. Patrick adds that Christy is from France. Elizabeth looks at him like he's crazy but doesn't pursue it, instead asking where the phone is so she can call Harley. Patrick brings her the cordless phone. She dials, stares at Christy, asks where she summers. Christy quietly says no. Elizabeth wails that it's his machine. Patrick points out it's 3 a.m. Elizabeth says Harley is a drug dealer. These are his peak hours. Patrick warns her not to say she's here. She leaves a message, saying she needs his services and that she's at Mark Hammerstein's. Patrick whispers the correction, Marcus Halberstam. Elizabeth waves him off, says she'll try later, then hangs up expertly and tosses the phone aside. 20 minutes later, Elizabeth squirms on the couch. Patrick tries to coerce her into having sex with Christy in front of him. The suggestion is now at the forefront of his brain. Christy stares impassively at a stain on the floor, her wine mostly untouched. Elizabeth protests again that she's not a lesbian, not into girls. Patrick asks if that's a firm no, staring at her glass. Because of the ecstasy. Her question is flirtatious. Why would he think she'd be into that? Her foot rubs his thigh. He sits between the two girls, massaging her calf. He says she went to Sarah Lawrence, so you never know. She points out, those are Sarah Lawrence guys. He admits he doesn't usually deal with guys who wear pantyhose on the street. She stumbles over his name and Harvard, says she's so drunk, pauses, feels bizarre, then asks if he has any coke. He stares at her glass. The dissolved ecstasy has slightly changed the wine's color. She gulps it like an elixir, leans her head back woozily, then asks for halcyon. Patrick says he just wants to see the two of them get it on. It's totally disease-free. She calls him a lunatic. He urges her on, asking if she doesn't find Christy attractive. Elizabeth says not to get lewd, the drug is kicking in. She's excited but doesn't want to be. Patrick urges her on, says it would be a turn-on. Elizabeth asks Christy if he does this all the time. Christy shrugs. Non-committal, studies a CD. Patrick asks Elizabeth if she's never gotten it on with a girl, touching her leg. She stresses she's not a lesbian, and never has. He says there's always a first time. She moans that he's making her feel weird. He acts shocked. Soon Elizabeth and Christy are both naked on Patrick's bed, all lights burning. He sits in the Montoni chair, watching closely, occasionally repositioning them. He makes Elizabeth lie on her back with legs spread, then pushes Christy's head down to lap at her cunt like a thirsty dog, fingering, then 2 fingers inside, then tongue, then forcing the dripping fingers into Elizabeth's mouth. He has Christy lie on top of Elizabeth, suck and bite her swollen tits. He tells them to kiss hard. Elizabeth takes Christy's tongue hungrily. They start humping, pressing cunts together, Elizabeth moaning, wrapping her legs around Christy's hips. From behind, Patrick can see Christy's wet cunt and her hairless pink asshole. Christy turns around on top, presses her cunt into Elizabeth's gasping face. Soon they're feverishly licking and fingering each other's cunts. Elizabeth, red-faced, neck straining, buries her head in Christy's pussy, spreads her ass cheeks, tongues the hole there. Patrick says in monotone to stick her tongue up that bitch's asshole. He grazes a large white dildo attached to a belt with Vaseline. He hoists Christy off Elizabeth, straps the belt around Christy's waist, turns Elizabeth onto all fours, and makes Christy fuck her doggy style. He fingers Christy's cunt, then her clit, then her asshole so wet and loose, he forces his index finger in effortlessly. He makes Christy pull the dildo out and has Elizabeth lie on her back while Christy fucks her missionary. Elizabeth fingers her clit, French kissing Christy until she throws her head back, legs wrapped around Christy's hips, yelling that she's coming. Patrick had told them to be vocal about orgasms. Then Christy's turn. Elizabeth straps on the dildo and fucks Christy's cunt. Patrick spreads Elizabeth's asshole and tongues it until she pushes him away and fingers herself desperately. Christy puts the dildo on again and fucks Elizabeth in the ass, while Elizabeth fingers her clit, bucking until another orgasm. After pulling the dildo from her ass, Patrick makes Elizabeth suck on it before she straps it on again and fucks Christy while she lies on her back. During this, Patrick licks Christy's tits, sucks each nipple until red and stiff, fingering them to keep them that way. Christy still wears her thigh-high suede boots from Henri Bendel. Later, Elizabeth runs naked from the bedroom, blood already on her, screaming something garbled. Patrick's orgasm was prolonged and intense. His knees are weak. He's naked too, shouting at her. Most of the blood comes from her feet. She slips, gets up. He strikes out clumsily with a wet butcher knife, slashing her neck from behind, severing veins. He strikes again while she heads for the door. Blood sprays across the apartment, splattering glass and oak panels. She tries to run, but he's cut her jugular spray everywhere, blinding them. He leaps to finish her. She turns, features twisted in anguish. He punches her stomach. Her legs give out. He slides next to her, stabs 5 or 6 times, leans in to inhale the blood's perfume. Her muscles stiffen, go rigid. Death throes. Her throat floods with dark blood. She thrashes as if tied. He holds her down. Her mouth fills with blood cascading over her cheeks and chin. Her body shakes spasmodically. He holds her head, rubbing his stiff, blood-covered dick across her choking face, until she's motionless. Back in the bedroom, Christy lies tied to the bed legs with rope, arms above her head, ripped pages from Vanity Fair stuck in her mouth. Jumper cables from a battery are clipped to both breasts, turning them brown. He had been dropping lit matches onto her belly. Elizabeth, delirious on ecstasy, had helped before he turned on her and chewed one of Elizabeth's nipples until he bit it off and swallowed. For the first time, he notices how small and delicately structured Christy is. He kneads her breasts with pliers, then mashes them, things moving fast, making hissing noises. She spits out the magazine pages, tries to bite his hand. He laughs when she dies. Before that, she starts crying, then her eyes roll back in a horrible dream state. In the morning, Christy's battered hands are swollen to the size of footballs, fingers indistinguishable from the rest. The smell from her burnt corpse is jolting. He opens the Venetian blinds spattered with burnt fat from when her breasts burst apart, electrocuting her, and then the windows. Her eyes are wide and glazed, her mouth lipless and black. There's a black pit where her vagina should be, her lungs visible beneath charred ribs. What's left of Elizabeth's body lies crumpled in the living room corner, missing her right arm, chunks of her right leg. Her left hand, chopped off at the wrist, lies clenched on the kitchen island in its own pool of blood. Her head sits on the kitchen table, both eyes scooped out, Alain Mickley sunglasses over the holes, the blood-soaked face looking like it's frowning. Patrick gets very tired looking at it. He didn't sleep last night and is utterly spent, but he has a lunch appointment at Odeon with Jem Davies and Alana Burton at 1. That's very important. He debates whether to cancel. Autumn, a Sunday around 4. Patrick is at Barney's buying cufflinks. He walked in at 2:30 after a cold, tense brunch with Christie's corpse, rushed to the front counter, and told a sales clerk he needed a whip really. In addition to the cufflinks, he's bought an ostrich travel case, an antique silver pill jar, an antique toothbrush container, a badger bristle toothbrush, and a faux tortoiseshell nail brush. Dinner last night at Splash, not much to remember: watery Bellini, soggy arugula, sullen waitress. Afterwards he watched a repeat of an old Patty Winters show, the topic tips on how your pet can become a movie star, that he originally thought was a videotape of the torture and murder of 2 escort girls. Right now, he's also buying a belt, 3 $90 ties, 10 handkerchiefs, a $400 robe, and 2 pairs of Ralph Lauren pajamas. He's having everything mailed to his apartment except the handkerchiefs, which he's having monogrammed then sent to Pan B. He already made a scene in the ladies' shoe department and was chased out by a distressed salesperson. First only a vague uneasiness, but then he feels as if someone has been tracking him throughout Barney's. Louise Carruthers, his incognito jaguar print silk evening jacket, deerskin gloves, felt hat, aviator sunglasses, hiding behind a column, pretending to inspect ties, giving Patrick a sidelong glance. Patrick leans down to sign something, and Louise's presence forces him to consider that a life connected to this city might not be a good idea. He imagines Louis at a horrible party, drinking rosé, fags around a baby grand, show tunes, a feather boa, someone banging out Les Mis. A tentative voice asks if that's Patrick. Like a smash cut from a horror movie, Louis appears from behind his column, slinking and jumping at once. Patrick smiles at the salesgirl, then awkwardly moves away, in dire need of a Xanax, a Valium, a Halcyon, anything. He doesn't look at Louis but senses he's moved closer. Louis says his name. Patrick mutters under his breath not to make him say it. Louis feigns innocence, asks what he means. A hideous pause. Louis asks why Patrick isn't looking at him. Patrick says he's ignoring him. Can't he tell? Louis asks if they can just talk. Whining. Tells Patrick to look at him. After a sharp intake of breath, Patrick admits there is nothing to talk about. Louise cuts Patrick off impatiently, saying they can't go on like this. He can't go on like this. Patrick mutters, and starts walking away. Luis follows. He announces he's transferring out of state to Arizona. Patrick murmurs that it's terrific. Luis asks if he doesn't want to know why. Patrick says no, not really. Luis says it's because of Patrick. Patrick pleads with him not to say that. Luis repeats it because of Patrick. Patrick tells him he's sick. Luis says if he's sick it's because of Patrick, and he will not get better. Patrick says Luis has distorted his obsession way out of proportion. Luis insists Patrick has the same feelings, that just because he won't admit certain feelings doesn't mean he doesn't have them. Patrick hisses back, asking what he's trying to say. Luis says he knows Patrick feels the same way, then dramatically whips off his sunglasses. Patrick chokes out that Luis has reached an inaccurate conclusion and is obviously unsound. Luis asks if it's so wrong to love Patrick, to want him, to want to be with him. Patrick exclaims, "Oh my God." Luis continues asking if that's so wrong. Patrick can feel Luis staring helplessly, near total emotional collapse. He has no answer, then hisses back, asking what is this continuing inability to evaluate the situation rationally. Patrick lifts his head from the sweaters and ties and glances at Luis. Luis smiles, relieved, but the smile fractures. He starts crying. Patrick calmly walks to a column to hide. Luis follows, grabs his shoulder roughly, spins him around, blotting out reality. Patrick tells him to go away. At the same moment, Luis sobs, asking why Patrick doesn't like him. Luis falls to the floor at Patrick's feet. Patrick mutters for him to get up. Luis sobs, pounding his fist, asking why they can't be together. Patrick whispers loudly that he doesn't find Luis sexually attractive, then mumbles to himself that he can't believe he said that. He tells Luis to leave him alone and starts to walk away. Luis grabs the hem of Patrick's trench coat from the floor, crying out for Patrick not to leave him. Patrick kneels, trying to haul him up. Luis shouts something garbled that turns into a wail, catching the attention of a security guard by the front entrance, who starts making his way over. Patrick whispers desperately, looking at what Luis has done, telling him to get up. The security guard asks if everything's okay. Patrick says yes, everything's fine, glaring at Luis. Luis wails. No. Patrick insists yes. The guard asks if he's sure. Patrick smiles professionally and asks for a minute of privacy. He turns back to Luis, telling him to get up, that he's slobbering. He holds up a hand to the guard and mouths, "Just a minute." The guard nods unsurely and moves back to his post. Still kneeling, Patrick grabs Luis by his heaving shoulders and threatens in a low voice, as if speaking to a child about to be punished if Luis does not stop crying. This pathetic faggot. Patrick will slit his throat. He slaps Luis lightly on the face a couple of times, saying he can't be more emphatic. Luis wails for Patrick to just kill him if he can't have Patrick. He doesn't want to live. He wants to die. Patrick's sanity fades. He grabs Luis by the collar, pulling his face close, whispering that he usually doesn't warn people, so Luis should be thankful he's warning him. Luis makes guttural noises, head bent shamefully, offering a barely audible response. Patrick grabs his moose stiff hair cactus brand, yanks his head up, and spits out that if Luis wants to die, Patrick will do it. He's done it before and will gut Luis, rip his stomach open, cram his intestines down his throat until he chokes. Luis isn't listening. Still on his haunches, Patrick stares in disbelief. Luis pleads that he's figured it all out. He's quitting PEP. Patrick can too. They'll relocate to Arizona. Patrick shakes him, telling him to shut up. He stands, brushes himself off, and tries to walk away. Luis grabs his right ankle, tries to hang on as Patrick leaves Barney's. Patrick drags him 6 feet before kicking him in the face while smiling helplessly at a couple browsing near socks. Luis looks up imploring, a small gash forming on his left cheek. The couple move away. Luis wails that he loves Patrick. Patrick shouts that Luis has convinced him, now get up. A salesperson intervenes and helps Luis up. A few minutes later, Luis is calmed. They stand just inside the main entrance. He holds a handkerchief, eyes shut tight, a bruise swelling beneath his left eye. He seems composed. Patrick tells him to have the guts to face reality. Louise stares anguished through the revolving doors at the warm falling rain, then turns to Patrick with a mournful sigh. Patrick looks at the endless rows of ties, then at the ceiling. Over the following days, the focal character drifts through a haze of fractured sleep 20 minutes at a time. Vision blurs, purpose dissolves, the urge to kill surfaces, retreats, then surfaces again, lying just beneath the calm of a quiet lunch where he eats lamb sausage salad with lobster and white beans. His clothes are expensive: faded jeans, an Armani jacket, a $140 white t-shirt. He checks messages by phone, returns videotapes, visits an ATM. He recalls someone asking him the night before why he keeps razor blades in his wallet. That morning's talk show featured a boy in love with a box of soap. Unable to maintain a believable public face, he roams the Central Park Zoo restlessly. He notices drug dealers near the gates, the smell of horse manure drifting in from carriage rides, and the surrounding skyscrapers Trump Plaza, the XIII building, that only make the zoo feel more artificial. In the men's room, a black custodian mopping asks him to flush the urinal. He refuses, with a racial slur, and when the man moves toward him, the flash of a knife blade makes him back off. Information booths appear closed. A blind man chews a pretzel. Two drunk men who seem gay console each other on a bench. Nearby, a mother breastfeeds, and something terrible stirs inside him. The zoo feels empty, lifeless. Polar bears look stained and drugged. A crocodile floats in oily water. Puffins stare sadly. Toucans have beaks like knives. Seals dive stupidly into black water, barking mindlessly while keepers toss dead fish. A crowd gathers around the tank. A plaque warns that swallowed coins can kill the animals by causing ulcers and infections, so when no keepers are watching, he tosses a handful of change into the pool. It isn't the seals he hates, it's the audience's enjoyment of them. The snowy owl has eyes just like his, especially when it widens them. Standing there, lowering his sunglasses, he feels a strange unspoken tension pass between himself and the bird, a bizarre pressure that fuels something quick and violent. Inside the darkened penguin habitat, the air is cool. Penguins glide lazily underwater past the glass where spectators crowd. The ones on rocks look dazed, stressed, bored, mostly yawning. Fake penguin noises play over speakers, turned up too loud. He spots one penguin that reminds him of someone he knows. A boy of about 5 finishes a candy bar. His mother tells him to throw the wrapper away, then resumes talking to another woman. The boy moves toward a trash can in a dim corner. He is crouching behind it. He whispers something. The child spots him and stands frozen, slightly scared but dumbly fascinated. He stares back. He asks the boy if he would like a cookie, reaching into his pocket. The child nods slowly, but before he can answer, a massive wave of fury crests, and he pulls out a knife and stabs the boy quickly in the neck. The child backs into the trash can, bewildered, gurgling, unable to scream because blood spurts from his throat. Though he wants to watch the boy die, he pushes him down behind the can, then mingles casually into the crowd. He touches a pretty girl's shoulder, smiles, points to a penguin preparing to dive. Behind him, the child's feet kick weakly. He keeps an eye on the mother. When she finally notices her son's absence, she scans the crowd. He touches the girl's shoulder again. She smiles and shrugs apologetically, but he cannot understand why. The mother spots only the boy's feet and assumes he is playing hide-and-seek. She coos at him, moving closer. Then he sees the exact moment her expression turns to fear. She pulls the trash can away, revealing a face covered in red blood, the child grabbing at his throat, kicking weakly. She makes a high-pitched sound that becomes screaming. She falls to the floor. He shouts that he is a doctor, voice heavy with emotion, and kneels beside her, prying her arms off the child, who now lies on his back, struggling for breath, blood coming in dying arcs onto his soaked polo shirt. He holds the child's head reverently, careful not to get blood on himself. He vaguely realizes that if someone calls a real doctor, the boy might be saved. But no one does. He holds the head mindlessly while the mother, homely overweight, Trying to look stylish in designer jeans and an ugly leaf-patterned sweater shrieks for him to do something. People start screaming around them. At first he feels satisfied. Then suddenly a mournful despair jolts him. Taking a child's life is too easy, too painless. This thing before him has no real history, no worthwhile past. Nothing is truly lost. It would be so much worse and more pleasurable to kill someone in their prime, with a spouse, friends, a career. He feels an overwhelming urge to knife the mother too, but instead, he slaps her face harshly and shouts for her to calm down. No one disapproves. Light floods in. A door opens. Zoo officials, a security guard, tourists with flash cameras arrive. Penguins panic, slamming against glass. A cop pushes him away despite his claim of being a physician. Someone drags the boy outside, removes his shirt. The boy gasps and dies. The mother must be restrained. He feels empty, hardly there. He stands with the crowd outside the habitat, taking a long time to blend in and then back away, until finally he walks down Fifth Avenue, surprised by how little blood stained his jacket. He buys a book, then a coconut dough bar from a stand. He imagines a hole widening in the sun, which breaks the tension that started with a snowy owl's eyes, and then recurred after the boy died walking away with his hands soaked in blood, uncaught. His office appearances have been sporadic. All he wants now is to work out, lift weights, reserve tables at restaurants, and then cancel them. His apartment reeks of rotten fruit, actually what he scooped out of someone's head and poured into a glass bowl near the entrance. The head itself lies hollow and eyeless under the piano, covered in brain pulp. He plans to use it as a jack-o'-lantern. Because of the stench, he decides to use another man's apartment for a tryst tonight. He had the premises scanned for surveillance devices. There were none. Someone tells him through his lawyer that a private investigator heard the apartment's owner really is in London, spotted twice at Claridge's, once at a tailor, once at a restaurant. The investigator flew over 2 nights ago, so no one is watching the apartment anymore. The stolen keys still work, so he brought tools there after lunch: a power drill, acid, a nail gun, knives, a lighter. He hires 2 escort girls from a sleazy establishment he has never used before, charging them on the owner's gold American Express card, which, because everyone thinks the owner is in London, has no trace on it, though the platinum card does. That morning's talk show was, ironically, about Princess Di's beauty tips. Midnight. His conversation with the 2 very young blonde escorts is brief. He struggles to contain his disordered self. One of them, Tori, says in a baby voice that he lives in a palace. Annoyed, he shoots her a glance and dismisses it. While making drinks from the well-stocked bar, he mentions he works on Wall Street at Pierce & Pierce. Neither girl seems interested. He hears one of them ask if that is a shoe store. The other flips through an old magazine, looking confused. He thinks to himself how much it turns him on, encouraging these girls to debase themselves for pocket change. He mentions, after pouring another drink, that he went to Harvard, and then asks if they have ever heard of it. He is shocked when Tori answers that she had a business acquaintance who said he went there. He asks if that acquaintance was a pimp, and then the strange part begins. Days blur together. He sleeps only in 20-minute snatches at night. The world feels hazy, his homicidal urges surfacing and receding without pattern, even during a quiet lunch of lamb sausage salad with lobster, white beans, lime, and foie gras vinegar at Alex Goes to Camp. Dressed in faded jeans, an Armani jacket, an expensive white t-shirt, he checks messages by phone, returns videotapes, hits an ATM. He recalls Jeanette asking why he carries razor blades in his wallet. That morning's Patty Winters show featured a boy who fell in love with a bar of soap. Unable to maintain a believable public face, he roams Central Park Zoo restlessly. Drug dealers line the gate's horse manure drifts from passing carriages. Skyscrapers and apartment buildings surround the park, making the zoo feel artificial. A black janitor mopping the men's room asks him to flush. He refuses with a racial slur, and when the man steps toward him, the flash of a knife blade makes him back off. Information booths are closed. A blind man chews a pretzel. 2 drunk men console each other on a bench. Nearby, a mother breastfeeds, and something awful stirs inside him. The zoo seems lifeless. Polar bears look stained and drugged. A crocodile floats in oily water. Puffins stare sadly from glass. Toucans have knife-sharp beaks. Seals dive stupidly into black water, barking mindlessly as keepers feed them dead fish. A crowd gathers, mostly adults, some with children. A plaque warns that swallowed coins can kill animals, so when no keepers watch, he tosses in a handful of change. It's not the seals he hates, it's the audience enjoying them. A snowy owl's eyes resemble his own, especially when it widens them. Staring, lowering his sunglasses, he feels something unspoken pass between them, a strange tension, a bizarre pressure, fueling something that starts, happens, and ends very quickly. Inside the penguin habitat, pretentiously named Edge of the Ice Pack, cool air contrasts with the humid outdoors. Penguins glide lazily past spectators. Others on rocks look dazed, stressed, yawning. Fake penguin noises play from cassettes, volume turned up due to crowding. He spots one penguin that reminds him of Craig McDermott. A boy around 5 finishes a candy bar. His mother tells him to throw away the wrapper, then resumes talking to another woman. The child moves toward a trash can in a dim corner where the narrator crouches. On tiptoes, the boy drops the wrapper in. A whisper escapes him. The child spots him and stands frozen, scared but fascinated. He stares back. He offers a cookie, reaching into his pocket. The boy nods slowly. Then a sudden wave of fury crests. He pulls out a knife and stabs the child quickly in the neck. Bewildered, the boy backs into the trash can, gurgling, unable to scream as blood spurts from his throat. Though he wants to watch the child die, he pushes him down behind the garbage can, then mingles with the crowd. He touches a pretty girl's shoulder, smiling, and points to a penguin about to dive. Behind him, if anyone looked closely, they'd see the boy's feet kicking. He keeps an eye on the mother. When she notices her son missing, she scans the crowd. He touches the girl's shoulder again. She smiles apologetically, but he can't figure out why. When the mother finally spots only his feet, she assumes he's hiding and coos playfully. But from his position behind the tourist girl, he sees the exact moment her expression turns to fear. She pulls the trash can away, revealing a face covered in blood, the child grabbing at his throat, kicking weakly. She makes an indescribable high-pitched sound that becomes screaming. She falls beside the body. People turn. He shouts that he's a doctor, voice heavy with emotion, and kneels beside her before a crowd gathers. He pries her arms off the child, who lies on his back struggling for breath, blood arcing from his neck onto his drenched polo shirt. As he holds the child's head reverently, careful not to bloody himself, he vaguely realizes that if someone calls a real doctor, the boy might be saved. But no one does. He holds the child mindlessly while the mother, homely, Jewish-looking, overweight, trying to look stylish in designer jeans and an ugly leaf-patterned sweater, shrieks for him to do something. They ignore the chaos, the screaming crowd, focusing only on the dying boy. At first satisfied, he's suddenly jolted by mournful despair. Taking a child's life feels useless, extraordinarily painless. This small, twisted, bloody thing has no real history, no worthwhile past. Nothing is truly lost. It's far worse and more pleasurable to kill someone in their prime, with a full history, spouse, friends, career, whose death will upset far more people with limitless grief. He's seized by an overwhelming desire to knife the mother too, but instead slaps her face harshly and shouts for her to calm down. No one disapproves. Light enters the room. A door opens. Zoo officials, a security guard, a tourist taking flash pictures. Penguins panic, slamming against glass. A cop pushes him away despite his claim of being a physician. Someone drags the boy outside, removes his shirt. The boy gasps and dies. The mother has to be restrained. He feels empty, hardly there. The police arrive, but he takes a long time to blend into the crowd and back away. Finally, he walks down Fifth Avenue, surprised at how little blood stained his jacket. He buys a book, then a coconut dove bar. He imagines a hole widening in the sun, which breaks the tension that began with the snowy owl's eyes and recurred after the boy died. He walks away, hands soaked with blood, uncaught. His office appearances have been sporadic for the last month. All he wants to do is work out lifting weights and secure reservations at new restaurants, only to cancel them. His apartment reeks of rotten fruit, actually from what he's scooped out of Christie's head and poured into a Marco glass bowl near the entrance. The head itself lies hollow and eyeless under the piano, covered with brain pulp. He plans to use it as a jack-o'-lantern. Because of the stench, he decides to use Paul Owen's apartment for a tryst tonight. He had the premises scanned for surveillance devices, none, disappointingly. Someone he talks to through his lawyer says the private investigator Donald Kimball heard that Owen really is in London, spotted twice at Claridge's, once each at a Savile Row tailor and a trendy Chelsea restaurant. Kimball flew over 2 nights ago, so no one is watching the apartment. The stolen keys still work, allowing him to bring tools, power drill, acid, nail gun, knives, a Bic lighter after lunch. He hires 2 escort girls from a reputable but sleazy establishment he's never used, charging them to Owen's gold American Express card, which has no trace since everyone thinks Owen is in London, though his platinum card is traced. That morning's Patty Winter show was ironically, he thought about Princess Diana's beauty tips. Midnight. His conversation with the 2 very young blonde hardbodies is brief. He struggles to contain his disordered self. One girl, Tori, awed by Owen's ridiculous condo, calls it a palace. Annoyed, he snaps that it's not that nice. While making drinks from Owen's bar, he mentions working on Wall Street at Pierce & Pierce. Neither seems interested. He hears one of them ask if that's a shoe store. The other, Tiffany, flips through an old GQ on the black leather couch, looking confused. He thinks, "Pray, you bitch. Just pray," admitting to himself how much he enjoys encouraging them to debase themselves for pocket change. He mentions Harvard, then asks if they've heard of it. Tori says a business acquaintance claimed he went there. He asks if it was a pimp, then the weird part happens. She stalls, finally calling the man a business acquaintance. He claimed Harvard, but she didn't believe him. She looks at Tiffany, then back. Silence encourages her to continue haltingly. The man had a monkey. She had to watch it in his apartment. She'd want to watch TV all day, but had to keep an eye on the monkey. Something was wrong with it. The monkey would only watch she stops, unsure if she should share this. The Oprah Winfrey Show, nothing else. The man had tapes and tapes with commercials edited out. Once she tried to change the channel, the monkey screeched and only calmed down when Oprah returned. She looks like she might cry. Try to change the channel, she concludes bitterly, and that damn monkey tries to scratch you. She hugs herself, shivering. Arctic, frigid silence. Cold electric light. He looks at Tori, then at Tiffany, who looks queasy. He finally stumbles out that he doesn't care whether they've led a decent life or not. Sex happens a hard montage. After shaving Tori's pubic area, he fingers and performs oral sex on her, sometimes licking her anus. Then Tiffany performs oral sex on him, her tongue's heat and flicking irritate him while he calls her degrading names, fucking one with a condom while the other performs oral sex on his testicles. He stares at an Angelus print over the bed, thinking of pools and geysers of blood. Quiet, except for wet sounds. He and Tiffany take turns performing oral sex on Tori's hairless genitals and anus. They both orgasm simultaneously in a 69 position. He brings out a dildo. Tori fingers her own clitoris while Tiffany fucks her with the greased dildo, Tori urging harder until she orgasms again. He makes them perform oral sex on each other again, but it fails to arouse him. All he sees is blood. Though Tori knows what to do, it doesn't subdue him. He pushes her away and starts licking and biting Tiffany's genitals while Tori spreads her own and sits on Tiffany's face, fingering herself. Tiffany hungrily performs oral sex. Tori reaches down to squeeze Tiffany's breasts. He bites hard, gnawing. Tiffany tenses. He soothes her to relax. She starts squealing, pulling away, finally screaming as his teeth tear into her flesh. Tori thinks Tiffany is orgasming and grinds harder onto her face, smothering the screams. But when he looks up at Tori, blood covering his face, meat and pubic hair hanging from his mouth, blood pumping from Tiffany's torn genitals onto the comforter, he feels her sudden horror. He uses mace to blind both, then knocks them unconscious with the nail gun's butt. Tori wakes tied up, bent over the bed, face covered in blood. He's cut off her lips with nail scissors. Tiffany is tied with 6 pairs of Paul's suspenders on the other side, moaning with fear, immobilized. He wants her to watch what he'll do to Tori, propping her up to make it unavoidable. As usual, he films their deaths to understand them, using a Minix LX Ultra miniature camera on a tripod. He puts a traveling Wilbury CD into a portable player on the headboard to mute screams. He starts skinning Tori incisions with a steak knife, ripping flesh from her legs and stomach while she screams in vain, begging in a high, thin voice. He hopes she realizes her punishment is light compared to what he's planned for Tiffany. He sprays Tori with mace repeatedly, tries to cut off her fingers with nail scissors, pours acid onto her belly and genitals. None of it kills her, so he stabs her throat until the knife blade breaks off on bone. While Tiffany watches, he saws off the entire head. Torrents of blood splash walls and ceiling. Holding the head up like a prize, he takes his erect penis, lowers Tori's head to his lap, pushes it into her bloodied mouth, and fucks it until he orgasms. Afterwards, he's so hard he walks around the blood-soaked room carrying the head on his dick. Eventually, he removes it, placing it in Paul's oak and teak armoire. Then he sits naked, covered in blood, watching HBO on Owen's TV, drinking a Corona, complaining aloud about the lack of Cinemax. Later now, he tells Tiffany he'll let her go, stroking her tear and mace-slick face. It burns him that she looks up hopefully for a moment before seeing the lit match he holds torn from a Palio's matchbook where he'd had drinks with Robert Farrell and Robert Prechter last Friday. He lowers it to her eyes. She closes them instinctively, singeing lashes and brows. Then he uses a Bic lighter, holding her eyes open with his fingers, burning his thumb and pinky until her eyeballs burst. While she's still conscious, he rolls her over, spreads her buttocks, and nails a dildo tied to a board deep into her rectum using the nail gun. Turning her over again, he cuts all the flesh from around her mouth and uses the power drill with a massive head to widen that hole while she shakes in protest. Once the hole is as wide as possible, a reddish-black tunnel of twisted tongue and loosened teeth, he forces his hand down her throat until it disappears to his wrist. Her head shakes uncontrollably, but she can't bite down because the drill ripped out her teeth. He grabs veins lodged like tubes, loosens them with his fingers, and violently yanks them out through her open mouth, pulling until the neck caves in, skin tightening and splitting though there's little blood. Most of the neck's innards, including the jugular, hang out of her mouth. Her whole body twitches like a roach on its back, melted eyes running down her face. Quickly, not wanting to waste time, he turns off the lights, and before she dies, rips open her stomach with his bare hands in the dark, wet snapping sounds, his hands hot and covered with something. The aftermath. No fear, no confusion. He can't linger. There are things to do today: return videotapes, work out at the gym, take Jeanette to a new British musical on Broadway, make a dinner reservation. Both bodies are in early rigor mortis. Part of Tiffany's body, he thinks, though he can't tell them apart, is sunken in, ribs jutting out, most broken in half, both breasts pierced by them. A head has been nailed to the wall. Fingers lie scattered or arranged in a circle around the CD player. One body on the floor has been defecated on and is covered with savage teeth marks. Dipping his hand into blood from one corpse's stomach, he scrawls above the faux cowhide paneling in dripping red letters, "I am back," and below it a scary drawing. Mid-October brings a parade of deliveries to the apartment. The focal character watches as boxes are unloaded. A high-end Pioneer receiver with a universe-controlling remote, and a Kai cassette deck with surgical editing abilities, a Sony multi-disc player that spins anything from tiny audio singles to full video discs. Each technical specification: 4-time sampling, dual motors, gold-plated jacks registered in his mind as proof of quality. An NEC cassette deck arrives beside a 4-head VHS unit with a programmer that could record television for 3 weeks. He notes the camcorder's 7-color wipe and its time-lapse feature, already imagining its potential. A body decomposing at 15-second intervals, a poisoned dog seizing on tape, a Toshiba monitor with holographic sound, 2 disc players, one for each bedroom, $15,000 monoblock amplifiers, then furniture, a bleached oak cupboard, a tailored sofa framed by 18th century busts, a white cotton headboard with beige nail trim, a Frank Stella print for the bathroom, a black suede armchair, and a replacement painting, a chrome and pastel graphic equalizer portrait for the Onika he's selling. He talks with the delivery guys about HD TV not yet available. One of the new cordless phones rings. He tips the men and answers. His lawyer, Ronald, is on the line. He listens, nodding, showing the delivery crew out. Then he tells Ronald the bill was only $300 for coffee. A pause on his end as a strange sloshing sound comes from the bathroom. He moves cautiously toward it, phone still in hand, insisting to Ronald that they only had espresso. Then he peers inside. Perched on the toilet seat is a large wet rat, presumably emerged from the bowl. It sits on the rim, shaking itself dry, then jumps tentatively to the floor. The massive rodent lurches and scrambles across the tile, out through the bathroom's other entrance and into the kitchen. He follows it toward a leftover pizza bag from La Madre, sitting on the floor atop yesterday's newspaper, near the trash. Lured by the smell, the rat takes the bag in its mouth and shakes its head furiously like a dog, squealing with hunger, trying to reach the leaked goat cheese truffle pizza inside. He's on a lot of Halcyon right now, so the rat bothers him less than it probably should. He buys an extra-large mousetrap from a hardware store on Amsterdam. He decides to spend the night at his family's Carlisle suite. The only cheese in the apartment is a wedge of brie. Before leaving, he places the entire slice, it's a very big rat, along with a sun-dried tomato and a sprinkling of dill, delicately setting the trap. But when he returns the next morning, the trap hasn't killed the rat because of its size. The rat just lies there stuck, squeaking, thrashing its tail, a horrible, oily, translucent pink appendage, as long as a pencil and twice as thick, slapping against the white oak floor. He spends an hour searching for a dustpan, cornering the injured rat just as it frees itself. He picks the thing up, sending it into a panic, louder squealing, hissing, sharp yellow fangs bared, and dumps it into a Bergdorf Goodman hat box. The rat claws its way out. He ends up keeping it in the sink, covering it with a heavy board weighed down by unused cookbooks, and even then it almost escapes. He sits in the kitchen thinking of ways to torture girls with this animal, unsurprisingly generating many ideas, making a list that includes, unrelated to the rat, cutting open both breasts and deflating them, and stringing barbed wire tightly around their heads. McDermott calls around 6:30 about their dinner reservation at 1500, 40 minutes before the actual time. He's in the middle of flossing, all cordless phones lying by the bathroom sink, but he grabs the right one on the second ring. He's wearing black Armani trousers, a white Armani shirt, a red and black Armani tie. McDermott tells him Hamlin wants to join them. He's hungry. A pause. He asks for clarification, then agrees. McDermott sighs and explains Hamlin doesn't want to go to 1500. He asks why not. Because Hamlin was there last night. He presses McDermott to tell him what this means, that they're going somewhere else. Where? Alex goes to camp. Hamlin's suggestion. He vetoes immediately, saying he went there last week. McDermott admits he did too, and calls the place cheap, then asks where they should go instead. Irritated, he asks if Hamlin had a backup. No. He tells McDermott to call Hamlin back and get one, mentioning he's misplaced his Zagat. McDermott asks if he wants to hold or be called back. He tells McDermott to call back. They hang up. Minutes pass. The phone rings. He doesn't screen it. McDermott again. He asks what the answer is. McDermott says Hamlin doesn't have a backup and wants to invite Louis Carruthers, and does this mean Courtney is coming? He says Louise cannot come. McDermott asks why not. He insists Louise just can't, then asks why Hamlin wants Louise to come. A pause. McDermott puts him on hold to ask Hamlin on the other line. A flash of panic, he asks, "Who, Louise?" "No, Hamlin." While holding, he moves to the kitchen, takes a Perrier from the fridge, and looks for a glass. He hears a click. When McDermott returns, he says he doesn't want to see Louise or Courtney, so McDermott should dissuade them. Be charming. McDermott explains Hamlin has to have dinner with a client from Texas. He cuts McDermott off. This has nothing to do with Louise, so Hamlin can take the fag out himself. McDermott explains that Hamlin wants Carruthers to come because Hamlin is supposed to handle the Panasonic case, but Carruthers knows far more about it. The focal character pauses, taking this in, then declares that if Louise comes, he will kill him. He swears to God, he will fucking kill him. McDermott murmurs, concerned, calling him a real humanitarian, a sage. He corrects it, just sensible. McDermott wonders again if Louise's presence means Courtney will also come. He starts to tell McDermott to have Hamlin invite, then stops, confused. He reconsiders, tell Hamlin to dine alone with the Texan. Then a realization hits. Does this mean Hamlin will take them out, pay for it, since it's a business dinner? McDermott notes that sometimes he thinks Bateman is very smart. Other times, not so much. Annoyed with himself, he asks what he's saying. He and McDermott could have their own business dinner. He decides he's not going. That's final. McDermott asks if he'd go if Louise doesn't come. No. Why not? He claims he has to watch The Cosby Show. McDermott tells him to tape it. Another realization. Does McDermott think Hamlin will have some drugs? Perhaps for the Texan? McDermott asks what Bateman thinks. The jaded asshole. He thinks about it. McDermott sings songs that they're getting nowhere. Of course Hamlin will be carrying. He sputters, telling McDermott to get Hamlin on three-way, checking his Rolex, hoping they can talk him into 1,500. After 4 clicking noises, Hamlin asks if it's okay to wear argyle socks with a business suit, a failed joke. Sighing inwardly, eyes closed, he answers impatiently that they're too sporty, interfering with the business image, only acceptable with casual suits like tweeds. Then he tells Hamlin flatly, Louise cannot come. Hamlin says no problem. The Texan isn't coming anyway. He asks why not. Hamlin explains that the Texan isn't accepted until Monday, so he rearranged his schedule. A sick father, a forest fire, an excuse. Suspicious, he asks how that takes care of Louise. Hamlin tells him Louise is having dinner with the Texan tonight, saving him a lot of trouble, and he's seeing the Texan at Smith & Wolenski on Monday. Everything is okay. McDermott asks tentatively if that means Courtney isn't coming. He points out they've missed their reservation at 1,500, and besides, Hamlin went there last night. Hamlin admits it has passable carpaccio, decent Ren, okay sorbets, but suggests they go somewhere else, and then search for the perfect body. Amused that Hamlin finally has the right idea, he asks what Cindy will say. Hamlin says Cindy has a charity thing at the plaza, the Trump Plaza. He notes absently while finally opening the Perrier. Hamlin says it's something about trees near the library, money for trees or a bush, plants, he's unsure. McDermott asks where to. He asks who cancels 1,500. McDermott says he does. He moans for McDermott to just do it. Hamlin suggests they decide where to go first. McDermott agrees. He declares he's fanatically opposed to anywhere not on the Upper West or Upper East Side. Hamlin suggests Bellini's, but he and McDermott say together that you can't smoke cigars there. Hamlin crosses it out, suggests Candango. He murmurs, it's a possibility Trump eats there. Someone suggests Zeus Bar. Someone else says make a reservation. He tells them he's toying with the idea. Hamlin warns him. He insists on toying for a minute. McDermott says he's too irritated to deal with this. Hamlin suggests they forget it and bash some Japs, then find the perfect body. He shrugs, not a bad idea, a decent combo. McDermott asks what he wants to do. Thousands of miles away in thought, he says he wants to pulverize a woman's face with a large, heavy brick. Impatient, Hamlin asks besides that. Snapping out of it, he says Zeus Bar. Hamlin hopes that's final. McDermott says he's increasingly incapable of dealing with his Zeus Bar. Final. Hamlin clicks off to call and make a reservation. Long silence. He finally says it will probably be impossible to get a reservation there. McDermott suggests MK. The Texan would probably like MK. He points out the Texan isn't coming. McDermott says he can't go to MK anyway without explanation. He doesn't want to know about it. 2 more minutes pass. He wonders what Hamlin is doing. His call waiting clicks in. McDermott hears it and asks if he wants to take it. He's thinking. It clicks again. He moans, tells McDermott to hold on. It's Jeanette. She sounds tired and sad. He asks what she did last night. She asks after he was supposed to meet her. Unsure, he says. Yeah. She tells him they ended up at Palladium, completely empty, letting people in for free. Saw maybe 4 or 5 people. He asks hopefully if she knew them. She bitterly spaces out each word in the club. He finally says he's sorry. He had to return some videotapes. Reacting to her silence, he starts to say he would have met her, but she cuts him off, not wanting to hear about it, then asks what he's doing tonight. He pauses, then admits Zeus Bar at 9 with McDermott and Hamlin, and asks less hopefully if she'd like to meet them. She sighs, uncertain, then asks without softness if he wants her to. He asks back if she must insist on being so pathetic. She hangs up. He gets back on the other line. Hamlin is droning his name. He tells Hamlin to shut the fuck up, he's here. McDermott asks if they're still procrastinating, telling him not to. He says he'd rather play golf. He hasn't gone in a long time. Hamlin says fuck golf. They have a 9 o'clock reservation at Cactus. McDermott adds that they have a reservation to cancel at 1,500 from 20 minutes ago. Tiredly, he tells Craig to cancel them now. Hamlin shudders, saying he hates golf. McDermott laughs and tells him to cancel them. His voice rising, not laughing, he asks what name they're under. Pause. McDermott says softly Carruthers. He and Hamlin burst out laughing. He asks if that's real. Hamlin says they couldn't get into Zeus Bar, so it's Cactus. He says dejectedly that it's hip, he guesses. Hamlin tells him to cheer up. His call waiting buzzes again. Before he can decide, Hamlin starts to say if they don't want to go to Cactus. He says, wait, his call waiting. Hold on. Jeanette is in tears, sobbing, asking what he isn't capable of. Just tell her what he is not capable of. He says soothingly, baby, Jeanette, listen, they'll be at Zeus Bar at 10, okay? She begs him, Patrick, please, she's okay, she just wants to talk. He tells her, he'll see her at 9 or 10 whenever, but he has to go because Hamlin and McDermott are on the other line. She sniffs, composes herself, clears her throat, says she'll see him there, and starts to apologize. He clicks back. Only McDermott remains. He asks where Hamlin is. McDermott says Hamlin got off and will see them at 9. He murmurs that he feels settled. McDermott asks who that was. He says Jeanette. He hears a faint click, then another. McDermott asks if that was his or his. He says McDermott's, he thinks. McDermott tells him to hold on. He paces the kitchen impatiently. McDermott clicks back. It's Van Patten. He's putting him on 3-way. 4 more clicks. Van Patten cries out, hey Bateman buddy. He acknowledges Mr. Manhattan. Van Patten asks the correct way to wear a cummerbund. He warns that he's already answered that twice today. The two start talking about whether Van Patten can get to Cactus by 9. He stops concentrating on the voices through the cordless phone and starts watching, with growing interest. The rat he's bought, he still has the mutant one that emerged from the toilet in its new glass cage. The rat heaves what's left of its acid-ridden body halfway across the elaborate habit rail system on the kitchen table, attempting to drink from the water holder he filled with poisoned Evian this morning. The scene seems too pitiful to him, or not pitiful enough, he can't decide. A call waiting noise pulls him out of his mindless delirium. He tells Van Patten and McDermott to please hold. He clicks off, pauses, then delivers a mock answering machine greeting. Evelyn moans, for God's sake, Patrick, grow up, stop it. Does he really think he'll get away with it? Innocently, he asks with what? Protecting himself? She pouts with torturing her. He says honey. She sniffs. He tells her she doesn't know what torture is. doesn't know what she's talking about. She really doesn't know what she's talking about. She says she doesn't want to talk about it. It's over. Then asks what he's doing for dinner tonight, her voice softening. She was thinking maybe TDK at Neenish. He says he's eating at the Harvard Club by himself tonight. She says, "Don't be silly." She knows he's having dinner at Cactus with Hamlin and McDermott. He asks how she knows that, not caring if he's caught in a lie, then corrects her. "It's Zeus Bar, not Cactus." "Because she just talked to Cindy," Evelyn says. He thought Cindy was going to the plant or tree that bush benefit. Evelyn says no, that's next week, then asks if he wants to go. He says, "Hold on." He gets back on the line with Craig and Van Patten. Van Patten asks what the fuck he's doing. He demands how the hell Cindy knows they're having dinner at Cactus. McDermott guesses Hamlin told her, asks why. "Because now Evelyn knows," he says. Van Patten asks when the fuck Wolfgang Puck is going to open a restaurant in this goddamn city. He asks McDermott if Van Patten is on his third six-pack of Fosters or still working on his first. McDermott says the question is whether they should exclude the women. He warns that something is turning into nothing very quickly. McDermott asks if he should invite Evelyn. Is that what he wants to know? He stresses no, they should not. Van Patten says timidly, mock timidly, that he wanted to bring Elizabeth. He says no women. Van Patten asks what's wrong with Elizabeth. McDermott echoes yeah. He says she's an idiot. No, she's intelligent. He can't tell. Don't invite her. Van Patten says he senses weirdness starting. McDermott suggests Sylvia Josephs. Van Patten says nah, too old to fuck. McDermott says oh Christ, she's 23. He corrects 28. A concerned McDermott asks really? He says yes, really. McDermott says. He slaps his hand to his forehead. Shit, he just forgot. He invited Jeanette. Van Patten says lewdly that Jeanette is one babe he would not mind inviting. McDermott asks why a nice young babe like Jeanette puts up with him, Bateman. He murmurs that he keeps her in cashmere, a great deal of cashmere, then says he has to call her and tell her not to come. McDermott asks if he's forgetting something. Lost in thought? He asks, "What, is Evelyn still on the other line?" He exclaims, "Oh shit, hold on." He hears McDermott sigh and asks himself why he's even bothering with this. Van Patten cries out to bring Evelyn. She's a babe too. Tell her to meet them at Zeus Bar at 9:30. He shouts okay, then clicks back. Evelyn says she does not appreciate this, Patrick. He suggests she meet them at Zeus Bar at 9:30. She asks coyly if she can bring Stash and Vanden. He asks back coyly if she's the one with a tattoo. She sighs no tattoo. He says, bypass. She whines oh Patrick. He says she was lucky she was even invited, so just his voice trails off. Silence. He doesn't feel bad. He tells her to just meet them there. He's sorry. She resigns. Oh all right, 9:30? He clicks back, interrupting Van Patten and McDermott's conversation about whether it's proper to wear a blue suit as one would a navy blazer. He interrupts, tells them to shut up, asks if everyone has his undivided attention. Van Patten sighs bored. Yes. He announces he's calling Cindy to get Evelyn out of coming to dinner. One of them asks why in hell he invited Evelyn in the first place. The other adds they were joking, he idiot. He stammers, good question, hold on. He finds Cindy's number in his Rolodex and dials. She answers after screening. He says he needs a favor. Cindy says Hamlin's not coming to dinner with them. He tried calling back, but all lines were busy. Don't they have call waiting? He says of course they have call waiting. What do they think they are, barbarians? She says again flatly that Hamlin's not coming. He asks what he's doing instead, oiling his talk-siders. She says he's going out with her, Mr. Bateman. He asks about her bush benefit. She says Hamlin got it mixed up. He starts sweetly, pumpkin. She says yes. He says sweetly that she's dating an asshole. She says thanks, that's nice. He warns that she's dating the biggest dickweed in New York. She yawns, telling her like she doesn't know this. He says she's dating a tumbling dickweed. He asks if he knows Hamlin owns 6 television sets and 7 VCRs. He actually wonders if Hamlin ever uses that rowing machine he got him. She says unused. Totally unused. He calls Hamlin a dickweed again. Annoyed, she asks him to stop calling her pumpkin. He starts to ask if she had a choice to read, WWD, or stops, unsure, then asks if there's anything going on tonight. He asks for something not too boisterous. He sighs and asks what he wants. He says dispassionately that he just wants peace, love, friendship, understanding. She repeats the question. He suggests the two of them come along. She says they have other plans. Outraged, he cries that Hamlin made the goddamn reservations. She tells him they use them. He asks lasciviously why she doesn't come dump dickweed off at Juanita's or something. She says she's passing on dinner and tells him to apologize to the guys for her. He says they're going to Cactus. No. Zeus Bar, then confused, says Cactus. She asks if they're really going there. He asks why. She says conventional wisdom has it that it's no longer the in-place to dying. He cries out that Hamlin made the fucking reservation. Bemused, she asks if he made reservations there. He shouts centuries ago. She says she's getting dressed. He says he's not at all happy about this. She tells him not to worry and hangs up. He gets back on the other line. McDermott says he knows this sounds like an impossibility, but the void is actually widening. Van Patten states he's not into Mexican. He asks if they're not having Mexican. Is he confused? Aren't they going to Zeus Bar? McDermott spits no. Moron. They couldn't get into Zeus Bar Cactus at 9. Van Patten says he doesn't want Mexican. McDermott hollers that Van Patten made the reservation. He suddenly agrees why Mexican. Exasperated, McDermott says it's not Mexican. It's something called Nouvelle Mexicana, tapas, or something south of the border. He clicks off. Call waiting. Van Patten sighs that his euphoria is quickly subsiding. He's actually trying to remember where he told Jeanette and Evelyn to meet them. Van Patten suggests changing the reservation. Suspicious, he asks where to. Van Patten tempts him with 1969. He admits he'd like to go there. Van Patten asks what they should do. He tells him to make a reservation quick. For how many? 5 or 6, he guesses. Van Patten says, okay, hold, and clicks off. McDermott gets back on and asks where Van Patten is. He lies that he had to take a piss. McDermott asks why he doesn't want to go to Cactus. He lies that he's gripped by an existential panic. McDermott says he doesn't think that's a good enough reason. Van Patten clicks back on and asks. He tells him McDermott is there too. Van Patten says no way, goes 8. He says shit. McDermott asks what's going on. Van Patten asks if they want margaritas or no margaritas. McDermott says he could go for one. Van Patten asks him. He says he'd like several bottles of beer, preferably you Mexican. McDermott says, oh shit, call waiting, hold on, and clicks off. If he's not mistaken, it's now 8:30. An hour later, they're still debating. They canceled the reservation at Cactus, and maybe someone remade it. Confused, he actually cancels a non-existent table at Zeus Bar. Jeanette has left her apartment and can't be reached at home. He has no idea which restaurant she's going to, nor which one he told Evelyn to meet them at. Van Patten, who's already had 2 large shots of Absolute, asks about Detective Kimball and what they talked about. All he really remembers is something about how people fall between cracks. He asks if Van Patten talked to him. Yeah. What did he say happened to Owen? Vanished. Just vanished. Poof. No incident. Nothing. The authorities have nada. He says he's in heavy turmoil over it. Van Patten says Owen was... he doesn't know. He asks what else Van Patten told him. Oh, the usual that Owen wore yellow and maroon ties, had lunch at 21, that in reality he wasn't an arbitrageur but a merger maker. Only the usual. He asks what else. That he didn't wear suspenders a belt man. That he stopped doing cocaine, simpatico beer. He calls Owen a moron who's now in London. Van Patten mutters that general competence is on the fucking decline. McDermott clicks back on and asks where to now. Van Patten asks the time. Both answer 9:30. He asks Van Patten what happened in 1969. McDermott hasn't a clue what this is about. 1969, he says he doesn't remember. Van Patten reminds him closed, no reservations. He asks if they can get back to 1500. McDermott shouts that 1500 is now closed. The kitchen, the restaurant, it's over. They have to go to Cactus. Silence. McDermott hollers if they're there, losing it. Van Patten says bouncy as a beach ball. He laughs. McDermott warns if they think this is funny. He asks, "Oh yeah, what's he going to do?" McDermott says he's just apprehensive about failure in terms of securing a table before midnight. He asks if he's sure about 1500. That seems really bizarre. McDermott screams that the suggestion is moot because they are closed. They have stopped taking reservations. Van Patten says coolly, "No sweat, babe. They'll go to Cactus." McDermott says they have a reservation there 15 minutes ago. He says he thought he canceled them, taking another Xanax. McDermott says he remade them. He tells McDermott in monotone that he's indispensable. McDermott says he can be there by 10. Van Patten says slowly by the time he stops at his automated teller, he can be there by 10:15. He asks if anyone has any idea that Jeanette and Evelyn are meeting them at Zeus Bar, where they do not have a reservation. Has this passed through anyone's mind? McDermott says, trying to stay calm, that Zeus Bar is closed, and besides they canceled a reservation they didn't even have there. He says he thinks he told Jeanette and Evelyn to meet them there, bringing his fingers to his mouth, horrified. After a pause, McDermott asks if he wants to get into trouble, if he's asking for it. He says, "My call waiting." "Oh my God, what time is it?" Van Patten says gleefully, "It's gotta be one of the girls." He croaks, "Hold on." He hears Van Patten say good luck before he clicks off. He answers meekly with his recorded greeting. Evelyn shouts over background noise that it's her. He says casually, "Oh hi, what's going on?" She asks what he's doing at home. He asks good-naturedly where she is. She hisses. She's at Cactus. He asks what she's doing there. She says he said he'd meet her there. That is what. And she confirmed his reservations. He says, "Oh God, he's sorry. He forgot to tell her." Forgot to tell her what? He gulps to tell her that they aren't going there. He closes his eyes. She hisses calmly, "Who in the hell is Jeanette?" He asks, ignoring her question, if they aren't having fun. She says no, they are not. He asks why not. They'll be there soon. Evelyn screams that the whole thing feels inappropriate. He says he'll call her right back, pretending to take down a number. She says he won't be able to. Her voice tense and lowered because Jeanette is behind her and wants to use the phone. He pauses a very long time. She says his name. He tells her to let it slide. He's leaving right now. They'll all be there shortly, he promises. She starts to say, "Oh my God," he clicks back. In a total panic, he tells the guys someone fucked up. He fucked up. They fucked up. He doesn't know. Someone asks what's wrong. He says Jeanette and Evelyn are at Cactus. Van Patten cracks up. Oh boy. He tells them it's not beyond his capacity to drive a lead pipe repeatedly into a girl's vagina, then adds, after a silence, he mistakes for shock and finally an acute perception of his cruelty, but compassionately. McDermott says they all know about his lead pipe. Stop bragging. Van Patten asks if he's trying to tell them he has a big dick. McDermott says, "Gee, he's not sure. Is that what he's trying to tell them?" He pauses before answering. Well, no, not exactly. His call waiting buzzes. McDermott wisecracks that he's officially jealous, then asks what time is it? He says it doesn't really matter. His mind has already gone numb. He's so hungry now, he's eating oat bran cereal out of a box. His call waiting buzzes again. Later on a Wednesday night, another girl he meets at NK1 he plans to torture and film, remaining nameless to him, sits on the couch in his living room. A half-empty bottle of Cristal sits on the glass table. He punches tunes into the Wurlitzer. She finally asks what that smell in here is. He answers under his breath, "A dead rat." Then he's opening the windows and the sliding glass door to the terrace, even though it's a chilly mid-autumn night and she's dressed scantily. She has another glass of Cristal, which seems to warm her enough to ask what he does for a living. He tells her he went to Harvard, then started working on Wall Street at Pierce, and Pierce after business school. When she asks either confused or jokingly, "What's that?" he swallows, and with his back to her, straightening the new Wanaka, forces out a shoe store. He did a line of cocaine from his medicine cabinet when they first came back, and the crystal takes the edge off only slightly. This morning's Patty Winters show was about a machine that lets people talk to the dead. In the bedroom, she's naked and oiled, performing oral sex on him while he stands over her. He slaps her in the face with himself, grabbing her hair, calling her a fucking whore bitch, which turns her on even more. While she continues, she starts fingering herself, asking if he likes this, and he answers yup, breathing hard. Her breasts are high, full, firm, nipples very stiff. While she chokes and he fucks her mouth roughly, he reaches down to squeeze them. Then while fucking her after ramming a dildo up her ass and keeping it there with a strap, he scratches at her tits until she warns him to stop. Earlier that evening, he was having dinner with Jeanette at a very expensive new Northern Italian restaurant near Central Park on the Upper East Side. Earlier, he was wearing a suit tailored by Edward Sexton and thinking sadly about his family's house in Newport. Earlier, after dropping Jeanette off, he stopped at MK for a fundraiser involving Gan Quayle, who even he doesn't like. At MK, the girl he's now fucking came onto him hard upstairs on a couch while he waited to play pool. Excited, he slaps her, then lightly punches her mouth, then kisses it, biting her lips. Fear, dread, confusion overwhelm her. The strap breaks, and the dildo slides out while she tries to push him off. He rolls away and pretends to let her escape, while she gathers her clothes. Muttering about what a crazy fucking bastard he is, he leaps out at her, jackal-like, literally foaming at the mouth. She cries, apologizes, sobbing hysterically, begs him not to hurt her, covering her breasts shamefully. But even her sobs fail to arouse him. He feels little gratification when he maces her, less when he knocks her head against the wall 4 or 5 times until she loses consciousness, leaving a small stain with hair stuck to it. After she drops to the floor, he heads for the bathroom and cuts another line of mediocre coke from Nell's or Au Bar the other night. He hears a phone ringing, an answering machine picking up. Bent low over a mirror, he ignores the message, not bothering to screen it. Later, predictably, she's tied to the floor naked on her back, both feet and hands tied to makeshift posts connected to boards weighted down with metal. Her hands are shot full of nails, her legs spread as wide as possible. A pillow props her ass up, and brie cheese has been smeared across her open cunt, some pushed up into the vaginal cavity. She barely regains consciousness, and when she sees him standing over her naked, he can imagine that his virtual absence of humanity fills her with mind-bending horror. He's positioned the body in front of the new Toshiba television. In the VCR is an old tape showing the last girl he filmed himself wearing a Joseph Abboud suit, a Paul Stewart tie, J. Crew shoes, an Italian vest, kneeling beside a corpse, eating the girl's brain, spreading gray poupon over hunks of pink fleshy meat. He asks the girl not on the screen if she can see this, if she's watching. He tries using the power drill on her, forcing it into her mouth, but she's conscious enough to clamp her teeth down. Even though the drill goes through the teeth quickly, it fails to interest him, so he holds her head up, blood dribbling from her mouth, and makes her watch the rest of the tape, while she looks at the girl on screen bleeding from almost every orifice. He hopes she realizes this would have happened to her no matter what, that she would have ended up lying here, hands nailed, cheese and broken glass pushed into her cunt, head cracked, and bleeding purple. No matter what choice she might have made, that if she had gone to Nell's or Indochine or Mars or Au Bar instead of McKay, if she had simply not taken the cab with him to the Upper West Side, this all would have happened. Anyway, he would have found her. This is the way the earth works. He decides not to bother with the camera tonight. He tries easing one of the hollow plastic tubes from the dismantled habit rail system up into her vagina, forcing the vaginal lips around one end. Even greased with olive oil, it doesn't fit properly. During this, the jukebox plays Frankie Valli singing The Worst That Could Happen. He grimly lip-syncs while pushing the tube up into the bitch's cunt. He finally resorts to pouring acid around the outside of her pussy so the flesh gives way, and soon the greased end slides in easily. He says he hopes this hurts her. The rat hurls itself against the glass cage as he moves it from the kitchen into the living room. It refused to eat what remained of the other rat he bought for it to play with last week, now dead and rotting in a corner of the cage. For the last 5 days, he's purposefully starved it. He sets the glass cage next to the girl, scenting the cheese. The rat goes insane, running in circles, mewling, then trying to heave its hunger-weakened body over the side. The rat needs no prodding. The bent coat hanger he was going to use remains untouched. With the girl still conscious, the rat moves on newfound energy, racing up the tube until half its body disappears. After a minute, its body shaking while it feeds all of it, vanishes, except the tail. He yanks the habit rail tube out of the girl, trapping the rodent. Soon even the tail disappears. The noises the girl makes are mostly incomprehensible. He can already tell it's going to be a characteristically useless, senseless death. But he's used to the horror. It seems distilled even now. It fails to upset or bother him. He's not mourning. And to prove it to himself, after a minute or two of watching the rat move under her lower belly, making sure the girl is still conscious, shaking her head in pain, eyes wide with terror and confusion, he uses a chainsaw. In seconds, he cuts the girl in two. The whirring teeth go through skin, muscle, sinew, and bone so fast that she stays alive long enough to watch him pull her legs away from her body, her actual thighs, what's left of her mutilated vagina, and hold them up in front of him, spouting blood like trophies. Her eyes stay open for a minute, desperate and unfocused, then close. Finally, before she dies, he forces a knife uselessly up her nose until it slides out of the flesh on her forehead, then hacks the bone off her chin. She has only half a mouth left. He fucks it once, twice, 3 times in all. Not caring whether she's still breathing, he gouges her eyes out with his fingers. The rat emerges head first. Somehow it turned around inside the cavity stained with purple blood, half its tail taken off by the chainsaw. He feeds it extra brie until he feels he has to stomp it to death, which he does. Later the girl's femur and left jawbone lie in the oven, baking. Tufts of pubic hair fill a Steuben crystal ashtray, and when he lights them they burn very quickly. During the first week of November, he finds himself capable of being halfway cheerful and outgoing for a limited period, so he accepts Evelyn's invitation to Luke, a new super chic nouvelle Chinese restaurant that also oddly serves Creole cuisine. They have a good table he reserved under Wintergreen's name, a simple triumph. He feels anchored, calm, even with Evelyn across from him prattling about a very large Fabergé egg she thought she saw at the Pierre, rolling around the lobby of its own accord. The office Halloween party was at the Royalton last week. He went as a mass murderer, a sign painted on his back reading mass murderer decidedly lighter than the sandwich board he'd constructed earlier that read driller killer, and beneath those words he had written in blood, "Yep, that's me." The suit was also covered with blood, some fake, most of it real. In one fist, he clenched a hank of Victoria Bell's hair and pinned next to his boutonniere. A small white rose was a finger bone he'd boiled the flesh off of. Despite the costume's elaborate detail, Craig McDermott still won first place in the competition, coming as Ivan Boesky, which he thought was unfair since many people thought he'd gone as Michael Milken last year. The Patty Winters show this morning was about home abortion kits. The first 5 minutes after being seated are fine. Then the drink he ordered touches the table, and he instinctively reaches for it. But he finds himself cringing every time Evelyn opens her mouth. He notices Saul Steinberg is eating here tonight but refuses to mention this to Evelyn. He tiredly suggests a toast to freedom. She's not listening, craning her neck around the stark, dimly lit, very white room. An English guy in a 3-button wool houndstooth suit, tattersall wool vest, spread collar cotton Oxford shirt, suede shoes, and silk tie, all by Garrick Anderson, walks over to their table, openly flirting with her. Evelyn had once pointed this man out after a fight at O-Bar, called him gorgeous. He had called the guy a dwarf. It pisses him off to think she feels he's jealous about this man, but he eventually gets the last laugh when the guy asks if she still has the job at that art gallery on First Avenue. Evelyn, clearly stressed, her face falling, answers no, corrects him, and after a few awkward words the guy moves on. She sniffs, opens her menu, immediately starts on about something else without looking at him. She asks about all the t-shirts she's been seeing all over the city. Silky ins equals death? Are people having problems with their conditioners? Is she missing something? He sighs, closes his eyes, tells her that's absolutely wrong. It's science equals death. Jesus, Evelyn, only she could confuse that with a hair product. He has no idea what he's saying but nods, waving to someone at the bar, an older man whose face is covered in shadow. Someone he only half knows, but the man manages to raise his champagne glass and smile back, which is a relief. Evelyn asks who that is. He says a friend of his. She doesn't recognize him. P? He sighs and tells her to forget it. She presses, more interested in his reluctance than a name. He asks why. She demands to know. His teeth gritted. He repeats a friend of his. She squints. Wasn't he at her Christmas party? No, he was not, his hands drumming the tabletop. Still squinting, she asks if it's Michael J. Fox, the actor. Hardly. Fed up, he says, for Christ's sake, his name is George Levanter. And no, he didn't star in The Secret of My Success. Already she's back poring over the menu, asking what they were talking about. Trying to remember, he asks, conditioners? Some kind of conditioner? He sighs, he doesn't know. She was talking to the dwarf. She says Ian is not a midget. He counters that Ian is unusually short. Is she sure he wasn't at her Christmas party serving hors d'oeuvres? His voice lowered. She says, he cannot keep referring to Ian as a dwarf. She will not stand for it, whispering without looking at him. He can't restrain himself from snickering. She says it isn't funny. He points out she cut the conversation short. She spits bitterly. Did she expect to be flattered? He tells her he's just trying to make that encounter seem legitimate, so don't screw it up for herself. She says just stop it, ignoring him, then points out Robert Farrell, waving to him before discreetly pointing him out. Sure enough, Bob Farrell, whom everyone likes, is sitting on the north side of the room at a window table, which secretly drives him mad. She confides admiringly that Farrell is very good-looking, only because she's noticed him contemplating the 20-year-old hard-body Farrell is sitting with, and to make sure he's registered this, she teases that she hopes she's not making him jealous. He admits Farrell is handsome, stupid-looking, but handsome. She tells him not to be nasty. Farrell is very handsome, then suggests, why doesn't he get his hair styled that way? Before this comment he was an automaton, only vaguely paying attention to her, but now he's panicked, asking what's wrong with his hair. In seconds his rage quadruples. What the hell is wrong with his hair? He touches it lightly. She says nothing, just a suggestion, noticing how upset he's gotten, and then really noticing how flushed he's become. She says his hair looks really great, trying to smile but only managing to look worried. A sip, half a glass of the JUB calms him enough to say, looking at Farrell, that he's actually horrified by his paunch. Evelyn studies Farrell too. Oh, he doesn't have a paunch. He says that's definitely a paunch, look at it. She says exasperated. That's just the way he's sitting, calls him crazy. He stresses it's a paunch. She waves him off, says he's a lunatic. He says the man is barely 30. So what? Everyone's not into weightlifting like him, she says, annoyed, looking back at the menu. He sighs that he does not weightlift. She brushes him off or go over and sock him in the nose, then big bully, she really doesn't care. He warns her not to tempt him, then mutters looking at Farrell. What a creep. She says angrily that he has no right to be so embittered. His animosity is grounded on nothing. There must be something really the matter with him. He points out, unable to help himself, look at Farrell's suit, what he's wearing. She says, oh, so what? Turning a page, finding nothing, turning back. He asks if it hasn't occurred to Farrell that his suit might inspire loathing. She says he's being a lunatic, shaking her head, now looking over the wine list. He says, God damn it, what does she mean being he fucking is one? He asks if he must be so militant about it. He shrugs, he doesn't know. She starts to tell him what happened to Melania and Taylor, but stops, sighing, telling him to stop looking at her chest, look at her, Not her chest. Taylor grass green in Melania. She went to Sweetbriar. Her father owns all those banks in Dallas. And Taylor went to Cornell. They were supposed to meet at the Cornell Club, and then had a reservation at Mondrian at 7. And he was wearing, she stops, retraces. No, Le Cygne. They were going to Le Cygne and Taylor was she stops again. Oh God, it was Mondrian at 7, and he was wearing a Piero Dimitri suit. Melania had been shopping. She thinks Bergdorf's not positive, but anyway, oh yes, it was Bergdorf's because she was wearing the scarf at the office the other day, so anyway, she hadn't been to her aerobics class for something like 2 days, and they were mugged on one of... He calls to a passing waiter for another drink. J.U.B. pointing to his glass, upset that he phrased it as a question rather than a command. Evelyn asks, displeased, doesn't he want to find out what happened? With bated breath, he sighs, totally uninterested. He can hardly wait. She says anyway, the most amusing thing happened. He absorbs what she's saying, thinking. He notices her lack of carnality, and for the first time it taunts him. Before, it was what attracted him to Evelyn. Now its absence upsets him, seems sinister, fills him with a nameless dread. At their last session yesterday, the psychiatrist he's been seeing for the past 2 months asked what method of contraception he and Evelyn use. He sighed, eyes fixed out the window on a skyscraper, then at the painting above the Turchin glass coffee table, a giant visual reproduction of a graphic equalizer by another artist, not Onika, and answered her job. When the psychiatrist asked about her preferred sexual act, he told him, completely serious foreclosure, dimly aware that if it weren't for the people in the restaurant, he would take the jade chopsticks sitting on the table and push them deep into Evelyn's eyes and snap them in two. He nods, pretending to listen, but he's already phased out. He doesn't do the chopsticks thing. Instead, he orders a bottle of Chassagne Montrachet. Evelyn asks if that isn't amusing. The man laughs along with her, but the sound coming out of him feels hollow, loaded with a scorn only he can hear. He admits flatly that the situation is riotous. His gaze drifts to the line of women at the bar, scanning with casual calculation. Maybe the long-legged one sipping a cure. Beside him, Evelyn agonizes over her salad choices, and he suddenly feels sedated, chemically blank, and anti-convulsive pumping through him, doing no good. He mutters about $20 for a fried roll, studying the menu. She corrects him, calling it a lightly grilled custard. He pushes back at still a fried roll. She needles him for being so cultivated. He shrugs it off, claiming he's just reasonable. She mentions wanting beluga. He refuses. She asks why, pouting. He doesn't want anything out of a can or Iranian. She sniffs, returns to the menu, and mentions that one dish is really first-rate. Time passes. They order. The meal arrives. A massive white plate, 2 pieces of blackened yellowtail with ginger surrounded by tiny wasabi dots, and a minuscule hajiki circle. A lone baby prawn on top, another smaller one curled underneath. He stares, confused by the Chinese restaurant billing. He asks for water. The waiter reappears with a pepper shaker, hovering, asking every few minutes if they'd like pepper. When the fool moves to another booth and he sees those diners covering their plates, he waves over the maitre d' and asks politely, pointedly, to have the pepper waiter get lost. The maitre d' bows with apologies. Embarrassed, she asks if he must be so overly polite. He closes his eyes, asking why she keeps undermining his stability. She breathes in, suggesting a conversation instead of an interrogation. He snarls back about what? She starts mentioning a young Republican bash at the Trump Plaza, stopping herself, then continuing. She asks if they're going. He remembers that 2 weeks ago, drunk and coked up, he'd invited her. After a pause, he answers glumly that he guesses so. For dessert, he's arranged something special. That morning at a power breakfast, he stole a urinal cake from the men's room while the attendant wasn't looking. At home, he covered it in cheap chocolate syrup, froze it, placed it in an empty Godiva box with a silk bow. Now, excusing himself to the restroom, he instead retrieves the package from coat check and goes to the kitchen. He asks the waiter to present the box to his table, telling the lady that Mr. Bateman called ahead to order it for her. He opens the box, tells the waiter to put a flower on it, and hands over a 50. The waiter makes a big production, a silver dome lifted off, a theatrical voila. Evelyn coos with delight. She reaches for the spoon beside her empty water glass. She calls it sweet. He nods, smiling, waving away the waiter's attempt to place a spoon on his side. She asks if he isn't having any. He says he's not hungry, dinner was filling. She leans down, smells the brown oval, catches something off, asks if he's sure. He urges her to eat it, saying there's not a lot there. She takes the first bite, chews dutifully, disgusted, swallows, shudders, grimaces, then forces a smile and tries another. He asks how it is, urging her to eat it, assuring her it's not poisoned. Her face twists, blanches. He grins, asking what's wrong. She manages to say it's so minty, shuddering, coughing, trying to smile appreciatively but failing. She reaches for his water glass, gulps it down. Then she tries an apologetic smile. It's just so minty. To him, she looks like a big black ant in an original Christian LaCroix, eating a urinal cake. He almost laughs but wants to keep her at ease, not wanting second thoughts about finishing it. She can't eat more, only 2 bites taken, and pushes the plate away, pretending to be full. Then he starts feeling strange. Despite marveling at her eating something he and countless others had pissed on, it also makes him sad. He realizes that no matter how satisfying it was, the displeasure it caused her was at his expense, an anticlimax, a futile excuse to endure her for 3 hours. His jaw begins clenching and relaxing involuntarily. Music plays somewhere, but he can't hear it. She asks the waiter, hoarse, to get her some lifesavers from the Korean deli. Then dinner reaches its crisis point. She asks for a firm commitment. The evening has already deteriorated, so the comment doesn't ruin anything or leave him unprepared, but the unreasonableness of the situation chokes him. He pushes his water glass back toward her and asks the waiter to remove the half-eaten cake. His endurance is shot the second the melting dessert is taken away. For the first time, he notices she's been eyeing him not with adoration but with greed. Someone brings her water, and an Evian he didn't hear her order. He starts, stalls, starts again, says, they've lost touch. She asks what's wrong, waving to a couple across the room. He measures each word carefully. His need to engage in homicidal behavior on a massive scale cannot be corrected, but he has no other way to express his blocked needs. He's surprised at how emotional this admission makes him lightheaded. As usual, she misses the essence. He wonders how long it will take to rid himself of her. He says quietly that they need to talk. She puts down her glass and stares at him, warning that if he's going to start again about breast implants, she's leaving. He considers this, then says it's all over. She calls him touchy, motioning for more water. He says quietly that it's fucking over them, no joke. She looks back, and for a moment, he thinks someone actually comprehends, but then she suggests avoiding the issue, apologizes for saying anything, and asks if they're having coffee, waving the waiter over again. She orders a decaf espresso. He sighs for any port, the most expensive, and a dry beer. She murmurs. He asks if she's still seeing her shrink. She warns him, then asks who. He corrects himself. Her doctor. She says no, rifling through her handbag. He asks why not, concerned. She says she told him why. He mimics that he doesn't remember. She explains that at the end of a session, her therapist asked if she could get him +3 into Nels that night. She checks her lips in a compact mirror. She asks why he wants to know. He says hesitantly, honestly, she needs to see someone. She's emotionally unstable. She fires back that he has a poster of Oliver North in his apartment, and he's calling her unstable. He insists she is. She accuses him of exaggerating. He sighs, begins gravely. He's not going to push the issue, but she cuts him off, saying how uncharacteristic of him. He sighs, talking to his napkin. This has got to end. He's 27. He doesn't want to be weighed down with a commitment. She starts to say, "Honey?" He snaps not to call him that. She asks, "What honey?" He snaps again, "Yes." He laughed along with her, but the sound came out wrong, loaded with contempt. Then, blankly, he admitted the food was riotous. His gaze moved across the women at the bar, wondering which ones he might want. Maybe the long-legged one sipping a cur, while Evelyn agonized over her salad choice. A sudden chemical numbness spread through him, useless as an anticonvulsant. He muttered about the price of an egg roll. She corrected him. Moushu custard, lightly grilled. He insisted it was still an egg roll. She called him cultivated. He shrugged, said he was just reasonable. She mentioned wanting beluga. He refused. When she asked why, he sighed that he didn't want anything from a can or Iranian. She sniffed, and returned to the menu, noting the Mu Fu jambalaya was first-rate. They ordered. The meal arrived. He stared at the sparse presentation, 2 pieces of blackened yellowtail, dots of wasabi, a small prawn on top and another curled below, and felt confused by the restaurant's identity. When he asked for water, the waiter reappeared with a pepper shaker and kept hovering, asking every few minutes if they wanted pepper. Spotting the fool doing the same at another booth, where both diners covered their plates, he waved over the maitre d' and requested that the pepper-obsessed waiter be told to get lost. The maitre d' bowed and apologized. Embarrassed, she asked if he had to be so overly polite. He shut his eyes and snarled back, wondering why she constantly undermined his stability. She suggested they have a conversation, not an interrogation. He asked about what. She began mentioning a young Republican bash at the Trump Plaza, caught herself, then continued. He remembered that 2 weeks ago, drunk and coked up, he'd invited her. Now she wanted to know if they were going. After a pause, he glumly guessed they were. For dessert, he had arranged something special. That morning at a power breakfast, he had stolen a urinal cake from the men's room. At home, he'd covered it with cheap chocolate syrup, frozen it, placed it in an empty Godiva box, and tied a silk bow. Excusing himself to the restroom, he instead retrieved the package from coat check and went to the kitchen, instructing the waiter to present the box to the lady at his table, claiming Mr. Bateman had ordered it specially for her. He slipped the waiter $50. When the box arrived under a silver dome, Evelyn cooed with delight. She reached for a spoon. She called him sweet. He nodded, smiled, and waved away the spoon offered to him. When she asked if he wasn't having any, he said he wasn't hungry, dinner had been filling. She leaned down, caught a scent of something like disinfectant, and asked if he was sure. He urged her to eat it, saying there wasn't much there. She took a first bite, chewed dutifully, disgusted, swallowed, shuddered, grimaced, then tried to smile through a second tentative bite. He asked how it was and assured her it wasn't poisoned. Her face twisted, blanched, gagged. He grinned and asked what was wrong. She managed to say it was minty, tried to smile appreciatively, failed, and gulped down his water. Noticing his worried look, she apologized, shuddering again that it was just so minty. To him she looked like a big black ant in an original Christian LaCroix, eating a urinal cake. He almost laughed, but wanted to keep her at ease so she'd finish. She couldn't. After 2 bites, she pushed the plate away, pretending to be full. Then he started feeling strange, however satisfying it was to see her eat something he and countless others had pissed on. The displeasure it caused her was at his expense, an anticlimax, a futile excuse to have endured her for 3 hours. His jaw began clenching and relaxing involuntarily. Music played somewhere, but he couldn't hear it. She asked the waiter hoarsely for lifesavers from the Korean deli. Then dinner reached its crisis. She demanded a firm commitment. The evening had already deteriorated, so the comment didn't ruin anything, but the unreasonableness of their situation choked him. He pushed his water glass back toward her and asked the waiter to remove the half-eaten urinal cake. His endurance for the night died the moment the melting dessert was taken away. For the first time he noticed she had been eyeing him for 2 years, not with adoration, but with something closer to greed. Someone brought her Evian. He started to say they'd lost touch. She asked what was wrong. He admitted, measuring each word carefully, that his need to engage in homicidal behavior on a massive scale couldn't be corrected. He had no other way to express his blocked needs. He was surprised at how emotional the admission made him, lightheaded. As usual, she missed the essence. He quietly said they needed to talk. She warned that if he started again about breast implants, she was leaving. He considered that, then said it was over. All of it. She called him touchy. He insisted it was fucking over, no joke. She looked back, and for a moment he thought someone finally understood, but then she suggested avoiding the issue and asked about coffee. She ordered decaf espresso. He sighed for port any kind, then cut off the waiter to demand the most expensive. Plus a dry beer, she murmured at him. He asked if she was still seeing her shrink. She warned him. He corrected himself to her doctor. She said no. He asked why not. She said she'd told him. He mimicked that he didn't remember. She explained that at the end of a session her shrink had asked her to get him +3 into Nels. She asked why he wanted to know. He said he thought she needed to see someone, she was emotionally unstable. She pointed out he had a poster of Oliver North in his apartment. He insisted she was unstable. She accused him of exaggerating. He began gravely that he wouldn't push the issue, but she cut him off, calling that uncharacteristic. He sighed to his napkin that he was 27 and didn't want to be weighed down with commitment. She called him honey. He snapped at her not to. She asked what honey. He snapped again. She asked indignantly what he wanted her to call him, CEO? She stifled a giggle. He groaned. She pressed the question. He thought king. Call me king. But he said nothing. Then told her he didn't want her to call him anything, he didn't think they should see each other anymore. She argued that his friends were her friends and vice versa, so it wouldn't work, then pointed out a fleck on his lip. He brushed it away and said she could have the friends. She looked at him, confused, and murmured that he was really serious. He said yes. She asked about them, about the past. He said the past wasn't real, just a dream, and told her not to mention it. She narrowed her eyes with suspicion, asked if he had something against her, then her hardness shifted to expectation, maybe hope. He sighed that she just wasn't terribly important to him. Without missing a beat, she demanded to know who did he want. After an angry pause, she guessed Cher. Confused, he repeated the name, then told her to forget it, he wanted it over, needed sex on a regular basis, needed to be distracted. She became frantic, barely containing rising hysteria. He wasn't enjoying it as much as he'd thought. She uselessly asked again about the past. He leaned in and told her not to mention it. When she asked why not, he said because they never really shared one. She calmed herself, opened her handbag, and muttered that his behavior was pathological. He asked what that meant. She said abhorrent. He was pathological. He tried to smile and asked, pathological what? She told him to forget it, and swallowed an unfamiliar pill with his water. He asked, offended, if she was calling him pathological. She sniffed that they looked at the world differently. He viciously thanked God. She said he was inhuman, trying not to cry. He stalled, attempting to defend himself, saying he was in touch with humanity. She shook her head. He admitted his behavior was erratic sometimes. Suddenly, she desperately took his hand from across the table, pulling it closer, begging to know what he wanted her to do. He groaned, pulling his hand away, shocked he'd finally gotten through to her. She cried and begged again. He guessed she should wear erotic underwear, then said he didn't know nothing. She couldn't do anything. She sobbed, asking what she could do. He suggested smiling less, knowing more about cars, saying his name with less regularity, then muttered it wouldn't change anything, and she didn't even drink beer. She pointed out he didn't drink beer either. He said that didn't matter. Besides, he just ordered one. She said his name. He told her if she really wanted to do something, she could stop making a scene. The waiter arrived with her decaf espresso, his port, and his dry beer. She tearfully, confusedly, panically asked for a Corona, asking if that was what he drank. He told the waiter to excuse her, then snapped that, yes, Corona, but they were in a Chinese Cajun bistro. She sobbed that he was lousy, inhuman. He stalled again. She couldn't finish her sentence. He asked what he wasn't. She sniffed, shoulders heaving, saying he wasn't all there, he didn't add up. He indignantly defended that he did add up. She sobbed. He was a ghoul, confused. He said she was the ghoul. She moaned in disbelief. He soothed that he was leaving now, he'd assessed the situation and was going. She tried to grab his hand, begging him not to go. He repeated he was leaving. Suddenly composed, careful that her few tears hadn't affected her makeup, she asked where he was going. He placed a cigar on the table. She was too upset to comment. He simply said he was just leaving. She asked again, more tears welling. He made no comment, lost in his own private maze, thinking of warrants, stock offerings, elbows, IPOs, finances, debentures, proxy statements, the Christmas Eve when he was 14 and had raped one of their maids, Infinity, whether to cancel his subscription to The Economist, waiting in airports, stifling a scream, credit cards and someone's passport, and a book of matches from La Côte Basque, splattered with blood, surface, to Evelyn. Their relationship was yellow and blue to him. It was a gray place, most of it blacked out, bombed. Footage from the film in his head, endless shots of stone, foreign language flickering over blood pouring from automated tellers, women giving birth through their assholes, nuclear warheads, billions of dollars, the total destruction of the world, assassinations, life as a sitcom, a blank canvas reconfiguring into a soap opera, an isolation ward exposing his own severely impaired capacity to feel. He imagined Evelyn's skeleton twisted and crumbling and felt glee. After a long time, a sip of port, then the dry beer, he roused himself to answer, wondering what difference there would really be if he were an actual automaton. He told her Libya. Then after a significant pause, Pago Pago, he meant to say, Pago Pago, and he added that because of her outburst, he wasn't paying for the meal. November, just before dawn. He can't sleep, writhing on his futon in a suit, his skull lit from within like a bonfire, constant searing pain that holds both eyes open. No drug, no food, no liquor touches it. All muscles stiff, nerves burning. He takes Sominex hourly, having run out of Dalmain, but nothing helps, and soon the box is empty. In the corner of the bedroom, a pair of girls' shoes from an expensive store, a hand-missing thumb and forefinger, a blood-splashed issue of Vanity Fair, a gore-drenched cummerbund. From the kitchen drifts the fresh smell of blood cooking. He stumbles into the living room. The walls are breathing. Decay smothers everything. He lights a cigar, hoping the smoke will mask at least some of it. Her breasts have been chopped off blue, deflated, nipples a disconcerting brown. Surrounded by dried black blood, they lie delicately on a china plate from Pottery Barn atop the Wurlitzer jukebox in the corner. He doesn't remember doing this. He has also shaved all the skin and most of the muscle from her face, so it resembles a skull with a long blonde mane falling from it, connected to a full, cold corpse. Its eyes are open, the actual eyeballs hanging from their stalks. Most of her chest is indistinguishable from her neck, which looks like ground meat. Her stomach resembles eggplant and goat cheese lasagna or some kind of dog food, red, white, brown. Intestines smear across one wall, others are mashed into balls strewn across the glass-top coffee table like long blue snakes, mutant worms. The patches of skin left on her body are blue-gray like tinfoil. Her vagina has discharged a brownish, syrupy fluid that smells like a sick animal, as if something had been forced back up in there and digested. He spends the next 15 minutes beside himself, pulling out a bluish rope of intestine still mostly connected to the body and shoving it into his mouth, choking on it. It feels moist, filled with some kind of paste that smells bad. After an hour of digging, he detaches her spinal cord and decides to Federal Express it uncleaned, wrapped in tissue, under a different name to Leona Helmsley. He wants to drink this girl's blood like champagne. He plunges his face deep into what's left of her stomach, scratching his chomping jaw on a broken rib. The huge new television blares from another room, first the Patty Winters show on Human Dairies, then Wheel of Fortune. The studio applause sounds like static each time a letter turns. He loosens his blood-soaked tie, breathing deeply. This is his reality. Everything outside of this is like some movie he once saw. In the kitchen he tries to make meatloaf from the girl, but it becomes too frustrating. Instead, he spends the afternoon smearing her meat across the walls, chewing strips of skin ripped from her body. He rests by watching a tape of Murphy Brown. After that, and a large glass of Janby, he's back in the kitchen. The head in the microwave is now completely black and hairless. He places it in a tin pot on the stove to boil off any remaining flesh. Heaving the rest of her body into a garbage bag, his muscles, slathered with Bengay, easily handling the dead weight, he decides to use whatever is left for some kind of sausage. A Richard Marx CD plays. A Zabar's bag of sourdough onion bagels and spices sits on the kitchen table while he grinds bone, fat, and flesh into patties. Sporadically, the unacceptability of what he's doing penetrates, but he reminds himself that this thing, this girl, this meat, is nothing shit. Along with the Xanax he's now taking every half hour, this thought momentarily calms him. He hums the theme to a show he watched as a child. The Jetsons? The Banana Splits? Scooby-Doo? Sigmund and the Sea Monsters? He remembers the song, the melody, even the key, but not the show. Was it Lidsville? H.R. Pufnstuf? These questions punctuate others. Will he ever do time? Did this girl have a trusting heart? The smell of meat and blood clouds the condo until he doesn't notice it anymore. Later his macabre joy sours. He weeps for himself, unable to find solace, sobbing that he just wants to be loved, cursing the earth and everything he's been taught: principles, distinctions, choices, morals, compromises, knowledge, unity, prayer. All of it wrong, without final purpose. All it came down to die or adapt. He imagines his own vacant face, a disembodied voice coming from its mouth. These are terrible times. Maggots already writhe across the human sausage. Drool from his lips dribbles over them. He still can't tell if he's cooking any of this correctly, because he's crying too hard and has never really cooked anything before. On a moonless night, in the stark locker room at XIII after a 2-hour workout, he feels good. The gun in his locker is an Uzi that costs $700. He's also carrying a Ruger Mini in his Bottega Veneta briefcase, favored by most hunters, but he doesn't like how it looks. There's something more manly about an Uzi, something dramatic that excites him. Sitting there, Walkman on his head, wearing $200 black Lycra bicycle shorts, a Valium just beginning to take effect, he stares into the darkness of the locker, tempted. The rape and subsequent murder last night of an NYU student behind the Gristedes on University Place, however inappropriate the timing, no matter how uncharacteristic the lapse, was highly satisfying. Unprepared by his change of heart, but in a reflective mood, he places the gun back in the locker to be used another time. The gun is a symbol of order to him. He has videotapes to return, money to withdraw from an ATM, a difficult-to-get dinner reservation. At a dinner with several men, even after he tells the table that his life is a living hell, they utterly ignore him. The group continues arguing about allocating assets, which stocks look best for the upcoming decade: hard bodies, real estate, gold, why long-term bonds are too risky now, spread collars, portfolios, how to use power effectively, new ways to exercise, stalagnia crystal, how best to impress very important people, eternal vigilance, life at its best. At Booley, he cannot seem to control himself. In a room full of victims lately, he notices them everywhere: in business meetings, nightclubs, restaurants, passing taxis, elevators, at ATMs, on porno tapes, in David's cookies, on CNN. All of them prey. During dinner he almost comes unglued, plummeting into near vertigo, forcing himself to excuse before dessert. In the restroom, he does a line of cocaine, picks up his Giorgio Armani wool overcoat, and the .35-7 Magnum barely concealed within it from the coat check, straps on a holster, and steps outside. That morning on the Patty Winters show, There was an interview with a man who set his daughter on fire while she was giving birth. At dinner, they all had shark. In Tribeca, it's misty, sky on the verge of rain, restaurants empty, after midnight the streets remote, unreal. The only human sign, someone playing a saxophone on the corner of Duane Street, in the doorway of an abandoned bistro. A young guy, bearded, white beret, playing a beautiful but cliched solo from Les Miserables. At his feet, an open umbrella with a damp dollar and some change. Unable to resist, he moves up to the musician, listening. The saxophonist acknowledges his presence, nods, and closes his eyes, lifting the instrument, leaning his head back during what he assumes is a passionate moment. In one fluid motion he draws the .357 from its holster and, not wanting to arouse anyone nearby, screws a silencer onto the gun. A cold autumn wind rushes up the street, engulfing them. When the victim opens his eyes and spots the gun, he stops playing, the tip of the saxophone still in his mouth. He pauses too, then nods for the man to go on. Tentatively, the saxophonist does. He raises the gun to the man's face and in mid-note pulls the trigger. The silencer doesn't work. In the same instant, a huge crimson ring appears behind the victim's head. The booming gunshot deafens him. The saxophonist's eyes are still alive as he falls to his knees, then onto his saxophone. He pops the clip and replaces it with a full one. Then something bad happens. While reloading, he failed to notice the squad car that had been traveling behind him. God only knew what it had been doing, handing out parking tickets. After the Magnum's echo faded, the siren pierced the night, sending his heart into palpitations. He started walking away from the trembling body, slowly, casually at first, as if innocent, then broke into a full run. The cop car screeched after him, a voice over a loudspeaker shouting useless commands to halt and put down his weapon. Ignoring them, he made a left on Broadway toward City Hall Park, ducking into an alleyway. The squad car followed but only made it halfway before the alley narrowed, blue sparks spraying as it got stuck. He ran out the end onto Church Street, flagged down a cab, hopped into the front seat, and screamed at the young Iranian driver, completely taken by surprise, to get the hell out fast. He waved the gun in the driver's face. The man panicked, crying out in mangled English not to shoot, holding his hands up. He muttered an impatient curse and screamed at him to drive, but the driver was too terrified. Raising the gun to the man's face, he pulled the trigger. The bullet splattered the driver's head open against the windshield like a dark red watermelon. He reached over, opened the door, pushed the corpse out, slammed the door, and started driving. In an adrenaline rush that left him panting, he could only get a few blocks, partly from panic, mostly because blood, brains, and chunks of head now covered the inside of the windshield. He barely avoided a collision with another cab on Franklin and Greenwich, veering sharply to the right and swerving into the side of a parked limousine. He shifted into reverse, screeched down the street, turned on the windshield wipers, realizing too late that the blood was on the inside. He tried to wipe it away with a gloved hand, racing blindly down Greenwich, until he lost control entirely. The cab swerved into a Korean deli, next to a karaoke restaurant he'd visited with Japanese clients, rolling over fruit stands and smashing through a wall of glass. The body of a cashier thudded across the hood. He tried to put the cab in reverse, but nothing happened. He staggered out, leaning against it. A nerve-wracking silence followed. He muttered at himself. Limping out of the store, the body on the hood moaning in agony, he had no idea where the cop running toward him across the street had come from. The officer was yelling into his walkie-talkie, apparently thinking Bateman was stunned. But Bateman lunged out before the cop could reach his gun and knocked him over onto the sidewalk. People from the karaoke restaurant stood staring dumbly at the wreckage. No one helped the cop, as the two men lay struggling on the sidewalk. The cop wheezed from exertion on top of Bateman, trying to wrestle the Magnum from his grasp, but Bateman felt infected, like gasoline coursing through his veins instead of blood. It grew windier. The temperature dropped. Rain began falling softly. They rolled into the street. He kept thinking there should be music. He forced a demonic leer, his heart thumping, and managed quite easily to bring the gun up to the cop's face, two pairs of hands holding it but Bateman's finger pulling the trigger. The bullet blew a crease in the top of the officer's skull, yet failed to kill him. Lowering his aim with the aid of the officer's loosening grip, he shot the cop in the face. The bullet's exit cast a lingering pinkish mist. Some people on the sidewalk screamed, did nothing, hid, ran back into the restaurant. The cop car he thought he'd evaded in the alley careened toward the deli, red lights flashing, screeching to a halt just as he tripped over the curb and collapsed onto the sidewalk. He reloaded the Magnum while hiding behind the corner, the terror he thought had passed engulfing him again. He had no idea what he'd done to increase his chances of getting caught shot, a saxophonist who was probably also a mime. For that, he got this. In the near distance he could hear other cars coming, lost in the maze of streets. The cops, right here now, didn't bother with warnings anymore. They just started shooting. He returned their gunfire from his belly, glimpsing both cops behind the open doors of the squad car, guns flashing like in a movie. This made him realize he was involved in an actual gunfight, trying to dodge bullets. The dream threatened to break was gone. He wasn't aiming carefully, just obliviously returning gunfire, lying there, when a stray bullet, sixth in a new round, hit the gas tank of the police car. The headlights dimmed before it burst apart, sending a fireball billowing into the darkness. The bulb of a street lamp above it exploded unexpectedly in a burst of yellow-green sparks. Flames washed over the bodies of the policemen, both living and dead, shattering all the windows of the restaurant. His ears rang. Running toward Wall Street, still in Tribeca, he stayed away from where the street lamps shone brightest. He noticed the entire block he was lurching down was gentrified. He dashed past a row of Porsches, trying to open each one and setting off a string of car alarm sirens. The car he would have liked to steal was a black Range Rover with permanent four-wheel drive, an aircraft-grade aluminum body on a box steel chassis, and a fuel-injected V8 engine. But he couldn't find one. Though this disappointed him, he was also intoxicated by the whirlwind of confusion, by the city itself, the rain falling from an ice-cold sky, but still warm enough on the ground for fog to drift through the passageways, the skyscrapers created in Battery Park, in Wall Street, wherever, most of them a kaleidoscopic blur. He jumped over an embankment, somersaulted over it, then ran full tilt, his brain locked into the physical exertion of utter sheer panic, helter-skelter. He thought a car was following him down a deserted highway. He felt the night accept him. From somewhere else a shot was heard but didn't really register because his mind was out of sync, forgetting his destination until, like a mirage, his office building, where Pierce v. Pierce was located, came into view. The lights in it were going off, floor by floor, as if darkness were rising through it. He ran another 100 yards, 200 yards, ducking into the stairs below. His senses were blocked for the first time with fear and bewilderment. Dumbstruck with confusion, he rushed into the lobby of what he thought was his building. But something seemed wrong. The move itself had been a nightmare, even though he had a better office now. The new Barney's and Godiva stores adjacent to the lobby eased the strain, but he'd gotten the buildings mixed up. It was only at the elevator doors, both locked, where he noticed the huge Julian Schnabel in the lobby and realized, wrong fucking building. He whirled around, making a mad scramble for the revolving doors. But the night watchman who'd tried to get his attention before now waved him in as he was about to bolt out of the lobby, making a comment about burning the midnight oil and forgetting to sign in. Frustrated, Bateman shot at him while spinning once, twice through the glass doors, which thrust him back into the lobby of God only knew where. The bullet caught the watchman in the throat, knocking him backward, leaving a spray of blood hanging momentarily in midair before drizzling down on the watchman's contorted, twisted face. The black janitor he'd just noticed watching from a corner of the lobby, mop in hand, bucket by his feet, dropped the mop and raised his hands. Bateman shot him right between the eyes. A stream of blood covered the janitor's face, the back of his head exploding in a spray. Behind him, the bullet knocked out a chunk of marble, the force slamming him against the wall. Bateman dashed across the street toward the light of his new office and walked in. He nods toward the night watchman, signs in, and rides the elevator up into the darkness of his floor. Calm eventually returns. Safe in the anonymity of his new office, He picks up the cordless phone with shaking hands. He flips through his Rolodex, exhausted, and his eyes land on Harold Carnes's number. He dials slowly, breathing deeply and evenly, deciding to make public what has until now been his private dementia. But Harold isn't in business in London. He leaves a message on the machine, admitting everything, holding nothing back, 30, 40, 100 murders. While he speaks into Harold's answering machine, a helicopter with a searchlight flies low over the river. Lightning cracks the sky in jagged bolts behind it. The helicopter heads toward the building he was last at, descending onto the roof across from this one. Police cars and 2 ambulances already surround the bottom of that building. A SWAT team leaps from the helicopter, half a dozen armed men disappearing into the rooftop entrance. Flares line up almost everywhere. He watches all of this with the phone in his hand, crouched by his desk, sobbing though he doesn't know why. Into Harold's machine he says something about leaving her in a parking lot near a Dunkin' Donuts somewhere around Midtown. After 10 minutes of this, he concludes by admitting he's a pretty sick guy, then hangs up. But he calls back. After an interminable beep, proving his message was indeed recorded, he leaves another identifying himself as Bateman again, saying that if Harold gets back tomorrow, he might show up at De Umberto's tonight, so keep your eyes open. The sun, a planet on fire, gradually rises over Manhattan. Another sunrise. Soon the night turns into day so fast, it's like some kind of optical illusion. Huey Lewis and the News burst out of San Francisco onto the national music scene at the beginning of the decade with their self-titled rock-pop album released by XIII. But they didn't truly come into their own, commercially or artistically, until their 1983 smash, Sports. Though their roots in blues, Memphis soul, and country were visible on Huey Lewis and the News, the band seemed a little too willing to cash in on the late 70s and early 80s taste for new wave. That debut album comes across as a bit stark, too punk evident in the drumming on the first single, the fake hand claps on another track, and the organ on a third. Even with that strain, their peppy boy wants girl lyrics and the energy Lewis instilled as lead singer were refreshing. Having a great lead guitarist like Chris Hayes who also shares vocals doesn't hurt. His solos are as original and unrehearsed as any in rock. Yet the keyboardist seemed too intent on playing the organ mechanically, though his piano playing improves on the second half. Bill Gibson's drumming was too muted to have much impact. The songwriting didn't mature until much later, though many of the catchy songs carried hints of longing, regret, and dread. Though the band hails from San Francisco and shares some similarities with their Southern California counterparts, the Beach Boys' gorgeous harmonies, sophisticated vocalizing, beautiful melodies, they also carried bleakness and nihilism from the thankfully forgotten punk rock scene of Los Angeles at the time. Listen to Huey on certain tracks. The titles say it all. He hits his notes like an embittered survivor, and the band often sounds as angry as performers like The Clash, Billy Joel, or Blondie. No one should forget that Elvis Costello discovered Huey in the first place. Huey played harmonica on Costello's second record, a thin, vapid album. Lewis has some of Costello's supposed bitterness, though Huey has a more bitter, cynical sense of humor. Elvis might think intellectual wordplay matters as much as having a good time, but he wonders what Costello thinks about Lewis selling so many more records. Things looked up on the second album. Picture This, which yielded 2 semi-hits. The fact that this coincided with the advent of video, there was a video made for both songs, undoubtedly helped sales. The sound, still tinged with new wave trappings, seemed more roots rock than the previous album, which might have something to do with the mix or with Lewis and the band taking over production. Their songwriting grew more sophisticated, and the group wasn't afraid to quietly explore other genres, notably reggae and ballads. But for all its power pop glory, the sound in the band seemed less rebellious, less angry on this record, though the blue-collar bitterness of one track seems like an outtake from the earlier album. They seem more concerned with personal relationships. 4 of the album's 10 songs have the word love in their title, rather than strutting around as young nihilists. The mellow good times feel is a surprising, infectious change. The band plays better than before, and the tower of power horns give the record a more open, warmer sound. The album hits its peak with a back-to-back 1-2 punch, the best song on the album, essentially about the singer asking a girl he's met while looking for someone to meet if she believes in love. The fact that the song never resolves the question, the listener never finds out what the girl says, gives it an added complexity not apparent on the debut. A terrific sax solo on that track gives the saxophonist a run for his money. He, like the lead guitarist and keyboardist, has by now become an invaluable asset. The sax solo on the ballad is even stronger. Huey's voice sounds more searching, less raspy yet plaintive, especially on a touching song about what happens to mentors and where they end up, on which the drumming is especially vital. Though the album should have ended on that powerful note, it ends instead with a throwaway blues number that doesn't make much sense compared to what preceded it. But in its own jokey way it amuses, and the Tower of Power horns are in excellent form. There are no such mistakes on the band's third album and flawless masterpiece, Sports. Every song has the potential to be a huge hit, and most of them were. It made the band rock and roll icons. Gone totally is the bad boy image, and a new frat guy sweetness takes over. They even have the chance to say a mild curse in one song and choose to bleep it instead. The whole album has a clear, crisp sound and a new sheen of consummate professionalism that gives the songs a big boost. The wacky original videos made to sell the record made them superstars on MTV. Produced by the band, Sports opens with what will probably become their signature song, a loving ode to rock and roll all over the United States. It's followed by their first big single, a trademark Lewis song that firmly and forever established them as the premier rock band in the country for the 1980s. If the lyrics aren't quite up to par with other songs, most are more than serviceable, and the whole thing is a jaunty enterprise about what a mistake one-night stands are a message the earlier, rowdier Huey would never have made. Another track written solely by Lewis is the bluesiest song the band had recorded up to that point, and the bass playing gets to shine on it, but it's really Huey's harmonica solos that give it an edge. I Want a New Drug, with its killer guitar riff, is the album's centerpiece, not only the greatest anti-drug song ever written, but also a personal statement about how the band has grown up, shucked off their bad boy image, and learned to become more adult. The guitar solo on it is incredible, and the uncredited drum machine gives not only that track, but most of the album a more consistent backbeat than any of the previous albums, even though Bill Gibson remains a welcome presence. The rest of the album whizzes by flawlessly. Side 2 opens with their most searing statement yet, a song about the Vietnam vet and modern society, that no one, not even Bruce Springsteen, has written as devastatingly. Though written by outsiders, this track shows a social awareness new to the band and proves they had a heart beneath their blues background. Another song proclaims their newfound sophistication in a paean to growing up, shedding their rebel image, while also describing how they found themselves in rock and roll's passion and energy. The song works on so many levels, it's almost too complex for the album to carry, though it never loses its beat and still has the ringing keyboards that make it danceable. The album's one ballad isn't downbeat. It's a plea for a lover to tell another whether to continue the relationship, and the way Huey sings it, arguably the most superb vocal on the album, instills it with hope. Again, this song isn't about chasing or longing after girls, but about dealing with relationships. Another track offers the album's only hint of a throwback to new wave days, minor but amusing, though its anti-drinking, anti-drug, pro-growing up statement isn't. As a lovely ending to an altogether remarkable album, the band does a version of a song written by Hank Williams. Even though it's a very different type of song, its presence can be felt throughout the rest of the album. For all its professional sheen, the album has the integrity of honky-tonk blues. During this period, Huey also recorded 2 songs for the movie Back to the Future, both of which went #1 delightful extras, not footnotes, in what has been shaping up into a legendary career. 9 Million People Can't Be Wrong. 4 is essentially a continuation of the Sports album, but with an even more professional sheen. This is the record where the guys don't need to prove they've grown up and accepted rock and roll, because in the 3-year transition between the albums they already had. 3 of them are wearing suits on the cover. It opens with a blaze of fire, a song about struggle and overcoming compromise, a fitting reminder of what the band represents. With the exception of another track, it's the best song on the album, though not written by anyone in the band. This is followed by a sweetly good-natured, lightweight paean to relationships and marriage. Most of the love songs on the album are about sustained relationships, unlike the early albums where concerns were about lusting after girls and either not getting them or getting burned. On 4, the songs are about guys who are in control and now have to deal with the girls they have. This new dimension gives the record added oomph. The band seems more content and satisfied, less urgent, and this makes for their most pleasingly crafted record to date. But for every delightful ode about monogamy and satisfaction, there's a barn-burning blues scorcher. Side 1 ends with a key song on the album, a rollicking ode to conformity that's so catchy. Most people probably don't even listen to the lines, but with the guitarist blasting and the terrific keyboard playing, who cares? It's not just about the pleasures of conformity and the importance of trends, it's also a personal statement about the band itself, though of what he's not quite sure. If the second part of 4 lacks the first's intensity, there are real gems that are quite complicated. One song is a blunt declaration of independence that Huey would never have sung 6 years back. The carefully placed track that follows actually complements it and explains it in broader terms. It also has a great organ solo, and except for the key song, Huey's strongest vocals. Another track is an upbeat anti-suicide tract, and though its title might seem like a cliché, the band has a way of energizing clichés and making them original. A nifty a cappella number evokes an innocent time while showcasing the band's vocal harmonies. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was the Beach Boys. Even if it's essentially a throwaway, a trifle, the album ends on a majestic note with a blue-collar ballad that sounds not a note of resignation but one of hope, and its complex message of survival leads the way to their next album, where they take on global issues. 4 might not be the masterpiece sports is, but in its own way it's just as satisfying, and the mellower, gentler Huey of '86 is just as happening. Small World is the most ambitious, artistically satisfying record yet produced by Huey Lewis and the News. The angry young man has definitely been replaced by a smoothly professional musician, and even though Huey has only really mastered the harmonica, its majestic Dylan-esque sounds give the album a grandeur few artists have reached. It's an obvious transition and their first album that tries to make thematic sense. In fact, Huey takes on one of the biggest subjects of all, the importance of global communication. 4 out of the album's 10 songs have the word world in their titles, and for the first time, there are not 1 but 3 instrumentals. The CD gets off to a rousing start with a song whose message of harmony features a blistering guitar solo at its center. In another track, one can catch the Zydeco influences the band picked up on tour, giving it a Cajun flavor that is utterly unique. A guest plays accordion wonderfully, and the lyrics give a sense of true Bayou spirit. Again, on the hit single, the Tower of Power horns are used to extraordinary effect. It's also the best cut on the album, written by someone not in the band, and it ties up all the album's themes, accepting the world's imperfections but still dreaming of a perfect world. Though the song is fast-paced pop, it's still moving in its intentions, and the band plays splendidly. Oddly, this is followed by 2 instrumentals, an eerie African-influenced reggae dance track, and the second part of the opener. Just because these tunes are wordless doesn't mean the global message of communication is lost, and they don't seem like filler because of the implications of their thematic reprise. The band gets to show off its improvisational skills. Side 2 opens smashingly with the first Huey song to acknowledge the responsibilities of fatherhood. His voice sounds mature, and even though the listener doesn't find out until the last line that the kid is actually his son, the maturity in his voice tips it off. It's hard to believe the man who once sang certain earlier songs is singing this. The album's big ballad is a dreamy pearl of a song, and though it's about sticking together in a relationship, it also makes allusions to China, Alaska, and Tennessee, carrying on the small world theme, and the band sounds really good on it. Another track is also a bit of a ballad, but it's not a dreamy pearl. Its lyrics aren't really about sticking together, nor does it make those illusions, and the band sounds really good on it. A good times blues rocker about driving around incorporates the album's theme in a much more playful way than previous songs, and though lyrically it might seem impoverished, it's still a sign that the new, serious Louis Huey the artist hasn't totally lost his frisky sense of humor. The album ends with a track that has no words, just a lot of horns, that if turned up really loud, can give a fucking big headache, and maybe even make you feel a little sick, though it might sound different on an album or cassette. Anyway, it set off something wicked in him that lasted for days. You cannot dance to it very well. It took something like 100 people to put Small World together, counting all the extra musicians, drum technicians, accountants, lawyers, who are all thanked, but this actually adds to the CD's theme of community, and doesn't clutter the record. It makes it a more joyous experience. With this CD and the 4 previous ones behind it, Huey Lewis and the News prove that if this really is a small world, then these guys are the best American band of the 1980s on this or any other continent, and it comes with a vocalist, musician, and writer who just can't be topped. He's in Courtney's bed. Louis is in Atlanta. She shivers, presses against him, then relaxes. He rolls off her onto his back, landing on something hard and covered with fur. Reaching under himself, he finds a stuffed black cat with blue jewel eyes that he thinks he spotted at FAO Schwartz during early Christmas shopping. At a loss for what to say, he stammers something about Tiffany lamps making a comeback. He can barely see her face in the darkness but hears a painful, low sigh, the sound of a prescription bottle snapping open, her body shifting in the bed. He drops the cat on the floor, gets up, and takes a shower. On the Patty Winters show that morning, the topic was beautiful teenage lesbians, which he found so erotic. He had to stay home, miss a meeting, and jerk off twice. Aimless. He spent an inordinate amount of the day at Sotheby's, bored and confused. The night before, dinner with Jeanette at deck chairs, he seemed tired and ordered little. They split a pizza that cost $90. After toweling his hair dry, he puts on a Ralph Lauren robe, walks back into the bedroom, and starts to dress. Courtney is smoking a cigarette, watching Late Night with David Letterman with the sound turned down low. She asks if he'll call her before Thanksgiving. He says maybe, buttoning his shirt, wondering why he even came here in the first place. She asks what he's doing. His response is predictably cool dinner at the River Cafe, then "Oh, bar maybe," she murmurs. That's nice. He asks about her and Louise. She sighs that they were supposed to have dinner at friend's house, but she doesn't think they're going anymore. He asks why not, slipping on his vest, thinking he is really interested. She starts to explain how Louise is about the Japanese, her eyes already glazed over. When she fails to continue, he asks, annoyed, for her to go on. She's making sense. She explains that Louise refused to play Trivial Pursuit at their friend's house because the hosts own an Akita. She takes a drag. He asks what happened. She says they played at her place. He says he never knew she smoked. She smiles sadly but dumbly, saying he never noticed. He admits he's embarrassed, but just a little, and moves to the mirror above a desk to check his tie knot. She asks with effort if they can talk. He sighs, that she looks marvelous, turns his head, offers an air kiss. There's nothing to say. She's going to marry Louis next week, no less. She asks sarcastically if that isn't special, but not in a frustrated way. He tells her to read his lips. She looks marvelous. She says his name. He says hers. She starts to say something about not seeing him before Thanksgiving, then stops, confused, and wishes him a nice one. He looks at her for a moment before replying tonelessly that she should have one too. She picks up the stuffed black cat and strokes its head. He steps into the hallway, heading toward the kitchen. She calls his name softly from the bedroom. He stops but doesn't turn around, answering. She says nothing. He's with Craig McDermott in a bar. McDermott smokes a cigar, drinks a martini, and asks about the rules for wearing a pocket square. He drinks the same and answers. They're waiting for Harold Carnes, who just got back from London on Tuesday and is half an hour late. He's nervous, impatient, and when he tells McDermott they should have invited someone with cocaine, McDermott shrugs and suggests they might find Carnes at another restaurant. But they don't, so they head uptown to a steakhouse for an 8 o'clock reservation one of them made. He notes McDermott's suit, shirt, and tie. He catalogs his own outfit. The topic on the Patty Winters show that morning was men who've been raped by women. Sitting in a strangely empty booth, he's on Valium, drinking red wine, absently wondering about a cousin at a Washington school who recently raped a girl and bit her earlobes off, getting a sick thrill from not ordering the hash browns. Memories of riding horses and playing tennis with his brother burn away. McDermott eclipses these thoughts when he notices the missing hash browns after dinner arrives. McDermott complains that you can't eat at this steakhouse without ordering them. He avoids McDermott's eyes and touches the cigar in his jacket pocket. McDermott mutters that he's a raving maniac, been at his firm too long, no fucking hash browns. He says nothing. How can he explain that this is a very disjointed time and that he notices the walls have been painted a bright, almost painful white that pulses and glows under fluorescent lights? Frank Sinatra sings somewhere. He stares at the walls, listening, suddenly thirsty, but their waiter is taking orders from a large table of exclusively Japanese businessmen. Someone he thinks might be an acquaintance in the booth behind him eyes him suspiciously. McDermott still stares at his steak with a stunned look. One of the Japanese businessmen holds an abacus. Another tries to pronounce a word. Another mouths, then sings, the lyrics, and the table laughs as he lifts chopsticks, shaking his head confidently, imitating Sinatra. While getting dressed to meet Jeanette for a new British musical and then dinner at a new restaurant, he watches a tape of that morning's Patty Winters show, split into 2 parts. The first section features the lead singer of Guns N' Roses, whom Patty quoted describing how when stressed he gets violent and takes it out on himself, pulling razor blades but realizing scars are worse than losing a stereo. He'd rather kick his stereo than punch someone, and when upset, he walks over and plays his piano. Part 2 consists of Patty reading letters that Ted Bundy wrote to his fiancée during one of his many trials. She reads an excerpt while an unfairly bloated headshot of Bundy, weeks away from execution, flashes across the screen a line about not sitting in the same row, about mad eyes like a deranged seagull studying a clam, about feeling hot sauce being spread already. He waits for something to happen. He sits in his bedroom for close to an hour. Nothing does. He gets up, does the rest of the coke, a minuscule amount left over from a late Saturday, stops at a bar for a drink before meeting Jeanette, whom he called earlier. He mentioned having 2 tickets to this particular musical. She said only that she'd go. It told her to meet him in front of the theater at 10 to 8. She hung up. He tells himself while sitting alone at the bar that he was going to call one of the numbers that flashed on the bottom of the screen, but then he realizes he didn't know what to say, and he remembers 10 of the words Patty read the line about hot sauce. He remembers these words again for some reason while he and Jeanette sit in the new restaurant after the musical. It's late, the restaurant crowded. They order several dishes and dry beer. Right now there really is nothing edible on his plate. What there is tastes like plaster. He catalogs her outfit. She keeps sighing and threatens to light a cigarette, even though they're seated in the non-smoking section. Her behavior deeply unsettles him, causing black thoughts to form and expand in his head. She's been drinking champagne cocktails, but has already had too many, and when she orders a 6th, he suggests maybe she's had enough. She looks at him and says she is cold and thirsty and will order what she fucking wants. He suggests she have bottled water instead. His mother and he sit in her private room at a facility where she is now a permanent resident. Heavily sedated, she wears her sunglasses and keeps touching her hair. He keeps looking at his hands, pretty sure they're shaking. She tries to smile when she asks what he wants for Christmas. He's not surprised at how much effort it takes to raise his head and look at her. He catalogs his own outfit. It's nearing the middle of April. He says nothing, smiling reassuringly. After a pause, he asks what she wants. She says nothing for a long time. He looks back at his hands, at dried blood probably from a girl named Suki beneath his thumbnail. She licks her lips tiredly and says she doesn't know, she just wants to have a nice Christmas. He says nothing. He spent the last hour studying his hair in the mirror. He insisted the hospital keep in her room. She says suddenly that he looks unhappy. He tells her with a brief sigh that he's not. She says it again, more quietly, touching her stark, blinding white hair again. He says slowly that she looks unhappy too, hoping she won't say anything else. She doesn't. He sits in a chair by the window, and through the bars the lawn outside darkens as a cloud passes over the sun. Soon the lawn turns green again. She sits on her bed in a nightgown and slippers he bought her last Christmas. She asks how the party was. He says, okay, guessing. She asks how many people were there. He shrugs. 40, 500. He's not sure. She licks her lips again, touches her hair again, and asks what time he left. He answers after a long time that he doesn't remember. She asks if it was 1 or 2. He almost cuts her off, saying it must have been 1. She pauses, straightens her black Ray-Bans that cost $200. He says uselessly that it wasn't very good looking at her. She asks why. Curious. He says it just wasn't. Looking back at his hand, the specks of blood under his thumbnail, the photograph of his father as a much younger man on his mother's bedside table, next to a photograph of his brother and him as teenagers wearing tuxedos, neither smiling. In the photograph of his father, he's wearing a double-breasted black sport coat, a white spread-collar cotton shirt, tie, pocket square, shoes all from Brooks Brothers. He's standing next to a topiary animal a long time ago at his father's estate in Connecticut, and there's something the matter with his eyes. On a rainy Tuesday morning after working out at XIII, he stops by Paul Owen's apartment on the Upper East Side. 161 days have passed since he spent the night there with the 2 escort girls. No word of bodies has appeared in any of the city's 4 newspapers or on local news. No hints of even a rumor float around. He has gone so far as to ask people dates, business acquaintances over dinners and in the halls of his firm, whether anyone has heard about 2 mutilated prostitutes found in Paul Owen's apartment. But like in some movie, no one has heard anything, has any idea what he's talking about. There are other things to worry over: the shocking amount of laxative and speed in Manhattan's cocaine, Asia in the 1990s, the impossibility of an 8 o'clock reservation at a certain restaurant, crack. So what he assumes is that no bodies have been found. For all he knows, the detective has moved to London too. The building looks different as he steps out of the taxi, though he can't figure out why. He still has the keys he stole from Owen the night he killed him, and he takes them out to open the lobby door, but they don't work, won't fit properly. Instead, a uniformed doorman who wasn't here 6 months ago opens it for him, excusing himself for taking so long. He stands in the rain, confused, until the doorman ushers him in, merrily asking with a thick Irish accent whether he's coming in or staying out and getting soaked. He moves into the lobby, umbrella under one arm, tucking the surgical mask he brought to deal with the smell back into his pocket. He holds a Walkman, debating what to say, how to phrase it. The doorman asks what he can do for him. After a long, awkward pause, he says simply 14A. The doorman looks him over carefully, checks his book, then beams and marks something down, saying Mrs. Wolfe is up there right now. He smiles weakly, repeating the name. The doorman asks if he has an appointment. The elevator operator, also new, stares at the floor as they rise. He tries to retrace his steps from that night, uselessly knowing he has never been back to this apartment after murdering the 2 girls. A question keeps forcing its way into his mind until it just rests there, throbbing. How much is Owen's apartment worth? The Patty Winters show that morning was about people with half their brains removed. His chest feels like ice. The elevator doors open. He steps out cautiously, watching behind him as they close, then moves down the hallway toward Owen's apartment. He hears voices inside. He leans against the wall, sighing, keys in hand, already knowing the locks have been changed. As he wonders what to do, trembling, staring at his black loafers, the door opens, startling him out of a momentary flash of self-pity. A middle-aged real estate broker walks out, offers a smile, and asks if he's her 11 o'clock. He says no. She excuses herself and makes her way down the hall, looking back at him once with a strange expression before disappearing around the corner. He stares into the apartment. A couple in their late 20s stand conferring in the middle of the living room. He catalogues her outfit, then his. Behind them, the apartment looks spotless. New Venetian blinds the cowhide. Paneling is gone. The furniture, mural, glass coffee table, chairs, black leather couch all seem intact. The large-screen television has been moved into the living room and turned on, volume low, a commercial where Stain walks off a jacket and addresses the camera. But it doesn't make him forget what he did to one woman's breasts, to another woman's head, the nose missing, both ears bitten off, how you could see her teeth through where he had ripped the flesh from her jaws and both cheeks, the torrents of gore and blood that washed over the apartment, the stench of the dead, his own confused warning he had drawn in. The real estate agent, Mrs. Wolfe, he guesses, intrudes, asking if she can help him. He catalogues her face and outfit, noting that she might be younger than 40. He's still leaning against the wall, staring at the couple as they move back into the bedroom, leaving the main room empty. He notices bouquets in glass vases, dozens of them filling the apartment everywhere. He can smell them from the hall. She glances behind her to see what he's staring at, then back to him. He asks if Paul Owen lives here. A long pause before she says no. Another long pause. He asks if she's sure, then says he doesn't understand. She realizes something. The muscles in her face tighten. Her eyes narrow but don't close. She notices the surgical mask he's gripping in a damp fist and breathes in sharply, refusing to look away. He is definitely not feeling right about any of this. On the TV, a commercial plays where a man holds up toast and tells his wife she's right, the margarine really does taste better than shit. The wife smiles. She asks if he saw the ad in the Times. He falters, says yes, in the Times, gathering a pocket of strength, the smell of roses thick, masking something revolting, then asks as forcibly as possible if Paul Owen still owns this. A long pause before she admits there was no ad in the Times. They stare at each other endlessly. He's convinced she senses he's about to say something. He's seen this look on someone's face before, in a club, on a victim, on a movie screen, or in the mirror. It takes what seems like an hour before he can speak again. He starts to say it's Owen's furniture, then stops, his heart skipping and resuming. He drops his umbrella, then leans down quickly to retrieve it. She says she thinks he should go. He says he wants to know what happened. He feels sick, his chest and back covered with sweat, drenched instantaneously. She tells him not to make any trouble. All frontiers, if there had ever been any, seem suddenly detachable and removed a feeling that others are creating. His fate will not leave him for the rest of the day. He wants to shout that this is not a game, but he can't catch his breath, though he doesn't think she can tell. He turns his face away. He needs rest. He doesn't know what to say. Confused, he reaches out to touch her arm to steady himself, but stops it mid-air, moves it to his chest instead. He can't feel it, not even when he loosens his tie. It rests there, trembling, and he can't make it stop. He's blushing, speechless. She suggests again that he go. They stand in the hallway facing each other. She repeats quietly not to make any trouble. He stands a few seconds longer before finally backing away, holding up his hands in a gesture of assurance. She tells him not to come back. He says he won't, don't worry. The couple appears in the doorway. She watches him until he reaches the elevator door. In the elevator, the smell of the roses is overpowering. Free weights and Nautilus equipment relieve stress. His body responds to the workout accordingly. Shirtless, he scrutinizes his image in a mirror above the sinks in the locker room at XIII. His arm muscles burn, his stomach is as taut as possible, his chest steel, pectorals granite hard, his eyes white as ice. In his locker lie 3 vaginas he recently sliced out of various women he's attacked in the past week. 2 are washed off, 1 isn't. A barrette is clipped to one of them. A blue ribbon from Hermes is tied around his favorite. The stench of blood seeps into his sleeping mind, twisting through nightmares that never stop. A burning ocean liner, Hawaii's volcanoes erupting, inside traders dying violently at Solomon, James Robinson turning on him. Boarding school again, then Harvard, the dead walking alongside the living. An endless disaster, real car wrecks, electric chairs, suicides, syringes, mutilated pin-up girls, flying saucers, marble jacuzzis, pink peppercorns. He wakes drenched, flips on the widescreen television to drown out construction noise rising from somewhere below. A month ago marked Elvis Presley's death. Football games flicker past on mute. The answering machine clicks once, then twice, volume lowered. All summer Madonna's voice drifts through life is a mystery. Everyone must stand alone. Walking Broadway toward brunch with his secretary Jean, he passes Tower Records. A college student with a clipboard asks him to name the saddest song he knows. He answers without hesitation, the Beatles' "You Can't Always Get What You Want." Then the happiest song, Springsteen's "Brilliant Disguise." The student nods, scribbles a note. He moves on past Lincoln Center, where an accident has happened. An ambulance idles at the curb. A pile of intestines glistens on the sidewalk in a blood pool. He buys a rock-hard apple from a Korean deli, eats it walking. Jean waits at the 67th Street entrance to Central Park on a cool, sunny September day. Looking up at clouds, she sees an island, a puppy Alaska, a tulip. He sees a Gucci money clip, an axe, a woman cut in two, a swollen white puff of blood spreading across the sky and dripping over the city onto Manhattan, but says none of this to her. They stop at an outdoor cafe called Nowhere's on the Upper West Side, debating a movie, museum exhibits, a walk. She suggests the zoo. He nods mindlessly. She looks good toned from working out, wearing a gilt llama jacket and velvet Matsuda shorts. His mind drifts into a commercial fantasy, himself on television hawking some new product, wine cooler, tanning lotion, sugarless gum, moving in jump cuts along a beach. The film is black and white, purposefully scratched, accompanied by eerie, echoing pop music from the mid-60s that sounds like a calliope. He looks into the camera, holds up the product, mousse, tennis shoes, his hair windblown, cycling through day and night and day again. Jean orders an iced decaf au lait from the waiter. He tries to order the same but accidentally requests a decapitated coffee, catching himself and correcting to decaffeinated. He glances at her nervously. She only smiles emptily. A Sunday Times lies between them. They discuss dinner tonight. Someone who looks like Taylor Preston waves. He lowers his Ray-Bans and waves back. A cyclist pedals past. He asks a busboy for water. A waiter arrives instead. Then a dish with 2 scoops of sorbet, cilantro, lemon, and vodka lime that he hadn't heard Jean order. She offers a bite. He says he's on a diet. Thanks her. She insists he doesn't need to lose weight, thinks he's kidding, tells him he looks great and fit. He mutters that you can always be thinner, staring at traffic, distracted by something he can't name, then adds, look better. She suggests skipping dinner so as not to ruin his willpower. He says it's all right. He's not very good at controlling it anyway. She promises to do whatever he wants, saying if he doesn't want dinner they won't. Something in him snaps. He tells her she shouldn't fawn over him, corrects himself to me, okay? She just wants to know what he wants to do. He answers sarcastically to live happily ever after. He stares hard at her for nearly half a minute, then turns away. She goes quiet. Later she orders a beer. The street is hot. She urges him to smile. He has no reason to be so sad. He sighs, conceding, but admits it's tough to smile these days. He's not used to it, doesn't know. She says gently, that's why people need each other, spooning the expensive sorbet while trying to meet his eyes. He counters that some don't, clearing his throat, adding that people compensate, adjust, that habit does things to people. People can get accustomed to anything, right? Long pause. Confused. She says she doesn't know, but one still has to maintain a ratio of more good things than bad in this world, looking puzzled at her own words. A passing cab blasts Madonna again. Life is a mystery. Everyone must stand alone. Laughter from the next table startles him. He cocks his head and hears someone say that what you wear to the office makes all the difference. Jean says something. He asks her to repeat it. She asks if he's never wanted to make someone happy. He stares at her. A cold, distant wave of fright washes over him, dousing something inside. He clears his throat again and, trying to speak with great purposefulness, tells her about Sugar Reef, the Caribbean place on the Lower East Side. She interrupts, asking who he was with. He says Evan McGlynn. She nods, silently relieved, believing him. He continues in the men's room. He saw a Wall Street guy, a broker named Eldridge, wearing a one-button viscose, wool and nylon suit by Luciano Soprani, a cotton Gitman Brothers shirt, a silk Zegna tie. He'd seen Eldridge at Harry's, O-Bar, Duplex, Alex Goes to Camp, all the places. When he followed Eldridge in, the man was writing something on the wall above the urinal. Eldridge stopped when he saw Patrick, put away his Mont Blanc pen, zipped up, said hello, Henderson, checked his hair, coughed nervously, and left. Patrick leaned over to read what was written. He shudders, slowly wipes his forehead with a napkin. Jean cautiously asks what it said. He closes his eyes, 3 words falling from his lips. Kill all yuppies. She says nothing. To break the silence, he asks if she knew Ted Bundy's first dog, a collie, was named Lassie. Had she heard this? Jean looks at her dish as if confused, then back at him, asking who Ted Bundy is. He sighs and tells her to forget it. She says they need to talk, or at least she needs to talk. His mind drifts elsewhere where there had been nature, earth, life, water. He now sees an unending desert landscape like some crater, devoid of reason, light, spirit. The mind could not grasp it consciously, would reel backward if it tried. A vision so clear, real, and vital, that in its purity it was almost abstract. This was what he understood, how he lived, what he constructed his movement around, the geography of his reality. It never occurred to him that people were good, that a man could change, that the world could improve through pleasure in a feeling, or look, or gesture, through receiving another's love or kindness. Nothing affirmative. Generosity of spirit meant nothing, a cliché, a bad joke. Sex is mathematics. Individuality, no issue. Intelligence signifies what? Define reason. Desire meaningless. Intellect not a cure. Justice, dead. Fear, recrimination, innocence, sympathy, guilt, waste, failure, grief. No one really felt those anymore. Reflection useless. World senseless. Evil, its only permanence. God not alive. Love untrustable. Surface, surface, surface. All anyone found meaning in. This was civilization as he saw it, colossal and jagged. Jean says she doesn't remember who he was talking to, that it doesn't matter, but that he was very forceful yet very sweet, and she guesses she knew then. She puts her spoon down, but he isn't watching. He's looking at taxis moving up Broadway, unable to stop things from unraveling. She says a lot of people seem to have lost touch with life, and she doesn't want to be among them. After the waiter clears her dish, she adds that she doesn't want to get bruised. He thinks he's nodding. She says she's learned what it's like to be alone and that she thinks she's in love with him, forcing the words out quickly. Almost superstitiously, he turns toward her, sipping Evian, then says with a smile that he loves someone else. She laughs immediately, looks quickly away and down, embarrassed, apologizing. He adds quietly that she shouldn't be afraid. She looks back up at him, swollen with hope. He warned her that something could be done about it, then immediately doubted his own words, modifying the statement to admit that maybe nothing could change. Still, he pointed out that he'd thrown away plenty of time just to be with her, so it wasn't as if he didn't care. She nodded without speaking. He cautioned her never to mistake affection for passion, that confusion could lead to trouble. She stayed quiet, and he sensed her sadness, flat and calm like a daydream. When she finally asked what he was trying to say, voice weak and face flushing, he answered that appearances could be deceiving. She stared at the newspaper on the table. A breeze barely stirred it. She asked why he was telling her this. He explained, almost touching her hand but stopping himself, that he wanted to avoid future misconnections. A hard body passed. He noticed her, then looked back at Jean, telling her not to look that way, that she had nothing to be ashamed of. She insisted she wasn't ashamed, just wanted to know if he was disappointed in her for confessing. He realized she could never understand that disappointment required something to look forward to, and he no longer had that. He asked teasingly if she really knew much about him. She said she knew enough, then tried to drop the subject, apologizing for her mistake. But a moment later she changed her mind, saying gravely that she wanted to know more. He considered this, then asked if she was sure. She answered breathlessly that her life would be emptier without him. He nodded thoughtfully. She asked if she could really keep pretending those feelings didn't exist. He hushed her. His thoughts drifted. There was an idea of Patrick Bateman, an abstraction, but no real self beneath it. An entity, illusory. He could hide his cold gaze, someone could shake his hand and feel flesh, maybe even sense comparable lifestyles. But he simply wasn't there. Making sense was nearly impossible. Himself was fabricated, an aberration, a non-contingent human being. His personality remained sketchy and unformed, his heartlessness deep and persistent. Conscience, pity, hopes gone long ago, probably at Harvard, if they ever existed. No more barriers to cross. Whatever he shared with the uncontrollable, the insane, the vicious, the evil, all the mayhem he'd caused, and his utter indifference to it, he'd now surpassed. One bleak truth remained: no one was safe, nothing redeemed, yet he was blameless. Each model of human behavior must be assumed to have some validity. Was evil something you were, or something you did? His pain was constant and sharp. He didn't hope for a better world for anyone. He wanted his pain inflicted on others. No one should escape. But even after admitting this countless times, in nearly every act he'd committed, and coming face to face with these truths, there was no catharsis, no deeper knowledge, no new understanding extracted from telling. There had been no reason to tell any of this. The confession meant nothing. He asked her how many people in the world were like him. She paused, then guessed that she didn't think anyone was. Before rephrasing, he interrupted himself to ask how his hair looked. She said fine. He rephrased, why did she like him? She asked why. He repeated the question. She began tentatively. He was concerned with others, a rare thing in a hedonistic world. She stopped, embarrassed, but he urged her to go on. She said he was sweet, that sweetness was sexy, and so was mystery. He was mysterious and considerate. Then, no longer scared, she stared straight at him and added that shy men were romantic. He asked again how many people were like him. Did he really appear that way? She said she wouldn't lie. He sighed contemplatively. He recalled how they said no two snowflakes were ever alike, but he didn't think that was true. A lot of snowflakes were alike, and a lot of people were too. She nodded, clearly confused. He admitted again that appearances could be deceiving. She shook her head, sure of herself for the first time, insisting they weren't. He explained that sometimes the lines separating appearance from reality became blurred. She insisted that wasn't true. He smiled, asking really? She said maybe 10 years ago she hadn't thought so, but she did now. He asked what she meant that she used to. A flood of reality hit him, an odd feeling this was a crucial moment, startled by what passed for an epiphany. He had nothing of value to offer her. For the first time, he saw her as uninhibited, stronger, less controllable, wanting to take him into an unfamiliar land, the dreaded uncertainty of a totally different world. He sensed she wanted to rearrange his life significantly. Her eyes told him this, and though he saw truth in them, he also knew that someday, very soon, she too would be locked in the rhythm of his insanity. All he had to do was keep silent and not bring it up. Yet she weakened him. It was almost as if she was deciding who he was. In his stubborn, willful way, he admitted to a pang, something tightening inside. Before he could stop it, he found himself almost dazzled and moved that he might have the capacity to accept though not return her love. He wondered if even now, right here, she could see the darkening clouds behind his eyes lifting. Though the coldness he always felt left him, the numbness didn't, and probably never would. This relationship would likely lead to nothing. This didn't change anything. He imagined her smelling clean like tea. She was telling him not to be so upset, to talk to her. He choked up tearfully, admitting he'd come upon 1/2 gram of cocaine in his armoire the night before. He was squeezing his hands into one large fist, knuckles white. She asked what he did with it. He placed one hand on the table. She took it. He gasped that he threw it away, all of it. He'd wanted to do it, but he threw it away. She squeezed his hand tightly, then moved her grip up to his elbow. When he found the strength to look back at her, it struck him how useless, boring, and physically beautiful she really was. The question floated into his vision. Why not end up with her? An answer: she had a better body than most other girls he knew. Another: everyone was interchangeable anyway. One more: it couldn't really matter. She sat before him, sullen, but hopeful, characterless, about to dissolve into tears. He squeezed her hand back, touched by her ignorance of evil. She had one more test to pass. He asked if she owned a briefcase. She said no. He mentioned that Evelyn carried one. She asked if Evelyn did. Then he asked about a Filofax. She admitted to a small one. He asked suspiciously if it was designer. She said no. He sighed, then took her small, hard hand in his. His thoughts drifted again. The southern deserts of Sudan, heat rising in airless waves. Thousands roamed vast bushland, desperately seeking food, ravaged and starving, leaving a trail of dead, emaciated bodies. They ate weeds and leaves and lily pads, stumbling from village to village, dying slowly. A gray morning in the miserable desert. Grit flew through the air. A child with a face like a black moon lay in the sand, scratching at his throat. Cones of dust rose, flying across land like whirling tops. No one could see the sun. The child was covered with sand, almost dead, eyes unblinking, grateful. Stop and imagine a world where someone was grateful for something. None of the haggard paid attention as they filed by, dazed and in pain, except one who noticed the boy's agony and smiled, as if holding a secret. The boy opened and closed his cracked, chapped mouth soundlessly. A school bus in the distance somewhere. Above that, in space, a spirit rose. A door opened. It asked why. A home for the dead, an infinity, hanging in a void. Time limped by. Love and sadness rushed through the boy. He said, "Okay." A phone rang somewhere. Countless hundreds, maybe thousands, had walked past their table during his silence. She said his name. Someone with a baby stroller stopped at the corner and bought a Dove bar. The baby stared at them both. They stared back. It was really weird. He felt a spontaneous kind of internal sensation moving toward as well as away from something. Anything was possible. 4 days before Christmas, 2 in the afternoon, he sits in the back of a pitch-black limousine parked outside a nondescript brownstone off Fifth Avenue, trying to read a Fame magazine article about Donald Trump. Jeanette wants him to come inside with her. He refuses. She sports a black eye from the night before he had to coerce her over dinner at Il Mar Libro to even consider this procedure, and after a more forceful discussion at his apartment, she finally consented. Her dilemma falls entirely outside his definition of guilt. He told her truthfully over dinner that it was very hard for him to express concern he didn't feel. She's been sobbing the entire drive from his Upper West Side place. The only clear emotions coming from her are desperation and maybe longing. He ignores her successfully for most of the ride, but finally admits he's already taken 2 Xanax that morning, so she's incapable of upsetting him. Now she stumbles out onto the frozen pavement. He mutters that this is for the best and offers consolation she shouldn't take it so seriously. The driver, whose name he's forgotten, leads her inside. She gives one last regretful look back. He sighs and waves her off. She's still wearing last night's leopard print cotton ball macon coat over a wool crepe shirtless dress by Bill Blass. Bigfoot was interviewed on the Patty Winter Show this morning. To his shock, he found Bigfoot surprisingly articulate and charming. The glass he drinks Absolute vodka from is Finnish. He's very suntanned compared to her. The driver returns, gives a thumbs up, pulls carefully away from the curb, and heads toward JFK, where his Aspen flight leaves in 90 minutes. When he returns in January, Jeanette will be out of the country. He relights a cigar, searches for an ashtray. A church sits on the corner. Who cares? This is, he thinks, the 5th child he's had aborted. The 3rd he hasn't aborted himself, a useless statistic. Wind rattles the limousine. Rain hits darkened windows in rhythmic waves, mimicking her probable weeping in the operating room, dizzy from anesthesia, thinking of a memory from her past, a moment when the world was perfect. He resists the impulse to start cackling hysterically. At the airport, he instructs the chauffeur to stop by FAO Schwartz before picking Jeanette up and purchase a doll, a rattle, a teething ring, a white gun polar bear to leave unwrapped in the back seat for her. She should be okay. She has her whole life ahead of her, that is, if she doesn't run into him. Besides, this girl's favorite movie is Pretty in Pink, and she thinks Sting is cool, so what's happening to her isn't totally undeserved. No one should feel bad for her. This is no time for the innocent. Tuesday morning. He stands by his desk in the living room on the phone with his lawyer, alternately watching the Patty Winters show and the maid as she waxes the floor, wipes blood smears off the walls, throws away gore-soaked newspapers without a word. It faintly hits him that she too is lost in a world of shit, completely drowning. This somehow triggers a memory. The piano tuner is stopping by this afternoon. He should leave a note with the doorman to let him in. Not that the Yamaha has ever been played. It's just that one of the girls fell against it, and some strings which he used later got pulled out, snapped or something. Into the phone he says he needs more tax breaks. On the TV, Patty Winters asks a child, 8 or 9, whether that isn't just another term for an orgy. The microwave timer buzzes. He's heating up a soufflé. No use denying it. This has been a bad week. He started drinking his own urine. He laughs spontaneously at nothing. Sometimes he sleeps under his futon. He flosses constantly until his gums ache and his mouth tastes like blood. Before dinner last night at 1500 with Reed Goodrich and Jason Rust, he was almost caught at a Federal Express in Times Square, trying to send what might be a dried-up brown heart to the mother of one of the girls he killed last week. And to Evelyn, he successfully Federal Expressed, through the office, a small box of flies along with a note typed by Jean saying he never wanted to see Evelyn's face again, and, though she doesn't really need one, to go on a fucking diet. But there are also nice things. Things the average person would think are nice that he's done to celebrate the holiday items he bought Jean and had delivered to her apartment this morning: Castellini cotton napkins from Bendel's, a wicker chair from Jenny B. Good, a taffeta table throw from Barney's, a vintage chainmail vent purse and vintage sterling silver dresser set from Macy's, a white pine whatnot from Conran's, an Edwardian 9-carat gold gate bracelet from Bergdorf's, and hundreds upon hundreds of pink and white roses. The office. Lyrics to Madonna songs keep intruding, bursting into his head in tiring, familiar ways. He stares into space, eyes lazily lit, trying to forget the looming day. But a phrase that fills him with nameless dread keeps interrupting the song's isolated farmhouse returns over and over. Someone he's been avoiding for the last year, a nerd from Fortune who wants to write an article about him, calls again this morning. He ends up calling the reporter back to arrange an interview. Craig McDermott is having some kind of fax frenzy and won't take any phone calls, preferring to communicate only by fax. The Morning Post reports that the remains of 3 bodies that disappeared aboard a yacht last March have been recovered, frozen in ice, hacked up and bloated, in the East River. Some maniac is going around the city, poisoning 1-liter bottles of Evian water, 17 dead already. Talk of zombies. The public mood, increasing randomness, vast chasms of misunderstanding. And, for the sake of form, Tim Price resurfaces, or at least he's pretty sure he does. While at his desk simultaneously crossing out past days in his calendar and reading a new bestseller about office management called Why It Works to Be a Jerk, Jean buzzes to announce Tim Price wants to talk. Fearfully, he tells her to send him in. Price strolls in wearing a wool suit by Canali Milano, a cotton shirt by Ike Behar, a silk tie by Bill Blass, cap-toed leather lace-ups from Brooks Brothers. He pretends to be on the phone. Price sits across the Palazzetti glass top desk. He notices a smudge on Price's forehead, or at least he thinks he sees one. Aside from that, Price looks remarkably fit. Their conversation, which probably resembles something but is actually briefer, goes as follows. He greets Price, shakes his hand, asks where he's been. Price says just making the rounds, but he's back. Confused, he asks how it was. Price answers that it was surprising and depressing. He murmurs, he thought he saw Price in Aspen. Price asks how Bateman is. He answers he's just existing. Price asks about Evelyn. He says they broke up. Price asks about Courtney. He says she married Luis, not Grass Green but Carruthers. Price asks for her number. While writing it down, he asks where Price has been forever. He notices the smudge again, but suspects that if he asked anyone else whether it was truly there, they'd just say no. Price stands, takes the card, says he's been back. Bateman probably just missed him because of the move. Then, teasing, Price adds he's working for Robinson as right-hand man. He offers an almond, a futile effort to mask his dismay at Price's smugness. Price pats his back and calls him a madman, an animal, a total animal. He laughs weakly, walks Price to the door, agreeing he can't disagree. As Price leaves, he wonders, and doesn't wonder what happens in the world of Tim Price, which is really the world of most of them. Big ideas, guy stuff, boy needs the world, boy gets it. Coming back from Central Park, near the children's zoo close to where he murdered the McCaffrey boy, he had fed portions of Ursula's brain to passing dogs. Walking down Fifth Avenue around 4 in the afternoon, he saw sadness on every face. The air tasted of decay. Bodies lay on the cold pavement, stretching for miles. Some still moved. Most did not. History was sinking, and only a very few seemed dimly aware that things were getting bad. Airplanes flew low across the city, crossing in front of the sun. Winds shot up Fifth, then funneled down 57th Street. Flocks of pigeons rose in slow motion, bursting against the sky. The smell of burning chestnuts mixed with carbon monoxide fumes. He noticed the skyline had changed only recently. He looked up admiringly at Trump Tower, tall and gleaming in the late afternoon sunlight. In front of it, 2 smart-ass nigger teenagers were ripping off tourists at 3-Card Monte, and he had to fight the impulse to blow them away. A bum he had blinded one spring sat cross-legged on a ratty blanket near 55th Street. Moving closer, he saw the beggar's scarred face, and then the sign held beneath it, Vietnam vet, blinded in Vietnam. Please help me. We are hungry and homeless. We? Then he noticed the dog already eyeing him suspiciously. As he approached its master, the dog stood, growling. When he stood over the bum, it finally barked, tail wagging frantically. He knelt down, raised a hand threateningly. The dog backed off, paws askew. He pulled out his wallet, pretending to drop $1 into the empty coffee can, then realized why bother pretending. No one was watching anyway, definitely not him. He retracted the $, leaning in. The bum sensed his presence and stopped shaking the can. The sunglasses he wore didn't even begin to cover the wounds he'd inflicted. His nose was so ruined, he couldn't imagine a person breathing through it. He whispered in the bum's ear that he was never in Vietnam. After a silence during which the man pissed his pants, the dog, whimpering the beggar, croaked out a plea not to be hurt. He muttered with disgust why he would waste his time. Moving away, he noticed a little girl smoking a cigarette, begging for change outside Trump Tower. He told her to shoo. She said, shoo back. That morning on the Patty Winters show, a Cheerio had sat in a very small chair and been interviewed for close to an hour. Later that afternoon, a woman wearing a silver fox and mink coat had her face slashed in front of the Stanhope by an enraged fur activist. But now, still staring at the sightless bum from across the street, he bought a coconut dope bar. Inside it, he found part of a bone. Thursday night he ran into Harold Carnes at a party for a new club called World's End, opening in the space where Petty's used to be on the Upper East Side. He sat with Nina Goodrich and Jean in a booth, while Harold stood at the bar drinking champagne. Drunk enough to finally confront Carnes about the message he'd left on his machine, he excused himself from the booth and made his way across the bar, realizing he needed a martini to fortify himself before the discussion. It had been a very unstable week. He'd found himself sobbing during an episode of Alf on Monday. Nervously, he approached. Harold wore a wool suit by Jeeves and Hawkes, a silk twill tie, cotton shirt, shoes by Paul Stewart. He looked heavier than he remembered. Harold was telling Truman Drake that the Japanese would own most of the country by the end of the 90s. Relieved that Carnes was, as usual, still dispensing valuable new information with a faint but unmistakable trace of an English accent, God forbid he found himself brazen enough to blurt out for Harold to shut up. They would not. He downed the martini slowly while Carnes, looking quite taken aback, stricken almost, turned around and broke into an uncertain smile. Someone behind them was saying to look what happened to Gecko. Truman Drake patted Harold on the back and asked if one suspender width was more appropriate than others. He pushed Truman irritably into the crowd, and Truman disappeared. He asked Harold if he'd gotten his message. Carnes seemed confused at first, then laughed while lighting a cigarette, saying that yes, that was hilarious. That was him, was it? He confirmed it was, blinking and muttering, waving the cigarette smoke away from his face. Harold kept chuckling, repeating the claim Bateman killing Owen and the escort girl calling it bloody marvelous, really key as they said at the Groucho Club. Then, looking dismayed, he added it was a rather long message. No? He smiled idiotically, then asked what Harold meant exactly, secretly thinking to himself that this fat bastard couldn't possibly have gotten into the fucking Groucho Club, and even if he had, admitting it like that obliterated the fact that his entrance was accepted. Carnes said the message he'd left, already looking around the club, waving to various people and bimbos. By the way, he asked how Cynthia was. He was still seeing her, right? He repeated emphatically, asking what Harold meant. But Carnes was already bored, neither concerned nor listening, excusing himself and saying nothing, good to see him, then asking if that was Edward Towers. He craned his neck to look, then turned back, telling Carnes to wait. Harold sighed, as if patiently explaining to a child that he wasn't one to badmouth anyone. The joke was amusing, but he had one fatal flaw. Bateman was such a bloody-ass kisser, such a brown-nosing goody-goody, that he couldn't fully appreciate it. Otherwise it was amusing. Now let's have lunch, or dinner at 150 Wooster with McDermott or Preston. A real raver. He tried to move on. He parroted the word raver back, wide-eyed, feeling wired even though he hadn't done any drugs. What was Harold talking about? Bateman was what? Carnes said that was why Evelyn Richards dumped him. He could barely pick up an escort girl, let alone what was it he'd said he did to her. Oh yes, chop her up. He laughed again, politely this time, and tried to excuse himself. He shouted for Harold to wait, looking up into his face, making sure he was listening, insisting he didn't seem to understand or comprehend any of this. He had killed Owen. He'd done it. He'd chopped Owen's fucking head off. He'd tortured dozens of girls. The whole message on the machine was true. He felt drained, not appearing calm, wondering why this didn't feel like a blessing. Carnes tried to ignore the outburst, saying he really must be going. He shouted no, telling him to listen very, very carefully. He killed Paul Owen, and he liked it. He couldn't make himself any clearer. His stress caused him to choke on the words. Carnes said that was simply not possible, and he wasn't finding this amusing anymore. He bellowed that it never was supposed to be, then asked why it wasn't possible. Carnes said it just wasn't, eyeing him worriedly. He shouted again over the music, though there was no real need to calling him a stupid bastard. Carnes stared at him, as if they were both underwater, and shouted back, very clearly over the din, that he had had dinner with Paul Owen twice in London just 10 days ago. After they stared at each other for what seemed like a minute, he finally found the nerve to say something back, but his voice lacked any authority, and he wasn't sure he believed himself when he told Carnes simply that, no, he hadn't. It came out a question, not a statement. Carnes called him Donaldson, removed his hand from his arm, and excused himself. He sneered back that Carnes was excused. Then he made his way back to the booth, where John Edmonton and Peter Beavers now sat. He numbed himself with a halcyon before taking Jean home, back to his place. Jean wore something by Oscar de la Renta. Nina Goodrich had worn a sequined Matsuda dress and refused to give him her number, even though Jean was in the women's room downstairs. Another broken scene in what passes for his life occurs on Wednesday, seemingly pointing to someone's fault, though whose, he can't be sure. Stuck in gridlock in a cab heading downtown toward Wall Street after a power breakfast at the Regency with Peter Russell, his former dealer before Russell got a real job, and Eddie Lambert. Russell had worn a 2-button Wolfsbarre Mormetalli, a cotton shirt by Hackert, a silk tie by Ritchell, pleated wool trousers by Crizia Uobo, and leather Cole Haan shoes. That morning's Patty Winters show was about fourth-grade girls trading sex for crack. He almost canceled on Lambert and Russell to watch it. Russell ordered for him while he was on the lobby phone, unfortunately a high-fat, high-sodium breakfast. Before he could comprehend what was happening, plates of herb-bed waffles with ham and Madeira cream sauce, grilled sausages, and sour cream coffee cake arrived at their table. He had to ask the waiter for decaf herbal tea, sliced mango with blueberries, and a bottle of Evian. In the early morning light pouring through the Regency windows, he watched the waiter shave black truffles gracefully over Lambert's steaming eggs. Overcome, he broke down and demanded the truffles shaved over his mango slices. Nothing much happened during breakfast. He had to make another phone call. When he returned, he noticed a mango slice missing but didn't accuse anyone. He had other things on his mind: how to help America's schools, the trust gap, desk sets, a new era of possibilities, and what's in it for him: getting tickets to see Sting in the Threepenny Opera, how to take more and remember less. In the cab he wears a double-breasted cashmere and wool overcoat by Studio Ling Ming Ming. Yi from for a wool suit with pleated trousers by Diriger from Shawneman, silk by Givenchy Gentleman, socks by Interwoven, shoes by Airman. He reads the Wall Street Journal with Ray-Ban sunglasses on, listening to a Walkman playing a Bix Beiderbecke tape. He puts down the journal, picks up the Post to check page 6. At the light on 7th and 34th, in the adjacent cab sits, he thinks, Kevin Gladwin, wearing a Ralph Lauren suit. He lowers his sunglasses. Kevin looks up from the New Money magazine and spots him staring curiously before his cab moves forward in traffic. His own cab suddenly breaks free of gridlock and turns right on 27th, taking the West Side Highway down to Wall Street. He puts the paper down, concentrates on the music and the weather, how unseasonably cool it is, and begins to notice the cab driver looking at him in the rearview mirror. A suspicious, hungry expression keeps changing the features on the driver's face, a mass of clawed pores, ingrown hairs. He sighs, expecting this, ignoring him. Open the hood of a car and it will tell you something about the people who designed it. Just one of many phrases torturing him. The driver knocks on the plexiglass divider and motions to him. As he takes off the Walkman, he notices all the doors have been locked. He sees the locks lower in a flash, hears the hollow clicking noise the moment he turns the volume off. The cab speeds faster than it should down the highway in the far right lane. He asks irritably what the driver wants. The driver asks if he knows him. Thick, barely penetrable accent that could be New Jersey or Mediterranean. He says no, and starts putting the Walkman back on. The driver insists he looks familiar and asks his name. He says no he doesn't, and no the driver doesn't either, then gives the name Chris Hagen as an afterthought. The driver smiles like something's wrong, saying he knows who he is. He claims to be an actor, a model. The driver says that's not it. He leans over to check the driver's name, Abdullah, and asks if Abdullah has a membership at MK. No answer. He reopens the Post to a photo of the mayor dressed as a pineapple, closes it again, rewinds the tape. He starts counting to himself, 1, 2, 3, 4. His eyes focus on the meter. Why didn't he carry a gun this morning? Because he didn't think he had to. The only weapon on him is a used knife from last night. The driver repeats that he's seen his face somewhere. Exasperated, he asks, trying to appear casual. If that's really interesting, then tells Abdullah to just watch the road. A long, scary pause while the driver stares at him in the rearview mirror, and the grim smile fades. Blank-faced, nodding with his mouth drawn tight, Abdullah says he knows who he is. The radio, tuned to the news, shuts off. Buildings pass in a gray-red blur. The cab passes other cabs. The sky changes color from blue to purple to black back to blue. At a red light, the driver races straight through. On the other side of the West Side Highway they pass a new D'Agostino's on the corner where Mars used to be. It moves him almost to tears because it's something identifiable he feels as nostalgic for that market. Even though he'll never shop there as he has about anything. He almost interrupts the driver, wants to tell him to pull over, let him out, keep the change from a 10, no, a 20, but he can't move because the driver's going too fast. Something intervenes, unthinkable and ludicrous. He hears the driver say, "Maybe you're the guy who killed Solly." The driver's face locks into a determined grimace. As with everything else, the following happens very quickly, though it feels like an endurance test. He swallows, lowers his sunglasses and tells the driver to slow down before asking who Sally is. The driver says his face is on a wanted poster downtown. He manages to croak out that he'd like to stop here. The driver asks if he's the guy, looking at him like he's a viper. Another cab, empty with its light on, cruises past theirs going at least 80. He shakes his head mutely, then says he's going to take the driver's license number down, opening his leather datebook, pulling a Mont Blanc pen from his Bottega Veneta briefcase. The driver repeats that he killed Solly, cutting off another denial by growling a curse. Near the docks downtown, Abdullah swerves off the highway and races toward the end of a deserted parking area. It hits him now, in this moment, when the driver drives into and then over a dilapidated, rust-covered aluminum fence, heading toward water, that all he has to do is put the Walkman back on, blot out the sound. But his hands are twisted into paralyzed fists. He can't unclench, held captive as the cab hurtles toward a destination only the obviously deranged driver knows. The windows are partially rolled down. He feels cool morning air drying the mousse on his scalp. He feels naked, suddenly tiny. His mouth tastes metallic, then worse. His vision, a winter road. But one comforting thought remains: he is rich, millions or not. He says the driver has incorrectly identified him. The driver stops the cab and turns around toward the back seat, holding a gun whose make he doesn't recognize. He stares, his quizzical expression changing into something else. The driver says simply the watch, the Rolex. He listens, silent, squirming. The driver repeats it. He asks if this is some kind of prank. The driver spits for him to get the fuck out of the car. He stares past the driver's head, out the windshield at gulls flying low over dark, wavy water, then opens the door and steps out cautiously. No sudden moves. Cold day. His breath steams wide, picks it up and swirls it around. Leaning out the window with the gun aimed at his head, the driver calls him a scumbag and demands the watch. He protests that he doesn't know what the driver thinks he's doing or trying to accomplish. He's never been fingerprinted. He has alibis. The driver growls for him to shut his fucking mouth. He shouts with utter conviction that he is innocent. The driver cocks the gun and repeats the watch. He unhooks the Rolex and hands it over. The driver motions with the gun for the wallet, just the cash. Helplessly, he takes out his new gazelle skin wallet and, fingers freezing and numb, hands over the cash, only $300 since he didn't have time to stop at an ATM before the breakfast. Solly, he guesses, was the cab driver he killed during the chase scene last fall, even though that guy was Armenian. He supposes he could have killed another one and is simply not recalling this particular incident. He asks what the driver is going to do. Isn't there a reward of some kind? The driver mutters no reward, shuffling bills with one hand, the gun still pointed at him. He asks how the driver knows he's not going to call him in and get his license revoked. Handing over a knife he just found in his pocket that looks as if it was dipped into a bowl of blood and hair. The driver says it's because he's guilty, then tells him to get that away from him, waving the gun at the stained knife. He mutters angrily that the driver doesn't know. The driver points with the gun again, the sunglasses. He can't believe he's asking patiently how the driver knows he's guilty. The driver tells him to look what he's doing, asshole, the sunglasses. He protests that they're expensive, then sighs at his mistake and says they're cheap. Very cheap, isn't the money enough? The driver grunts for him to give the sunglasses now. He handed over the wayfarers. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Maybe he really had killed someone named Solly, though he was positive any cab drivers he'd killed lately weren't American. He probably did. There probably was a wanted poster of him somewhere at the taxi depot, whatever it was called. The driver tried the sunglasses on, checked himself in the rearview mirror, then folded them into his jacket pocket. He smiled grimly and called Abdullah a dead man. The driver called him a yuppie scumbag. He repeated the threat, dead man, no joke. The driver shot back, asking which was worse. Then he started the cab and pulled away. Walking back to the highway, he choked back a sob, throat tightening. Facing the skyline, he murmured through the baby talk that he just wanted to keep the game going. Frozen in place, an old homeless woman emerged from behind a 3-penny opera poster at a deserted bus stop, hobbling over, her face covered with sore like bugs, a shaking red hand extended. He sighed and asked her to please go away. She told him to get a haircut. Friday evening. A group left the office early for Harry's Tim Price, Craig McDermott himself, Preston Goodrich, who was dating a hard-body named Plum, just Plum, an actress model they all seemed to think was pretty hip. They debated dinner reservations: Flamingo East, Oyster Bar, 220, Counterlife, Michael's, Spaggio East, Le Cirque. Robert Farrell sat nearby, a Lotus Quotrek portable stock device in front of him, pushing buttons as commodities flashed by. McDermott wore a cashmere sport coat, wool trousers, a silk tie Hermes. Farrell wore a cashmere vest, leather shoes, wool cavalry, twill trousers, Garrick Anderson. He wore a wool Armani suit, Allen Edmonds shoes, a Brooks Brothers pocket square. Someone else wore Anderson and Shepard tailoring. Someone who looked like Todd Lauder gave a thumbs up across the room. Questions came his way, routinely: rules for pocket squares versus white dinner jackets, any difference between boat shoes and topsiders, how to fix a flattened futon, how to judge CD quality before buying a less bulky tie knot than Windsor, how to maintain sweater elasticity, tips on buying a shearling coat. Meanwhile, he asked himself different questions. Was he a fitness junkie? Man versus conformity? Could he get a date with Cindy Crawford? Did being a Libra signify anything, and could anyone prove it? That day, he'd been obsessed with faxing Sarah's blood drained from her vagina to her office in Chase Manhattan's mergers division. He hadn't worked out that morning because he'd made a necklace from some girl's vertebrae and wanted to stay home wearing it while he masturbated in the white marble tub, grunting like an animal. Then he'd watched a movie about 5 lesbians and 10 vibrators. Favorite group: Talking Heads. Drink Janbee or Absolute on the rocks. TV show Late Night with David Letterman. Soda, Diet Pepsi. Water, Evian. Baseball. The conversation rolled along with no real structure, logic, or feeling, just words overlapping, like a movie transcribed improperly. He had trouble paying attention because his automated teller had started speaking to him, leaving weird green messages like, "'cause a terrible scene at Sotheby's," or "kill the president," or "feed me a stray cat." A park bench had followed him for 6 blocks last Monday evening and spoke to him too. Disintegration, he was taking it in stride. The only question he could muster was a worried one about having a reservation somewhere. He noticed they were all drinking dry beers. Was he the only one who noticed? He wore mock tortoiseshell glasses, non-prescription. On Harry's TV screen, the Patty Winters Show, now airing afternoons against Geraldo, Phil, and Oprah. Today's topic: does economic success equal happiness? In Harry's, the answer roared out, definitely, followed by hooting and friendly cheering. Scenes from President Bush's inauguration played, then a Reagan speech, with Patty delivering hard-to-hear commentary. A tiresome debate formed over whether he was lying, even though they couldn't hear the words. Price complained first, though he seemed bothered by something else, venting frustration, looking inappropriately stunned, asking how anyone could lie like that. "Pull that shit," he moaned, asking what shit and where they had reservations. He wasn't hungry but wanted reservations somewhere. Suggested 220. then asked McDermott about the new Zagat's rating. Farrell cut in before Craig could answer, complaining that the coke he'd scored there last time was cut with so much laxative he'd actually had to take a shit at MK. Someone said life sucks, and then you die, Farrell muttered, low point of the night. Goodrich asked if Farrell had been with Kyria last time. Wasn't that the low point? Farrell said she caught him on call waiting. He apologized. McDermott nudged him. Dubious. Farrell told McDermott to shut up and date a beggar. Preston added that McDermott was a beggar. Farrell leered, asking Craig how Courtney was. Someone laughed, saying, just say no. Price looked away from the screen, then at Craig, trying to hide his displeasure by asking him, gesturing at the TV, that he didn't believe it. The man looked so normal, so out of it, so undangerous. Someone muttered, bimbo, bimbo, bypass, bypass. McDermott shrugged, calling Price the geek, saying the man was totally harmless, just like Price was totally harmless. But he'd done all that shit and Price had failed to get them into 150, so what could he say? Price said he just didn't get how anyone could appear that way yet be involved in such total shit. Ignoring Craig, averting his eyes from Farrell, taking out a cigar and studying it sadly. It still looked to him like there was a smudge on Price's forehead. Farrell guessed because Nancy was right behind him, or because Nancy did it. Price sounded genuinely perplexed, rumor had it. He'd been in rehab asking how Farrell could be so fucking cool about it. Farrell smiled, shrugging, saying some guys were just born cool. He laughed at this since Farrell was so obviously uncool. Price shot him a reprimanding look and asked what he was so fucking zany about. He shrugged too, said he was just a happy camper, quoting his brother, rocking and a-rolling. Someone added, be all that you can be. Price wouldn't let it die, trying for a rational appraisal the man presented as a harmless old codger, but inside he stopped. His interest picked up, flickered briefly. Price couldn't finish, couldn't add the last two words, doesn't matter. He felt both disappointed and relieved for him. Craig asked, bored? What about inside? Saying they were actually listening. Price relented, asking him what he thought. He looked up, smiled, said nothing. The national anthem played from somewhere, the TV. Before a commercial, maybe. Tomorrow on the Patty Winters show, doormen from Nell's. Where are they now? He sighed, shrugged. Whatever. Price said that was a pretty good answer, then called him a real nut. He said that was the most valuable information he'd heard since McDermott suggested they all drink dry beers. Christ, he wanted a scotch. McDermott looked up with an exaggerated grin and purred about a bud-long neck. Beautiful. Goodrich nodded, saying very civilized. Nigel Morrison stopped by their table, a flower in his Paul Smith lapel, but couldn't stay. He had to meet British friends Ian and Lucy at Delmonico's. Seconds after he walked away, someone sneered, calling Nigel a pate animal. Someone else asked if they knew cavemen got more fiber than they did. Voices overlapped. Who was handling the Fisher account? Screw that. What about the Shepherd thing? Was that David Monroe? What a burnout. Oh, brother, for Christ's sakes, lean and mean, what's in it for me? The Shepherd play or the Shepherd account? Rich people with cheap stereos? No. Girls who can hold their liquor. Total lightweight. Need a light? Nice matches. What's in it for me? Yup. He thought it was himself who said he had to return some videotapes. Someone had already taken out a Minolta cellular phone and called for a car. Then, while he wasn't really listening, watching someone who looked remarkably like Marcus Halberstam, paying a check, someone asked simply, not in relation to anything, why? He felt proud of his cold blood, his ability to keep nerve and do what he was supposed to do. But he caught something, then realized it. Why? And automatically, out of the blue, opening his mouth, words came out, summarizing for the idiots, though he knew he should have done that instead of not doing it. He was 27 for Christ's sake, and this was how life presented itself in a bar or club in New York, maybe anywhere, at the end of the century, and how people him behaved, and this was what being Patrick meant to him, he guessed. So, well, yup. Then a sigh, a slight shrug, another sigh. Above one of the red velvet draped doors in Harry's hung a sign, letters matching the drapes. This is not an exit. The end. So here we are, at the end of the story, but not quite at the end of its echo. Thank you for staying with it, for listening closely, because a book like this one doesn't really end when you close the cover. It follows you. Bret Easton Ellis wrote American Psycho from a place he once described as severe alienation and self-loathing. He was living in New York in the late 80s, surrounded by young Wall Street men in expensive suits who talked about summer rentals and dinner reservations with the same dead-eyed intensity that Patrick Bateman uses to describe a business card. Ellis didn't like the music his character loved. He didn't share the fashion obsession, but he understood the desperation beneath it, the longing to belong to a world he didn't believe in. That tension became the book's heartbeat. He researched the violent scenes using an old FBI textbook on serial killers, then waited until the rest of the novel was finished before writing them. 3 years inside Bateman's head, he said. Very upsetting scenes to write. The result was a novel so disturbing that Simon & Schuster dropped it before publication. Feminist groups protested. Critics recoiled. And then, slowly, something shifted. The book became a cult classic, a dark mirror held up to Reagan-era capitalism, consumer culture, and the performative emptiness of a society that confuses brands with identity. Mary Harron was the one who saw the film and the novel, not as a horror movie, but as a satire. She fought to direct it when the studio wanted Oliver Stone, and she fought for Christian Bale, then relatively unknown, when producers wanted Leonardo DiCaprio. The studio pushed hard for DiCaprio. Gloria Steinem reportedly advised him to turn it down, worried about his young fans. Ironically, Steinem later married David Bale, becoming Christian Bale's stepmother just months after the film's release. Harron and her co-writer Guinevere Turner stripped away much of the novel's explicit violence, focusing instead on tone, on the blankness, on the rituals. They asked Willem Dafoe to play Detective Kimball in 3 different ways across his scenes. Guilty, not guilty, unsure, then blended the takes so the audience could never quite read him. Bale prepared obsessively. He tanned. He exfoliated. He studied Tom Cruise's intensity and David Letterman's empty, eager smile. On set, crew members called him the robo-actor because he could sweat on command, take after take, during the business card scene. The production faced constant hurdles. Brands didn't want to be associated with the film. Music licenses were nearly impossible to clear. Lines had to be rewritten. And one tiny detail bugged Ellis: the moonwalk Bale does before killing Jared Leto's character. He wished they'd left it out. Harron later admitted she regretted changing the victim's name from Paul Owen to Paul Allen because it made people think of the Microsoft co-founder. Here's something else you might not know. The misspelling on the business cards, acquisitions missing its C, is not a mistake. It's a joke. An expert once pointed out that every card in that scene is aesthetically wrong. That's the point. These men think they're masters of taste, and they can't even spell. If you've only seen the film, the novel holds more darker rooms, longer confessions, a Bateman who is somehow both more pathetic and more terrifying. Mary Harron's version is a masterpiece of tone. But the book is the full descent. There's been talk of a new adaptation, Luca Guadagnino attached, Scott Z. Burns writing, but Ellis recently said that high-profile actors keep turning it down. They don't want to step into Christian Bale's shadow, and maybe that makes sense. Some performances become the character. You can't just recast a mask like that. If this story stayed with you, if something about Bateman's world, or the strange sadness beneath the violence, or the way Ellis turned consumer culture into a kind of horror, then find the novel. Read it slowly. Notice what he's really writing about beneath the blood. Thank you again for listening. If you have thoughts about what it all means, whether Bateman really did any of it, or whether that even matters, I'd love to hear them in the comments. And if you want more stories like this, told with the same care, consider subscribing. This is how stories survive. Not on the page, not on the screen, in the act of passing them on. For now, the mask is back on, the city is still spinning, And somewhere, in an apartment that's been cleaned and listed and sold, a reservation has been made for dinner.
See you in the next one.